Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The Sichuan Tang family and the 9 prominent sects Ami sect, Qingcheng sect, Kongtong sect, Diancheng sect, and Kunlun sect gathered at the Western Sky branch in Sichuan province. Compared to the Northern and Southern Sky branches, quite a lot of the 9 prominent sects were stationed at the Western Sky branch, resulting in insufficient personnel. Unlike the 7 great families, the 9 prominent sects had a limited number of disciples. They also deployed martial artists from their subsidiary branches, but their skills and numbers paled to the 7 great families. However, despite their inferior numbers, the martial artists of the 9 prominent sects factions were much better than the 7 great families. Although the Western Sky branch had fewer people than the other 2 branches, they had more absolute realm masters. The Sichuan Tang family's Tang Chenao, one of the 7 saints, was their only supreme realm master. Compared to the other branches, the Western Sky branch had the weakest force right now, second only to the Southern Sky branch, which they were not aware yet had just lost its 4 saints. The Western Sky branch kept a close eye on the Myriad Tribulations clan, which had departed from Guizhou province but stopped advancing when they reached the borders of Guizhou and Sichuan provinces. The Western Sky branch easily figured out the Myriad Tribulations clan's plan. They were trying to tie down the branch's feet to prevent them from sending reinforcements to the other branches. The Western Sky branch had a dispute over whether to attack the Myriad Tribulations clan or not. The Sichuan Tang family insisted on eliminating the enemy instead of waiting, but the 5 prominent sects preferred to monitor the situation for now. Unable to overturn the 5 sects' decision alone, the Sichuan Tang family was forced to just wait and observe as well. The shocking news about the Southern Sky branch losing their 4 saints and fleeing to Hubei province soon reached them. They also received a request from the Northern Sky branch to launch a joint attack. Through a series of discussions, the executives of the Western Sky branch decided to accept. Since the situation would be disadvantageous for them if the Myriad Tribulations clan at Guizhou province joined forces with 3 of the 9 celestial demons sects factions, they decided to launch a preemptive strike and eliminate the 3 factions at Shaanxi province first. After finishing all their preparations, they led martial artists above the first-rate realm to Bazhong, which was at the border of Sichuan and Shaanxi provinces. Catching wind of their movements, the Myriad Tribulations clan immediately invaded Sichuan province, then quickly made their way to its capital, where the headquarters of the Sichuan Tang family was. They hoped the Sichuan Tang family would turn around to protect its home. However, the Sichuan Tang family had no intention of returning to the capital. When they left for Bazhong, they were already prepared to have their home attacked. Losing it was a pity since they spent quite a long time developing it, but keeping Murim safe took priority. They could just rebuild their headquarters, but if the 9 celestial demons sect succeeded in conquering Murim, it would be difficult to reclaim it. More importantly, they would not be at a loss anyway if they could eliminate the 3 9 celestial demons sect factions coming down from Shaanxi province in exchange for losing their home. The 3 9 celestial demons sect factions fell into a dilemma. The Western and Northern Sky branches were coming from their front and back, respectively, for a joint attack. The Tyrant Cult, Underworld sect, and Blood-Crazed clan eventually decided to send their 3 divine demons and demonic monarchs to attack the Western Sky branch first. Considering they would not be able to win if they were against the 2 branches, they concluded that their best course of action was destroying one of them before they could initiate their joint attack. Naturally, they chose to target the Western Sky branch. The Thunder God's successor and 2 of the saints were with the Northern Sky branch. Even with 3 divine demons, they still could not guarantee victory. Meanwhile, the only supreme realm master in the Western Sky branch was Tang Chenao of the Sichuan Tang family. Together, the 3 divine demons could certainly kill Chenao and obliterate the Western Sky branch. If they then joined the Myriad Tribulations clan before duking it out with the Northern Sky branch, they would have a fighting chance. Along with the Underworld sect and Blood-Crazed clan's demonic monarchs and higher demons, Tyrant Divine Demon Gu Peichen, Blood-Crazed Divine Demon Haiok Raiyan Pei, and Underworld Divine Demon Zhong Jia Riang secretly headed to where the Western Sky branch's forces were. After separating from the Northern Sky branch's elite forces, Baek Mu-Gun activated the Thunder God's shadow and headed to Hubei province. Never stopping to sleep or rest, he reached the Great Zhuzh family's manor at Mount Longzhong, where the Southern Sky branch had retreated, in just 7 days. He arrived earlier than the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial arts masters even though they departed from Jiangsu province much earlier. The Southern Sky branch's executives were more delighted than anyone to have his help. As Dan Sealiang and the Northern Sky branch's executives predicted, although they tried to request support from the Wudin sect and Shaolin Temple's previous generation of martial arts masters, who were living in seclusion in the deepest parts of Mount Song and Mount Weidang, just looking for them was already an arduous task in itself. Now that the Sky Beast Palace and 3 of the 9 celestial demons sects factions had taken control of Hunan province and were crossing over to Hubei province, the Southern Sky branch could not come up with any countermeasures. They were hoping to at least receive reinforcements from the Northern and Western Sky branches, but they were not in a situation to help either. Hence, when Mu-Gun, the Thunder God's successor, joined them, they felt as if they had just received a reinforcement of 1,000 troops. However, their joy only lasted for a while. Soon, the Southern Sky Branch's executives were once again overwhelmed with worry. The three enemy factions coming for them had 3 divine demons in their army, making it questionable if even Mu-Gun could hold his ground against them alone. In truth, they found such a feat impossible because the heavenly killer divine demon was with the Enemyth person who annihilated 4 of the 7 saints alone. Mu-Gun was the Thunder God's successor, but it should be difficult to defeat such a powerful opponent even for him. To make matters worse, he would have to deal with 2 more divine demons as well. The Southern Sky Branch's executives thought that they had no chance of winning, but they had to confirm with Mu-Gun first to be sure. I am well aware that you have amazing skills, but we will be fighting 3 divine demons, Patriarch Zujbo began. He had a wooden splint over his injuries. Can you really handle them all by yourself? Yes. Are you speaking the truth? I will be putting my life on the line for this. If I had no chance of winning, I would not have thought of taking this matter into my own hands in the first place, Mu-Gun firmly replied. Fair enough. If the battle would be reckless, you definitely would not try it. However, to do that, I need my presence here to be a complete secret. Mu-Gun intended to assassinate one of the 3 divine demons. For that to happen, they absolutely had to be unaware that he was with the Southern Sky Branch. If they found out, they would be on alert at all times, dramatically decreasing his assassination attempt's chance of success. Do not worry. I will make sure no one but the executives knows about your existence here, Zujbo replied, getting a gist of what Mu-Gun was trying to do despite receiving no explanation. Thank you. We are the ones who should be thanking you. You came here to help us instead of turning a blind eye despite our unfavorable situation. You do not have to thank me. Anyway, the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial arts masters will also be arriving in 2 days. With their strength, stopping the Sky Beast Palace and the 9 Celestial Demons' sex forces would not be difficult. On his way to the Zuj family's manor, Mu-Gun confirmed through the Heavenly Secret Hall's information network that the Loyal Heart Alliance's Absolute Realm Masters were on their way to Hubei Province to support the Southern Sky Branch. That's as good of a news as you joining us. I will make preparations so that they can rest comfortably as soon as they arrive, Zujbo delightedly said. I did not mean it in that way. I know. Still, they have come a long way to help us. This is the least I can do. I will take care of it, so don't worry about it. Got it. Have you come up with a plan to deal with the incoming enemy army? I was going to delay their invasion with our family's Forbidden Soul Destroyer array and look for the Weidang sect and Shaolin Temple's previous generation of martial arts masters to ask them for help. Failing to find them or get their help would have resulted in your annihilation, Mu-Gun replied, his tone serious. I know, but it was the best option we had. It would have been meaningless to wait for the Northern or Western Sky Branch to help us under the circumstances. It is fortunate that you came to help us. We will have to form new plans, then, Mu-Gun said. Then to start, we will still activate the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array. Mu-Gun thought about it, eventually concluding, you are trying to make the enemy believe that the Southern Sky Branch no longer has any Supreme Realm Masters. If we confront them head-on, they will suspect that we have a martial arts master capable of fighting the divine demons, making them increasingly wary. Activating the array will also induce them to lower their guard. They would think that we would not attack them during the 15 days that the array is active. Mu-Gun nodded in agreement. If he used that opportunity to carry out his assassination attempts, he would be able to kill one of the 3 divine demons. Of course, it would not be as easy as it sounded. Have you thought about what to do once the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array is lifted? Mu-Gun asked. When that time comes, the enemy will definitely push straight into our manor. We will activate our secret trap arrays to cause initial damage, then lure them to the Grand Training Hall in the center of our manor to annihilate them with a siege attack. The Forbidden Soul Destroyer array was not the only array formation the Zuj family had in their manor. They also had trap arrays set up in every building, each one the culmination of their capabilities. Zujbo planned to activate the trap arrays to wound the enemies and lure them into where the Zuj family could annihilate them all at once. The arrays alone would not be enough to do that, though. They required people to lure them and the 3 divine demons to be stopped. Although the Zuj family had outstanding arrays, those 3 combatants could destroy them before they could even fulfill their role. One way or another, Mu-Gun had to deal with the 3 divine demons. Fortunately, he was determined to take them down. If all else failed, he would not even think twice about using the Thunder God's descent. 2 days after Mu-Gun arrived, 16 Absolute Realm Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance reached the Zuj family's manor. Mu-Gun personally greeted them. Thank you all for coming all the way here. Why are you here, young patriarch Baek? Peerless Wanderer Jin Yu-sung asked in surprise. I came when I heard about the Southern Sky Branch's situation. So our strength alone is not enough, huh? Your skills are indeed excellent, but it is still too far-fetched for you all to deal with the divine demons, who are in the Supreme Realm. Can you deal with them alone? The Weidang sect's Taeki Sword Immortal, Supreme Elder Taehyo, asked with a concerned expression. I will. Somehow. You look like you have a plan. Mu-Gun just responded with a smile. Let's talk about the details later. Let's head to the residence we prepared for you to rest in for now. Zujbo instructed his subordinates to guide the Loyal Heart Alliance's Absolute Realm Masters to the best residence they could offer. It was the least they could do to repay their kindness for coming all the way here from Jiangsu Province without hesitation. The Zuj family also prepared a hearty dinner for the Loyal Heart Alliance's Absolute Realm Masters, who could not eat properly during their journey due to their tight schedule, finally allowing them to eat their fill for the first time in so long. After dinner, Mu-Gun gathered the 4 peerless wanderers. How do you plan to deal with the 3 divine demons? Sunset Sword Jin Yu-sung asked. I will start by assassinating one of them, Mu-Gun said. Can that work on a divine demon? 9 Dragons Fistwang REI question.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Well, it won't be easy, but it is worth a try. And after that? I will face the remaining divine demons at the same time, Mu-Gun nonchalantly answered. Are you confident that you can win? Thunderous Wind Palm Hanbek wondered. I will try my best. If all else fails, I am not above borrowing the power of the Thunder God. Isn't that bad for you? I have to put up with at least that much if I want to kill the 9 celestial demons, 6 divine demons. How about we do this? Yu-sung offered. Do what? Together with the Kinkan Hands and Daybreak Sword Master, we will activate the 6th-dimension Destroyers formation. With the 6th-dimension Destroyers formation, even 6 Absolute Realm Masters can fight a Supreme Realm Master. The other peerless wanderers thought it was a good idea as well, but Mu-Gun shook his head. It requires the 6 people to have the same internal energy cultivation method. Otherwise, activating it will be impossible. That did not cross my mind. Like I said, I will take care of the divine demons. You all do not have to worry so much, Mu-Gun reassured them. Sorry. For what? We are far too weak to be of any help to you. Why say something that does not fit you? You 4 are already of great help, so you should not have such negative thoughts. That is a relief, then. The 4 peerless wanderers did not have to apologize for failing to reach the Supreme Realm. It was not something to be sorry about in the first place. All that mattered was that they had the dedication to fight the 9 celestial demons sect for the sake of protecting Murim. Even though they had not reached the Supreme Realm, they would still be playing an active role anyway since they were Absolute Realm Masters. Their presence alone was already helping Mu-Gun quite a lot. The 3 factions from the 9 celestial demons sect and the Sky Beast Palace's 5,000 elite forces crossed to Hubei province by land from Hunan province. Traveling through the Changjiang River could have reduced the time and effort they spent, but they had no boat that could accommodate such a large army. After passing by Jingzhou, Jingmen, and Yuchen, they headed for Mount Longzhong. The Southern Sky Branch, which had gathered at the Great Zudge family's manor, closely monitored their enemies' movements. When they were only a day away, the Southern Sky Branch immediately activated the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array just in case the enemy was planning to launch a surprise attack. Arriving the next day and confirming that the Zudge family had activated the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array, the 3 divine demons and Sky Beast Palace Patriarch immediately held a meeting. You all are probably aware that nothing can break through the Zudge family's Forbidden Soul Destroyer array. We cannot attack them for the next 15 days, Myriad Poison Divine Demon Gal Chindok said. The fact that they used it means that they are trying to delay us because their combat capacity is inferior to ours, Invincible Divine Demon Sojik-sang commented. I doubt that is all they are doing. They have most likely requested for reinforcement from the Shaolin Temple or the Wudang sect. Heavenly Killer Divine Demon Dak Go-song added. Good point. Those factions' previous generation of martial artists could have already reached the Supreme Realm. Things could get complicated if they actually come to the Zudge family's assistance, Jik-sang said. I have heard that those people have already turned their backs on the secular world and now live in seclusion deep in the mountains, doing nothing but cultivating to ascend to immortality. It is unlikely that they will join them, Chindok reassured them. Even so, if they find out that Murim is in danger, there is a chance that they would not turn a blind eye to this, Gosong countered, finding it unwise to ignore even the slightest possibilities. Frowning, Chindok asked in a slightly annoyed tone, what do you plan to do, then? We have to closely observe our surroundings and determine if those people are coming to the Zudge family's manor. Our best course of action is to find and eliminate them before they reach the Zudge family's manor. Keeping an eye on Supreme Realm Masters is meaningless. They can easily avoid the surveillance of Absolute Realm Masters if they hide their traces. It is still better than not doing anything at all, Gosong firmly argued. I agree. Even if it fails, it will not hurt to have a surveillance network, Jik-sang added, leaving Chindok no choice but to follow them. Fine. We will increase our surveillance on the Shaolin Temple and the Wudang sect. However, as I have already said, if they have reached the Supreme Realm Masters, then they will easily avoid the eyes we have planted. We should not let our guard down even if our surveillance team does not catch anything, Chindok said in a serious tone. You have a point. Assuming that they have already joined the forces in the Zudge family's manor should help reduce the chances of us failing, Jik-sang replied in agreement. Unfortunately, we cannot predict how many will join the Zudge family if the Wudang sect and Shaolin Temple's previous generation of martial arts masters do come to their aid, Chindok commented. Even if they are from the Shaolin Temple and the Wudang sect, not everyone can reach the Supreme Realm. There would likely only be 1 or 2 people at most, Gosong replied. Considering we have 3 divine demons here, we should be able to handle 2 Supreme Realm Masters, Jik-sang said with confidence. Your transcendental martial arts should make it easy for us to stop even 4 of them, Invincible Divine Demon, Chindok remarked. Now that he mentioned it, I suppose he is right. After all, it allows you to create a clone with your abilities. Gosong sounded envious. I cannot kill 4 of the 7 saints like you did even with my amazing martial arts. I don't know about the others, but you have no reason to be envious, Heavenly Killer Divine Demon, Jik-sang said, returning the compliment. What about you? Myriad Poison Divine Demon? Don't you envy his transcendental martial arts? Gosong asked Shindok for support. Not at all. The transcendental martial arts that the demon god bestowed on the 9 celestial demons sect's 9 great factions may have mutual compatibility, but they have no absolute superiority or inferiority. They are all incomparably better than any of Murim's martial arts, so I see no reason to envy the other divine demons. Ahem, what does that make me look like, then? Gosong replied, clearly embarrassed. Don't get me wrong. I did not mean to criticize you. No. Your words have made me realize again how precious the transcendental martial art I possess is, myriad poison divine demon. Thank you. If so, then I am glad I could be of help. Going back to the topic, do we just wait until the Zudge family's Forbidden Soul Destroyer array is lifted? Sky Beast Palace Patriarch Nam Wajin, who just silently listened to the 3 divine demons' conversation, asked. The Zudge family's Forbidden Soul Destroyer array is indestructible. We have no choice but to wait. Shindok replied. Will we attack as soon as it deactivates, then? If there are no other variables, then yes. Be prepared to attack at any time. Just in case they launch a surprise attack, make sure to stay alert. Understood, Wajin obediently answered. While waiting for the array to deactivate, they began building a campsite at the bottom of Mount Longzhong. Bazhong, Sichuan Province. Gu Peichen, Haiok Raiyanpei, Zhong Jia Riang, and the Underworld sect and blood-crazed clan's demonic monarchs and higher demons observed the camp of the Western Sky Branch. Not one tyrant cult demonic monarch or higher demon was with them since Baek Mu-Gun and the 2 saints with him had annihilated them all back in Shaanxi Province. The Underworld sect and blood-crazed clan still had 4 and 3 demonic monarchs respectively. Although they were in a better state than the tyrant cult, their forces had been reduced to less than half of what they started with. The Western Sky Branch likely had more absolute realm masters now. However, Supreme Realm Master Tang Xiano was the only one who could stand against a divine demon. Considering there were 3, the other 2 divine demons could easily make up for their inferior numbers. Even so, the 3 divine demons still chose to devise a plan. They sat together to discuss how to deal with the Western Sky Branch. We should prioritize killing Tang Xiano. It's best we join forces to get rid of him, Raiyanpei, tyrant divine demon Gu Peichen suggested. Good idea. While we're fighting him, please stop the Western Sky Branch's absolute realm masters, Underworld divine demon. Blood-crazed divine demon Haiok Raiyanpei added. Okay, Underworld divine demon Zhong Jia Riang replied. What do you think about unleashing your transcendental martial art right from the very beginning? Peichen suggested. Right from the start? Wouldn't it be better to end it quickly to prevent other variables from occurring? The tyrant divine demon is right. We were beaten more than once or twice because we kept going easy in the beginning. We should go all out and guarantee victory from the start. It will also reduce the damage the demonic monarchs and higher demons will suffer, Raiyanpei said, supporting Peichen. Okay, I will follow the 2 divine demons' will, Jia Riang replied, raising no further disagreement. When is a good time to attack? Peichen asked. They are probably prepared for a surprise attack to some extent, so we should aim for when their concentration is at its lowest, Jia Riang suggested. When would that be? Right before dawn. Before dawn, that is certainly when they are likely to let their guards down, considering they stayed vigilant all night. We will begin our operation at that time, then. All right. Having reached an agreement, the 3 divine demons finished all preparations and then spent the rest of their time resting. Just before dawn, they headed to the Western Sky Branch. The 3 divine demons entered the enemy's camp with the demonic monarchs and higher demons following right behind them. They did not even bother to hide their presence. We are under attack. The enemy is launching a surprise attack? The martial artists standing guard shouted as soon as they detected the demonic practitioners. The 3 divine demons flattened them with a single hand gesture, then proceeded deeper into the camp. Hearing the guard's warning, the others hurriedly grabbed their weapons and ran out. The 3 divine demons' barrage of attacks devastated the space in front of them, annihilating dozens of martial artists at once. At the same time, the demonic monarchs and higher demons scattered to the sides and began fighting the other martial artists. The Western Sky Branch's martial artists were at a loss. The surprise attack had prevented them from properly responding to the situation, and the 3 divine demons made quick work of everyone in their way. As planned, the 3 divine demons tried to find and kill the Sichuan Tang family's Tang Xiano. However, as they headed deeper inside, they saw 3 old men flying toward them. Much to their surprise, the old men were all exuding Supreme Realm energy. The Sichuan Tang family's Tang Xiano, Hebei Peng family's Peng Muhui, and Great Huangfu family's Huangfu Chong were coming for them. Muhui and Huangfu Chong were supposed to be at the Northern Sky Branch, but its executives predicted that the divine demons would try to ambush the Western Sky Branch. Hence, they went ahead of the Northern Sky Branch's forces and joined up with the Western Sky Branch.N/O/Vel/B/jn.C//OM. The unexpected situation flustered the divine demons. However, they quickly regained their composure. Although their enemy had more Supreme Realm Masters than expected, they judged that they still had a good chance of winning since they were equal in numbers. Above all, the Thunder God's successor, whom they feared the most, wasn't in the area. As long as Mu-Gun was not around, they had nothing to worry about. I will deal with the Huangfu family's old man, Peichen declared. I will take on the old Peng bastard, then, Raiyanpei said. Since the two divine demons had chosen their opponents first, Jiang was left with no other choice but to face Chino. How ridiculous. What makes you think we will follow you bastards? We will be the ones to choose who deals with whom, Mu Hui said, seemingly sickened. He then swung his saber at Pei Chen. The moment he went on the offensive, Huang Fuchong and Chino immediately attacked Pei and Jiang respectively. How absurd. The divine demons snorted at the saints' defiance as they responded to the attacks with their own. Explosions engulfed 3 different areas, devastating their surroundings. Showing no signs of yielding or regard for the Vajrachi fragments being blasted away in every direction, the 6 Supreme Realm Masters continued to attack each other. Amid their battle, which they refused to let tip to anyone's favor, countless thunderous roars erupted. Knowing that they would be at a disadvantage if they let this fight drag on, the 3 divine demons immediately used their transcendental martial arts as planned. The first to act was Pei Chen, who summoned the tyrannical black demonic dragon. Imbued with black lightning, the huge dragon immediately attacked Mu Hui. Not long after, dark red flames engulfed Pei, giving him the silhouette of a demon with huge horns. Now covered in the blood-crazed divine demon star, an impenetrable protective Vajrachi, Pei stood in front of Jiang instead of attacking the saints. Unlike Pei Chen and Pei, who could immediately unleash their transcendental martial arts, Jiang needed some time to activate his since it was similar to Dak Gosong's. During that time, Pei intended to protect him by blocking the 2 saints' attacks alone. Since Baek Mu-Gun had already informed them about the divine demon's transcendental martial arts, the 3 saints were unfazed. In fact, they had even already discussed countermeasures. Peng Mu-Hui countered Gu Peichen's black tyrannical demonic dragon with the chaos absorption. The energy of chaos, which rose from his saber, formed huge concentric circles in front of him. As seemingly endless as the abyss, it pulled in and devoured the dragon charging toward Mu Hui. After swallowing the head and half of its body, the chaos absorption compressed and disappeared. Meanwhile, the rest of the dragon shattered, scattering black lightning in all directions. Impossible witnessing Mu Hui block the transcendental martial art perplexed Pei Chen. Considering the demon god's authority was imbued in his transcendental martial art, it should have been impossible for a mere human's martial art to devour it. Quickly regaining his composure, Pei Chen summoned the black tyrannical demonic dragon again, determined to keep summoning it until it worked. Mu Hui also used the chaos absorption, refusing to back down. Their fight had turned into a battle where the victor would be the one to run out of internal energy last. Meanwhile, Huang Fuchong focused on Haiok Pei, who was protecting Zhang Jiang. The giant that Huang Fuchong had materialized simultaneously fired 108 fist energies at Pei's demon-like chi barrier, driving him to a corner. However, the blood-crazed divine demon star remained unscathed, living up to its reputation as an impenetrable defense. At the same time, Tang Chenou aimed for Jiang, who was hiding behind Pei, with his formless sky-enveloping aura, which contained his absolute profound principles. The formless sky-enveloping aura upgraded the Sichuan Tang family's strongest technique, the sky-enveloping flower rain, into a formless sword chi. The formless sword chi went past Pei and shot toward Jiang. As its name suggested, it had no form, an invisible sword. However, just because it could not be seen did not mean that it could not be felt. Where do you think you are aiming? Sensing Chenou's formless sword chi as it passed by, Pei spread his arms, creating wings of black flames and enveloping Jiang with them. When Chenou's rain of formless sword chi stabbed into the red wings, they burned even stronger, rendering the attack useless. As Huang Fuchong continued to attack Pei, Chenou tried his best to kill Jiang. However, breaking through Pei's blood-crazed divine demon star proved impossible. In the midst of all that, dark red flames ignited above Jiang's head and formed an oval-shaped door. Jiang had called forth his transcendental martial arts, the Hell Spirit Gate, which opened the gates of hell and summoned its evil spirits. The evil spirits possessed strength above the peak realm and were invisible to the naked eye. However, what truly made it fearsome and powerful was its ability to infinitely summon evil spirits for as long as the martial artist could keep it open. Even Supreme Realm Masters had no way of stopping such an army. We have to destroy the gate? Huang Fuchong, who was attacking Pei, shouted when he saw it forming above Jiang's head. To stop the underworld evil spirit gate, they could either kill Zhang Jiang or destroy it. Considering Pei was heavily guarding Jiang, destroying the gate seemed to be the more plausible option. Chenou targeted the gate with the strongest formless sky-enveloping aura he could muster. 1,000 formless sword chi poured toward the gate of hell in unison, but before they could hit their mark, the gate completely opened, and evil spirits began to pour out from it. Kaya! The evil spirits let out gruesome screams as the formless sword chi pierced and exterminated them. The invisible swords tried to get past the evil spirits and destroy the gate of hell, but the countless evil spirits blocked them. Failing to withstand the evil spirits' aggression, which used their bodies as weapons, the formless sword chi eventually shattered. Now unimpeded, the evil spirits flocked toward Chenou, who in turn clenched his teeth and summoned more formless sword chi. Hundreds of invisible swords formed around him and began to strike the spirits down, but their inferior numbers could not block off all the spirits flooding from every direction. After breaking through the wave of formless sword chi, the spirits continued making their way to Chenou, who activated his protective Vajra chi to defend himself. They exploded whenever they crashed onto his chi, exterminating them forever, but they showed not even the slightest fear of ceasing to exist. They just kept trying to break through his protective Vajra chi. Though it was invisible to the naked eye, Chino was surrounded and under the innumerable spirits' heavy fire. Unable to endure the continuous attacks from the peak realm spirits that threw themselves at him like a cannonball, the Supreme Realm Master's protective Vajra chi, which was akin to an impenetrable shield, eventually shattered. Now a castle without walls, they stabbed Chino with their sharp-edged hands. Their attacks did not injure Chino at all. However, like gluttonous pigs, they sucked his life energy out of him. Chino shriveled up like a mummy and fell forward. After killing him, the evil spirits searched for other prey and found Huangfu Chong. However, they were sucked back into the underworld evil spirit gate before they could reach him, seemingly pulled by an unknown powerful force. Afterward, the underworld evil spirit gate quickly shrunk and disappeared. Koog, Jae-riang groaned and dropped to his knees. Although the underworld evil spirit gate was only open for a short period, it still depleted his internal energy, overwhelming him with exhaustion. Although he managed to kill Chino, he was rendered unable to fight as a result. The battle was now down to Mu Hui and Huangfu Chong against Peichen and Raiyanpei. Peichen and Mu Hui were still engaged in a battle of attrition. However, although they were evenly matched at first, Mu Hui's reaction speed gradually slowed down as their fight stretched on. They had equal amounts of internal energy, but his chaos absorption consumed much more internal energy, depleting his reserves faster. Eventually, he began to have difficulties activating his ultimate technique and a delay in his reaction speed. Not missing the opportunity, Peichen further backed Mu Hui into a corner. At this rate, Mu Hui was bound to fall first. With Huangfu Chong's help, they could turn the tide of the battle in their favor, but Huangfu Chong was in a tough situation as well. Despite the pressure he was putting on Raiyanpei with the Heavenly King manifestation, he still hadn't succeeded in breaking through the blood-crazed divine demon star. He was almost out of internal energy as well, having been relentless with his attacks. Noticing that the two saints' martial arts had dulled down, Peichen and Raiyanpei realized that their internal energy was on the verge of depletion. If they could hold out for just a little longer, they would be able to kill the two saints with ease. However, they could not afford to relax. They had no idea when the Western Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters would finish off the demonic monarchs and higher demons and come as reinforcements. They had to kill the two saints before then. Peichen and Raiyanpei cornered Mu Hui and Huangfu Chong, intending to put a swift end to the battle. Raiyanpei, who had done nothing but defend so far, changed his strategy and began to go on the offensive. With an impenetrable Vajra chi protecting him, he was too much of a menace on the offensive. Meanwhile, Peichen quickly summoned the black tyrannical demonic dragon, forcing Mu Hui to use the chaos absorption. In the end, Mu Hui was the first to collapse, his internal energy falling below what his ultimate technique required. He tried to somehow fight off the black tyrannical demonic dragon unleashing the chaos thunderclap saber art, but stopping the black tyrannical demonic dragon was impossible without the chaos absorption. He mustered what was left of his internal energy and unleashed the strongest saber chi he could, but the dragon easily broke it apart. The black tyrannical demonic dragon devoured Mu Hui. Its fangs shredded his protective Vajra chi like a sheet of paper, then pierced into him. The dragon then swallowed him, leaving not even a trace of his body behind as he disappeared into its stomach. Peichen immediately joined Raiyanpei against Huangfu Chong, the only saint left. However, before they could even begin their joint offensive, the Western Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters reached their battlefield, having defeated the demonic monarchs and the higher demons. They were left with no other option but to back down. We should retreat, Peichen told Raiyanpei. If they were in good shape, it would not have mattered how many Absolute Realm Masters they were up against. However, they had exhausted most of their strength to deal with the three saints. They could kill Huangfu Chong if they mustered what remained of their strength, but that would leave them vulnerable against the Western Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters. They had already killed two saints anyway, so they would not lose anything even if they were to retreat now. Failing to end Huangfu Chong as well was a pity, but they would get another chance to kill him in the future anyway. They did not have to risk it now. Agreeing with Peichen, Raiyanpei nodded and checked on jaeriang.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Don't worry. I can move on my own, Jae-riang said when he saw Raiyanpei's gaze, understanding what the man was trying to say. He had already recovered some of his strength. Go ahead, I'll follow, Raiyanpei exclaimed. Alone, he blocked the offensive of Huangfu Chong and the Absolute Realm Masters, who were trying to block their retreat. With a thunderous roar, Raiyanpei was blasted away. It seemed as if the impact pushed him back, but he actually defended with the blood-crazed Divine Demon Star and used their attack's force to propel himself backward. The Western Sky Branch's martial arts masters tried to chase after him, but they caught on to his plan too late. Everyone, stop. Huangfu Chong dissuaded them. They would not be able to catch up to the Divine Demons anyway, but even if they could, Absolute Realm Masters alone wouldn't be able to do anything to the Divine Demons. The Divine Demons had clearly exhausted quite a lot of their strength since they chose to escape instead of continuing to fight, but they were still Supreme Realm Masters. The Western Sky Branch could probably take them down if Huangfu Chong was with them, but he had used up all his strength. He did not even have the energy to chase after them. They would only suffer more losses if the Absolute Realm Masters gave chase without Huangfu Chong. They were furious and mortified, but the best they could do in that situation was let them leave. Hence, as Hang Fuchong ordered, the Western Sky Branch's martial arts masters gave up on chasing after the divine demons. 10 days had passed since the Great Zudge family activated the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array at Mount Longzhong. During that period, the 9 Celestial Demons sect and the Sky Beast Palace had set up camp at the foot of Mount Longzhong. They were just waiting for it to deactivate now. They remained on high alert day and night for any surprise attacks, but as the days went by, the vigilance of those assigned to guard duty gradually lowered. Although the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array made it impossible to get into the Zudge family's manor, it also made it impossible to leave. The Southern Sky Branch's forces would have a difficult time launching a surprise attack while it was active. Only the Shaolin Temple and Wudang sect actually posed a threat to them right now, but the 9 Celestial Demons sect's forces were closely monitoring those factions as a preventative measure. They had not detected any suspicious movements, not even subtle signs from the Shaolin Temple and Wudang sect yet. Given the situation, the 9 Celestial Demons sect and the Sky Beast Palace inevitably dropped their guard. However, that was the moment that Baek Mu-Gun was aiming for. On the 11th day since the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array's activation, Mu-Gun and the Spectre Slayer King mobilized. Mu-Gun had contacted the Spectre Slayer King through the Heavenly Secret Hall a while back, ordering him to head to Hubei province with the Loyal Heart Alliance's Absolute Realm Masters. At Mu-Gun's request, he then joined the assassination mission. How do you plan to get past the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array? The Spectre Slayer King, who was following Mu-Gun, asked when they reached the array's border. Don't worry. I will not let you die in it. Why would I be worried? I am just wondering what your plan is. It is a trade secret, so don't bother trying to find out. Stay on your toes and follow behind me, and you'll pass through it before you realize it. Mu-Gun answered as he activated the Thunder God's heavenly eyes, turning his eyes golden. Mu-Gun concentrated when he started to see the energy that was forming the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array. Much like in his previous life, locating the entry point of such an incomprehensible array formation proved difficult, but he persevered. Mu-Gun had been closely examining it with the Thunder God's heavenly eyes for the past 10 days. Although it was supposed to have no entry path, that was only true from the perspective of humans. No matter how perfect an array was, a god was bound to find a loophole in it. The Thunder God's heavenly eyes allowed Mu-Gun to see the world through a god's divine eyes. With them, he looked for the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array's entry path, which a human could never have found otherwise. Soon, he exited the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array, and the Spectre Slayer King followed closely behind to avoid losing sight of him. Mu-Gun had not been paying any attention to him since he had to put all his focus on figuring out the entry path. During their time in the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array, Mu-Gun was so engrossed in his task that he was left defenseless. If the Spectre Slayer King harbored ill intentions, he could have easily killed him. Even so, Mu-Gun was not worried at all. After all, without him, the array would trap and kill the Spectre Slayer King. It would have turned out differently if he was determined to perish with Mu-Gun, but that was highly unlikely. It took a little more than 15 minutes for Mu-Gun and the Spectre Slayer King to pass through the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array in one piece. They immediately sneaked their way to the 9 Celestial Demons sect and Sky Beast Palace's campsite and arrived after a while. Mu-Gun closely examined their camp. Lit torches were in every corner, and they had assigned guards to every strategic point. They really put a lot of thought into this, the Spectre Slayer King nonchalantly commented, examining the campsite's security next to Mu-Gun. Can you infiltrate them? Mu-Gun asked. Why are you asking the obvious? It does not matter how tight their security is. If I put my mind to it, there is no place I cannot infiltrate. Still, don't be too complacent. You haven't forgotten my instructions, have you? Don't worry. I will take down a big shot to shake them up. Don't overdo it. It will be troublesome if things go south. Are you worrying about me right now? Say what you want, but let us not waste any more time and get moving already. The Spectre Slayer King chuckled, then began the mission. Activating the Dark Spectre stealth art, he blended into the darkness and infiltrated the campsite. Although the torches kept the area well lit, limiting the reach of the shadows, he still managed to get past the guards with his excellent underground movement. After watching him for a bit, Mu-Gun activated the Dark Spectre stealth art at a much higher level, preventing anyone from noticing him. He then infiltrated the campsite and went deeper inside, hoping to get rid of one of the divine demons. He could defeat 3 divine demons alone if he used the Thunder God's Descent, but he would rather avoid resorting to it unless he had no other choice. Even if he did get forced to use it, fighting just 2 divine demons would decrease the time he would have to keep it active. We are under attack. The patriarch has been assassinated. Find the assassin? Over there? He's running away. The Spectre Slayer King sparked a commotion opposite from where Mu-Gun was heading. Mu-Gun had ordered him earlier to assassinate one of the enemy's martial artists whose death would have the strongest impact so he could roam around the camp far more easily. Much to his surprise, the Spectre Slayer King chose the Sky Beast Palace Patriarch. As a result, not only the Sky Beast Palace's martial arts masters but even the demonic monarchs took action to find the assassin. With their eyes and ears focused elsewhere, Mu-Gun was able to move inside the camp more effortlessly. Still, he did not let his guard down. If he did and it leaked traces of his presence, the divine demons would certainly detect him. Hiding his presence as best as he could, he continued to search for the divine demon's energy. Nov. L. B //JNN. That side? After a while, Mu-Gun sensed an energy source he assumed belonged to a divine demon in one of the tents. He approached it until he was only 50 feet away from it, then immediately executed the Heavenly Thunderstorm Burst, the fifth technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sword art. A wave of golden thunder god chi coursed through Mu-Gun's sword and soared to the sky, forming 1,000 golden thunderbolt swords, which then rained down on the tent below it at lightning speed. The shower of swords caused a series of thunderous explosions as they tore apart the tent until it disintegrated into specks. Amid the devastated land, a cloud of dust rose 100 feet into the air. At the same time, the golden thunderbolt swords created a lightning storm that massacred everyone within a radius of 50 feet. The cloud dust and the lightning storm intertwined as the area was engulfed in pandemonium. Mu-Gun flew away before even confirming the divine demon's death in hopes of getting away before the other two divine demons came. The 9 celestial demons' sex demonic practitioners ran out after hearing the thunderous roar and tried to attack Mu-Gun upon finding him, but his thunder god's shadow made it impossible for them to catch up to him. The same applied to the two divine demons. Left with no other choice but to let Mu-Gun escape, myriad poison divine demon Gal Chindak and invincible divine demon Sojik Sang checked on heavenly killer divine demon Dak Gosong. The heavenly thunderstorm burst had destroyed his tent. When the dust cloud and the lightning storm subsided, the two divine demons saw Gosong lying on the ground with holes all over his body like a honeycomb. Chindak and Jiksang's expressions contorted partly because of Gosong's death but mainly because of his killer's identity. Why is the thunder god's successor here? Shouldn't he be at the northern sky branch? Jiksang said with a stiff expression. That is what I would like to ask too. I did not expect him to be at the Zudge family's manor. Now that the heavenly killer divine demon is dead, we can no longer defeat him, Jiksang dejectedly said. That may not necessarily be the case. What do you mean? The thunder god's successor fled to avoid us. Does that not mean that he does not have a chance of winning if he fights us at the same time? After pondering about it for a moment, Jiksang shook his head. I doubt it. He was in the middle of the enemy camp. He most likely ran away to avoid fighting us in such a disadvantageous location. If he had the Southern Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters with him, the situation would be different. What do you plan to do, then? You want us to just tuck tail and run because you are afraid of him? Chindak asked, sounding displeased. That is 100 times better than letting our pride make us fight a losing battle, Jiksang answered. He seemed infuriated as well. You cannot tell which of us is stronger unless we actually give it a shot. Immediately assuming that we will lose even before we actually fight him is unbecoming of a divine demon, Chindiak argued, implying that Jiksang was not qualified to be a divine demon. Jiksang was enraged, but this was not the right time to let his emotions get the better of him and create internal strife. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. It is not a hasty assumption. The Thunder God's successor has already killed the Azura Divine Demon, Spindle Divine Demon, and now, the Heavenly Killer Divine Demon. Those three were not inferior to us in combat. We certainly have a chance of winning if we launch a joint attack, but our compatibility is not good enough to do that. Your transcendental martial art damages both enemy and ally, which will make it hard for us to work together. Chindak found it hard to refute Jiksang's remarks. His transcendental martial art was based on poison, an attribute that did not distinguish between enemy and ally. It would be a menace not only to Mu-Gun but to Jiksang as well. Fundamentally, Chindak and Jiksang were far too incompatible to launch a joint attack. Since their victory was not guaranteed even if they fought Mu-Gun together, it was better to avoid this fight. You do have a point, but if we retreat now, they will not just sit by and watch us leave, Chindak replied despite already being convinced. I am also worried about that, but if we just stay here, we do not know when the Thunder God's successor will try to assassinate us next. Even if he cannot harm us, he can easily annihilate the demonic monarchs and higher demons. It would be better to back off before we suffer more losses. Jiksang said truthfully. Rather than that, why don't we wait for the Thunder God's successor to attempt another surprise attack and counterattack at that moment? Chindak suggested. Considering he managed to assassinate one of us, I doubt Absolute Realm Masters can detect him when using his stealth art. That is true. Even the Heavenly Killer Divine Demon could not detect him despite using martial arts of the same nature. For now, it's best we retreat as soon as we can. If we retreat, where do you plan to go? Chindak asked. We should head to Vuchang first and seek cooperation from the other factions. I wonder if they are doing well on their end. 4 of them are together, so they should not be having troubles. Moreover, since the Thunder God's successor is here, even if the Western and Northern Sky branches join forces, they will still have difficulties stopping 4 divine demons. Jiksang answered. I hope you're right. If things have gone wrong on their end, we will find ourselves isolated. Let's worry about that later and just retreat for now. Okay. Reaching a decision, the 2 divine demons immediately summoned and ordered the demonic monarchs and the Sky Beast Palace's 12 beast kings to withdraw. After making all preparations to retreat, they left Mount Longzhong. Immediately after assassinating the Heavenly Killer Divine Demon and getting away from the enemy's campsite, Baek Mu-Gun met up with the Spectre Slayer King at the place they had agreed on in advance. So, did you succeed? Well, I did not get to confirm his death, so I cannot give a definite answer. I did not expect you to assassinate the Sky Beast Palace Patriarch, though. I did not know who he was. I just looked for and killed whoever emitted the strongest energy. He just happened to be their patriarch, the Spectre Slayer King nonchalantly replied. Regardless, well done. Is that all you are going to say? Did you want a hug or something for doing a great job? I was hoping that you would teach me the second technique of the heavenly spectral assassin sword art, the Spectre Slayer King brazenly replied. Dream on. You will not lose anything if you do. It will make me more useful. Well, that is not wrong. Will you teach it to me, then? I will think about it. Why are you playing hard to get? Is it not obvious? It is the only card that allows me to control you. Have you ever thought that you are annoying? Our relationship is not built on friendly terms anyway. You are seriously annoying. The Spectre Slayer King looked as if he really wanted to punch Mu-Gun. However, it only lasted for a moment. Anyway, what do you plan to do now? Well, that depends on the situation. What situation? I have to know whether or not I successfully assassinated the divine demon, Mu-Gun firmly said. If he did, then the enemy will probably give up and retreat. Can they really walk away so easily? The assassination has probably brought my presence here to their attention. I am certain they are well aware that with just 2 divine demons, the odds are against them. You are quite confident. I am merely stating facts. What are you going to do if they retreat? I doubt you will just watch them run away. I will naturally chase and eliminate them. Do I have to come with you? Is that not obvious? The Spectre Slayer King smiled bitterly. Although he was doing all of this to obtain the heavenly spectral assassin sword art, he did not like having to follow Mu-Gun's will. Unfortunately, even if he did not want to do it, he had no choice but to obey. Are you just going to stay here the whole time? Just until I determine their next course of action? Mu-Gun replied. I am going to be the only one having a hard time, huh? Mu-Gun chuckled at the Spectre Slayer King's grumbling. I did not expect one of the renowned great Slayer Kings to whine like a child. Whining? I am just acting like this because I find it unfair. I have not gained anything from the sufferings I had gone through. It seems the old saying, give a crying child one more rice cake one is true after all. What do you mean by that? I will teach you the heavenly spectral assassin sword art's second technique if we complete our task. You're not lying, are you? I am not. Great. I will make sure to give it my all, then. Mu-Gun was baffled when the Spectre Slayer King was suddenly overcome with enthusiasm. Ahem, I was too excited. The Spectre Slayer King cleared his throat out of embarrassment and avoided meeting Mu-Gun's eyes. It is better to take turns observing them rather than keeping watch together, is it not? Mu-Gun asked, pretending as if nothing happened. It is. I will take the first watch, then. You should rest up. Okay. The Spectre Slayer King sat down and leaned against a large wooden trunk. After glancing at him, Mu-Gun monitored the campsite of the 9 Celestial Demons sect and the Sky Beast Palace, which was located below a mountain ridge. As dawn broke and morning came, they started to buzz about. They soon cleaned up their campsite and left Mount Longjong. Now that they had made a move, the Spectre Slayer King quickly called Mu-Gun, who was regulating his breathing by circulating chi on one side. Mu-Gun quickly got up and inspected the enemy camp, finding the enemy forces quickly descending Mount Longjong. As he had expected, they had given up on the fight and retreated. Wait here. I will stop by the Great Zudge family and come back. Mu-Gun flew toward the Zudge family's manor, leaving the Ghost Spectre King behind. Activating the Thunder God's shadow, he quickly turned into a dot in the distance and disappeared. What a monstrous bastard, the Spectre Slayer King muttered to himself, blown away by Mu-Gun's speed. Upon reaching the Zudge family's manor, Mu-Gun activated the Thunder God's heavenly eyes to pass through the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array, which took him a little over 15 minutes. He then immediately headed to the Zudge family's meeting hall, finding the leaders of the Southern Sky branch gathered there. They were on standby so they could mobilize at any time depending on the results of Mu-Gun's assassination attempt. What happened? Zudgebo asked as soon as Mu-Gun entered. They have cleaned up their campsite and are making their way out of Mount Longjong as we speak, Mu-Gun reported. That means you succeeded. I cannot confirm that yet, but there is a high chance that I did. Even if I did not, I would still somehow deal with the divine demons, so you don't have to worry, Mu-Gun reassured them. Should we deactivate the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array and chase after them? Yes. I know this goes without saying, but we must make haste. Do not worry. We have already made all the preparations to move as soon as the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array is lifted. Please do. Zudgebo immediately summoned the person in charge of the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array and ordered for the array to be lifted. The Southern Sky branch's executives then rushed to prepare everything they needed. Mu-Gun also prepared for combat with the Loyal Heart Alliance's Absolute Realm Masters. 30 minutes later, the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array was finally deactivated, and the Southern Sky branch's forces immediately departed from the Zudge family's manor and tracked down the 9 Celestial Demons sect and Sky Beast Palace's forces. Mu-Gun took the lead with the Loyal Heart Alliance's Absolute Realm Masters, and the Southern Sky branch's executive followed behind him. I doubt we can catch up if we chase after them at the tail end of the line. 9 Dragons Fistwang Rei, who was using his movement art right behind Mu-Gun, felt frustrated by the slow pace. To catch up with the forces of the 9 Celestial Demons sect and the Sky Beast Palace, which were already more than 2 hours away, they would have to speed up. However, they also had to match their pace with the Southern Sky branch's martial artists. It would be best to send the Absolute Realm Masters ahead, Thunderous Windpalm Hanbek suggested. I agree, Zudgebo replied. The other Absolute Realm Masters also felt the same way. Mu-Gun counted 38 Absolute Realm Masters in total, 16 of which were from the Loyal Heart Alliance and 22 from the Southern Sky Branch. Including Mu-Gun and the Spectre Slayer King, they had 40 people in total, which should be enough to deal with the enemy forces. Alright, we will be going ahead to grab hold of the enemy, Mu-Gun decided. He and the Absolute Realm Masters sped up, leaving the other martial artists behind. Myriad Poison Divine Demon Gal Chindok and Invincible Divine Demon Sojik Sang knew that if they retreated, the Southern Sky Branch at the Zuj family's manor would pursue them. As they expected, 2 hours after they departed from Mount Longzhong, the Southern Sky Branch's forces stationed at the Zuj family's manor began to give chase. That was why Chindok and Jiksang put the Sky Beast Palace's forces at the rear. While they were holding the Southern Sky Branch's forces off, the 9 Celestial Demons' sex forces planned to escape. Despite knowing the 2 Divine Demons' true motives, the Sky Beast Palace still agreed to be stationed at the rear out of their desire to avenge their patriarch. They could not defy orders from the 2 Divine Demons anyway. The 2 Divine Demons did not just heedlessly use them as sacrificial pieces. Jiksang supplied them with 300 soul-burning invincibility pills. The pill brought its consumer's martial realm to the next level at the cost of their lives, but it did not matter at all to those who were prepared to die. Furious by their patriarch's death, the martial artists of the Sky Beast Palace couldn't care less about their lives for as long as they could take revenge. Such a feat was impossible with their abilities alone, but the soul-burning invincibility pill changed that. If the Sky Beast Palace's 12 Beast Kings, who were Absolute Realm Masters, consumed a pill each, they would be able to exert strength equal to the Supreme Realm. Even their upper peak and peak realm martial artists would get a huge increase in their power. After learning about the pill's effects, the Sky Beast Palace's martial artists accepted their fate and voluntarily positioned themselves at the rear to stop the Southern Sky Branch. Soon, the Loyal Heart Alliance and Southern Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters reached them. Mu-Gun was at the forefront of their group. Everyone, prepare for combat. Violent Tiger King Jian Huek, the first seat of the Sky Beast Palace's 12 Beast Kings, shouted to the Sky Beast Palace's members. In response, his fellow martial arts masters consumed a soul-burning invincibility pill without hesitation and charged at the Loyal Heart Alliance and Southern Sky Branch. The 12 Beast Kings led their advance. Mu-Gun immediately noticed that 12 Beast Kings were all exuding familiar energy that ascended them close to the Supreme Realm. They have taken soul-burning invincibility pills? The same energy was also radiating from the around 300 martial artists behind them. Everyone, stand down. They have consumed soul-burning invincibility pills, which temporarily raise their consumer's martial prowess. Nothing good will come from fighting them now. Wait for the effects of the soul-burning invincibility pill to end. Mu-Gun instructed the Absolute Realm Masters behind him. Before they realized it, Mu-Gun then attacked the 12 Beast Kings and their subordinates, who were a mere 100 feet away now, with the heavenly thunderstorm burst. A wave of golden thunder god Chi was released from his sword and formed and rained down 1,000 golden thunderbolt swords up from the sky. The Sky Beast Palace's forces defended by sending their attacks at the thunderbolt swords, the collision resulting in deafening roars echoing throughout the sky. Most of the martial arts masters' attacks were shattered, allowing the swords to take some of their colleagues down and pierce the ground. However, the 12 Beast Kings' Vajra Chi destroyed dozens. A golden shockwave soon covered an area of 50 feet, electrocuting those who managed to avoid the swords earlier. Although the shock was not life-threatening, it did immobilize them. Only the 12 Beast Kings and the 36 Beasts the Upper Peak Realm Masters directly below the Beast Kings managed to avoid the violent storm. Having broken through the heavenly thunderstorm burst, they charged at Mu-Gun again. In response, Mu-Gun used the 100 golden lightning wheel wave against them. The golden lightning wheel around him soon transformed into 100 thunderbolt swords, which then shot toward his targets. The 12 Beast Kings and the 36 Beasts quickly defended themselves, the blast pushing the latter group a great distance away. Although they had gained absolute realm power, they were still nowhere near strong enough to block the thunderbolt swords. On the other hand, the 12 Beast Kings rushed toward Mu-Gun again, having destroyed the golden thunderbolt swords. Mu-Gun launched himself off the ground and activated the Thunder God's aerial steps, allowing him to quickly soar over 200 feet high. Like a dog chasing a chicken too, the 12 Beast Kings stared up at him. JNN. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun executed the heavenly thunderstorm burst again. This is an old Korean saying. It means that someone who complains or causes problems is more likely to receive attention or help than someone who stays quiet and keeps to themselves. It is similar to the proverb, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. It means to be disappointed or frustrated in one's futile attempt. The 12 Beast Kings exerted their Vajra Chi with utmost force against the thunderbolt swords, which filled the sky and descended upon them like rain. The Vajra Chi from the 12 masters surged into the sky simultaneously, colliding with the golden thunderbolt swords. Upon impact, the 12 Beast Kings' Vajra Chi shattered instantly, mirroring the fate of the thunderbolt swords, which cracked and dispersed. Nevertheless, the quantity of remaining thunderbolt swords far surpassed those that shattered. Those thunderbolt swords, avoiding the collision, swiftly descended towards the ground. In reaction, the 12 Beast Kings swiftly dispersed, moving in all directions. The impact zones where the thunderbolt swords landed suffered extensive devastation, generating shockwaves from the scattered fragments that rippled in all directions. Evading the onslaught of thunderbolt swords and their ensuing shockwaves, the 12 Beast Kings proceeded to search for Baek Mu-Gun. In the interim, Mu-Gun, having unleashed the heavenly thunderstorm burst, soared in the opposite direction to the 12 Beast Kings. Dealing with the empowered 12 Beast Kings proved challenging for Mu-Gun, even with his abilities. While activating the Thunder God's descent would enable him to eliminate them, they weren't his sole adversaries. The presence of the two divine demons added complexity to the situation. If Mu-Gun exhausted his power dealing with the Beast Kings, he would be vulnerable to an attack from the divine demons. Considering that the 12 Beast Kings would perish once the effects of the soul-burning invincibility pill waned, it seemed unnecessary to engage with those destined for self-destruction. Despite the difficulty in pursuing the 9 celestial demons sect by retreating and avoiding their attacks, Mu-Gun found himself with little choice. Chase after him? The 12 Beast Kings pursued Mu-Gun, who swiftly moved away using the Thunder God's shadow. The 36 beasts and members of the Sky Beast Palace trailed behind, joining in the chase after Mu-Gun. Simultaneously, upon receiving Mu-Gun's instructions, the Absolute Realm Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch promptly retreated. After a considerable duration of withdrawal, Mu-Gun reappeared in the rear with the still active Thunder God's shadow. The martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance, deeply anxious about Mu-Gun's safety, were relieved upon seeing his secure return. Could you please increase your pace a bit more? Mu-Gun urged the martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. The martial arts masters from the Sky Beast Palace, fueled by the soul-burning invincibility pill, were swiftly closing the distance. At their current rate, the adversaries were on the verge of catching up. Responding to Mu-Gun's urging, the masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch elevated the speed of their movement arts to the maximum. Mu-Gun trailed behind, bringing his movement to a halt upon sensing the rapidly approaching energy sources. "I'll hold them here for a while, so go ahead," Mu-Gun shouted at the martial arts masters, who were likely to pause upon witnessing his sudden halt. Turning around, he encouraged the masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch to continue without interruption. Once they had proceeded ahead, Mu-Gun regulated his breathing, preparing to confront the approaching martial arts masters from the Sky Beast Palace. As they closed into a distance of 500 feet, Mu-Gun unleashed the Infinite Thunder Sword, the final technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sword. A burst of golden radiance emanated from his sword, stretching skyward and materializing into a colossal blade towering 100 feet in height. Swiftly, the golden sword took its complete form, and Mu-Gun executed a forceful swing, cleaving the space in two. The colossal golden sword descended toward the ground just as the Sky Beast Palace's masters approached within 100 feet of Mu-Gun, placing them within the range of his attack. The other martial arts practitioners from the Sky Beast Palace, including the 12 Beast Kings, confronted the colossal golden sword hurtling like lightning and hastily evaded to the side. JNN. The colossal golden sword descended, creating a path amid the scattered Sky Beast Palace's masters on both sides, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Upon impact, the ground beneath the golden sword caved in over 50 feet deep, and the surrounding terrain cracked and burst under the overwhelming shock. The shockwave emanating from the landing spread ferociously in both directions, causing widespread devastation. In a swift response, the Sky Beast Palace's masters hurriedly dispersed to the sides, narrowly avoiding the destructive shockwaves unleashed by the colossal golden sword. After devastating a good portion of land, the Infinite Thunder Sword continued its assault, transforming into 10,000 thunderbolt swords that streaked through the air toward the Sky Beast Palace's masters. Caught off guard by the unexpected follow-up attack, the Sky Beast Palace's martial artists scrambled to defend themselves. However, the sheer number of thunderbolt swords overwhelmed their defenses. Faced with the onslaught of 10,000 thunderbolt swords, only a handful managed to withstand the indiscriminate barrage. The thunderbolt swords, like an unrelenting storm, pierced through the Sky Beast Palace's masters' defenses like a sheet of paper, rendering their protective measures ineffective. The relentless assault left the Sky Beast Palace's members sprawled on the ground, thunderbolt swords embedded throughout their bodies. Even the 12 Beast Kings, though able to withstand the barrage, experienced shock and strain from the relentless attacks. Had Mu-Gun persisted with another assault, he might have successfully brought down the 12 Beast Kings. However, having already unleashed the Heavenly Thunder Storm burst in rapid succession before, Mu-Gun's internal energy now teetered on the brink of depletion after employing the Infinite Thunder Sword. Rather than engaging the 12 Beast Kings anew, Mu-Gun opted to pivot and resume his retreat. Despite their eagerness to pursue Mu-Gun, the 12 Beast Kings found themselves hampered by the significant damage incurred from the Thunderbolt swords. Only after a prolonged period did the 12 Beast Kings manage to recover from the jarring impact of the Thunderbolt swords. However, Mu-Gun had already distanced himself considerably during this interval. Sensing the urgency, the 12 Beast Kings were compelled to act swiftly, conscious of the time limit for the effect of the soul-burning invincibility pills. They knew that once this window closed, Mu-Gun would be beyond their reach using their own strength alone. They needed to find and kill him before time ran out. Thus, with a sense of haste, the 12 Beast Kings embarked on the immediate pursuit of Mu-Gun. Tracking him down proved challenging. Mu-Gun, a Supreme Realm Master, moved with such subtlety that even an expert in tracking would struggle to discern his trail. Mu-Gun's elusive movements would indeed have posed a formidable challenge if he were alone. However, he was accompanied by Absolute Realm Masters, and while Mu-Gun left no discernible traces, his companions did. The 12 Beast Kings, recognizing this advantage, diligently pursued the tracks left by the Absolute Realm Masters. Despite the possibility that Mu-Gun might have diverged in various directions, the 12 Beast Kings presumed his loyalty to his companion's safety. Whether or not this assumption held true, if they couldn't get rid of Mu-Gun, they saw an opportunity to eliminate all the Absolute Realm Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. Mu-Gun, distancing himself from the 12 Beast Kings, steered toward the fleeing Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. After leaving his pursuers in the dust, he suddenly changed direction, leading him to a concealed refuge. Swiftly, he began circulating his chi, understanding that intervening with the 12 Beast Kings required internal energy he currently lacked. Mu-Gun hoped the Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch would hasten their escape, and could outpace the 12 Beast Kings in pursuit. Despite the urgency of the situation, performing chi circulation proved challenging. Yet, Mu-Gun, seasoned in such scenarios, adeptly focused on the task. His plan involved replenishing over half of his internal energy within the next 30 minutes through rapid chi circulation. Anticipating that the 12 Beast Kings would require at least 45 minutes to catch up with the fleeing Masters, Mu-Gun calculated that, deducting the time needed for chi circulation, he would have a crucial 15-minute window. Contemplating the situation, Mu-Gun considered activating the Thunder God's Shadow at full strength, aiming to catch up with the Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch before the 12 Beast Kings. Aware of the potential consequences if his prediction faltered, being that all the Absolute Realm Masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch would be killed, he maintained his focus on chi circulation. As 30 minutes elapsed, Mu-Gun, having completed the process, swiftly assessed his internal energy. Though 60% recovery fell short, it provided enough for him to thwart the 12 Beast Kings once or twice. Furthermore, blocking them on those occasions could potentially exhaust the remaining duration of the soul-burning invincibility pill. The top priority now was to overtake the 12 Beast Kings before they could reach the Absolute Realm Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. With a forceful kick, Mu-Gun ascended into the air and triggered the Thunder God's Shadow, pursuing the 12 Beast Kings. Concerned not at the fleeing Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch as Mu-Gun failed to reappear, but adhering to his directive to never cease running, they pressed on with all their might. Amidst the tumult, the fleeing Masters detected formidable energy sources swiftly closing in from behind. Quick to deduce that these were the 12 Beast Kings from the Sky Beast Palace, their rapid approach heightened the urgency. Recognizing the imminent likelihood of being overtaken, the Masters deliberated the option of conserving energy for a confrontation rather than persisting in a futile escape. There's no point in running away. Let's face them head-on right here, declared Zujbo, the patriarch of the great Zuj family, to everyone. Upon Zujbo's directive, the Masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch halted their evasive maneuvers and descended to the ground. A resolute expression adorned their faces, fueled by the unsettling absence of Mu-Gun and the pursuing 12 Beast Kings. With Mu-Gun's absence, they faced the formidable 12 Beast Kings, whose strength approached that of the Supreme Realm due to the soul-burning invincibility pill. Though this confrontation might mark their final stand, none displayed an inclination to yield. Prepare to attack. Treat it as your final effort and unleash your most potent strikes, urged Zujbo. In response to Zujbo's command, the other martial arts masters nodded, gearing up to unleash their most formidable attacks. As tension heightened, the 12 Beast Kings came into view. It's now or never, Zujbo signaled, prompting the masters, now prepared, to launch a synchronized assault towards the advancing 12 Beast Kings. The collective Vajrachi released by the 39 Absolute Realm Masters filled the space ahead, converging on the approaching adversaries. In a composed response, the 12 Beast Kings confronted the attack head-on, releasing their own formidable Vajrachi. The clash resulted in a tumultuous display, with shattered fragments and an earth-shattering roar causing the ground to flatten. Most of the shattered Vajrachi originated from the Masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. Despite their valiant efforts, the 12 Beast Kings' overpowering Vajrachi continued to surge towards the Masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch with undiminished force. The previously impacted martial artists, determined and resilient, clenched their teeth and launched another assault. Their Vajrachi, summoned with utmost vigor, clashed fiercely with that of the 12 Beast Kings. Yet, the repercussions extended beyond the mere shattering of their own Vajrachi. Fragments from the shattered energy cascaded toward the Masters in abundance, propelled by the force of inertia. Reacting swiftly, the Masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch engaged their protective Vajrachi, creating a barrier to intercept the fragments hurtling towards them. Despite their defensive efforts, the overwhelming influx of Vajrachi fragments forcefully propelled the martial artists backward, causing them to tumble and roll across the ground. Even in dispersion, the potency of the 12 Beast Kings' Vajrachi fragments, whose strength was comparable to that of a Supreme Realm Master, wielded enough force to push back these Absolute Realm Masters. While the impact didn't inflict fatal injuries, the 12 Beast Kings seized the opportunity for a follow-up attack, advancing toward the swiftly recovering Masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. Their assault came to an abrupt halt as 1,000 thunderbolt swords cascaded from above like an unexpected shower. The 12 Beast Kings retaliated against the brilliant golden thunderbolt swords cascading from the heavens. Their colossal Vajrachi ascended into the sky, colliding with the 1,000 thunderbolt swords. The space, unable to withstand the clash of such formidable forces, appeared significantly distorted, with fragments of Vajrachi swirling like a storm in all directions amidst a resounding thunderous roar. Martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch swiftly maneuvered to evade the repercussions of the intense clash. Fragments of Vajrachi scattered in all directions, completely upheaving the area within a 50-foot radius. Simultaneously, the golden thunderbolt swords penetrated the vast Vajrachi unleashed by the Beast Kings, descending towards them. Rather than attempting to block, the Beast Kings promptly dispersed in all directions. Over 300 thunderbolt swords struck the ground, leaving utter devastation in their wake and triggering a thunderstorm in the surrounding area. Evasively dodging the thunderbolt swords, the Beast Kings swiftly sought out Baek Mu-Gun. In no time, Mu-Gun positioned himself in front of the martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. The Beast Kings surged toward him in unison. Without hesitation, Mu-Gun activated the 100 Golden Lightning Wheel Wave. Mu-Gun appeared enshrouded in a golden wheel, from which 100 thunderbolt swords shot toward the Beast Kings. Once more, the Beast Kings unleashed an immense wave of Vajrachi to intercept the thunderbolt swords hurtling towards them like lightning. Mu-Gun's onslaught collided with the Beast King's attacks, giving rise to fragments of Vajrachi and shockwaves that inundated both sides. Mu-Gun quickly retreated to evade the ensuing shockwave. Meanwhile, the others activated their protective Vajrachi, enduring the fragments and shockwaves, before launching another counterattack. Mu-Gun, opting not to directly confront their attacks, activated the Thunder God's aerial steps, soaring into the air much like before. However, the Beast Kings weren't fools. They had anticipated Mu-Gun's likely response and promptly adjusted the trajectory of their Vajrachi towards him. In response, Mu-Gun remained composed and persisted in utilizing the Thunder God's aerial steps, executing a sharp turn to the side. The attacks unleashed by the Beast King sailed past him, exploding somewhere above. The ensuing shockwave surged towards Mu-Gun. Once more, Mu-Gun employed the Thunder God's aerial steps to maneuver beyond the shockwave's reach. The Beast Kings gazed in bewilderment as Mu-Gun effortlessly changed direction in midair. Surround and attack him? Violent Tiger King Jian-Huek sensed that surrounding Mu-Gun was the most effective strategy to impede him. Believing that encircling Mu-Gun and launching attacks from all directions would leave him with no escape, the other Beast Kings followed his instructions and formed a circle around Mu-Gun. Observing their strategic move, Mu-Gun smiled with satisfaction. If the Beast Kings were clustered together, they would be challenging to approach. However, with them now dispersed, Mu-Gun saw an opportunity to pick them off one by one. Despite the Beast Kings exhibiting power equivalent to the Supreme Realm courtesy of the soul-burning invincibility pill, they were not genuine Supreme Realm masters. Their ability to contend with Mu-Gun's attacks stemmed from concentrating their power in a specific area. Now, in their bid to eliminate him, they had relinquished that advantageous focus. Seizing the opportunity, Mu-Gun countered with the 100 Golden Lightning Wheel Wave against the Beast King's assaults. A golden wheel of lightning materialized around him, intercepting and diverting the Beast King's attacks away from Mu-Gun. The wheel then morphed into 100 thunderbolt swords, shooting in all directions. The Beast Kings, preparing a follow-up attack, hastily blocked the thunderbolt swords, but the impact still forced them backward. Closing the distance swiftly, Mu-Gun thrust his sword towards one of the Beast Kings. Golden thunder discharged from his sword, coalescing into 5 strands of sword energy that surged toward the targeted Beast King. It was the 5 Lightning Volley 1, the second technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sword Art. Black Leopard King Meng Dal hastily swung his scimitars to intercept the oncoming thunderbolt swords. Sharp waves of Vajrachi emanated from the crescent moon-shaped blades, attempting to block the thunderbolt swords. However, the hastily unleashed Vajrachi proved insufficient to withstand the force of the thunderbolt swords, shattering it and piercing into the torso of the Black Leopard King. Cock, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Meng Dal crumpled, enveloped in golden lightning. Witnessing his demise, the remaining Beast Kings, fueled by anger, charged at Mu-Gun in unison. Their formation was already in disarray. Positioned at the edge of the formation, Mu-Gun seized the flying golden shield and hurled it forward. The shield soared in a straight line, spinning violently and emanating golden thunder god chi in all directions. Halting their charge abruptly, the remaining Beast Kings hastily blocked the thunder god chi emanating from the shield. Seizing the opportunity, Mu-Gun swiftly thrust his sword and fist at the 2 closest Beast Kings. Thunder God Chi materialized from both the sword in his right hand and his bare left hand, unleashing 10 thunderbolt swords each. The 10 thunderbolt swords summoned a tornado of lightning enveloping the 2 Beast Kings. It was the third technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sword Art, the 10 thunderous tornado strikes. The 2 Beast Kings found themselves ensnared and assailed by the 10 thunderous tornado strikes. Their bodies, torn apart, crumpled to the ground. The expressions of the remaining 12 Beast King Snow reduced to 9 stiffened in disbelief. They had believed that, empowered by the soul-burning invincibility pill, they could contend with the Thunder God's successor. Regrettably, having now witnessed Mu-Gun's strength, they recognized it as a miscalculation. No, it was more than Thetite was arrogance. The barrier known as the Thunder God's successor proved insurmountable for them. Despite this realization, they couldn't halt their efforts. The inevitable end loomed once the effect of the soul-burning invincibility pill subsided. Faced with that certainty, they had no alternative but to fight until the bitter end. Everyone, we're fighting to the death? Yelled the violent Tiger King Jian Huac. The other 8 Beast Kings nodded, determination etched across their faces. Subsequently, they charged at Mu-Gun simultaneously with unwavering resolve. However, Mu-Gun harbored no inclination to engage in battle at this moment. It wasn't out of fear for their fervent determination, rather, his internal energy was depleted to the extent that continuing the confrontation was no longer feasible. Mu-Gun ascended into the air to evade the Beast King's assaults. Subsequently, he triggered the Thunder God's shadow, leaping over them and veering in the direction where the martial arts masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch had fled. Go after him? Jian Huac cried out in anger. They immediately pursued him, a sense of urgency gnawing at them as the effect of the soul-burning invincibility pill neared its conclusion. Even if their fate was sealed, they desired to meet their end in combat against Mu-Gun. However, the current pursuit hinted at the possibility of their demise resulting from the pill's effects waning while chasing Mu-Gun's trail. Such a meaningless end was not their preference. They activated their movement arts and tried their best to catch up with Mu-Gun. Unfortunately, the more they struggled, the faster the effect of the pill burned out. In the end, they succumbed not too long after. The Beast King with the weakest martial prowess, Blood Wolf King Go Zhong-il, collapsed to the ground first, succumbing to the agonizing pain coursing through his body. Subsequently, the remaining Beast Kings also perished one after another as the pill's effect dissipated. Their swift demise was a consequence of exerting all their might to contend with Mu-Gun. Even though they were not Supreme Realm Masters, they were aggressively attacking to deal with one, rapidly depleting their innate true chi. The last man standing, the violent Tiger King Jian Huac, looked despondent witnessing the futile deaths of his comrades. I should not have followed the 9 Celestial Demons sect in the first place. Jian Huac wished he could turn back time. Yet, even if they had not aligned with the 9 Celestial Demons sect back then, the outcome likely wouldn't have differed significantly. If the Sky Beast Palace had refrained from following them, they wouldn't have been spared by the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Ultimately, it all boiled down to their insufficient strength. It was a matter of survival of the fittest, an unchanging rule in Murim. Ugh! Jian Huac groaned in response to the pain emanating from his dantian. Swiftly, the pain diffused throughout his body, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, never to awaken again. With Jian Huac's demise, the 12 Beast Kings vanished. While over 2,000 members of the Sky Beast Palace remained, the death of the 12 Beast Kings, along with the 36 beasts under their command, rendered the Sky Beast Palace virtually destroyed. While it was conceivable that the palace could be revived later with the remaining 2,000 members, their immediate threat had dissipated. On the other hand, Mu-Gun discerned that the Beast Kings had ceased their pursuit at some point. Suspecting that something had transpired, he retraced his steps and scrutinized the scene. There, he verified that the 9 Beast Kings had collapsed and perished, resembling dried-up rice paddies in the desert. Mu-Gun was not surprised by their appearance, for he was well acquainted with the aftermath of the soul-burning invincibility pill. What mattered was that the threat of the Sky Beast Palace had ended. However, it was not over yet. The 3 factions of the 9 Celestial Demons sect still remained. While grappling with the Sky Beast Palace, it was likely that the 9 Celestial Demons sect had managed to escape to a considerable distance. In the interim, Mu-Gun needed to rendezvous with the martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch. Mu-Gun retrieved the flares from his pockets and launched them into the sky. If the martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch spotted the flares, they would cease their flight and promptly converge on his location. Approximately 30 minutes later, the martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch reached Mu-Gun's location. They frowned when they saw the Beast Kings shriveled up on the ground. What a group of atrocious people. Thinking about how spiteful the Beast Kings had to be to give up their lives and use the soul-burning invincibility pill, Zujbo clicked his tongue. By the way, it seems like the effect of the soul-burning invincibility pill is heavy since it allows absolute realm masters to display supreme realm prowess, said the Wudang sect's patriarch, Supreme Elder Hyunshin. Indeed. They're able to display supreme realm prowess up until they exhaust their innate true chi. If the 9 Celestial Demons sect have more soul-burning invincibility pills, they will become a great threat in the future. The great Namgang family's patriarch, Namgang Zhou, also expressed his concerns. But something feels out of place. If the 9 Celestial Demons sect have their hands on the soul-burning invincibility pills, why did they run away? If they had waited until the Forbidden Soul Destroyer array was lifted and used the soul-burning invincibility pills, they would have had a good chance of winning. It must be because of young Master Baek, said Ximen Guang, the great Ximen family's patriarch. What do you mean? Asked Zujbo. Young Master Baek assassinated one of the 3 divine demons. The other divine demons are definitely concerned about him, since aside from them, he may assassinate absolute realm masters too. That makes sense. Although it is late, I would like to express my gratitude to you, young Master Baek. If it wasn't for you, it would have been difficult for us to stop the attacks of the 9 Celestial Demons sect and the Sky Beast Palace. Don't mention it, Mu-Gun said nonchalantly. No, if it weren't for you, we would have been the ones dead instead of them. You basically saved all our lives, young Master Baek. So, of course we should be grateful. Thank you. The Guangdong Jin family's patriarch, Jin Muwei, bowed his head to express his gratitude. It is as Patriarch Jin said. Thanks to you, we were all able to keep our lives. Thank you. Following Muwei, Namgang Zhou, Ximen Huang, and Supreme Elder Hyunshin also thanked Mu-Gun. By the way, what should we do now? Ximon Guang asked Zujbo. Is there anything else you are thinking about? Zujbo didn't answer and instead asked Mu-Gun. I think it is better to continue tracking them with our absolute realm masters only, as originally planned. It feels like the distance between us and the enemies is too great. Also, there are still members of the Sky Beast Palace left. As you said, the distance must have grown quite a bit. However, we will be able to catch up quickly if only the absolute realm masters from our side will move. Also, we just have to make a detour so we don't encounter the Sky Beast Palace's members. Encountering the Sky Beast Palace posed no threat, given their formidable group of 39 absolute realm masters. Even with over 2,000 members on the other side, the numerical advantage held no weight. However, engaging in a conflict with these individuals would consume valuable time, allowing the 9 Celestial Demons sect to distance themselves further. To expedite matters, avoiding a confrontation with the Sky Beast Palace was the more prudent choice. Then, they will run into the Southern Sky Branch's forces following us from behind. I am not sure if that will be fine. Ximon Guang revealed his concerns. The Sky Beast Palace's members will most likely lose their fighting spirit and retreat if they confirm that the Beast Kings and the other martial arts masters are all dead. Even if they fight with the Southern Sky Branch's forces, they will be able to overwhelm the enemy in terms of both numbers and skills. That's true, most of the Sky Beast Palace's masters have died, so I don't think there will be much damage even if our forces fight them. Ximon Huang agreed with Mu-Gun's opinion. Then, should we give chase right away? Namgang Zhou asked. I think it would be good to recover our internal energy before doing that, Mu-Gun said. Then, let's move after recovering our internal energy. Mu-Gun and the martial arts masters from the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch found themselves nearing their internal energy limits as they had been constantly on the move. To effectively pursue the forces of the 9 Celestial Demons sect, they needed to replenish their internal energy first. Consequently, Mu-Gun and the 39 Absolute Realm Masters divided into 2 groups, taking turns to circulate their chi. Upon restoring their internal energy, they immediately commenced the task of tracking down the 3 factions of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. This was previously called the 5 Thunder Sword Battery Cannon. Having assaulted the Western Sky Branch's camp and claiming the lives of 2 of the 7 saints, Tang Chino and Peng Mu-Hui, the 3 divine demons rejuvenated their strength by engaging in chi circulation atop a hill, situated 2 hours away from the Western Sky Branch. Despite the loss of our demonic monarchs and higher demons, killing 2 of the 7 saints was a substantial gain, remarked the blood-crazed divine demon Hyeok Raiyan-Pei. True. In this situation, it would have been ideal to eliminate Huangfu Chong of the Huangfu family as well, expressed the underworld divine demon Zhang Jie Riang, regretfully. No need for remorse. We can take out Huangfu Chong at any time if he's alone, the tyrant divine demon Gu Peichin said. But what should we do now? Jie Riang nodded and asked. Why don't we launch another assault on the Western Sky Branch's camp, wiping out Huangfu Chong and the remaining Absolute Realm Masters? Peichin proposed, presenting it as a straightforward course of action. The Western Sky Branch would probably know that we'll attack again, so I wonder if they will remain there? It is very likely that they will flee to avoid running into us. However, even if they attempt to flee, it's inconsequential. Once we decide, catching up to them is well within our capabilities, assured Peichin. Do you both not feel like we're leaving the easy tasks to the Myriad Tribulations clan? Jie Riang voiced his concern. The tyrant cult, blood-crazed clan, and underworld sect, assembled here, depleted their forces of demonic monarchs and higher demons in successive encounters with the Northern Sky Branch and the Western Sky Branch. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 factions grappled with the Southern Sky Branch, anticipating substantial losses. In contrast, the Myriad Tribulations clan remained unscathed. The Myriad Tribulations divine demon having more demonic monarchs and higher demons doesn't make a significant difference. Numbers alone hold little weight against us. Our focus should be on shattering the Central Plains Murim alliance and asserting dominance over Murim. Once accomplished, the competition among us will determine the strongest to claim the title of Celestial Demon of the 9 Heavens, Peichin asserted. Jie Riang and Raiyan-Pei nodded in accord. The prowess of the Myriad Tribulations divine demons, demonic monarchs and higher demons could be overcome by a single divine demon. Even if the Myriad Tribulations divine demon aspired to the role of Celestial Demon through the use of his subordinates, such ambitions would prove futile as long as the other divine demons maintained a steadfast front. Indeed, if the other divine demons collaborated and turned against the Myriad Tribulations divine demon, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Focusing on restraining the Myriad Tribulations divine demon and inadvertently making an error could jeopardize their overarching mission of conquering Murim. It was a moment where assessing the gains and losses of individual factions mattered less than wholeheartedly committing to the conquest of Murim, overlooking any other considerations. Then, let's not quibble over other matters and attack the Western Sky Branch again, Raiyan-Pei said firmly. Jie Riang and Raiyan-Pei affirmed their accord once more. After a brief pause, the trio advanced towards the Western Sky Branch's camp. In 2 hours, they reached the campsite, finding it vacant. As anticipated, the Western Sky Branch's forces had concealed their tracks and retreated, forewarned of the imminent return of the 3 divine demons. From the looks of it, they scattered and moved in different directions. Which direction should we give chase? Peichin said with a troubled expression. The Western Sky Branch's forces intentionally dispersed in diverse directions to thwart the pursuit by the three divine demons. The trio, targeting the core martial arts masters of the Western Sky Branch, including Huangfu Chong, faced the challenge of deducing the escape direction. However, even with their expertise in tracking, deciphering the path wasn't something achievable with the naked eye. Is there no other way? Rai Yanpei asked Jia Riang. I'll try to check through the souls roaming around this area. Jia Riang answered and closed his eyes. Commencing with an enigmatic mantra, Jia Riang initiated the Underworld Soul Connect spell, a sorcery enabling interaction with the souls of the deceased. Connecting telepathically with myriad wandering souls, he delved into their memories to witness the events that unfolded in the area. The souls' memories proved fragmented, requiring mental exertion to sift through countless fragments and extract the desired information. Persisting in his search, Jia Riang delved unwaveringly through the memories of the lingering souls until, at last, he uncovered the sought-after information. Swiftly, he halted the Underworld Soul Connect spell upon achieving his objective. How did it go? Rai Yanpei asked. I found the direction where Huangfu Chong and the Western Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters went. Really? Which way is it? First of all, the Western Sky Branch's Absolute Realm Masters scattered in many different directions. It will be difficult to chase after all of them. There is no need to pay attention to the other bastards. Huangfu Chong is our target, Pei-chen said. Jia Riang nodded and said, Huangfu Chong fled in that direction with the Sichuan-Tang family's people. Jia Riang pointed. Let's move immediately. Responding to Jia Riang's guidance, Pei-chen instinctively flew in the indicated direction, with Jia Riang and Rai Yanpei closely following suit. Once the trio determined Huangfu Chong's trajectory, the subsequent pursuit resembled a straightforward game of tag. Despite the caution exercised by the Sichuan-Tang family's martial arts masters and Huangfu Chong, their movements left distinct traces discernible to the three Supreme Realm Master Divine Demons. Relentlessly, the three Divine Demons trailed the visible tracks they left behind. Huangfu Chong, accompanied by the Sichuan-Tang family's patriarch, Tang Ku, and the four peerless Tang masters, led their family's martial arts masters in a flight toward Hubei province. Huangfu Chong's strategic recommendation prompted the decision to unite forces with the Southern Sky Branch, particularly where Baek Mu-Gun was situated. Recognizing the slim chances of prevailing solely against the Western Sky Branch, the Western Sky Branch concurred with the proposal to merge with the Southern Sky Branch, situated in Hubei province. To mitigate the risk of the divine demons pursuing their tracks, the group decided to split up during their journey towards Hubei province. While acknowledging that one of the groups might be pursued by the three divine demons, those accompanying the other groups would likely evade detection and escape their pursuit. Since there are no signs of pursuit yet, it appears we're not being chased, Tang Ku remarked as their group paused for a break. It is too early to be relieved. We shouldn't let our guard down until we join up with the Southern Sky Branch. That's true. But I wonder if the Southern Sky Branch will be fine. They have to deal with 3 of the 9 celestial demons' sex factions and the Sky Beast Palace. They should be able to stop them since the Thunder God's successor has gone to the Southern Sky Branch. Is the Thunder God's successor that strong? Judging by the prowess demonstrated by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Sword Guiyang Huai, the successor to the former Thunder God, he could likely handle 3 divine demons with ease. Even if the Thunder God's successor triumphs over all the divine demons of the 9 celestial demons sect, it remains a concern. We lack the capability to control him, especially with the demise of all the 7 saints, save for Uncle Huangfu. If the ongoing conflict with the 9 celestial demons sect concludes in this manner, Murim will likely fall under the dominion of the Loyal Heart Alliance, Huangfu Chong remarked with a sigh. Had the 7 saints successfully eliminated Mu-Gun as initially intended after his fierce clash with the divine demons, Murim would likely still be under the dominion of the 7 great families. However, with the demise of all the 7 saints except Huangfu Chong, the prospect of getting rid of Mu-Gun now seemed nearly impossible. Their only hope lay in the possibility of Mu-Gun meeting his end alongside the divine demons. Yet, given the unfolding circumstances, that outcome appeared increasingly unlikely. At times like this, we, the 7 great families, would have to be more united. Even if the 7 great families unite, there's doubt whether we can surpass the might of the Thunder God's successor. We'll find a solution for sure, as long as we don't give up. I hope that really is the case. Anyway, we should focus on the 9 celestial demons sect. Our current priority is to overthrow them. Indeed. Well then, let's keep moving. As Huangfu Chong rose, accompanied by Tang Ku and the Sichuan-Tang family's masters, their intention to continue their journey was interrupted by a sudden change in Huangfu Chong's expression. A visible stiffness overcame him as he sensed 3 formidable energies rapidly closing in. Tirong demonic energy coupled with a supreme realm aura, unmistakably emanating from the approaching divine demons. Everyone, prepare for battle. Huangfu Chong said with a firm face. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. No way, right. Tang Ku looked at Huangfu Chong. Huangfu Chong nodded. Shouldn't we run away? It's already too late. As soon as Huangfu Chong finished speaking, the 3 divine demons appeared in front of them. Here you were, Pei-chen said, delighted to see them. With no inclination for conversation, Huangfu Chong swiftly unleashed the Heavenly King manifestation, channeling the absolute profound principle of the Heavenly King divine fist art. The figure of the Heavenly King materialized above him, and its 108 fists propelled toward the oncoming divine demons. In tandem, Raiyanpei activated the blood-crazed divine demon star, positioning himself in front of Peichen and Jaeriang. The 108 fists of the Heavenly King relentlessly pounded Raiyanpei, enveloped by the blood-crazed divine demon star. Each formidable strike held the power to shatter megalith stones instantly. However, even with the earth-shaking force behind each blow, Huang Fuchong couldn't breach the defenses of the blood-crazed divine demon star. Raiyanpei, subjected to Huang Fuchong's onslaught, staggered back a mere 5 steps. Despite having previously encountered Raiyanpei's blood-crazed divine demon star in battle, Huang Fuchong couldn't help but be astonished at its formidable defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, Tang Ku and the Sichuan Tang family initiated their attacks, aligning with Huang Fuchong's assault. "I will take care of them," Jaeriang said and stood in their way. Jaeriang faced the simultaneous onslaught of attacks from 8 absolute realm masters of the Sichuan Tang family. In response, he invoked the underworld evil spirit palm, releasing a menacing energy of vengeful spirits that coalesced like clouds. This formidable force clashed with the attacks unleashed by the Sichuan Tang family's masters, effortlessly deflecting all their efforts. The mastery exhibited by Jaeriang left them astounded, witnessing his ability to single-handedly repel their combined assaults. Amused by the futility of their efforts, Jaeriang chuckled and extended both palms once again. Scores and hundreds of evil spirits emanated from his hands, hurtling toward the Sichuan Tang family's masters like cannonballs. In a startled response, the martial artists hastily defended themselves. The ensuing explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, forcefully propelling them backward. "Scatter and launch an encircling attack," Tang Ku shouted at his family's martial arts masters. Responding to Tang Ku's commands, the martial artists swiftly dispersed, encircling Jaeriang from left and right. "You lot are doing something pointless," Jaeriang chuckled as he observed them. Surrounded, defending against the opponent's attack would grow more challenging for him. On the contrary, it presented an opportunity to strike back effortlessly. With a swift move, Jaeriang soared toward one of the Sichuan Tang family's masters, encircling him. Vanishing momentarily, he reappeared behind his target. Before the target could react, Jaeriang's right palm connected with their head, instantly crushing it and causing them to fall forward. Once more, Jaeriang vanished from sight. "Everyone, watch your back," Tang Ku shouted. Reacting reflexively, the Sichuan Tang family's masters turned to shield their backs. Seemingly toying with them, Jaeriang materialized behind one and delivered another forceful blow to the head. "I was mistaken." Tang Ku acknowledged the impossibility of halting Jaeriang with their skills, a sentiment shared by the other martial arts masters. Despite this realization, they clung to their fighting spirit, resolved to exert every effort, even if it meant facing death. The Sichuan Tang family's masters attempted various strategies to hinder Jaeriang, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Jaeriang claimed the lives of the Sichuan Tang family's absolute realm masters one after another. In the end, Tang Ku, the sole survivor, met his demise as Jaeriang's palm crushed his head. As Zhang Jaeriang clashed with the Sichuan Tang family's martial arts masters, Gu Peichen sprang into action, launching an assault on Huang Fuchong. His summoned tyrannical black demonic dragon charged fiercely, accompanied by a resounding roar. Choosing defense over offense, Huang Fuchong employed the Heavenly King's 108 fists to intercept the assault of the tyrannical black demonic dragon. The fists struck the dragon simultaneously, but it persisted, charging fiercely against the barrage. A colossal clash erupted. The tyrannical black demonic dragon, enveloped in black lightning, shattered the Heavenly King's fists with its relentless force. The Heavenly King's fists didn't merely succumb to destruction, they relentlessly pounded the tyrannical black demonic dragon's massive form. In a culmination of their fierce exchange, both forces obliterated each other, scattering fragments of Vajrachi in all directions. Peichen and Huang Fuchong retreated, evading the shockwaves and Vajrachi remnants from the intense clash. While Peichen focused solely on Huang Fuchong, the situation differed for Huang Fuchong. Following the clash with Peichen, Raiyanpei swiftly advanced towards him. The black flames and Vajrachi emanating from Raiyanpei's saber enveloped Huang Fuchong. Though the blood-crazed divine demon saber didn't match the transcendental prowess of the blood-crazed divine demon star, it posed a substantial threat to Huang Fuchong. Anticipating Raiyanpei's assault, Huang Fuchong remained composed and set the Heavenly King's fists into motion. 108 fists surged forward simultaneously, creating a formidable barrier of fist energies in front of the blood-crazed divine demon saber. The black flames and Vajrachi, thwarted by this wall of energy, veered off course, scattering in all directions. In a decisive moment, Peichen summoned another tyrannical black demonic dragon, hurtling it in from the opposite side. Swiftly reacting, Huang Fuchong erected a second barrier of fist energies on the opposing side. The tyrannical black demonic dragon collided head-on with this new defensive formation. The impact reverberated, causing a significant disturbance in the wall of fist energies, yet it stood resilient like an impregnable fortress. Momentarily pushed back, the tyrannical black demonic dragon roared back into action, charging once more at the unyielding wall with its jaws wide open. A resounding roar echoed, and a crack materialized in the once solid wall of fist energies. The tyrannical black demonic dragon forcefully burrowed into the breach, dismantling the defensive barrier. Having breached the defenses, the dragon surged forward, intent on consuming Huang Fuchong. Simultaneously, on the opposite front, Black Flame Vajrachi lunged toward Huang Fuchong. Seizing the moment, Rai Yanpei launched another assault. Yet, that wasn't the sole threat. Unbeknownst to Huang Fuchong, Jia Riang swiftly dispatched all the Sichuan Tang family's martial arts masters and closed in from behind. With impeccable timing, he unleashed the underworld evil spirit palm. Formidable attacks surged from 3 directions simultaneously, posing a nearly insurmountable challenge to block the onslaught of the 3 divine demons' attacks. Determined not to succumb without a fight, Huang Fuchong clenched his teeth and extended the Heavenly King's 108 fists in 3 directions. These fists coalesced into a protective barrier, creating a wall of energy around Huang Fuchong. The attacks from the divine demons struck this defensive formation simultaneously, causing the once robust wall of fist energies to appear less formidable. Eventually, under the combined force of the divine demon's onslaught, the wall shattered as its power dispersed throughout its structure. The combined assault of the divine demons overwhelmed Huang Fuchong. Swallowed by their relentless attack, he crumpled to the ground, his body tragically torn apart. Huang Fuchong met his demise, unable to preserve his body against the coordinated onslaught of the divine demons. This marked the final moment not only for Huang Fuchong but also for the 7 saints. Now, with the demise of all the 7 saints, our task remains solely to confront the Thunder God's successor, Pachin declared. The conquest of Murim seemed assured in his mind once they vanquished the Thunder God's successor. Defeating the Thunder God's successor is more difficult than fighting all the 7 saints combined. Rai Yanpei took a skeptical stance. Certainly, if the Thunder God's successor uses the Thunder God's descent, the odds will be slim even if all of us charge at him. However, if we endure until the time limit for the Thunder God's descent ends, victory against the Thunder God's successor becomes easy. Holding out until the end of the Thunder God's descent is no easy task. Even employing the human wave strategy won't guarantee success if the Thunder God's successor is set on targeting the divine demons, which is us. Avoiding his attacks would prove challenging, Rai Yanpei countered Pachin's perspective. 1. That might not be out of reach. If our martial arts masters, including the demonic monarchs and the higher demons, consume the invincible clan's soul-burning invincibility pill, they might not necessarily defeat him, but they could restrain the Thunder God's successor even during the Thunder God's descent, Jia Riang suggested. What you mean is that you want to defeat the Thunder God's successor at the sacrifice of the demonic monarchs and the higher demons. Our 3 factions don't have any more demonic monarchs and higher demons anyway. We have nothing to lose. But I don't know if the other factions will accept that. They will most likely accept it rather than letting us, the divine demons, fight directly with our lives on the line. Pachin and Rai Yanpei nodded at Jia Riang's comment. Then, what should we do now? Rai Yanpei asked Jia Riang. First of all, I think it'll be better to gather all the forces of the factions together. However, it is questionable whether the Thunder God's successor, who is currently at the Northern Sky Branch, will come or not. This is just a guess, but he will probably make a move in order to help the Southern Sky Branch. If so, won't the factions attacking the Southern Sky Branch be in danger? At this point in time, we have no choice but to hope that they don't suffer any losses. We also have to get in touch as soon as possible and gather our forces together. If we want to gather our forces, where do you suggest? Pachin asked. Well, we can gather at Sichuan Province or Shaanxi Province, otherwise, the Myriad Tribulations clan, and we can also move to Hubei Province to join up with the 3 factions there. I think it would be better for the Myriad Tribulations clan and us to move to Hubei Province. I have the same opinion. Agreed. Let's proceed with this plan and communicate our strategy to the Myriad Tribulations clan and the 3 factions in Hubei Province. Additionally, we should head to Shaanxi Province and regroup with our remaining forces. In response to Jia Riang's suggestion, Pachin and Rai Yanpei nodded in unison. Subsequently, the 3 divine demons swiftly mobilized, converging with their respective factions journeying from Shaanxi Province to Sichuan Province. The myriad poison divine demon Gal Chindak and the invincible divine demon Sojiksang, signaled by a beacon fire, verified that the Sky Beast Palace's 12 Beast Kings were unsuccessful in overcoming Baek Mu-Gun. They also ascertained that Mu-Gun, along with the Absolute Realm Masters from the Southern Sky Branch, had resumed tracking them once more. What should we do now? Jiksang asked Chindak. I think it would be better to split our forces and spread out in different directions. Chindak replied. Do you intend to cause confusion in their pursuit? Exactly. Despite being the Thunder God's successor, he won't easily pinpoint us among hundreds of traces, Chindak remarked. That's not a bad idea. But shouldn't we decide where to gather first before making a move? Why don't we meet up at Suning, Sichuan Province? It seems like the Myriad Tribulations clan and the 3 factions moving in Shaanxi Province will also gather in Sichuan Province. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Chindak and Jiksang swiftly called together the mid-level executives, encompassing the demonic monarchs and higher demons, for a meeting. There, they disclosed their decision, organizing teams of approximately 100 individuals. These groups were tasked with traversing distinct routes and assembling at Suning. The demonic monarchs and higher demons then distributed the personnel of the 3 factions in alignment with the desires of the divine demons, outlining a succinct route for each. The demonic practitioners from the 3 factions promptly proceeded to Sichuan Province based on their assigned groups and routes. Simultaneously, the two divine demons made their way to Suning, accompanied by their respective subordinates. 2 hours later, commencing with Mu-Gun, the martial arts masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch reached the location where their adversaries had been. Upon scrutinizing the surroundings, Mu-Gun affirmed that the 9 celestial demons sect had dispersed their forces and escaped in various directions. Given the situation, it'll be difficult for us to track the divine demons and the martial arts masters. The Wudang sect patriarch, Supreme Elder Hyunshin, said with a perplexed expression. Nov. L. B/JNN. Is there no other way? Zujbo asked Mu-Gun. Considering Mu-Gun's insight, there was a glimmer of hope that he might have a clue. Nevertheless, amidst the multitude of traces, pinpointing the divine demon's trail proved challenging for Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun shook his head. It would be difficult to figure out where the two divine demons and the demonic monarchs went. If so, we have no choice but to give up on pursuing them. However, I have a general idea where the 9 celestial demons sect's demonic practitioners went, Mu-Gun said. That means you want to infer where they are headed and move in that direction. That is correct. In your opinion, where do you think they are headed? I think they are heading in the direction of Sichuan province. This is just a guess, but I think they plan to join up with the other factions in Sichuan province. Mu-Gun inferred. I have the same thought. Then, shouldn't we gather our forces too? The great Ximen family patriarch, Ximen Guang, said. Before that, we need to check the situation going on in the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch. At the Guangdong Jin family patriarch, Jin Muwei's remarks, Zujbo nodded. I suggest we consolidate our forces after assessing the conditions at the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch first. I think that is the best course of action. Mu-Gun agreed. Then, for now, let's join up with the Southern Sky Branch's forces, who are following behind us. Abandoning the pursuit of the 9 celestial demons sect, the masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance and the Southern Sky Branch retraced their steps to reunite with the remaining Southern Sky Branch forces. Upon regrouping, they assessed the situations at the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch. Several days later, Mu-Gun received an update from the Heavenly Secret Hall regarding the conditions at the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch. Hearing the news, Mu-Gun couldn't conceal his astonishment. The revelation was none other than the demise of 3 out of the 7 saints. Mu-Gun received a detailed account of the 3 saints' deaths from an informant of the Heavenly Secret Hall. Furthermore, Mu-Gun verified that 7 factions of the 9 celestial demons sect were assembling in Sichuan province. Leaving instructions for the Heavenly Secret Hall's informant, he directed the forces from the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch to convene in Hubei province. Once the informant departed, Mu-Gun convened with the leaders of the Southern Sky Branch, relaying the news of the demise of 3 of the 7 saints and providing an overview of the prevailing situation. I don't know if we'll be able to stop the 9 celestial demons sect's divine demons now that all the 7 saints have passed away, the Supreme Elder Hyunshin said with a mournful look. Now that all the 7 saints, who could deal with the divine demons, have died, the only one we can place our faith in is young Master Baek. I know that young Master Baek is amazing as he is the Thunder God's successor, but I am worried if he would be able to deal with all the 9 celestial demons sect's divine demons on his own. Ximen Zong expressed concern at Zujbo's words. It would be great if the previous generation's martial arts masters from the Shaolin Temple and the Wudang sect would come forward at a time like this. Mu-Wei expressed his frustration. They are people who have already turned their backs on the secular world. It would be greedy of us to expect anything from them. Mu-Gun said. I am only saying this because of the current situation, Mu-Wei responded. Don't worry too much. I'll be able to stop them if I do my very best. You sound confident about dealing with the divine demons alone. You will know if you wait and see. Mu-Gun deemed it unnecessary to broach the topic of the Thunder God's descent, considering that as patriarchs of the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families, they likely were already informed. Confirming his assumption, Mu-Gun found that the executives of the Southern Sky Branch were indeed well acquainted with the details of the Thunder God's descent. In addition, they were cognizant of the historical precedent where the previous Thunder God's successor single-handedly vanquished the 9 great demon kings of the 9 celestial demons sect with the Thunder God's descent. They held firm belief that, as the current Thunder God's successor, Mu-Gun, if he triggered the Thunder God's descent, could overcome the divine demons solo. It wasn't merely faith, they desperately wished for him to succeed. Anyway, I sent a message to the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch, asking them to gather in Hubei province. So, it'll be better for us to wait here until they join up with us. Mu-Gun revealed. Let's do as you say. The Wudang sect's Supreme Elder Hyunshin and the 3 great families' patriarchs nodded to Mu-Gun's opinion. 1. The human wave strategy is an offensive infantry tactic in which an attacker conducts an unprotected frontal assault with densely concentrated infantry formations against the enemy line, intended to overrun and overwhelm the defenders by engaging in melee combat. The Southern Sky Branch forces remained stationed in Xingshan, Hubei province, awaiting the arrival of the Western Sky Branch and the Northern Sky Branch. During this period of anticipation, Baek Mu-Gun immersed himself in dedicated martial arts training. Being already within the ranks of the Supreme Realm, conventional training held little significance for Mu-Gun. His Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique, previously lagging, had recently ascended to its zenith, rendering physical training unnecessary. His focus shifted to mental training, with Mu-Gun harboring no desire to ascend to the mythic realm, a level above the supreme realm. True to its name, the mythic realm signified a level where the practitioner could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Achieving this required transcending human limitations and attaining a godlike spiritual enlightenment. Although Mu-Gun caught a fleeting glimpse of divine enlightenment through the Thunder God's descent, its vastness and boundlessness indicated that the mythic realm lay at a considerable distance. Mu-Gun sensed that no matter how earnestly he endeavored, stepping closer to that level of enlightenment seemed elusive. In his perspective, ordinary training or study would not pave the way to the mythic realm. Mu-Gun believed that without the guidance of a divine being, achieving proximity to the mythic realm was an insurmountable challenge. It was, however, his personal contemplation rather than an absolute truth. Regardless, Mu-Gun's training did not revolve around the aspiration to attain the mythic realm. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of the supreme realm, let alone contemplate the mythic realm. Mu-Gun focused on cultivating to attain the summit of the supreme realm, an achievement that had eluded him across his past 8 reincarnations. However, at the present moment, what Mu-Gun required most was not internal energy. To the uninformed, the assumption might be that achieving mortal celestial harmony and possessing limitless eternal energy were prerequisites for reaching the supreme realm. However, this was a misconception. The supreme realm shared similarities with the martial realms beneath it. Once a martial artist's internal energy was depleted, their journey would conclude. Nevertheless, attaining the supreme realm signified an ability to store more internal energy in the Danshan and recover it at an accelerated pace. Nevertheless, the size of the vessel was irrelevant if there was nothing to fill it. Presently, Mu-Gun held slightly over 9 gapjas worth of internal energy, equivalent to 540 years worth of cultivation. This substantial reservoir ensured he wouldn't encounter significant issues stemming from an internal energy deficit. However, Mu-Gun's employment of the heavenly descent Thunder God's sword came at a substantial cost of internal energy. Confronting adversaries of comparable stature, supreme realm masters among the divine demons resulted in frequent depletion of his internal energy. Setting aside other considerations, internal energy held paramount significance in unleashing the Thunder God's descent. The greater his internal energy reserves, the longer he could sustain the Thunder God's descent. Given his internal energy reserves, Mu-Gun could sustain the descent state for 7.5 minutes. While this duration sufficed to eliminate all 6 divine demons, potential issues could arise if unforeseen factors intervened. If the Thunder God's descent was deactivated before the completion of the task, he would be vulnerable to fatal consequences. Hence, there was an urgent need for an augmented internal energy supply. However, obtaining additional internal energy wasn't a matter of mere desire. At present, the sole means to acquire internal energy was through the consumption of elixirs or spiritual pills. Mu-Gun possessed the Baha'i Ice essence obtained from the Baha'i Ice Palace. Initially intended for Namgang Hyuna, the exigencies of the situation compelled Mu-Gun to ingest it himself. Supplied with 5 Baha'i Ice essence, each facilitating an increase of 2 gapjas worth of internal energy, Mu-Gun contemplated this vital resource. The efficacy of the Baha'i Ice essence was contingent upon practitioners of ice-based martial arts. If Mu-Gun were to consume it, there was no assurance he could acquire even 1 gapja's worth of internal energy. Obtaining a single gapja's worth would be considered fortunate, but Mu-Gun hesitated to expend the Baha'i Ice essence without guaranteeing significant gains. It would be perfect if there was a spiritual pill containing fire chi lying around, Mu-Gun said wistfully. Harmonizing the yin and yang energies by consuming a spiritual pill containing fire chi alongside the Baha'i Ice essence could enable Mu-Gun to fully absorb the energy of both pills. However, acquiring a fire chi-based spiritual pill wasn't a straightforward task and presented a challenge. By any chance? Mu-Gun summoned the Southern Sky Branch's executives, contemplating the possibility that the patriarchs of the Wudang sect and the 3 great families might possess a suitable spiritual pill. While the likelihood of obtaining it without conditions was uncertain, Mu-Gun aimed to verify this possibility. In light of this, he asked the Southern Sky Branch's executives to assemble. "Why did you gather all of us?" inquired Supreme Elder Hyunshin. "With all due respect, I sought out the 5 of you because I have a favor to request." "What kind of help do you need?" Namgang Jo asked. "Do any of you perhaps have a fire-based spiritual pill?" "A fire-based spiritual pill? I don't think it will be easy for me to deal with the 6 divine demons with my current level of internal energy." "That means you want to increase your internal energy with the help of spiritual pills." "That is correct. I understand what you mean, but just because you want it, it doesn't mean we can procure a spiritual pill right away," Zujbo said in reluctance. "I know, but still, I am asking just in case you have it," Mu-Gun said with a bitter smile. "Will the Millennium Fire Carp's Beast Core be good enough?" At that moment, the Supreme Elder Hyunshin asked. "Do you have the Millennium Fire Carp's Beast Core?" Mu-Gun asked with glittering eyes. "A few years ago, we obtained the Millennium Fire Carp's Beast Core. However, there was no way to control the extreme yang qi, so we could only hold on to it. Now that I think about it, it seems like the Beast Core landed in my hands for me to use on this occasion." The Supreme Elder Hyunshin took out a small box from his pockets and handed it to Mu-Gun. There was not a single sign of reluctance on his face. "I can't accept this freely. Please inform me of any conditions you have in mind, Patriarch Hyunshin. If it's within my capabilities, I'll gladly fulfill it," Mu-Gun stated firmly. "There is only one condition I have." Raise your internal energy with this and kill the 9 celestial demons, sex divine demons. That will be enough for me, Hyunshin said with a smile. Are you sure you will be fine with that? If you are really hung up on it, then look after us if something happens to the Wudang sect in the future. I will be more than happy to do so. Thank you so much for willingly handing me this beast core. Mu-Gun expressed sincere gratitude to Hyunshin and accepted the beast core of the Millennium Fire Carp. The patriarchs of the 4 great families observed the unfolding scene in silence. After receiving the beast core, Mu-Gun returned to his tent. He summoned the Kinkan Hands, the Daybreak Sword Master, and the 4 peerless wanderers, requesting their protection as he absorbed the energy from the Millennium Fire Carp's beast core and the Baha'i Ice essences. The 6 venerable elders readily accepted Mu-Gun's request without hesitation. Mu-Gun then consumed the Millennium Fire Carp's beast core and the 5 Baha'i Ice essences one by one, guarded by the 6 venerable elders. Shortly after, a fusion of hot and icy energy began swirling within him. The Millennium Fire Carp's beast core held nearly 3 gapjas worth of energy, while the Baha'i Ice essences contained 2 gapjas worth. In total, a formidable 5 gapjas worth of energy coursed and asserted its presence within him. Controlling such a substantial amount of energy, especially with distinct properties like yin and yang, posed a formidable challenge even for seasoned martial arts masters. In the event of a mishap where the 2 energies clashed and spiraled out of control, risking chi deviation, Mu-Gun remained unperturbed. Familiar with such scenarios, he possessed the most superior internal energy cultivation method, the Heavenly Thunder Constellation Divine Art. Initiating this art, Mu-Gun worked to synchronize the energies of the Millennium Fire Carp's beast core and the Baha'i Ice essences. Yet, this was merely the outset. The true trial lay in seamlessly merging these harmonized energies with his innate internal Energith Thunder God Chi. Mu-Gun followed the Heavenly Thunder Constellation Divine Arts scripture, circulating his chi to amalgamate the harmonized energy from the Millennium Fire Carp's beast core and the Baha'i Ice essences with his internal Thunder God Chi. Initially resistant, the yin and yang energies started transforming through the repetitive cycle of chi circulation. Eventually, they merged seamlessly, becoming one with the Thunder God Chi. The Thunder God Chi within Mu-Gun, now heightened to 14 gapjas after absorbing the recent 5 gapjas, fully occupied his lower and middle danshan. As expected, it is still too much to unlock the upper danshan. Mu-Gun hoped to unlock his upper danshan, a pivotal step towards accessing the mythic realm. This upper danshan served as the initial gateway to that realm. Success in unlocking it would grant Mu-Gun the ability to harness and manipulate heaven-earth energy at will. Not only could he effortlessly gather the energy, but he would also gain the power to command heaven-earth energy with a mere thought. This transcendence would elevate him beyond human limitations, allowing him to ascend into the realms of the divine. Throughout the 1,000 years of Murim history, individuals reaching that level could be tallied on one hand. Even Mu-Gun, with 8 reincarnations under his belt, had yet to attain such a pinnacle. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun found himself compelled to defer unlocking his upper danshan until a more opportune moment. Regardless, the outcome was highly gratifying, witnessing his internal energy surge from 9 gapjas to 14 gapjas. ****. 10 days elapsed since Mu-Gun acquired an additional 5 gapjas of internal energy. In Xingshan, Hubei Province, the Western Sky Branch and Northern Sky Branch amassed, converging with the forces of the Southern Sky Branch, surpassing 10,000 individuals collectively. Simultaneously, reports surfaced of the 7 factions of the 9 celestial demons sect gathering in Suning, Sichuan Province, their forces also exceeding 10,000 in number. In terms of sheer numbers, neither the Central Plains Murim Alliance nor the 9 celestial demons sect enjoyed a clear advantage. While numerical superiority could potentially be achieved with the addition of the Eastern Sky Branch as reinforcements, this advantage would hold little significance unless those reinforcements included absolute realm masters. The outcome of the impending clash between the Central Plains Murim Alliance and the 9 celestial demons sect hinged heavily on battles involving martial arts masters in the absolute realm or beyond. More specifically, the decisive showdown lay in the clash between Mu-Gun and the divine demons. Mu-Gun's success in eliminating the divine demons could tilt the scales in favor of the Central Plains Murim Alliance, presenting an opportunity for victory. Conversely, if Mu-Gun succumbed to the divine demons, the likelihood of the 9 celestial demons sect emerging triumphant would be significant. Upon the amalgamation of the Western Sky Branch and Northern Sky Branch forces, the Central Plains Murim Alliance swiftly set forth towards Suning, Sichuan Province, where the assembled 7 factions of the 9 celestial demons sect awaited. Unsurprisingly, their movements were promptly relayed to the 9 celestial demons sect's encampment. Upon receiving the report, the 6 divine demons convened a meeting to devise countermeasures. The fact that the Central Plains Murim Alliance is advancing first means that they are confident in winning. The myriad poison divine demon Gal Chandok said. I think they are moving firmly because they have faith in the Thunder God's successor. The invincible divine demon Sojik Sang said with a frown. On the other hand, if we can defeat the Thunder God's successor, we will be able to put an end to the Central Plains Murim Alliance. Furthermore, that will allow us to successfully conquer the Central Plains. The tyrant divine demon Gu Peichin opined. Be that as it may, it is not as easy as it sounds to defeat the Thunder God's successor, Jiksang replied. If we use the Invincible Clan's soul-burning invincibility pill, we may be able to easily defeat the Thunder God's successor, contrary to our expectations, Peichin said. Even if we use the soul-burning invincibility pill, the people consuming it should at least be at the absolute realm to pose a threat to the Thunder God's successor, Jixang explained. It may be possible if we use the demonic monarchs. Do you intend to sacrifice the demonic monarchs? Jixang asked in a displeased tone. I also think that their sacrifice would be a pity, but for the great cause of the 9 celestial demons sect, we have to be prepared to sacrifice much more than that. Aren't you only saying that because the tyrant cult no longer have any demonic monarchs to be sacrificed? The Myriad Tribulations divine demon Han Wenpei replied to Pachin with dissatisfaction. I am not that petty. I am saying this with the name of the tyrant cult on the line. Even if our sect's demonic monarchs were still alive, I would have made the same suggestion. Rather, I would like to ask the Myriad Tribulations divine demon. While the other factions ran around the clock and sacrificed themselves for the sake of conquering the Central Plains, what did the Myriad Tribulations clan do? Don't you think the Myriad Tribulations clan should also do something for the sake of conquering the Central Plains? Pachin said firmly. Are you condemning our clan now? Wenpei said with a crumpled expression. I'm not blaming. I am only stating the truth. There is no free lunch in this world. If you really want to conquer the Central Plains, you will have to pay the appropriate price. Calm down, both of you. The key here is to recognize that it won't be a simple task for us divine demons alone to overcome the Thunder God's successor. Frankly, if the Thunder God's successor triggers the Thunder God's descent, there's a significant risk that all 6 of us might meet the same fate as the previous generation's divine demons. Myriad Tribulations divine demon, is that the outcome you desire? Zhang Jie Riang soothed the 2 divine demons. No, right now, we have to increase the possibility of defeating the Thunder God's successor no matter what. The most certain way is to let the demonic monarchs consume the soul-burning invincibility pill and fight head-to-head with the Thunder God's successor. Certainly, if the demonic monarchs took the soul-burning invincibility pill, they would be able to tire the Thunder God's successor out even if they cannot kill him. If we aim for that moment and make a move, the chances of killing the Thunder God's successor will surely increase. Jixang nodded in agreement to Jie Riang's comment and added, I am in favor of the tyrant divine demon's opinion. Gal Chendok decided to sacrifice the demonic monarchs. I'm also willing to sacrifice our demonic monarchs too. Jixang also decided to let the demonic monarchs take the soul-burning invincibility pill. What will you do? Myriad Tribulations divine demon, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If that is what everyone wants, I will follow it, Wenpei said as he had no choice. Yet, he refrained from coercing himself into agreement. He harbored the belief that their best chances lay in allowing the demonic monarchs to consume the soul-burning invincibility pill. Had that not been the scenario, he wouldn't have concurred, even if all the other divine demons had voted in favor. But I am worried if the demonic monarchs will actually consume the soul-burning invincibility pill without any complaints. The blood-crazed divine demon Hyeok Ryenpei said worriedly. The demonic monarchs were individuals prepared to sacrifice their lives for the 9 celestial demons sect. Nevertheless, they might hesitate when directly instructed to consume the soul-burning invincibility pill. Don't worry. The demonic monarchs would be more than willing to do so, Chendok assured. Indeed, initial hesitation is to be expected. However, ultimately, they would opt to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the 9 celestial demons sect, Jixang concurred. All right. I trust that the divine demons overseeing the demonic monarchs will manage the situation well. But are there enough soul-burning invincibility pills to go around? I heard that the Sky Beast Palace's martial arts masters consumed the soul-burning invincibility pill last time. Jie Riang asked Jixang. We still have about 150 pills left. Then that means we'll have more than enough for the demonic monarchs and the higher demons. Jie Riang said in relief. In this manner, the divine demons reached a consensus to allow the demonic monarchs to ingest the soul-burning invincibility pill. Subsequently, they delved into detailed discussions on how to deploy them effectively against the Thunder God's successor. 1 Gapja translates to 60 years worth of cultivation. 10 days after departing from Xingshan, Hubei province, the Central Plains Murim Alliance's 10,000 martial artists reached and stopped at Guanggan in Sichuan province, which was 3 days away from the 9 celestial demons sect's campsite in Suning. The Central Plains Murim Alliance intently observed their enemies' movements. However, the 9 celestial demons sect never moved from Suning L. They did not even seem to be preparing to launch a surprise attack or an ambush. Great Huangfu family patriarch Huangfu Tian could not help but be surprised. It seems I was worried for no reason. They probably believe they can win against us even if they do not resort to surprise attacks or ambushes, Patriarch Namgingzhou commented. They are likely already aware that you are with us, young Master Baek. Considering they are still behaving this way, does this not mean that they have found a way to defeat you? Patriarch Young Hogun anxiously asked. They are probably hoping to rely on their soul-burning invincibility pills, Baek Mu-Gun answered. If so, then they would have to sacrifice their absolute realm masters to even pose a threat to you. Are they really not above using their demonic monarchs? The 9 celestial demons sect is full of fanatics. They will not hesitate to sacrifice the demonic monarchs to achieve their goals, and the demonic monarchs are more than willing to lay down their lives for their cause as well. Throughout his 8 reincarnations, Mu-Gun had faced the 9 celestial demons sect thrice. No one knew their demonic practitioners' mentality and patterns better than he did. If so, then the key factor here is the number of remaining demonic monarchs in the 9 celestial demons sect, Zujbo commented. Although this has not been confirmed yet, they probably still have around 30 demonic monarchs and 100 higher demons, Mu-Gun replied. Although he was just making a rough estimate, it likely was not far off. The higher demons will also be a huge problem, then. Zujbo frowned. The higher demons were in the upper peak realm. If they consumed soul-burning invincibility pills, the 9 celestial demons sect would gain at least 100 absolute realm masters. How about we just run away and wait until the effects of the soul-burning invincibility pills expire again? Namgingjo suggested, recalling their battle against the Sky Beast Palace. That will probably be hard to accomplish. Mu-Gun shook his head. Since they have already fallen for it once, they have definitely come up with a countermeasure for it. The divine demons will not just stand by and watch us run away either. Why don't you try to lower their numbers through assassination like before, young Master Baek? Following Namgingjo, Zimenzong expressed his opinion. That will also likely be difficult. Since they have fallen for my assassinations a few times already, they are probably well prepared for it now. There is a good chance that I will fall for their trap. Hi, how frustrating. Zimenzong sighed. If only the 7 saints were still alive, Patriarch Pangmuncheol said, expressing his regrets. If the 7 saints were still alive and well, they would not have had to worry about this. However, they had already passed on, making their hope nothing but a pipe dream. Do you have any good ideas, Patriarch Zuj? Jin Dumaiyong asked Zujbo. Not yet, Zujbo said with a bitter smile. I doubt we will achieve any progress even if we continue this meeting. Let's adjourn for now and gather once we have racked our brains to come up with a plausible plan, Supreme Elder Hyunchen said. The Central Plains Murim Alliance's executives nodded and got up from their seats. After leaving the meeting, Mu-Gun returned to his tent and recalled the details they discussed. Considering the power the 12 Beast Kings displayed when they drank soul-burning invincibility pills, he would likely have difficulties defeating all of the 9 celestial demons sect's demonic monarchs if they were under the pills' effects. He could certainly kill them all using the Thunder God's descent, but they were not his only enemies. After all, the divine demons were also around. Although he had more internal energy now, it still would not be easy to kill all the demonic monarchs and divine demons within the technique's duration. If he exhausted all his power before he could defeat them all, he would definitely be killed. Should I take a gamble? Mu-Gun frowned as he thought about meeting the Thunder God. He would always feel as if he was becoming one with the deity whenever he unleashed it, but he had never attempted to communicate with them. No, he could not afford to. Mu-Gun thought he could find a solution to the insufficient duration of the Thunder God's descent if he could communicate with the Thunder God, but he never tried to since he had to pay with his soul to use it. Mu-Gun had no idea what paying with his soul entailed, but it was at least clear that nothing good could come from frequently using the Thunder God's descent. He could not wager his soul for something he was not sure of. However, since Mu-Gun still could not guarantee victory against their enemy, he thought he might as well try whatever he could. Stealing his resolve, he recited the incantation of the Thunder God's descent. O God of thunder shining brightly in gold, adhering to the ancient covenant, I long for your power. Manifest your existence and show your domineering power to these foolish ingrates. The air around Mu-Gun began to tremble wildly. His eyes were dyed radiant gold, and storm-like golden lightning swirled around him. He took a deep breath as he felt immense strength coursing through his body, then focused on his consciousness to call the Thunder God. When the Thunder God ignored him, Mu-Gun persisted. What a strong will thou hast to be able to speak to me one. After some time, the Thunder God finally responded. Are you the Thunder God? That is correct. Why hast thou called for me? This may be impudent of me, but I would like to gain your true power. A mere human dare desire to gain the power of a god? The Thunder God sounded baffled. I want to protect the world. The power thou hast now is enough to protect the world. I am pleading with you now because it is not. What shall thou offer in exchange for my true power? O Thunder God, did you not hand down your martial arts and lend your power to a mere human for the sake of protecting the world? And if so, should you not be the one paying me? I am working hard on your behalf. In return for thy hard work, thou gained mine martial arts and borrowed mine strength. That is not enough. I need your true power. Doth thou think thou can handle mine true strength with a human's trifling body? Just borrowing mine power for a mere instance would reduce thou to a vulnerable state. Then why not make me capable of handling it? Human greed truly doth know no bounds. I am not saying this out of personal greed. I want to protect the world as your successor. You should be well aware of that. After all, you have been watching me all this time. Nov. L. B //JNN. Mu-Gun gave it his all to save the world in every reincarnation. The Thunder God, who lent him power, should be well aware of his sacrifices and determination. I acknowledge that, but not just anyone can gain mine true power. What do I have to do? Thou hast to become mine incarnation. How? Inherit part of mine divinity. If I do, will I have access to your true power? As thy world describes it, thou wilt reach the mythic realm, gain a nigh infinite amount of Thunder God chi, and free control over it. Does becoming your incarnation come with any burden? Mu-Gun asked. Inheriting a part of a god's divinity would definitely come with a price. Many worlds exist in the universe that thou do not know of. As a god of the heavenly realm, I am in charge of protecting those worlds from the demon gods of the hell realm. However, I alone cannot protect them all. Hence, in exchange for mine power, thou shalt become mine incarnation, inheriting a part of mine divinity to protect the many worlds I am not able to. What will happen to the original me if I become your incarnation? not wilt change. Thou wilt simply cross over to the other worlds when needed and stop the demon gods. How do I do that? Thou wilt gain that knowledge along with mind divinity, which wilt make thou realize the providence of the universe. Is the 9 celestial demons sect also connected to the demon gods? Yeah. However, they are in the same situation as thou. They were granted martial arts and a bobbling portion of authority by the demon gods, whose incarnations should be the one thou fear. Can the demon gods' incarnations threaten this world? Not only is it possible, but it hath already befell. The demon gods' incarnations have already threatened this world before? Mu-Gun asked in surprise. Yeah, I and 2 other gods sent our incarnations to repel them. Is the 3 greatest mysterious sects perhaps the incarnations you mentioned? Mu-Gun asked, the thought suddenly crossing his mind. That is correct. Your incarnation must have been the one who taught the heavenly descent thunder god sects martial arts, then. Yeah. The fire and light gods' incarnations, who were sent with mine incarnation, also left behind their martial arts. However, as the years passed, their legacy was lost. The thunder god kindly detailed the parts that Mu-Gun could be curious about. What should I do to become your incarnation? Thou just hast to receive what I grant thou. If thy vessel is far too weak to contain it, thy soul wilt be shattered to pieces. Having his soul shattered meant that he would forever cease to exist. Fear suddenly swept through Mu-Gun. Do you think I am good enough? Thou had lived through 8 reincarnations. Thy vessel has to be bigger than other humans. However, none can guarantee thy success. Why? Are thou afraid that thou can't handle it? To be honest, I am. Thou can still refuse. I do not hast any intent of having an unwilling person become mine incarnation. If I refuse, won't my soul end up yours anyway? Yes. Once the effect of the 9 Lives Reincarnation Spell carved in thy soul ends, thy soul wilt be mine. Then I don't actually have a choice. I will be please allow me to become your incarnation. I am going to ask thou one last time. Would thou not regret thy decision? I will not. Good. Then, I shall hast thou become mine incarnation. Thank you. What should I do now? From this moment forward, I wilt convey mine divinity to thee. Allow me to say to thou once again, it is up to thou to make mine divinity thine. I wish thou success. Prepare thyself. Mu-Gun took a deep breath and concentrated on his consciousness as best as he could. I am ready. Let us begin. Mu-Gun soon felt something huge enter his soul. After a moment, the enlightenments containing the providence of the universe began to flood into his consciousness like waves. Unable to handle the vast and profound knowledge, Mu-Gun's consciousness was overloaded, making it seem as if it would break at any moment. If this goes on, my soul will shatter and I will cease to exist. I have to unlock my upper danshan. Unlocking his upper danshan would make his consciousness limitless in size, which in turn would allow him to survive. Such a feat was normally impossible, but he could use the enormous presence surging into his soul to his advantage. Mu-Gun soon realized that the enormous presence was the divinity that the thunder god bestowed upon him. Needing to make it his own, he fortified his will and focused on his consciousness, which was still being flooded with enlightenment, to make the divinity his own. Mu-Gun clenched his teeth. His consciousness seemed about to break. Come to me, be mine, give in to me. Did it hear Mu-Gun's desperate cries? Seemingly following his will, the divinity that the thunder god planted in his soul moved, beginning to acclimate it to it. Mu-Gun's soul and consciousness rapidly expanded, unlocking his upper danshan. The thunder god speaks in an ancient dialect/archaic way of speaking. When Baek Mu-Gun unlocked his upper danshan, the world's thunder chi began to rush in like a flood. It filled his upper danshan in an instant, then coursed downward. His blood flowed through the blood vessels in his upper, middle, and lower dantians, showing no signs of clogging. Tremendous amounts of thunder chi flowed through Mu-Gun as the dantians were connected as one. The thunder chi passed through every blood vessel and unclogged thousands of micro veins, then opened 84,000 of his pores. Having absorbed the thunder god's divinity and the universe's energy, Mu-Gun's soul became one with the universe's energy and reached the origin spirit state 1, a clear indication that Mu-Gun had risen to the ranks of gods. The origin spirit state served as the real body of those who had reached it, turning their mortal vessels into nothing but false images. For as long as their origin spirit state was intact, they could create a new body as many times as needed. However, since Mu-Gun had just reached it, his ability was still inferior to gods, who transcended time and space and were free from the constraints of life and death. Even so, no human could stand up to him now that he had become a supreme being. Flash! Mu-Gun opened his eyes. Is this the power of a god? Mu-Gun shuddered as infinite power flowed through his newly metamorphosed body. Although he shivered whenever he activated the thunder god's descent, it was nothing to how he felt right now. With this power, he could not help but feel as if there was nothing he could not do. He could even destroy this world if he wanted. How doth thou feel now that thou had obtained the power of an incarnation? The thunder god's voice rang in his mind. Surreal, to say the least. I fear failing to handle all this power, though. With great power normally comes great responsibility, but I am sure that thou wilt do well, just like how thou had done so far. What happens if I abuse your power? It comes from me. Should thou never fulfill thy duty as mine incarnation, I shall recall mine power post-haste. Thy soul shall then become a part of me. However, I believe that will never happen. You're right about that. Now then, when does my duty as your incarnation begin? Thou wilt know when the time comes. For now, thou should solve the problems at hand. Understood. I wish thou good luck. The Thunder God cut off the connection with Mu-Gun's consciousness. The Thunder God's incarnation. Mu-Gun had a feeling that he had rough roads ahead of him, but he did not regret his decision. Becoming the Thunder God's incarnation was a far better option than allowing the Thunder God to devour his soul. The thought of exploring new world zones different from his own made Mu-Gun feel excited. No, just gaining the power to defeat the 9 celestial demons sect satisfied him enough. Sensing various energy sources outside his tent, Mu-Gun called them inside. The 6 venerable elders and the 7 wanderers entered the tent. "Are you okay, young patriarch Baek?" Jin Yu-sung asked. "What do you mean?" Mu-Gun replied, pretending not to know. "I suddenly sensed a huge wave of energy from your tent. I was going to barge in but decided to wait outside instead to avoid interfering with your enlightenment." "Well, from the looks of it, you seem totally fine." "He does not just look fine." Sok Gang closely observed Mu-Gun. "You seem to have obtained a huge enlightenment. You do not even seem to be from this world anymore. Now that you mentioned it, I feel as if I am looking at a godly human." Geometry Wu-sang enthusiastically agreed. "What happened?" Han Baek asked. As Venerable Elder Sok Gang said, "I obtained enlightenment. It has allowed me to reach a new martial realm," Mu-Gun revealed. "You mean you have reached the mythic realm?" Lee Soho asked, surprise evident in his expression. "That is correct." "Really? Have you really advanced to the mythic realm?" Wang Rei asked in disbelief. "Yes. This is unbelievable. I knew you were talented, but to reach the mythic realm at your age, Seek Gang seemed in shock. The others were no different. Despite knowing that Mu-Gun had awakened his previous reincarnations, the 4 peerless wanderers were still surprised, albeit a little less. "Does that mean we do not have to worry about the 9 celestial demons sect anymore?" Zhang Haiyan asked. "For as long as no uncommon variable comes into play, yes," Mu-Gun answered, confident that he could defeat them all unless the demon god's incarnation suddenly appeared. "That is good to hear," Yang Cheol-gon said, his voice filled with delight. "We should attack them now, then." "I see no reason to delay or hesitate," Wang Rei suggested. "Nov. L.B//JNN. Mu-Gun nodded. "I was actually about to do that." Mu-Gun immediately called in the Central Plains Murim Alliance's leaders and suggested attacking the 9 celestial demons sect. The leaders initially expressed their concerns and objected, but learning that he had reached the mythic realm quickly stopped their opposition. After reorganizing their battle formation, the Central Plains Murim Alliance headed to Suning. It did not take long for the 6 divine demons at the 9 celestial demons sect's campsite to receive news that the Central Plains Murim Alliance was advancing towards Suning. "Considering they are still coming after us despite knowing about our soul-burning invincibility pills, they probably have something up their sleeves," Sojik Sang commented. "The only one they can rely on right now is the Thunder God's successor." Han Wenpei grimaced. "The Thunder God's successor should be aware that even he cannot single-handedly deal with us and the demonic monarchs while they are under the effects of the soul-burning invincibility pill. The fact that they are still trying to attack us bothers me." Did the Shaolin Temple and Wudang sect's previous generation of martial arts masters come out of their seclusion? Zhang Jiariang wondered. "I doubt it. We are still monitoring those factions, after all. According to the reports, they still have not done anything," Gal Chindak answered. "Their old martial arts masters have likely reached the supreme realm already. If they put their mind to it, they could easily sneak past the eyes we have planted on them. Even so, there would probably only be around 3 or 4 of them. That will not affect our odds in the slightest," Gu Peichin countered. "It is important to note that if we retreat instead of confronting the Central Plains Murim Alliance here, we will just suffer even more losses," Hyeok Ryenpei mentioned. "That is right. In this situation, the best we can do is gather all our forces and fight," Peichin said in support of Ryenpei. "If all else fails, we, the divine demons, can just take soul-burning invincibility pills anyway," Chindak added. "That is out of the question," Wenpei immediately objected. "If we die, the 9 celestial demons sect will lose its chance to dominate Murim. I did not say that we should all take the soul-burning invincibility pill. That is even worse. Would it not be unfair if only some of us take it? We have just asked the demonic monarchs and higher demons to sacrifice themselves. Us refusing to do the same would be a far truer testament against equality." "No, do not twist my words. All I am saying is that if we decide to take the soul-burning invincibility pill, we should all take it. Rather than letting the 9 celestial demons sect be eradicated because we do not want to take the pill, would it not be better for at least one of us to survive and realize the 9 celestial demons sect's dominance?" "I agree with the myriad poison divine demon," Jiksang joined in, "but how would we even decide on something like that? The best we can do is to let our skills decide our fate through a martial arts competition, but since we cannot do that right now, we should draw lots instead," Chindak suggested. "You want to leave our fates to a draw of lots?" Wenpei questioned. "I cannot think of any other method that is as simple yet also eliminates chances of objection. If you have a better idea, myriad tribulations divine demon, then pray tell. I am willing to follow it if it is indeed better." Failing to come up with anything, Wenpei instead asked, "Ahem, is everyone in favor of the myriad poison divine demon's suggestion? It is a good last resort." "I agree. It would be far better for at least one of us to survive and achieve our great cause than for all of us to die and fail." Contrary to Wenpei's expectations, the other divine demons supported Chindak. Wenpei's face crumpled, having lost all justification to reject the suggestion. Quickly fixing his expression, he said, "Since everyone seems to be in agreement, I will follow as well. I am willing to sacrifice myself for our great cause. Let us decide how many of us should take the soul-burning invincibility pill, then." 3 should be enough, Jixang said. "That is too many. By the time we have conquered the Central Plains, at least 3 of us should still be alive to rule the world." Raiyanpei immediately objected, intending to cut the number down by 1. "The blood-crazed divine demon is right. 2 people should suffice." Ja Riang supported Raiyanpei. "I agree," Wenpei said. "What do you think, myriad poison divine demon?" Jixang asked. "As they said, 2 of us should be enough," Chindak replied. "Great. Then, as agreed, 2 of us will consume a soul-burning invincibility pill if we are left with no other options. Let us decide the order of drawing lots. The chances of being picked are the same regardless of the order. Instead of wasting time, why don't we just draw based on seniority?" Jixang suggested. Although some could have a preferred drawing number, they would not really gain any advantage regardless of whether they were the last or first to draw. "Sure, let's do that." The other divine demons did not object. As Jixang suggested, the lots were drawn in order of age. Raiyanpei and Jixang got the short end of the stick. Raiyanpei and Jixang accepted the results without making a fuss. They did not have to take it unless they had no other options left anyway. If things worked out smoothly, they would not have to resort to it. Believing there was little chance that they would be forced to take it, the 2 failed to realize that they could not afford to relax. As the 9 celestial demons sect prepared for the upcoming battle, the Central Plains Murim alliance quickly made their way to Suning. 2 days after leaving Guanggan, they closed the distance enough to reach it in half a day. Even so, the 9 celestial demons sect remained in their camp, refusing to recklessly take the initiative. They intended to commence the fight on this open field, which was the perfect location for large-scale warfare since it did not provide any terrain advantage. The demonic practitioners exuded confidence, believing that their forces were superior to their enemy. Finally, the Central Plains Murim alliance arrived on the plains where their campsite was. Not long after, the 2 factions charged at each other, signaling the start of their battle. One estate that allows one to live a new life even if their vessel is damaged. Baek Mu-Gun stood at the forefront of the Central Plains Murim alliance's forces, followed closely by the Absolute Realm Masters. Rather than standing back and observing first, they planned to stand at the front and fight with all their might right from the very beginning of their battle. Witnessing the Absolute Realm Masters take the lead in the battle boosted the morale of the Central Plains Murim alliance's martial artists. However, the 9 celestial demons sect employed the same tactic, advancing with the demonic monarchs and the higher demons at the forefront. The 6 divine demons were positioned slightly behind them, but they could still come forward at any moment. As the distance between the Central Plains Murim alliance and the 9 celestial demons sect rapidly narrowed, those leading the charge looked at each other. When the 6 divine demons finally saw Mu-Gun, they immediately instructed the demonic monarchs and higher demons to consume soul-burning invincibility pills. Without hesitation, their subordinates did as commanded, causing a blood-red aura to rise like a haze around them. Confirming that the demonic monarchs and higher demons exuded amplified energy, Mu-Gun immediately soared into the sky. Enveloped in golden lightning chi, he quickly flew through the air and reached the 9 celestial demons sect's campsite. At the same time, the 27 demonic monarchs simultaneously attacked him, their Vajra chi covering the area and storming toward him. "Be careful!" "No!" the Central Plains Murim alliance's martial arts masters shouted. From their perspective, even Mu-Gun would find it difficult to block all of the attacks. Unfazed, Mu-Gun just calmly positioned the flying golden shield in front of him and unleashed waves of golden thunder god chi from it, creating a huge barrier. A thunderous roar echoed when the demonic monarch's Vajra chi crashed onto it. Those witnessing the scene thought the golden shield would easily break apart, appearing too feeble to block the barrage of Vajra chi. However, they soon realized how wrong they were. The golden shield did not even shake or merely stop the attacks. Rather, it reflected them. The Vajra chi rained down on the 9 celestial demons sect's campsite, causing huge explosions that claimed the lives of numerous demonic practitioners wherever they landed. "This is insane. What is happening? Impossible?" The divine demons were shocked. As far as they knew about martial arts, what Mu-Gun had just done should have been impossible. He did not just block simultaneous Supreme Realm levels of attacks but even counterattacked by deflecting them back. The only way they could explain Mu-Gun's martial prowess right now was that he had activated the Thunder God's Descent. Otherwise, he could not have done such a feat. No, even if he did use the skill, it would not make the current level of his martial arts any less surprising. The demonic monarchs were so flustered that their train of thought momentarily froze. "Everyone, get a grip!" One of the divine demons yelled, quickly bringing the demonic monarchs back to their senses as Mu-Gun landed in front of them. They rushed toward and attacked him again, but he turned into a ray of light and disappeared before they could reach him. After a while, he reappeared beside one of the demonic monarchs at the very back. Sensing Mu-Gun's presence, the demonic monarch hastily turned and tried to attack him, but Mu-Gun's hand, covered in golden lightning, pierced through his head before he could. The heavenly descent thunder strike broke apart the demonic monarch's head like tofu. The other demonic monarchs tried to launch another offensive upon finally finding Mu-Gun, but he turned into a stream of lightning and vanished into thin air again. He reappeared in a completely different area and killed another demonic monarch in the same way as before. Mu-Gun repeated the same tactic a couple more times. Although his strategy was straightforward, it still rendered the demonic monarchs helpless against him since they could not keep up with him at all. It did not take long for him to reduce their numbers to less than half. We can't let this keep up. Let us take matters into our own hands, Hyeok Ryenpei told Sojik-sang with a hardened expression as he witnessed the demonic monarchs get annihilated. I agree. Jik-sang nodded, finding no other option. We will buy as much time as we can. Please do not let our sacrifice go to waste. Ryenpei looked back at the other divine demons. Fear not. We will do whatever it takes to conquer the central plains and turn the 9 celestial demons' sex world into reality, Gal Chindak replied. Ryenpei nodded and turned to Jik-sang. Ready? Jik-sang nodded as well, his strong determination evident in his gaze. The two took out soul-burning invincibility pills and consumed it without second thoughts. Strong energy coursed through their veins as they absorbed the pills, the immense power making them shudder. Ryenpei and Jik-sang were now convinced. With the power they had right now, they could easily defeat Mu-Gun even if he resorted to the Thunder God's descent. The two made their way to him as he killed 5 more demonic monarchs. We should prepare as well, Chindak told the other divine demons as he watched Ryenpei and Jik-sang take off. The divine demons nodded and began preparing to activate their transcendental martial arts. Zhang Jie-riang, who needed more time than the others to activate his, immediately started executing it. Mu-Gun, who was still relentlessly killing the demonic monarchs, sensed and turned toward 2 powerful energies approaching him, finding blood-crazed divine demon Hyeok Ryenpei and invincible divine demon Sojik-sang enveloped with fiery Vajrachi. Mu-Gun had never fought Jik-sang, but he had already faced Ryenpei once before. Sensing that Ryenpei's energy was far more intense than back then, he realized that the 2 divine demons had consumed soul-burning invincibility pills. This is quite unexpected. Mu-Gun could not help but be surprised by Ryenpei and Jik-sang's determination to willingly die for the 9 celestial demons' sex great cause. However, that was all there was to it. Nothing had changed. Mu-Gun extended his arm toward the 2 men and sent a huge wave of lightning falling above them. Having activated the blood-crazed divine demon star, Ryenpei soared up and tried to block it, but it sent him plummeting to the ground instead. Surprised by the power that the lightning contained, Jik-sang immediately used the invincible shadow clones 1, his transcendental martial art. 2 clones split from him. Considering each one possessed all of his abilities, there were essentially 3 Jik-sang now. Seeing him create clones, Mu-Gun immediately identified Jik-sang as the Invincible Clan's patriarch. Since he already knew about the invincible shadow clones, seeing it in person did not surprise him at all. Jik-sang and his clones immediately assumed a triangle formation with Mu-Gun in the center. They then executed the invincible soul-shattering fists, sending gigantic fist energies covered with dozens of layers of chi toward Mu-Gun. Feeling enormous pressure from their attacks, Mu-Gun unleashed a wave of golden thunder god chi. It surged in every direction and crashed onto the fist energies, causing them to crack and eventually shatter. The thunder god chi then continued to spread toward Jik-sang and his clones. Shocked, the Jik-sangs immediately stepped away. At the same time, Ryenpei, covered in a layer of black flame like Vajrachi, shot forward like a cannonball in hopes of crashing into Mu-Gun. He split apart the Thunder God Chi, which could not overpower his blade-crazed divine demon star.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Mu-Gun extended his right palm toward Ryenpei and fired a palm energy made of golden lightning. From just the size of his palm, it infinitely grew larger as it shot forward, eventually becoming several times bigger than Ryenpei. Ryenpei's expression hardened as the hand energy mercilessly struck him down, squashing him before he could even dodge. To make matters worse, instead of dissipating, the hand energy rose and hit him again, burying him even deeper than the first time he was sent crashing onto the ground. Consecutively struck by the hand energy, Ryenpei felt his consciousness blurring away. The blood-crazed divine demon star was still active, but the golden lightning easily phased through it and electrocuted him. One more hit and his transcendental martial art would be destroyed. Mu-Gun tried to kill Ryenpei once and for all, but the other divine demon did not just sit by and watch. Jik-sang and his clones jumped toward him and sent more invincible soul-shattering fists at him. However, Mu-Gun easily dodged by transforming into a stream of lightning. As Mu-Gun disappeared, Jik-sang prepared against his counterattack. Mu-Gun appeared behind one of the 3 bodies and immediately hit him with the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike. Unlike the demonic monarchs, who were helpless against Mu-Gun, Jik-sang immediately turned around and managed to strike back, hitting the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike with an invincible soul-shattering fist. Nevertheless, the resulting collision still blasted him away. Not only did he react a bit late despite managing to defend himself, but his martial arts was also far too weak compared to Mu-Gun's. Mu-Gun stretched out his arm toward the Jik-sang he was targeting and sent a huge lightning bolt crashing from the sky above him. Before Jik-sang could do anything, the lightning bolt struck him and embedded him into the ground, crushing his body beyond recognition. The remaining Jik-sangs rushed toward Mu-Gun from 2 different directions, unable to suppress their anger. In response, Mu-Gun unsheathed his sword and swung it at them faster than they could react, sending celestial moonlight sword toward them. Like a torrent, moonlight chi made of golden lightning coursed out to his flanks. Instead of dodging, the Jik-sangs pierced through it with invincible soul-shattering fists. However, by the time they were done, Mu-Gun had already turned into lightning and reappeared behind the Jik-sang to his left. Using the golden moonlight chi to block his opponent's view, Mu-Gun grabbed his target's back. Jixang turned around and tried to defend, but before he could, Mu-Gun shattered his head using the heavenly descent thunder strike. Anyone getting Naruto vibes here? Seemingly a stroke of luck for Jixang, Baek Mu-Gun never targeted his real body. After all, if Mu-Gun managed to kill him, his clones would have died as well. At the very least, Jixang still had a chance. You're lucky, Mu-Gun told Jixang, who was all alone now. You are certainly incredible. I can see how you annihilated the previous divine demons now. However, things will be different this time. Jixang spoke with genuine admiration for Mu-Gun's power. Even so, he still believed that the 9 celestial demons sect would win. From his perspective, Mu-Gun had activated the Thunder God's descent, so his internal energy would be depleted soon. I doubt it. Mu-Gun chuckled and pointed his weapon at Jixang, unleashing a golden sword-shaped lightning. It cut through space, but before it could pierce Jixang, Hyeok Ryenpei stood between them, black flame-like Vajrachi still enveloping him. Although the golden lightning could not pierce through the blood-crazed divine demon star, it still sent him flying a great distance away. Meanwhile, Jixang used the displacement art, appeared to the left of Mu-Gun, and sent invincible soul-shattering fists at him. Unfazed, Mu-Gun blocked the fist energy with his left hand. The golden lightning Vajrachi covering it crushed the invincible soul-shattering fists, causing it to explode. The golden lightning Vajrachi then quickly grew in size and struck Jixang, breaking his protective Vajrachi and landing a direct hit. Engulfed by it, Jixang was torn apart and blasted away before crashing onto the ground, sending him to his final moments. Witnessing Jixang's death from their campsite made the 4 divine demons gulp. Even though they believed Mu-Gun had unleashed the Thunder God's descent, watching him effortlessly kill a divine demon still came across as a shock to them. Even if they all fought him at the same time right now, they would not be able to do anything to him. To make matters worse, they could not see any signs of Mu-Gun's power waning. If he could kill Ryenpei, then they would certainly be next. They had to drag the battle on until he exhausted all his power. We cannot let things go on like this. Let's have the higher demons attack the Central Plains Murim Alliance's forces, Han Wonpei suggested. I agree. If the Central Plains Murim Alliance suffers even more casualties, the Thunder God's successor will have no choice but to focus his attention on them, Gal Chandok added. As soon as the other 2 divine demons agreed as well, they immediately ordered the higher demons to attack. The higher demons, who were as strong as absolute realm masters now that they had taken soul-burning invincibility pills, flew toward the Central Plains Murim Alliance's forces without hesitation. Instead of backing down, the Central Plains Murim Alliance met them head-on. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun cornered Ryenpei, who could not keep up with him, and relentlessly beat him around using the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike, but the blood-crazed Divine Demon Star's impenetrable defensive capabilities allowed him to withstand the barrage of attacks. However, even the blood-crazed Divine Demon Star could not completely block the golden lightning. It penetrated through Ryenpei's defenses and continuously damaged him. The demonic monarchs tried to somehow help him, but even just approaching Mu-Gun proved too difficult for them. The golden lightning Mu-Gun emitted did not allow them to come near. Even their attacks did not work against the wave of golden lightning. While blocking off the demonic monarchs and hammering down on Ryenpei, Mu-Gun confirmed that the 9 celestial demons sect's higher demons and the Central Plains Murim Alliance's martial arts masters had locked themselves in a fierce battle. N/O/Fel/B/JN.C//OM. A glance was enough to tell that the higher demons were at least 100 strong and, like the demonic monarchs, had also consumed soul-burning invincibility pills. On the other hand, the Central Plains Murim Alliance just had over 60 Absolute Realm Masters and a little more than 90 Upper Peak Realm Masters, which should be enough to stop their opponents. Forces should be enough to stop all the higher demons. Hence, for now, Mu-Gun focused on getting rid of Ryenpei. Unable to break away from Mu-Gun, Golden Lightning continued to penetrate through the blood-crazed Divine Demon Star and mess up Ryenpei's insides. The relentless shocks eventually internally injured him, causing cracks to form on the blood-crazed Divine Demon Star. Exploiting that weakness, Mu-Gun thrust his sword after imbuing it with golden lightning, piercing through Ryenpei's defenses and stabbing his heart. For a brief moment, Ryenpei flailed like a fish hit by a harpoon. Life rapidly left his eyes, turning them murky as he finally succumbed to death. The demonic monarchs continued to attack Mu-Gun, but they could not break through the golden wave of lightning he was emitting, which displayed similar abilities to Ryenpei's blood-crazed Divine Demon Star, only far superior. Nevertheless, although their attacks were ineffective, they never stopped trying to take down Mu-Gun. With Ryenpei now dead, Mu-Gun decided to eliminate the demonic monarchs before dealing with the 4 divine demons. He raised his hand toward the demonic monarchs surrounding him. Buzz! A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky for each demonic monarch on the ground. The demonic monarchs tried to dodge, but the attack was far faster. By the time they thought of evading, the golden lightning had already broken their heads apart and burned them through electrocution. Now unbothered, Mu-Gun turned to the remaining divine demons but suddenly staggered and dropped to his knees. The golden thunder chi flowing out of him also dissipated. Witnessing Mu-Gun annihilate Jixang, Ryenpei, and their demonic monarchs, the divine demons found them unable to come up with a plan that could deal with his formidable martial process. Hence, they could not help but feel delighted to see Mu-Gun in such a state. From their perspective, he looked as if the duration of the Thunder God's descent was over. He seems to have finally exhausted all his power. We should get rid of him now instead of wasting any more time. I agree. We have no idea what will happen if he manages to recover. The divine demons approached and attacked him, determined to put a swift end to him out of sheer fear of him regaining the strength he had depleted. As Gu Peichen, Gal Chindak, and Han Wenpei's attacks surged toward Mu-Gun, Zhang Jieriang activated his transcendental martial art, the Hell Spirit Gate, and sent evil spirits toward him. Contrary to their expectations, however, they failed to tear the powerless Mu-Gun to pieces. Just before their attacks reached him, Golden Thunder God Chi gushed out of him like a tidal wave and shattered the attacks with ease, then spread toward them. Startled, the divine demons quickly stepped away, but the Thunder God Chi chased after them at breakneck speed. Their expressions hardened as they unleashed as much Vajra Chi as they could. When their attacks collided with the Thunder God Chi, the resulting shockwave swept through their surroundings and hit the divine demons, blasting them away. The collision fortunately destroyed the attack chasing after them, but they still could not afford to relax. Mu-Gun, who was on his knees just a while ago, stood up covered in Thunder God Chi. The evil spirits pouring out from the Hell Spirit Gate hounded Mu-Gun, but they all disappeared before they could break through his defenses. Realizing that the evil spirits could never threaten Mu-Gun no matter how many there were, Jieriang decided to deactivate his transcendental martial art. Thank you. Those evil spirits flocking to me like tiger moths was starting to annoy me. Mu-Gun grinned at Jieriang. You weren't exhausted at all, were you, you bastard? Han Wenpei asked, his face filled with desperation. Well, I had to trick you somehow. If you all got scared enough to run away with your tails between your legs, chasing after you would have been troublesome. Let me ask you one thing. Have you activated the Thunder God's Descent? Chindak asked, finding Mu-Gun too stable to have already used his trump card. Not yet, Mu-Gun answered. What? Wenpei was baffled, much like the other divine demons. Without the Thunder God's Descent, they would have no explanation for Mu-Gun's martial prowess right now. I can easily kill you all without it. Mu-Gun shrugged. It seems you have reached the mythic realm, Chindak said with certainty. What nonsense are you talking about? That is impossible at his age, Wenpei argued in disbelief. That is the only way to explain that fucker's strength. Am I wrong? Chindak asked Mu-Gun. Not at all. As you said, I have advanced to the mythic realm. Nevertheless, Wenpei continued to deny reality. Impossible. I do not believe you. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Let us put an end to this. The Golden Thunder God Chi enveloping Mu-Gun split into four and took the shape of swords. They then rushed toward the four divine demons. Initially the size of regular long swords, the Thunderbolt swords gradually grew. By the time they reached their targets, seemingly devouring space itself, they had grown as large as infinite thunder swords. The divine demons frantically defended themselves with their own techniques, the collision resulting in an earth-shattering roar and shockwaves that shook the ground strong enough to rival an earthquake. However, their attacks only seemed equal to it first. The gigantic Thunderbolt swords soon shattered their defenses and continued flying toward them. Despite still suffering from the impact they sustained when their attacks were destroyed, they were forced to retreat. Still increasing in size, the swords chased after the divine demons. When they ran away from where the swords were going, the swords just changed directions and hunted them down. Realizing that evasion was futile, they mustered all their might and retaliated instead. If they failed to stop the Thunderbolt swords now, they would definitely be killed. Blasts erupted from 4 different areas. The collision shook the earth to its core, causing the ground to crack and explode. At the end of it all, the Thunderbolt swords shattered the 4 divine demons' attacks and pierced through them, splitting them in half and sending them crashing to the ground. Mu-Gun had sent the 4 divine demons, the 9 celestial demons' sect's final bastion, to their miserable deaths. After killing the 4 divine demons, Baek Mu-Gun caught his breath. Now that he had unlocked his upper dantian and connected his 3 dantians into one, his internal energy was like spring water that would never dry up, but it still was not infinite. The technique he used a moment ago to kill the divine demons consumed as much internal energy as the power it contained. Even a spring water pool that would never dry up would momentarily show its bottom if all of its water was used at once, and it would also take some time to fill it back up. Having reached the bottom of his internal energy reserve, Mu-Gun now required a bit of time to replenish it. During that period, even moving was difficult. Mu-Gun caught his breath and examined the situation. The Central Plains Murim Alliance's martial arts masters and the 9 celestial demons' sect's higher demons were still locked in a fierce battle, paying no heed to the confrontation between Mu-Gun and the divine demons. The Central Plains Murim Alliance currently had the upper hand. Although the higher demons had gained absolute realm power through soul-burning invincibility pills, they still paled in comparison to the martial artists who had reached it. Even so, the higher demons' numerical advantage would have already turned the tide to their favor if not for the Alliance's upper peak realm martial artists fighting them in groups of 2 or 3. They were not strong enough to gain the upper hand, but they had at least leveled the playing field. While the upper peak realm masters kept the rest of the higher demons at bay, the absolute realm masters defeated them one by one. As the celestial demons sect suffered more casualties, the Central Plains Murim Alliance's dominance over the battle grew. The higher demons fought hard to the very end, but their efforts were in vain. If things proceeded as planned, the divine demons would have already killed Mu-Gun and supported them. Without them, the higher demons had no chance of turning the battle around. Mu-Gun did not feel the need to intervene, determining that the higher demons would all eventually fall anyway, leaving only the 10,000 panicking demonic practitioners. Higher demons and even the divine demons were defeated. Not only were their demonic monarchs, higher demons, and even divine demons wiped out, but Mu-Gun and the Central Plains Murim Alliance's martial arts masters were still alive and well. There was nothing they could do at this point. The battle was as good as over. However, the Central Plains Murim Alliance had no intention of ending the battle here. Like pests, if they let the 10,000 demonic practitioners live, they would become a threat again someday. For the sake of the Central Plains, for the sake of the world, they had to be exterminated. Annihilate the demonic practitioners? The Central Plains Murim Alliance's leadership ordered. The demonic practitioners could not even run away or retaliate. Graik? The Central Plains Murim Alliance's martial artists let out war cries as they charged at the demonic practitioners. For as long as Mu-Gun and the Absolute Realm Masters were with them, they believed they would emerge victorious. Their conviction raised their morale as they relentlessly attacked their remaining foes. The demonic practitioners did not back down. With their resolve still intact despite the obviously and massively disadvantageous situation they were in, they fought back until the very end. Their determination was worthy of praise, but that alone was not enough to turn the gears of the world. Like many things, martial arts could not be overcome with will alone. Eventually, the 9 celestial demons' sex forces were wiped out. Mu-Gun just watched even though he had recovered his strength. The battle could have ended much faster if he joined the fight. It could have also reduced their casualties. However, protecting Central Plains Murim was not a task only he should attend to but something all of its martial artists had to do together. Wanting to give Central Plains Murim's martial artists the chance to feel proud that they protected Murim with their own strength, Mu-Gun left the final fight entirely up to them. The battle continued for some time, but they eventually killed all 10,000 demonic practitioners of the 9 celestial demons sect. Raik. Drenched in blood and sweat, the Central Plains Murim Alliance shouted cries of victory, signaling the end of the battle and the end of the 9 celestial demons sect's threat. After the battle, the Central Plains Murim Alliance immediately dealt with the aftermath of the war. Just handling the corpses their final battle left behind was already a tremendous task since the corpses did not just belong to the 9 celestial demons sect's demonic practitioners. 2,000 of the Central Plains Murim Alliance's martial artists were also killed in battle. In total, they had to dispose of 12,000 bodies. The whole ordeal took 10 days to finish. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun and the Alliance leaders had a meeting to discuss stabilization plans for the Central Plains. The Central Plains Murim Alliance sustained not only heavy casualties but also considerable material and property damages during the war. L.B//JNN. In particular, the Guangdong Jin, Great Ximen, and Sichuan Tang families even had to let their headquarters be burned down. Many of the 9 prominent sects' subsidiary branches also lost their homes. It would take quite a bit of time and money to recover their losses. For the sake of restoration, the sects and families that sustained relatively less damage decided to provide financial support. Moreover, the forces affiliated with the Central Plains Murim Alliance established an agreement that prohibited the expansion of power over the next decade and banned any related armed conflicts. According to its punishment clause, it would be acceptable to annihilate the forces of anyone who violated it. The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families were worried that the Loyal Heart Alliance would refuse since they had more absolute realm masters than the others and had also suffered close to no damage in the war. Above all, they had Mu-Gun, a mythic realm master. If the Loyal Heart Alliance wanted to gain supremacy over Murim, the 9 prominent sects and 7 great families would have no way to stop them, especially since Mu-Gun's overwhelming martial prowess and contributions in the war left a deep impression in the hearts of the Central Plains martial artists. Busy praising Mu-Gun, they started calling him the Golden Thunder Emperor God. Many even regarded him as the Murim Overlord. If he took advantage of public opinion, he could truly become the Murim Overlord whenever he wanted. However, Mu-Gun readily accepted the agreement. The Loyal Heart Alliance's leader, Baek Mu-Gun, naturally had the final say, but at the very least, they felt reassured that he did not desire supremacy over Murim. If Mu-Gun put his mind to it, he could easily reign over Murim, but he refused to. After all, he still had the demon god's incarnation to worry about. The Thunder God told him that they had appeared in the Central Plains before. There was no guarantee that they would not return, and if they did, the martial artists of the Central Plains would not be able to stop them. Murim had Mu-Gun, but even he could not do everything by himself. To prepare for the off chance that the demon god's incarnation reappeared, the Central Plains forces had to be strengthened. Instead of ruling over Murim, Mu-Gun intended to focus on nurturing the power to protect it. He also wanted the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families to pay attention to their internal stability and focus on growing their forces as much as possible. The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families were comrades who would fight together with him if the demon god's incarnation invaded the Central Plains. The stronger their forces, the better it was for him. Soon, the alliance finished taking care of the war's aftermath. No longer having any reason to stay in Sichuan province, they returned to their respective homes. Likewise, Mu-Gun and the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial arts masters headed for Shaoxing. Their journey would last a month if they sailed through the Changjiang River and 2 months if they traveled on land. They decided to sail to Nanjing and then travel to Shaoxing on foot. Mu-Gun and the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial arts masters boarded a ship, which set out to the river not long after. Mu-Gun missed his family, especially his two beloved wives, Dan Seil-young and Namgying Hyuna. It had been months since he last saw them. Hence, the month-long journey felt even more frustrating for him. After much consideration, he decided to move ahead of the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial arts masters. Having reached the mythic realm, he could now freely absorb the world's thunder chi, giving him access to so much internal energy that he would never be able to exhaust it all anymore. That also meant he could keep the thunder god's shadow active forever. Considering the technique made him a lot faster now that he was in the mythic realm, he could reach Shaoxing in 3 days. After telling the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial arts masters of his decision to go ahead first, he headed straight for Shaoxing. 3 days later, he arrived at the Baek Sword Sex Manor. A man in his 30s sat on a throne located in the highest area of a huge clan hall. The hall had marbled floors and walls and pillars made of gold, a testament to the height of glamour. Opposite him, way below his throne, a man in his 40s stood politely. The 9 celestial demons sect was completely wiped out? The man on the throne asked in surprise. Yes. The man in his 40s respectfully answered. That is unexpected. Their forces were not so weak that they could be so easily annihilated. It is said that the Thunder God's successor played a huge role. Is that so? Still, even he would have had difficulties defeating the divine demons and the demonic monarchs, considering they had soul-burning invincibility pills at their disposal. Did the Shaolin Temple and Wudang sect's previous generation of martial arts masters join their cause? No. According to reports, the Thunder God's successor single-handedly killed the 6 divine demons and the demonic monarchs. What makes his feat even more surprising is that he did not borrow the power of the Thunder God. What? The man on the throne looked baffled. This is purely conjecture, but such a feat is likely impossible without reaching the mythic realm. He has most probably become the Thunder God's incarnation, the middle-aged man carefully said. The Thunder God's incarnation? That would certainly make sense of everything. The man on the throne nodded. Would it not be better to deal with him before opening the Demon God Cave? That would be too boring. We should enjoy the despair that the bastard will feel when the Demon God Cave opens and the Hell Realm's demon gods cross over to this world, the man on the throne said with a sinister expression. Haha, I almost missed out on a good spectacle. How are the preparations going? It is progressing smoothly. It can be opened within a year at the earliest. Can we not hasten it? It will take some time. After all, we have to open 36 places all at once, not just one, the middle-aged man carefully replied. Fine. What's another year? I have been waiting for 1,000 years already anyway. I will no longer rush you, but make sure we suffer no setbacks. Understood. Be careful not to be caught by the Central Plains Murim Alliance, especially the Thunder God's incarnation. Noted. Now, be on your way. The middle-aged man bowed politely and left the clan hall. Murim had not learned of their identity yet, much less the fact that they had information about the Thunder God's incarnation and that they were preparing something that would allow the Hell Realm's demon gods to cross over to this world. Although Central Plains had just eliminated the 9 celestial demons sect, another threat was already beginning to sprout in the Dark One. One author Nim has no time for bullshit. One badass enemy dies and now they're going to be put up against demon gods? Baek Mu-Gun entered the Baek Sword Sex Manor for the first time in a long time. The Baek Sword Sex martial artists were taken aback by his presence and came over to greet him. How was your trip, young patriarch Baek? Have you all been well? Mu-Gun greeted them with a smile. We have been well here. But what happened? According to the superiors, it should have taken you at least a month to come back. I came early because I was in a hurry. Is the patriarch inside? The patriarch is currently at the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters. Then, I should pay a visit to the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters first. Understood, see you later. By the way, I want to make it clear, don't inform my wives that I'm back. I plan to surprise them after I've visited my father. Noted. In response to Mu-Gun's request, the martial artists of the Baek Sword sect smiled and nodded. Mu-Gun departed once more, making his way to the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters, where Baek Shinsang awaited. Upon entering the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters, Mu-Gun was quickly spotted by the martial artists, who hastened to greet him. Their expressions were a mix of respect and admiration, as Mu-Gun had always held an idol-like status among the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance. Yet, with Mu-Gun's significant contributions in the war against the 9 celestial demons sect becoming widely recognized, he transformed into a hero not just for the Loyal Heart Alliance but for all of Murim. The martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance were elated merely by the opportunity to meet Mu-Gun. Basking in the enthusiastic welcome from the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance, Mu-Gun ascended to the Alliance Leader Hall where Shinsang was situated. Upon announcing his visit, Shinsang swiftly directed the servants to usher Mu-Gun inside. Father, welcome back. Are you hurt? As you can see, I am fine. But what happened? I heard that it would take you at least a month to come back. I came back first because I missed our family greatly. More like you came back because you wanted to see your 2 wives, who you are madly in love with, and not our family. I missed you and Mu okay too, father. Alright, I am glad you came. Also, you worked hard. I didn't do much. I just did what I had to as the Thunder God's successor, and as the Baek Sword Sex young patriarch. But is it really true that you have risen to the mythic realm? Yes, that is what happened. Huh, I can't believe you are at the mythic realm at your age. It is truly astonishing and impressive. Shinseng was in awe. It was possible not because of my ability, but because of the Thunder God's guidance. The Thunder God's guidance? Reaching the mythic realm is impossible without the guidance from a being with a divinity. I reached the mythic realm by receiving the Thunder God's divinity. You received divinity from the Thunder God? That is right. Naturally, there is a price to pay for that, right? As the Thunder God's incarnation, I must safeguard the realms under the Thunder God's jurisdiction from the demon gods of the Hell Realm. The worlds under the Thunder God's jurisdiction? The Hell Realm's demon gods? Shinseng expressed doubts over words he had heard for the first time. In the vast universe, numerous worlds exist beyond our own. The Thunder God, as a deity of the heavenly realm, governs many of these worlds. However, unable to single-handedly protect them all, he creates an incarnation to serve as a guardian in his stead. The Hell Realm, as its name implies, is the domain of demon gods, and they cunningly seek to corrupt the countless worlds scattered throughout the universe with malevolence, Mu-Gun explained. What you just said is truly difficult to believe. However, it is all true, isn't it? Yes, it is. Are the three great demonic sects perhaps related to the Hell Realm's demon gods? Yes. To be precise, they are traces left by the demon gods that invaded the world before. If you have to protect the worlds under the Thunder God's jurisdiction, does that mean you have to go to those worlds personally? Yes. I am telling you in advance because I may have to leave this world to fulfill my duties as the Thunder God's incarnation. Mu-Gun's open revelation about being the Thunder God's incarnation and the potential need to depart for another world was a preemptive move, allowing for preparation in case such a scenario unfolded. I understand what you mean. However, won't it be too dangerous? You will be confronting none other than the Hell Realm's demon gods. Shinseng asked worryingly. I have no choice. If I had refused to become the Thunder God's incarnation, it would have been difficult for me to stop the 9 celestial demons sect right away. I am sorry. Before I am your father, I am a martial artist, and it seems like we have put too much burden on you. Shinseng apologized. Don't say that. If I can protect the people I treasure, I am willing to do more than that. JNN. You are my son, but you've become a formidable presence that I hesitate to gaze upon. I am really proud to call you my son. Father, what are you saying? Mu-Gun said with an embarrassed look. Putting that aside, what are you going to do from now on? I have something to disclose, father. I entered into an agreement with the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families without consulting you, Mu-Gun revealed. An agreement? The agreement stipulates that the Central Plains Murim Alliance forces are prohibited from expanding their influence over the next decade, and any armed conflicts associated with it are forbidden. Additionally, we have committed to providing financial support to the factions significantly affected by the conflict with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, Mu-Gun further explained. It's a commendable decision for the unity and peace of Murim. However, given your current martial prowess and reputation, you could easily expand the Loyal Heart Alliance's forces significantly. So, isn't it a shame? Shinseng expressed his opinion. As I previously mentioned, I am not interested in dominating Murim. I just want everyone in Murim to live in peace. Do you perhaps think that it is a shame, father? The current size of the Loyal Heart Alliance is already more than sufficient for your father. If it were to expand further, I'd struggle to manage it. Frankly, I still harbor the hope of passing the Alliance leader seat to you and enjoying the rest of my days in peace. On that note, why don't you consider taking over the leadership of the Loyal Heart Alliance? With you at the helm, the Alliance's members would likely welcome the decision, Shinseng suggested honestly. No thanks. I don't know when I will have to be away as the Thunder God's incarnation, and you are doing great anyway, father. Mu-Gun politely declined. Are you sure it's not because it is annoying to deal with? There is that, too. Haha, I get it. In any case, if the Central Plains Murim Alliance's agreement is set in stone, we will be able to live in peace for the time being. However, regardless of that, I intend to nurture the forces of the Loyal Heart Alliance to the greatest extent possible. It is so that they will be able to protect themselves and Murim even if I am not here. Mu-Gun said. If we get stronger, we will also become greedier. Will it be okay? But we have you here, father. No one will have any absurd ambition if you hold down the fort well. My shoulders are getting heavy all of a sudden. You just have to do as you are doing now. Fine, I got it. We'll talk about the details later. You should quickly go and see your wives. The two of them have been very worried about you. All right. Mu-Gun took his leave from Shinseng and departed from the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters. Without delay, he made his way to the Baek Sword Sect's manor. He hurried back to the Baek Sword Sect, reaching the inner yard where his 2 wives resided. He visited Dan Seol-young's residence first and found her drinking tea with Namgyang Hyuna in the front yard. Mu-Gun approached them with a radiant smile upon seeing the faces of his 2 wives, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Seol-young and Hyuna, engrossed in conversation over tea, turned their heads as they sensed another presence. They were taken aback when they realized it was Mu-Gun. Dear husband, I thought you two would rush over and hug me as soon as you saw me, but I guess I expected too much. When Mu-Gun, feigning disappointment, spoke up, Seol-young and Hyuna chuckled and approached him to hug him. Have you two been well while I was away? Mu-Gun hugged the two and asked. How could we be well when our husband is out on the battlefield? We were on pins and needles every day, worried about your safety, Hyuna replied. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Baek Mu-Gun, the Baek Mu-Gun. Seol-young laughed at Mu-Gun's boastful remarks. We know your abilities well, but we still can't help but be worried. Still, I am glad that you came back safely. Me, too. It feels so nice to be in your arms, dear husband. I am also so happy to see you too, my dear wives. You have no idea how much I missed you. But what happened? We heard that it would take a month for you to come back. I came back first because I missed my dear wives too much, Mu-Gun said. How many days did it take you to come here from Sichuan province? It took 3 days. You arrived here in 3 days? Seol-young asked with a surprised face. Is that even possible? Hyuna also said in disbelief. Isn't that proof of how much I love the two of you? Enough to make the impossible possible. Seol-young and Hyuna chuckled dumbfoundedly at Mu-Gun's flirtatious remarks. I heard you reached the mythic realm. Did your movement art also become faster because of that? Mu-Gun nodded in response to Seol-young's question and explained. That's correct. My movement art became faster as I ascended to the mythic realm. However, I was able to arrive in 3 days this time because I can run non-stop now that my internal energy never depletes. That's truly incredible. Only 5 individuals have reached the mythic realm in the entire history of Murim. And to top it off, you achieved it at the young age of 25, Hyuna remarked, offering a thumbs-up gesture to Mu-Gun. As Sister Namgang said, it is truly great, and I am so happy that you were able to rise to the mythic realm, but on the other hand, I am also anxious. Mu-Gun asked with a puzzled look upon hearing Seol-young's words. What are you anxious about? I'm concerned that you're aiming so high that you might drift away from us forever. And here I was wondering what had you concerned. My dear wife, you're worrying needlessly. How could I ever leave my 2 beautiful wives behind? Don't worry, I'll be by your side forever. You promise, right? Yes, I promise you. But are we going to keep staying out here like this? We can only go inside if you let go of us first. Hyuna giggled and replied. Let's just go inside together while still hugging. Mu-Gun shrugged, sweeping his 2 wives off their feet in a warm embrace. What are you doing right now? Please let us down, people will see. Who would dare say anything when I am hugging my wives? Keep quiet and stay still. Mu-Gun entered the residence, holding his 2 wives, who were whining and asking him to let them down. He then took turns spending time with each of them, catching up on lost moments. After a warm reunion, Mu-Gun concluded the evening by having dinner with his family and contemplating his future. For the time being, as he had mentioned to Chinsang, Mu-Gun intended to concentrate on strengthening the Loyal Heart Alliance's forces. His primary objective was to cultivate 10 Supreme Realm Masters and 100 Absolute Realm Masters. If someone else heard this, they would undoubtedly consider it an ambitious goal. However, Mu-Gun believed that it was not an impossible feat with his attainment of the mythic realm. He found it much easier to elevate the martial realm of others using an awakening spell. Furthermore, he had gained the ability to impart enlightenment to guide others towards the Supreme Realm. With those 2 abilities, he aimed to craft Supreme Realm Masters and Absolute Realm Masters. Yet, he had no intention of overplaying that skill. Throughout history, he understood that great power must be wielded with great responsibility. Mu-Gun remained grounded despite the newfound power, resolute in his commitment to wield it solely for the betterment of those capable of benefiting the world. First of all, I should start with Father and the 6 venerable elders. Mu-Gun resolved to impart the enlightenment needed to attain the Supreme Realm to his father, Chinsang, and the venerable elders of the Baek Sword sect. Deep down, Chinsang and the 6 elders possessed a noble spirit. They were individuals who prioritized the greater cause of Murim over their personal interests. In their hands, even if they attained power equivalent to the Supreme Realm, it would be wielded solely for the betterment of the world, devoid of any ulterior motives. The next day, Mu-Gun visited Chinsang after breakfast. Come on in. Chinsang welcomed Mu-Gun and asked the servant to prepare tea. Why did you come looking for me at this early hour? Chinsang asked. Father, what would you do if there was a method for you to rise to the Supreme Realm? It depends on what the method is, Chinsang said calmly. If the method is immoral, are you not going to do it? Isn't that a matter of course? If I were to enhance my martial prowess through an immoral method, what sets me apart from the demonic sects? I'd prefer to forego advancing my martial realm than resort to such actions. Mu-Gun looked satisfied at Chinsang's firm reply. But why are you asking me that? Chinsang asked curiously. I have the method. The method? Are you talking about a way to advance to the Supreme Realm? That is right. Of course, it is a legitimate way, with absolutely no immoral acts. So, are you saying that you will use that method to make me a Supreme Realm Master? Chinsang asked. I will if you want to. This father of yours is also a martial artist. It is only natural that I wish to attain a higher martial realm. Chinsang said honestly. That means you want to, right? Mu-Gun asked. Yes. But how will you help me to achieve the Supreme Realm? As I ascended to the mythic realm, I acquired the power to impart my enlightenment to others. I will share the insights I've gained with you using this ability. I may have stated it grandiosely, but that's the extent of my capability. What happens next, Father, rests entirely on you, Mu-Gun explained. That means after receiving the enlightenment, it is entirely up to me to understand and absorb it in order to reach the Supreme Realm. Chinsang summarized. That is correct. However, even that alone will speed up your advancement progress by decades. It doesn't feel right to downplay the significance of imparting the enlightenment of a mythic realm master. What you can do is nothing short of a miraculous gift, something not even 1,000,000 gold could buy, Chinsang stated firmly. I am very glad to be able to give you such a miraculous enlightenment, Father. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be idling around at Wenzhou. Qinseng thanked Mu-Gun. You don't have to say that, Father. Let's first drink some tea, then I will convey my enlightenment to you with the Thunder God Awakening Spell. Alright, raise your cup and drink. Following a tea session with Qinseng, they shifted to the training hall exclusively reserved for Qinseng's use. The Thunder God Awakening Spell was designed to transfer the consciousness-carrying enlightenment to others. Those receiving the spell would assimilate the enlightenment embedded in the consciousness. The spell had the unique effect of making the user, under its influence, feel as though they had independently attained the enlightenment. However, the Thunder God Awakening Spell wasn't all-powerful. Obtaining an epiphany through the spell didn't guarantee immediate realization of the enlightenment. It was akin to a toddler who, having just taken their first steps, couldn't sprint right away despite understanding the principle of running. For the recipient of an enlightenment through the Thunder God Awakening Spell to actualize the epiphany, they needed to possess the necessary foundations. In the context mentioned earlier, the toddler would have to have the physical ability required for running. Nonetheless, the absence of an immediate foundation didn't render the Thunder God Awakening Spell ineffective. Receiving enlightenment through the spell was akin to knowing the precise destination to aim for. Armed with this clarity, even without an immediate foundation, progress could be made at an accelerated pace. Baek Qinseng found himself in a state where he wasn't adequately prepared to ascend to the Supreme Realm. Consequently, even with enlightenment gained through the Thunder God Awakening Spell, an immediate transition to the Supreme Realm proved challenging for him. Mu-Gun was well aware of this reality. Despite Qinseng's current unpreparedness for the Supreme Realm, receiving enlightenment through the Thunder God Awakening Spell would make the ascent relatively easier for him. This alone justified Mu-Gun's decision to use the spell on Qinseng. Having employed the Thunder God Awakening Spell on Qinseng, Mu-Gun was eager to extend its influence to the Venerable Elders promptly. However, they were still away in Sichuan Province and weren't expected back for another month. Until then, Mu-Gun set aside the Thunder God Awakening Spell and thought about the Absolute Realm Master's cultivation. Despite his newfound capability as a Mythic Realm Master, Mu-Gun recognized that bestowing Absolute Realm Mastery wasn't a casual affair. A prudent approach dictated that the candidates should ideally be at the upper peak realm, and at the very least, they had to have reached the peak realm. Mu-Gun initially considered the upper peak realm masters within the Loyal Heart Alliance. Among the 13 clans comprising the alliance, the patriarchs of 12 clans were eligible, except for the Baek Sword sect. Additionally, the 5 individuals from the Baek Sword sect Baek Shinji, Baek Shinho, Baek Shinung, Baek Sukwang, and Baek Jinwon were also at the upper peak realm. In total, they totaled 17 upper peak realm masters, significantly short of Mu-Gun's target of 100. His only option was to supplement the remaining slots with peak realm masters. For context, the total number of peak realm masters within the entire Loyal Heart Alliance was just over 100. By selecting from among them, he could meet his goal of 100 individuals. Yet, as he had emphasized before, Mu-Gun harbored no intent to elevate the martial realm of martial artists indiscriminately. His foremost criterion was to extend this privilege only to those who, upon careful evaluation of their character, met his standards. The same principle applied to the upper peak realm masters, and 3 individuals occupied Mu-Gun's thoughts. Among them were the Baiok Sword Manor Patriarch Baiok Cheol Song, the Wind Saber Sect Patriarch Tae Gongpyo, and the Sea Palace Sect Patriarch Nam Gosan. Cheol Song and Gongpyo had harbored a potent yearning for power since the days of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Currently, their aspirations were held in check by the overwhelming influence of the Baek Sword sect. However, the future held uncertainty regarding how their dispositions might evolve once fortified by increased strength. Furthermore, Gosan was an individual who prioritized his personal safety and aspirations. If he were to attain the absolute realm, there lingered doubt about whether he would venture a risk for the greater good of the world and assume a proactive role. Nevertheless, these 3 individuals served as patriarchs of the 12 clans constituting the Loyal Heart Alliance. Excluding them had the potential to jeopardize the unity of the alliance. While the absence of their clans wouldn't necessarily result in the downfall of the Loyal Heart Alliance, there was value in progressing together, considering the journey they had undertaken as a collective. If they were to depart from the Loyal Heart Alliance, the remaining patriarchs might falter, casting a negative light on the alliance's reputation in the eyes of the outside world. Had these individuals possessed a fatal flaw, Mu-Gun might have considered the risk of excluding them. However, their imperfections were not of such magnitude to warrant that level of concern. Regardless, whether or not Mu-Gun intervened, as long as Qinseng and the 6 venerable elders upheld the equilibrium at the core, dissenting thoughts wouldn't easily take root. Most importantly, driven by a shared commitment to safeguard Murim, Mu-Gun believed it prudent to proceed alongside them. Ultimately, Mu-Gun made the decision to employ the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on his 5 uncles from the Baek Sword sect and all the patriarchs of the 12 clans. This secret art enabled Mu-Gun to utilize his internal energy to clear both the conception and governing vessels, guiding them through a transformative process. Importantly, it remained viable even for individuals lacking internal energy and enlightenment. In theory, if Mu-Gun so desired, he could potentially elevate not just 100, but even 1,000 individuals to the status of Absolute Realm Masters. Furthermore, by applying the Thunder God Awakening spell to them as well, he could potentially lead them towards the Supreme Realm. However, Mu-Gun remained acutely aware of the potential predicament that could arise if he abused the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell and the Thunder God Awakening Spell. Throughout history, possessing power had a tendency to fuel the desire to wield it. Furthermore, when individuals with power joined forces, the allure of temptation intensified. Initially, they might adhere to Mu-Gun's directives, yet with the passage of time, the probability of divergent thoughts emerging was high. However, as long as Mu-Gun retained a presence, rebellion would remain unlikely. The real challenge would surface when Mu-Gun had to depart the Central Plains Murim alliance to fulfill his responsibilities as the Thunder God's incarnation. The risk of irreversible consequences loomed if conflicting intentions took root in his absence. Mu-Gun resolved to bestow power only upon those he could trust, ensuring stability in his absence. Additionally, he would limit the granted power to a level he could manage, mitigating the potential fallout even if their intentions diverged from his expectations. Hence, Mu-Gun established the benchmarks of 10 Supreme Realm Masters and 100 Absolute Realm Masters. The crucial element lay in the 10 Supreme Realm Masters, serving as vital figures entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing the Absolute Realm Masters in Mu-Gun's absence. Consequently, Mu-Gun opted for individuals he believed would remain steadfast under any circumstance. Session Sang and the 6 Venerable Elders. Beginning with the selection of those to undergo the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell, Mu-Gun summoned 3 of his uncles, Chinho, Chinung, and Sukwang. He excluded Chinjiai, currently serving as the Righteous Blood Branch leader in Suzhou, and Jinwan, who was dedicated to nurturing Baek's sword sex martial artists in the Sea Dragon Archipelago. The 3 people who were called by Mu-Gun appeared at the training hall shortly afterward. Welcome. I understand that the 3 of you have been busy, so I apologize for inconveniencing you with my requests. What are you talking about? Our dear nephew is calling us, so of course we dropped everything else and came running. His third uncle, Chinung, said firmly. That's right, you're speaking my language. Isn't our dear nephew the hero who saved Murim? Chinho, his second uncle, chimed in, nodding in agreement. Uncles, what are you saying? Mu-Gun smiled shyly. By the way, why did you call for us? Sukwang asked. I would like to offer the 3 of you a proposal. A proposal? Chinho asked with a curious look. Dear uncles, I would like to guide your martial realm to the Absolute Realm. Are you all willing to accept? You are going to guide us to the Absolute Realm? Are you saying that something like that is possible? Chinho asked in disbelief. That is correct. I think there will be some conditions attached in return for that. Isn't that right? Sukwang asked. There are no conditions. All you have to do is pledge to use the newly obtained power for Murim's great cause if you can reach the Absolute Realm. Mu-Gun explained. Is pledging all we have to do? I want the Loyal Heart Alliance, not just the Baek Sword sect, to become the guardians of Murim. I also hope that you will be at the center of it, my dear uncles. There is nothing else to think about. We will naturally do as the young patriarch wants. Chinho happily answered. Since it is a power I received from the young patriarch, I will definitely do as you wish. I will gladly comply with your will, young patriarch. Following Chinho, Chinung, and Sukwang also pledged. I am telling you in advance, but if you go against the pledge and use your newly gained power for a purpose which violates the great cause and righteousness of Murim, I will personally make sure that you pay for your crimes. So, you will have to think carefully and answer. Mu-Gun warned them. Don't worry, that sort of thing will not happen. Aren't you trying to give us more power because you believe in us? Don't worry, we won't betray your trust. Then, I will place my faith in you and help you gain more power. As Chinung had suggested, Mu-Gun placed trust in his uncles. Nevertheless, as a precautionary measure, he requested them to affirm their commitment with a pledge. Given their immediate and willing acceptance of the pledge, Mu-Gun found no reason to hesitate. But how are you going to give us power? Chinho asked. I am going to use a spell called the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell on the 3 of you. The Thunder God Enlightenment Spell? It is a spell that uses the most extreme energy existing in this world, Thunder God Chi, to break through your conception and governing vessels as well as help you achieve metamorphosis, Mu-Gun explained. Our internal energy possesses a different nature compared to the young patriarch, so won't there be any issues? There is nothing to worry about because the Thunder God Chi is capable of commanding all the energy existing in this world, Mu-Gun said firmly. You have too many worries, brother. The young patriarch definitely knows what he is doing, Chinho rebuked Chinung. Brother, you were also worried inwardly too, so why are you pretending otherwise now? Chinung said in a baffling tone. Who said I was worried? I am a firm believer in our dear nephew. I'm not lying, I was not worried at all. Chinung shook his head at Chinho's idle remarks. Well then, who wants to go first? Mu-Gun chuckled at the bickering between the two and asked. All right then, my older brother who is a firm believer in our dear nephew can go first. Are you referring to me? Why, are you starting to worry after coming this far? Chinung provoked Chinho. Who is worried? Fine, I will go first. Chinho stepped up pompously in response to Chinung's provocation. Then, only the second uncle should stay here. Could the other 2 uncles please step away? As the order was decided, Mu-Gun sent out the other 2 people except for Chinho. Then, when will you use the spell on us? Sukwang asked. It takes quite some time to perform the spell, so I think I can only do it once a day, Mu-Gun replied. Then, it seems like we will have to do it tomorrow, not today. Yes. The 2 of you can discuss who will receive my guidance tomorrow, and all you have to do is come here after having lunch. We will do that then. Chinung and Sukwang immediately left the training hall. Then, shall we get started? First of all, please sit in the lotus position in the center of the training hall. The moment the other two left, Mu-Gun said to Chin-Ho. Chin-Ho sat in the center of the training hall as Mu-Gun instructed. You don't have to be too nervous. Trust me and leave everything to my energy. Got it. Then, I will start now. Nov, L, B /JNN. Mu-Gun initiated the activation of the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, calming Chin-Ho's nerves. A momentary flinch escaped Chin-Ho when he sensed the potent energy piercing through his Myeongmun A cup ointment. However, he swiftly eased into a state of relaxation, surrendering his body to Mu-Gun's Thunder God Chi. With adept control over Chin-Ho's energy, Mu-Gun proceeded to clear his conception and governing vessels. Before he knew it, 2 hours had elapsed since Mu-Gun initiated the Thunder God Enlightenment spell. Unhurried, Mu-Gun continued his careful progress, methodically breaking through Chin-Ho's conception and governing vessels. After addressing the conception and governing vessels, Mu-Gun promptly directed his focus to the Mud Pill Palace 1. Though the Mud Pill Palace remained steadfast, it proved defenseless against Mu-Gun's Thunder God Chi. Under the assault of the Thunder God Chi, Chin-Ho's Mud Pill Palace yielded, succumbing to its influence. Subsequently, the Thunder God Chi advanced through the Life and Death Gateway. The Life and Death Gateway opened, and the energy of the celestial moonlight cultivation method surged through the crown of Chin-Ho's head. The milky white radiance of moonlight chi enveloped his entire body, forming a protective aura around him. Chin-Ho's body, enveloped in moonlight chi, ascended approximately 3 inches above the floor. He entered the floating samadhi state, a momentary phenomenon arising from a specific enlightenment during chi circulation. In this state, energy converged towards Chin-Ho, who hovered above the ground, drawing it in from all directions like a tide. The moonlight chi enveloping Chin-Ho steadily expanded in size. This chi, which absorbed the energy from all things in the world to its utmost limit, swirled around Chin-Ho's body before being drawn in from the crown of his head. Every subsequent development from this point forward held significant importance. Mu-Gun heightened his concentration, skillfully managing the energy streaming in through the crown of Chin-Ho's head, directing it towards his danshan. The moonlight chi, saturated with the energy of nature, swiftly inundated Chin-Ho's danshan. Despite the fullness of his danshan, the influx of moonlight chi persisted without pause. Mu-Gun took charge, guiding the moonlight chi in an attempt to unlock Chin-Ho's middle danshan. Following Mu-Gun's direction, the moonlight chi permeated Chin-Ho's heart. Under the relentless intrusion of the moonlight chi, Chin-Ho experienced an intense sensation as if his heart were on the verge of bursting at any moment. The excruciating pain tempted him to cry out stop. Yet, he clung to his belief in Mu-Gun. Even in the face of potential adversity, he resolved to place his trust in Mu-Gun until the very end. His belief was soon rewarded. The moonlight chi, delving into Chin-Ho's heart, coalesced into a singular force, successfully unlocking his second Dantianthe middle danshan. Unable to find an alternative path, the moonlight chi congregated within the newly opened middle danshan, swiftly saturating it to capacity. Subsequently, the bones in Chin-Ho's body initiated a process of twisting and realignment. Undergoing metamorphosis, his skeletal structure underwent reconstruction. Following the completion of skeletal reconstruction, his muscles and skin, in turn, underwent a similar process of reconstruction. With an emotional expression, Chin-Ho opened his eyes after successfully completing the metamorphosis process. At that moment, he had transformed into an absolute realm master. The Mud Pill Palace is an area in the upper danshan where chi flows through. Commencing with Baek Chin-Ho, Baek Mu-Gun extended his guidance to Baek Chinung and Baek Sukwang, guiding them to the absolute realm. Subsequently, Mu-Gun applied the Thunder God Enlightenment spell to the patriarchs of the 12 clans within the Loyal Heart Alliance. Similar to his uncles, Mu-Gun secured a pledge from each of the 12 patriarchs. The patriarchs of the 12 clans readily accepted Mu-Gun's condition. Trusting in their pledge, Mu-Gun elevated their martial realms to the absolute realm. Overjoyed, the patriarchs expressed their delight at stepping into the absolute realm, a dream they had long cherished. Gratitude poured forth from them as they repeatedly thanked Mu-Gun for guiding them to this elevated state. Simultaneously, a deep-seated fear of Mu-Gun lingered among them, knowing that he possessed the ability to effortlessly elevate others to the absolute realm. The patriarchs were acutely aware that any deviation from their pledged intentions would not go unpunished, and Mu-Gun would not hesitate to hold them accountable. Despite reaching the absolute realm, their newfound status paled in comparison to Mu-Gun's power. Fearful of Mu-Gun's retribution, they dared not entertain any divergent intentions. In this manner, Mu-Gun elevated the patriarchs of the 12 clans to the status of absolute realm masters. Subsequently, he personally visited the Righteous Blood Branch and the Sea Dragon Archipelago, using the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on Baek Shinji and Baek Jin-1. In this manner, Mu-Gun initially guided 17 individuals to the absolute realm, extending the same opportunity to the 6 White Wolves, including Nakil Bang. Touched by Mu-Gun's benevolence, the 6 wolves were deeply moved and pledged unwavering allegiance to Mu-Gun until their last breath. In the blink of an eye, a month elapsed since Mu-Gun elevated the 6 wolves to the status of absolute realm masters, following the leaders of the Loyal Heart Alliance. During this time, the martial arts masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance returned from Sichuan province. Mu-Gun personally went to greet them upon their return. Subsequently, the Loyal Heart Alliance organized a welcome banquet to express gratitude for their efforts in the battle against the 9 celestial demons sect. Nevertheless, the true highlight of the celebration was Mu-Gun. Initially, the leaders of the Loyal Heart Alliance had intended to host a welcome banquet upon Mu-Gun's return. However, Mu-Gun declined, insisting on waiting until the martial arts masters who fought alongside him returned as well. In deference to Mu-Gun's wishes, the Loyal Heart Alliance opted to defer the banquet until the martial arts masters who took part in the conflict against the 9 celestial demons sect returned. Once they were back, the Loyal Heart Alliance promptly organized and hosted the long-awaited welcome banquet. The welcome banquet unfolded on a grand scale, gathering 1,000 martial artists from the Loyal Heart Alliance, including its leaders. The banquet hall was arranged within the expansive training hall at the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters. At the center of the grand training hall, seats of honor were arranged for the executives of the Loyal Heart Alliance's 13 clans. Just beneath them, a dense arrangement accommodated the 1,000 martial artists, filling the rest of the seating in the expansive hall. With all attendees comfortably seated, Baek Mu-Gun, the leader of the Loyal Heart Alliance, made his entrance. The leaders and martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance erupted in applause and cheers to welcome Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun went up to the podium prepared in front of the seats of honor, waving to the martial artists who welcomed him. After the warm welcome, Mu-Gun raised his voice and declared, "The purpose of today's banquet is to honor the heroes of Murim who have returned triumphant after defeating the 9 celestial demons sect, a threat to Murim. Without further delay, let's applaud and welcome the proud heroes of the Loyal Heart Alliance." In response to Mu-Gun's opening speech, the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Following this, Mu-Gun and the Absolute Realm Masters made their entrance from behind the podium. Witnessing their arrival, the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance intensified their applause and cheers even further. Let's have the Baek Sword Sect's young patriarch, the man who played the biggest role in the war against the 9 celestial demons sect, come up as a representative and say a few words. Mu-Gun relinquished his position to Mu-Gun, stepping down from the podium. Mu-Gun, wearing a somewhat bashful expression, took his place at the podium. Long live the Golden Thunder Emperor God! Long live the Loyal Heart Alliance! As Mu-Gun took the podium, the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance cheered for him, addressing him by his title and expressing their enthusiasm for both him and the Loyal Heart Alliance. Ahem, thank you, everyone. Mu-Gun, in a gesture of gratitude, bowed to the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance. Patiently, he waited for a moment, allowing their cheers to subside. Only when the hall was hushed did Mu-Gun begin to speak. The Loyal Heart Alliance is an organization dedicated to safeguarding Murim from the forces of the demonic path, including the 9 celestial demons sect. In our recent endeavor, the martial arts masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance, alongside myself, stood united to confront and halt the 9 celestial demons sect, proudly carrying the banner of our alliance. It's crucial to understand that the threat from the demonic sects won't cease with this one victory. While we've successfully thwarted the 9 celestial demons sect this time, the Central Plains Murim remains susceptible to potential future threats. To counteract and protect Murim, we, the Loyal Heart Alliance, must bolster our strength. It holds no meaning if only a select few among us grow stronger. Every member of the Loyal Heart Alliance must strengthen themselves. I, Baek Mu-Gun, stand before you, pledging my unwavering dedication to assist each of you in your growth, ensuring that the Loyal Heart Alliance becomes the true guardian of the Central Plains Murim. Wah! We will place our faith in the Golden Thunder Emperor God and do our best. We will do our very best. Mu-Gun's speech inspired the martial artists of the Loyal Heart Alliance in the general seats, filling them with determination to invest all their efforts. Thank you. I realize I may have delved into a rather serious topic on such a joyous occasion. Today's celebration was organized for me and the martial arts masters standing behind me, but it's also a moment to rejoice in the Loyal Heart Alliance's inaugural stride as the guardians of the Central Plains Murim. As a fellow member of the Loyal Heart Alliance, I encourage each of you to savor this event to your heart's content. At Mu-Gun's remarks, the Loyal Heart Alliance's martial artists cheered once again. Then, let's all raise our glasses and kickstart the banquet with a toast to the Loyal Heart Alliance. Following the conclusion of Mu-Gun's speech, Mu-Gun stepped forward, holding a glass of alcohol. In response to his cue, both the leaders at the seats of honor and the martial artists in the general seats raised their glasses. To the Loyal Heart Alliance? To the Loyal Heart Alliance Then, Mu-Gun started a toast, which was followed by the Loyal Heart Alliance's members in unison, and he downed his glass. Now then, I hope you enjoy the banquet as much as you can from now on. The banquet commenced in earnest with Mu-Gun's toast. Mu-Gun and the Absolute Realm Masters also took their seats at the designated places of honor, joining in the festivities and enjoying the banquet. L.B//JNN. A few days after the banquet concluded, Mu-Gun individually summoned the 6 venerable elders. Upon obtaining their consent, he employed the Thunder God Awakening spell on them. Despite being in the same absolute realm, the 6 venerable elders possessed a markedly higher understanding and enlightenment of martial arts compared to Mu-Gun. Due to their more robust foundation for advancing to the Supreme Realm compared to Mu-Gun, the Thunder God Awakening spell had a more significant impact on the 6 venerable elders. Despite the individual differences among the 6 venerable elders, they all experienced immediate progress through the Thunder God Awakening spell. Anticipating their progression, Mu-Gun predicted that within 3 months, at the latest, the 6 venerable elders would advance to the supreme realm. Naturally, such an achievement would require dedicated effort and hard work on their part. After using the Thunder God Awakening spell on the 6 venerable elders, Mu-Gun called for Dan Seil-young and Baek Mu-Gun next. Why did you call for me along with sister-in-law? Mu-Gun, who came running as soon as Mu-Gun called for him, asked curiously. I have a favor to ask the both of you, Mu-Gun said. The both of us? Sister-in-law and I? Yes. What kind of favor is it? Seil-young asked. I want you to select those who can be trusted among the Peak Realm Masters in the Baek Sword Sect and the Loyal Heart Alliance. What do you mean by those who can be trusted? I am referring to those who can take responsibility for their strength without harboring ill intentions if they were to obtain power equivalent to the Absolute Realm. Are you going to guide them to the Absolute Realm with the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, just like you did with the Loyal Heart Alliance's delegates? That is correct. Do you have to go that far? Didn't you say yourself that the Loyal Heart Alliance will take on the role of defending Murim, and not reign over Murim? Mu-Gun asked. That is why it is necessary. I am doing it to protect Murim. Mu-Gun responded firmly. Do we need that much power when the threat of the 9 celestial demons sect is no longer around? Mu-Gun continued asking. If the demon god's incarnation appears, our strength may not be enough. In other words, you are preparing for the worst case scenario. Yes, I see. However, it is hard to fathom the real minds and intentions of others. No matter how carefully my brother-in-law and I choose, there will be times when our choices are wrong. Seil-young said. Naturally, that is something that I expect. There may also be people who will become intoxicated with their newly gained power and go down the wrong path. If we punish them as a warning to others at that time, the others will not dare to harbor nonsensical thoughts. Mu-Gun explained. If that is the case, it will be better if something like that doesn't happen, right? Of course. Got it. I will do my best and try to look for those people. I will also look as closely as possible and select people we can trust. Seil-young and Mu-Gun answered reliably. Then, Mu-Gun, you should leave first. Seil-young, stay behind for a while. After Mu-Gun was done with business, he sent Mu-Gun on his way first. Do you have anything else you want to say to me? Rather than say, there is something we have to do. What do we have to do? I'm talking about having a child, Mu-Gun said straightforwardly. Now, do you not know how urgent it is for us to have children? Seil-young looked at Mu-Gun with a baffled expression. It seems to me like you are more interested in the process though. So, you don't want to? Mu-Gun asked dejectedly. That is not what I meant. Then, what is the problem? Mu-Gun chuckled mischievously, extending his arm toward Seil-young. Without resistance, Seil-young succumbed to Mu-Gun's touch, gracefully falling into his arms. Later, a cascade of pleasure echoed through their room. Following an intimate session, Mu-Gun and Seil-young lay beside each other, savoring the lingering sensations of their passionate encounter. Dear husband, when I look at you these days, I feel so anxious. I feel like you might leave somewhere at any moment. Seil-young said, caressing Mu-Gun's firm chest with her fingers. Mu-Gun disclosed to Seil-young and Hyuna that he had become the incarnation of the Thunder God, along with the responsibilities he now bore in that divine role. Anxious, Seil-young observed Mu-Gun concentrating on bolstering the Loyal Heart Alliance's strength through the Thunder God Awakening spell and the Thunder God Enlightenment spell upon his return to Shaoxing. It seemed as if he could embark on a mission at any given moment. I feel sorry for you, my dear wife. However, I had no choice but to become the Thunder God's incarnation. Also, if I am given a mission as the Thunder God's incarnation, I would have no choice but to do my best and perform my duties. Mu-Gun said apologetically. Still, I hope that you will only have to perform your duties in the future, in the far, far future. Phew, I would also like that, and I keep hoping that that is the case. Be that as it may, it is not something that I can decide on my own, so it is frustrating. Mu-Gun spoke honestly. I am sorry. You must also be having a hard time, but I must have made you even more stressed for no reason. Seil-young apologized. Don't say that. Moreover, it is not like I have to leave for a mission right away, so let's just enjoy the time we have together instead of worrying in advance. Okay. Also, I think I will have to go to Hebei province and Henan province for a few days. What for? I think I need to withdraw the money deposited at the Myriad Vault and the Yellow River Vault. When did you leave money there? It was left behind by the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect, Mu-Gun explained. Do you plan to use that money to rebuild some of the clans in Murim? Yes. How much money was left in the 2 vaults? It is about 600,000 silver niangs. Don't tell me that you intend to use all 600,000 silver niangs as funding for the other clans? Seil-young asked to confirm her suspicion. That is what I was planning to do. Why? Do you think it is too excessive? To be honest, I indeed feel that it will be a shame. However, at the end of the day, that money belongs to the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect, and you are the one who should decide how to use it. I don't think anyone should comment on how you use it. Also, since you've chosen generosity, it might be wise to do it thoughtfully. So, dear husband, follow your heart, Seil-young said in support. Okay. Could you find out about the clans in Murim that suffered damages from the 9 celestial demons sect? Got it. One thing led to another and it seems like I am only making you do my work. I am sorry. Mu-Gun apologized. Don't say that. Rather, I am glad that I could be of help to my husband. So, don't hesitate to ask me for help in the future too. Thank you, and I love you. I love you too. Seol-young smiled and said, "Come here." Mu-Gun embraced Seol-young. "You want to go again? How can I hold myself back when you are smiling so beautifully?" At Mu-Gun's crafty words, Seol-young giggled and snuggled in his embrace. Then, they made love once again. They truly enjoyed their prime. As previously mentioned to Dan Seol-young, Baek Mu-Gun embarked on a journey to Hebei Province and Henan Province. There, Mu-Gun sought out the credit note and withdrew the 600,000 silver niangs from the Myriad Vault in Hebei Province and the Yellow River Vault in Henan Province. In contrast to the previous two vaults, Mu-Gun openly disclosed his identity while withdrawing the money. There was no longer any reason for him to exercise caution. Additionally, using the name of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect as the source of the funds would suffice. Upon verifying Mu-Gun's identity, both the Myriad Vault and the Yellow River Vault promptly honored the credit note without any objections. They dared not entertain any ulterior motives against Mu-Gun, the most formidable martial artist in Murim. With the smooth withdrawal of funds, Mu-Gun faced no particular challenges and returned to Shaoxing without any trouble. His journey to Hebei Province and Henan Province concluded in just 10 days. The efficiency was attributed to Mu-Gun's ability to activate the Thunder God's shadow without exhaustion, allowing him to travel without significant stamina consumption. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun viewed even this efficiency with a tinge of regret. While currently unattainable with his existing martial realm, he envisioned a future where a higher martial realm would grant him the ability to traverse space itself, regardless of the distance. In the eventuality of such an advancement, Mu-Gun could complete a round trip from Hebei Province to Henan Province in just a single day. However, such a feat remained impossible within his current martial realm. By human standards, Mu-Gun's martial realm had already reached the pinnacle, leaving no further ascent. Yet, measured against the standards of an incarnation, and even more broadly, against the standards of the gods, Mu-Gun had only just begun his journey. For someone intending to stay within the bounds of Central Plains Murim, his current martial realm sufficed and exceeded expectations. Nevertheless, as the Thunder God's incarnation, he had the formidable task of contending with the Demon God's incarnation. In light of this, his present martial prowess fell short. He needed to evolve further, to become more potent. Mu-Gun recognized that he still had a long and challenging journey ahead. Upon returning to Shaoxing, Mu-Gun turned over the 600,000 silver niangs he had withdrawn from the two vaults to Baek, saying, "Why are you giving this to me? I think it would only be right for you to be in charge of the financial support as the Loyal Heart Alliance's leader," Mu-Gun said. "That is out of the question. Since these are funds from the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect, you should personally decide on the funding." Qinsang declined Mu-Gun's suggestion. By adhering to Mu-Gun's guidance, both the reputation of the Loyal Heart Alliance and Baek Qinsang himself would experience a significant surge. Aware that Mu-Gun had put forth this suggestion with the Loyal Heart Alliances and his own reputation in mind, Qinsang hesitated. He didn't wish to claim all the credit for himself, recognizing the pivotal role played by his son, Mu-Gun. Moreover, the funds weren't even from the Loyal Heart Alliance, they belonged to the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect. It seemed only fair for Mu-Gun to directly oversee and manage the funds, thereby rightfully earning credit for the initiative.n/o/bell/b/in.c//om. As I've emphasized before, my desire is for the Loyal Heart Alliance to evolve into the true guardians of Murim. The reason I'm delegating the decision-making on funds to you is that you hold the position of the Loyal Heart Alliance's leader. Your status and reputation in that role are paramount for our alliance to gain recognition as the defenders of Murim by other clans. Additionally, this presents a golden opportunity to elevate both the status of the Loyal Heart Alliance and your own, father, Mu-Gun said firmly. That's not accurate. The Loyal Heart Alliance already holds a position of great prominence, and that is largely owing to your presence as the Golden Thunder Emperor God. Furthermore, as you've pointed out, to enhance the reputation of the Loyal Heart Alliance, it would be far more impactful for you to step forward than for me to do so, Qinsang voiced his perspective. I don't want the Loyal Heart Alliance to be synonymous with me. My aspiration is for the Alliance to earn recognition across Murim, and I hope Murim will align with the will of the Loyal Heart Alliance, regardless of my presence. To achieve this, it's far more advantageous for you to take a prominent role as the leader of the Loyal Heart Alliance, father, Mu-Gun countered. Even if I take a prominent position at the forefront, the attention of Murim won't be directed solely at me or the Loyal Heart Alliance. Instead, their focus will likely be on you, the force behind us. Many probably believe that the Loyal Heart Alliance owes its existence to you. That might be the current perception. However, if you consistently take a leading role and elevate your reputation, Murim will eventually realize that the Loyal Heart Alliance is not solely reliant on me, Mu-Gun argued. At any rate, you just want me to manage the funding, right? That's right. With all due respect, there are a lot of tasks that I have to personally attend to. Mu-Gun added an excuse. Why does it sound like you are saying that I have nothing to do? That's not true at all. Fine, I will do as you say. Qinsang yielded. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you instead. You are paying the money, but I will be showing off and reaping the benefits. Do you want to show it off? Mu-Gun chuckled and asked. He knew well that by nature, Qinsang was someone incapable of boasting in front of others. It's not a small amount of money, but a sum no less than 600,000 niangs, so of course I have to boast about it. Please do that. No one will say anything to you even if you boast about it, father. Chinseng grinned at Mu-Gun's crafty reply. But by tasks that you have to personally do, are you referring to fostering absolute realm masters? Chinseng asked. Yes. I intend to choose individuals from the 13 clans of the Loyal Heart Alliance who exhibit good character, have clean origins, and carry no suspicion in their track records. I will then use the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on them. As they say, blood is thicker than water. Since you have decided to do so, I hope there are many people from the Baek Sword sect. I hope so too. However, for the unity of the Loyal Heart Alliance, I will have to select people according to the fairest possible criteria. I am well aware. I'm just saying it for good measure. I'll leave it to you to decide on that matter, so don't worry about what I said, and do as you please. Chinseng said, making sure Mu-Gun did not misunderstand him. Yes, I understand. Do you have anything else to say? Chinseng asked. Not in particular. Then, go ahead and rest up. Okay, I'll take my leave then. Mu-Gun said his goodbyes to Chinseng and departed from the Loyal Heart Alliance's headquarters, making his way toward the Baek Sword sect's manor. Upon returning to the Baek Sword sect after a 10-day absence, Mu-Gun's first stop was to visit his 2 wives. After announcing his return to his 2 wives, Mu-Gun turned his attention to a comprehensive report compiled by Dan Seil-young and Baek Mu-Gun. The report meticulously documented the personal information of martial arts masters from all 13 clans within the Loyal Heart Alliance, with a particular focus on the Baek Sword sect. The report outlined the martial prowess of a little over 120 individuals, providing clear evidence of the imbalance within the Loyal Heart Alliance's forces. Before Mu-Gun employed the Thunder God Awakening spell and the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, the Loyal Heart Alliance possessed 17 Absolute Realm Masters and 20 Upper Peak Realm Masters, excluding Chinseng and Mu-Gun. In contrast, they had just over 120 Peak Realm Masters. The number of Peak Realm Masters was notably lower when compared to the higher-ranked forces above the Upper Peak Realm. This aspect highlighted that the Loyal Heart Alliance relied on a small number of high-ranked martial arts masters. While the current powerful masters in the Loyal Heart Alliance were formidable, the organization needed a broader foundation of strength. To grow into a larger and more robust force, it was crucial to enhance the power of the common martial artists, providing a solid support base for the high-ranked martial arts masters. Mu-Gun carefully selected 82 individuals from the Peak Realm Masters, with 34 from the Baek Sword sect and 48 from the other 12 clans. The selection process involved a thorough examination of their character, ensuring that only those who met Mu-Gun's standards were chosen. Mu-Gun's selection process was fair, ensuring that approximately 4 individuals were chosen from each clan. The higher number of selections from the Baek Sword sect was a reflection of their larger pool of Peak Realm Masters compared to the other clans, rather than favoritism. This approach aimed to distribute opportunities evenly among the participating clans. Mu-Gun informed Seil-young and Mu-Gun of his selection. The number of people eliminated from the selection this time is about 40 people. Since that is the case, wouldn't it be better to use the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on them as well? The other Peak Realm Masters will become Absolute Realm Masters through the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, so I think they will feel relatively deprived if they are excluded. Mu-Gun expressed his opinion. I also thought about what you just said. However, it will be a problem if they think I will use the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on them just because they are Peak Realm Masters. By excluding some of them, we are showing that they will need to be qualified to receive the Thunder God Enlightenment spell. Mu-Gun explained his reasoning. I understand what you mean. In any case, well done, both of you. It was easy for me to decide because the 2 of you wrote up such a detailed report despite the short timeline. Mu-Gun praised the 2 of them. I am glad to hear that I was of help to you, brother, Mu-Gun said proudly. But Mu-Gun, don't you want to receive the Thunder God Enlightenment spell? I am also human, so of course I would desire it. However, I have only reached the first-rate realm, so I dare not dream of receiving it. Also, as you said, I also think that working on information systems suits me better than martial arts. Mu-Gan's adaptation to information-related tasks in the Heavenly Secret Hall, overseeing both the Baek Sword sect and contributing to the Loyal Heart Alliance, highlighted his satisfaction with his current role. This shift not only aligned better with his aptitude but also demonstrated his versatility beyond martial arts. Still, it wouldn't hurt to squeeze in some martial arts training whenever you get the chance. Even if you're more of an information person, having a solid grounding in martial arts can be a real asset in navigating the Murim life, Mu-Gun gently advised Mu-Gun. Understood. I will not neglect my martial arts training. Good. Also, regardless of the number of people selected this time round, I plan to use the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on my 2 wives. You are going to let me receive it too? Seil-young asked, surprised by Mu-Gun's remarks. Why? Do you not want to? That's not it. However, I am not qualified, so I think that I am just getting preferential treatment just because I am your wife. Seil-young said worryingly. I decided to help with my wife's cultivation, so who would dare say anything? Also, if my dear wives become stronger, only then can I carry out my duties as an incarnation with peace of mind. Okay, fine. Speaking of which, let's do it right away. Now? Why? Do you have anything urgent to do? That's not what I mean, but it is just too sudden. I get that this might come out of the blue for you, but I've actually been mulling it over for a while now. I don't reckon there's much else happening, so let's head to the training hall right away. Okay, you go ahead and get back to your tasks. Got it. Best of luck with receiving the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, sister-in-law. Thanks, brother-in-law. Take good care of yourself. When Okay left the residence, Mu-Gun immediately went to the training hall with Seal-young. Then, he used the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on her. After 8 hours, Seal-young, having recently attained the peak realm, successfully unlocked her heaven and earth gateway and underwent a profound metamorphosis. Just like that, overnight, Seal-young ascended to the ranks of an absolute realm master. It was all thanks to the fact that she married the right husband. The following day, Mu-Gun applied the Thunder God Enlightenment spell to Namgang Hyuna as well. Hyuna successfully unlocked her heaven and earth gateway and underwent a transformative process. With that, she seamlessly advanced into the absolute realm. Confirming her newfound martial realm, Hyuna was moved to Tiers 1. Are you that happy? Don't even get me started. You may not know because you have always been extraordinary, but most martial artists may never be able to cross the wall known as the absolute realm even if they trained with all their might throughout their entire lives. However, I was able to advance into the absolute realm overnight thanks to my dear husband, so how could I not be happy? Hyuna said in joy. As you said, the absolute realm is a martial realm that is difficult to reach even if you train with all your might for the rest of your life. You were able to achieve the absolute realm without much effort. On the one hand, I cannot hide the fact that I am worried about you. What is easily achieved is also easily lost. I am worried that you will take your current martial realm lightly, and I am also concerned that you will carelessly use your newly gained power. Mu-Gun hadn't assumed that Hyuna would recklessly wield her powers simply because she reached the absolute realm. If that were the case, he wouldn't have used the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on her in the first place. Mu-Gun desired her to remain vigilant, trusting that she would exercise caution and think twice before unleashing her newfound strength. Don't worry. The things you are worried about will never happen, dear. Hyuna reassured him. I trust you, and I hope that you will not be satisfied with your current martial realm. The absolute realm is not the end, but rather, it is just the beginning. Don't forget that in places that we are not aware of, countless monstrous beings have surpassed the supreme realm and entered the mythic realm. Mu-Gun reminded Hyuna. To be of assistance to you, or more precisely, to ensure I'm not a burden, I'm fully aware that my current martial realm falls short. I vow to you that I won't settle for where I am now and will persist in reaching for a higher martial realm, Hyuna promised. If it is you, I am sure you'll do well. By the way, I feel light, almost like my body is ready to soar away. It's as if I've been reborn. It is probably the effect of metamorphosis. Anyway, I am worried. What do you mean by that? Your skin and body have gotten much better due to metamorphosis, so other men will ogle you even more now, Mu-Gun said teasingly. Am I the only one? Do you know how many women in Murim admire you, the hero who saved the world by defeating the 9 celestial demons sect? Hyuna said, pouting. Then, I should take this opportunity and take a good look over Murim. I would like to see how many women actually adore me. Mu-Gun said cheekily. What did you say? Haha, it's just a joke, okay. How could I set my gaze on another woman when I have such beautiful wives? Mu-Gun quickly retracted his words. You never know. I heard that for men, a woman you see for the first time is the most beautiful. That only applies to those who don't know of any truly beautiful woman. It doesn't apply to me, who has a wife more beautiful than anyone else next to me. As usual, you are good with words. Come over here. Mu-Gun grinned at the sight of Hyuna pouting and pulled her close. What is it? Hyuna asked as she was gradually pulled closer. I can't hold myself back any longer because you are so beautiful. Mu-Gun spoke with a mischievous face and kissed her. Hyuna didn't pull away from his lips. Instead, she embraced his neck, engaging in a more intense kiss with him. Ignited by a passionate kiss, their carnal desires ablaze, the two soon shared a passionate session of lovemaking. At this point, Mu-Gun is just a god. No, 4 months had elapsed since the 9 celestial demons sect threat was averted. Staying true to the initial plan, Baek Mu-Gun led the peak realm masters of the Loyal Heart Alliance into the realm of absolute masters using the Thunder God Enlightenment spell. Meanwhile, the 6 venerable elders, recipients of the Supreme Realm Enlightenment courtesy of the Thunder God Awakening spell, successfully surpassed the absolute realm, ascending to the esteemed Supreme Realm. Baek Shinsang, the inaugural recipient of the Thunder God Awakening spell, still lagged behind in reaching the Supreme Realm. His enlightenment, in contrast to the 6 venerable elders, was evidently at a lower stage, requiring additional time for complete assimilation of the Supreme Realm Enlightenment. Nonetheless, Shinsang was poised to ascend to the Supreme Realm in the foreseeable future. With the 6 venerable elders achieving the Supreme Realm and 100 absolute realm masters cultivated, the forces of the Loyal Heart Alliance had now surged into formidable strength, surpassing the combined might of the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families. Should the Loyal Heart Alliance set its sights on Murim's supremacy, the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families would find themselves powerless to impede them. However, Mu-Gun harbored dissatisfaction with the Alliance's current might. While the upper echelons of martial arts masters had attained a certain pinnacle, the forces beneath them remained notably lacking. Mu-Gun was eager to bolster the Loyal Heart Alliance's lower-ranked forces, enhancing both their quantity and quality. The leaders of the Alliance embraced Mu-Gun's perspective, opting to recruit fresh martial artists into the fold. Moreover, they committed to providing unwavering support for the development and strengthening of the lower-ranked forces. Meanwhile, the 600,000 silver niangs entrusted to Qinsang by Mu-Gun were allocated as financial aid to the clans that had suffered losses from the 9 celestial demons sect, without any charges or obligations. The Loyal Heart Alliance extended financial assistance to both the 7 great families and the subsidiary branches of the 9 prominent sects. However, there was a deliberate emphasis on directing more support toward the smaller and medium-sized clans within Murim. The 7 great families and the subsidiary branches of the 9 prominent sects enjoyed ample support even without the intervention of the Loyal Heart Alliance. However, in stark contrast, the assistance provided to the lesser-known small and medium-sized clans fell significantly short. The Loyal Heart Alliance placed a priority on supporting the often neglected small and medium-sized clans, garnering enthusiastic endorsement from numerous factions in Murim. The small and medium-sized clans that benefited from the Loyal Heart Alliance's support were deeply moved by the alliance's generosity, which came without any expectation of reciprocation. Consequently, a growing number of clans began to see the Loyal Heart Alliance as the true leader of Murim. Positioned at the heart of Murim, the Loyal Heart Alliance held a pivotal role, especially since the Golden Thunder Emperor God, the savior of Murim from the 9 celestial demons sect, was aligned with them. Gathering support from the grassroots of Murim, their influence was burgeoning swiftly. The rise of the Loyal Heart Alliance as the central force in Murim naturally stirred discomfort among the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families. Nevertheless, at this juncture, they found themselves powerless to halt the alliance's ascendancy. Their only recourse was to remain vigilant, bide their time, and focus on bolstering their own strength. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun made a conscious effort to avoid the spotlight, delegating responsibilities to Qinsang and the executives who took the lead in managing affairs. As he conveyed to Qinsang, he preferred not to be the focal point. His desire was for the Loyal Heart Alliance to take center stage. It wasn't about creating Mu-Gun's Loyal Heart Alliance, rather, he aimed for the recognition of the alliance itself. To achieve this objective, a system was established within the Loyal Heart Alliance that operated independently of Mu-Gun. Every task adhered to this system, and decisions on all matters were made by the delegates of the Loyal Heart Alliance, with no specific position allocated to Mu-Gun. Certainly, Mu-Gun did wield some influence through Qinsang, but crucially, the decisions were ultimately in the hands of the delegates. The delegates of the Loyal Heart Alliance endeavored to manage every aspect independently, minimizing reliance on the presence of Baek Mu-Gun. The Loyal Heart Alliance dedicated efforts to establish a system that could operate efficiently irrespective of Mu-Gun's presence. This was to ensure smooth functionality and prevent any issues in the alliance's operations even in Mu-Gun's absence. Mu-Gun was mentally preparing himself to fulfill the responsibilities of an incarnation at any given moment. To carry out these duties, he needed to traverse into another world. It weighed on him that he would be separated from his family, including his 2 wives. However, there was a simultaneous sense of anticipation for the prospect of exploring a new world. Although he embarked on this journey with the intention of enjoying himself, the primary goal was to thwart the demon gods, leaving minimal room for personal enjoyment in the new world. In any case, Mu-Gun patiently awaited the Thunder God to relay the incarnation's mission to him. Finally, the Thunder God spoke. "Hast thou been well? I have been well. Am I finally receiving a mission as your incarnation? It seems like thou hast been waiting for me to give thee a mission as mine incarnation. Nov.l.b//jnn. Since I have to do it anyway, wouldn't it be better for me to do it willingly? It is a good mindset. As thou quoth, there is a mission thou hast to do as mine incarnation. What is it? Thy mission is to exterminate the demon god whom hast appeared at the Avalon continent. Did the demon god personally descend?" Mu-Gun asked in shock. In that world, the demon gods prefer to descend personally through their incarnation. I don't know if it is possible to deal with a demon god directly with my current skills. In the case that the demon god directly descends to the middle realm, they will only be able to display less than half of their true power. How strong is half of their true power? It is about 2 or 3 times the power thou currently bear. And you are telling me to stop them? Mu-Gun asked with a baffled expression. If thou never hast enough power, then all thou hast to try is grow stronger. Is that not right? The Thunder God said as if it wasn't a big deal. How long would I have to grow my powers to be able to defeat the demon god at that place? Shouldn't the other incarnations also provide support? I desire to try that too if I could. However, I hast not many incarnations, and there are too many worlds under the threat of the demon gods. I didst not choose to send a rookie like thee for no reason. On the upside, what is fortunate is that even if the demon god descends to the middle realm, it shall not be able to display its one power immediately. There were strict limitations between the hell realm and the middle realm, and if someone forcefully tried to bypass it, even the demon god would have a huge impact. To regain its strength and recover from the impact it received from the dimension's limitations, the demon god would need a significant amount of time. Mu-Gun was required to raise his power within that time limit as much as possible so that he could deal with the demon god. Naturally, I cannot refuse the mission, can I? Thou can refuse it, but what comes next is the problem. If he refused the mission, the divinity he received from the Thunder God would be taken back and he would lose all his power. Then, his soul would become the property of the Thunder God. That means I don't have a choice. What sort of place is Avalon? Mu-Gun smiled bitterly and asked about Avalon. I think it would be better for thee to check that out thyself. I don't have to go right away, do I? I shall grant thou 2 hours. I might not be able to come back, so aren't you being too cold-hearted? Shall thou understand if I tell thou that 2 hours hither is 1 month there? Then, even if I spend a year there, it is only 1 day here? That is correct. Then, are there cases where it is the opposite? Of course, there is. However, it is a rule to not assign a mission there lest it is an unavoidable situation. That is a relief. It would be troublesome if decades have passed when I come back from finishing my mission. So, quickly go say thy farewells and come back. Understood. Within the 2 hours granted by the Thunder God, Mu-Gun bid farewell to his family and close friends. Concern etched the faces of his loved ones, including the 4 peerless wanderers, as Mu-Gun prepared to embark on his journey to another world in service as the Thunder God's incarnation. To assuage their concerns, Mu-Gun chose not to disclose the personal descent of the demon god in the realm he was headed to. Instead, he reassured them by explaining that even if he spent a month there, only 2 hours would elapse in their world. After saying goodbye to his 2 wives with a final hug, Mu-Gun called for the Thunder God. Didst thou bid farewell properly? I did. Then, I will send thou to Avalon right now. But am I crossing over to Avalon with my current appearance? No. Thou will borrow the body of someone living in Avalon to carry out thy duty. Borrowing someone else's body? Then what will happen to the original owner of the body? It is not like how thou regard. Thou are not stealing away someone's body. Thou are going to use the body of someone who is supposed to die originally. Is there a reason to do that? It is because it is convenient in many ways to move as a person whom existed in that world. Also, if thou thither there with thy current look, thou shall attract attention and the risk of thy existence being exposed to the demon god shall augment. For thy safety, it would be advantageous to borrow the body of someone whom belongs to that world. If that is the case, I hope I can borrow the body of a person with great power. That depends on thy luck. Then, if thou don't hast any more questions, I shall open the dimensional door that connects to Avalon. I am ready. As soon as Mu-Gun concluded his response, a cascade of golden lightning materialized in midair, shaping an oval space. Within this oval expanse, a palpable darkness pervaded, resembling an abyss. A sense dawned on Mu-Gun that entering this oval space might mean being engulfed by the dark currents, never to return. We hast no time, so go in quickly. The Thunder God pressed him on. Mu-Gun drew in a deep breath and stepped into the oval space. In that very instant, his soul, now possessing the origin spirit, was irresistibly drawn away by an unseen force. Mu-Gun sensed his consciousness gradually waning. Despite his attempts to regain composure, it proved futile. Eventually, his consciousness reached a point of complete blackout. Within the Count Venetia house in Pantheon Kingdom, an oppressive atmosphere lingered within the dwelling of Argon Laonia Venetia, the third young lord. This somber mood arose as Argon, the proprietor of the residence, returned unconscious and grievously injured. His injuries were sustained during his endeavor to halt the surprise attack of the Wolfkin, a colossal wolf monster, on the battlefield. The chief healer of the Count Venetia house, Dwayne Rudwick, and the head wizard, Alkane Lucasus, spared no effort in their attempts to heal Argon. Despite their best endeavors, Argon's condition showed no signs of improvement. The gravest concern lay in the fact that the wound inflicted by the Wolfkin refused to cease its relentless bleeding. Ordinarily, Alkane's healing magic could staunch bleeding, regardless of the wound's severity. However, no matter how many times Alkane applied his healing magic, Argon's wound stubbornly continued to bleed. The culprit was the curse embedded in the wound by the Wolfkin, rendering all magical efforts ineffective. Breaking the Wolfkin's curse required, at the very least, the intervention of a 7th circle mage to allow magic to take effect. Unfortunately, the head wizard of the Count Venetia house, Alkane, remained a 6th circle mage, unable to break the Wolfkin's curse. Consequently, despite Dwayne, the chief healer's earnest efforts to staunch the bleeding, the sheer size of the wound rendered their attempts futile. Eventually, with no means to halt the bleeding, Argon's heart ceased its rhythm, and his pulse and breathing came to a complete standstill. Chief healer Dwayne, acknowledging Argon's demise, solemnly conveyed the news to Watkins Laonia Venetia, the fief's owner, who observed with a stoic countenance from the rear. Your Excellency, the third young lord is Coog. Just then, Argon, who had stopped breathing, opened his eyes with a groan. The third young lord. The third young lord has woken up? Dwayne, who was walking toward Count Venetia, quickly turned around at head wizard Alkane's cry, and he examined Argon. Third young lord? Have you come around? Upon awakening, Argon, the third young lord more precisely, Baek Mu-Gun was momentarily bewildered by the abrupt change in circumstances. However, he swiftly regained his composure. This situation was familiar to him, courtesy of his numerous reincarnations through the 9 Lives Reincarnation Spell. He had anticipated such occurrences when traversing the dimensional door. I would like to be alone for a while. That is out of the question. Your injury is severe, third young lord. You miraculously regained consciousness, but your life could still be in danger if you are not treated in a hurry. I wonder if the two of you are truly able to heal me. Mu-Gun checked his own physical condition and figured out that Dwayne and Alkane couldn't heal him with their abilities. Since you will find out soon anyway, I will tell you. While I was unconscious, the almighty sky god Upur appeared in my dreams and imparted a divine revelation to me, making me its proxy. In this world, the thunder god went by the name of the sky god Upur. It's worth noting that the sky god Upur was among the most powerful deities on the Avalon continent and held the additional title of the god of war. Are you speaking the truth? Alkane asked in surprise. Yes. The sky god Upur made me its proxy and decided to heal my body with its authority. So, you don't have to worry about my life. Please go out, everyone. I need to think about something by myself. Do as he says. Count Watkins, watching from behind, spoke to Dwayne and Alkane. At his orders, Dwayne and Alkane bowed before leaving the room. I beg your pardon. Forgive my disrespectfulness. I did not know that you were here, father. My son's life was on the verge of danger, so how could I pretend not to know as your father? But is it true that you received a divine revelation from the sky god Upur? I speak the truth. What kind of divine revelation did the sky god give you? As the proxy of the sky god, I was ordered to prevent the dangers creeping up on the Avalon continent. What danger are you referring to? The sky god said that the demon god would descend to the Avalon continent. Did you just say the demon god will descend? Count Watkins asked in surprise. That is correct. Did he make you a proxy to stop that? Yes. To stop the demon god, you will need great power. Is it truly possible with your current capabilities? The almighty sky god imparted me with the power to confront the demon god while making me its proxy. Are you speaking the truth? Count Watkins was once again shocked. Yes. But it will take some time to make that power truly mine. It seems like you are asking me to leave. All right. I will take my leave, so take good care of yourself. Alone after Count Watkins departed, Mu-Gun initiated the process of healing his ravaged body. A golden wave of thunder god chi surged, infiltrating his wounds. The initial effect was the cessation of bleeding, followed by a gradual healing of the severe wound, which had exposed his bones. 2. 1. I am using it as a pronoun because gods don't really have a gender, I think. After healing Argon using the divinity in his origin spirit, Mu-Gun began to reconstruct his body. Using thunder god chi, he unclogged Argon's blood vessels, which proved quite easy thanks to his built physique, and when Argon's 8 major meridians opened, he finally cleared the life and death gateway and unlocked his middle dantian. Having undergone metamorphosis, Argon's skeletal structure, muscles, and skin had reached perfection. Mu-Gun also unlocked the upper dantian, connecting all 3 dantians as one. Finally, he transferred the power contained in his origin spirit into Argon. Exactly 2 hours after possessing Argon, Mu-Gun recovered all the power he had before he crossed the dimensional door. After regaining his strength, Mu-Gun looked through Argon's memory, which he had gained access to, allowing him to recognize those he saw for the first time and speak and understand the Pantheon Kingdom's language. The Pantheon Kingdom, which Argon was a citizen of, was in the northern part of the Avalon continent and bordered by the Patagon mountain range to the north, which was the habitat of the Wolfgan. Wolfgans were giant monsters with the body of a wolf and the skin of an alligator. Those who had reached adulthood even boasted 10 times the size of a normal wolf. They normally did not pose a threat to humans because they only stayed within the Patagon mountain range, but not long ago, a pack of Wolfgans suddenly came down from their habitat and attacked the Pantheon Kingdom. 10 elite knights in chevalier armors would barely be able to defeat just one Wolfgan even if they used aura. However, no less than 10,000 descended from the mountains. Helplessly torn apart by the surprise attack, around 70% of the Pantheon Kingdom was decimated by the Wolfgans within 10 days. The only reason the kingdom lasted that long was because the monsters only attacked at night. If they continued their invasion during the day too, the kingdom would have already been wiped off the planet by now. When the Wolfgans were right on the doorsteps of House Venetia's fief, their count dispatched their most elite knights, the Golden Lion Order, to stop the monsters. Lord Argon, the third heir to the throne, joined them. However, the Golden Lion Order suffered a crushing defeat, almost being annihilated. Though destined to die, Argon managed to escape from the brink of death and returned to House Venetia's estate when Mu-Gun's soul took over his body. Mu-Gun speculated that the Wolfgans' sudden aggression was related to the demon god since the Wolfgans were not the only ones behaving strangely. The huge monsters living in the other mountain ranges of the Avalon continent were attacking the other kingdoms too. Convinced that the demon god was controlling the huge monsters, Mu-Gun decided to prioritize stopping the monsters for now. Hence, he got up, left the room, and headed for Count Watkins' office. Considering Argon returned in a terrible state, it would not have been strange if he died soon. Hence, the people of House Venetia could not help but be surprised to see him completely fine. Nevertheless, they still did not forget to politely greet him. After returning the gesture, he began to walk faster, eventually reaching his destination. When he announced his visit, Count Watkins immediately allowed Mu-Gun to enter. Mu-Gun found 5 other people inside. From what it looked like, they seemed to be in the middle of a long meeting. Count Watkins was sitting at the head of the table. Beside him were his eldest, Kayahan Leonia Venetia, and his second son, Franchel Leonia Venetia. Next to them were Captain Schwartz, a Persian of the Golden Lion Order, and head wizard Alkane Lucasus. Finally, the House Venetia's strategist Jardim Valdium was seated at the corner. They were all evidently surprised when they saw Mu-Gun. No, when they saw Argon in seemingly perfect health. How? Alkane looked at Mu-Gun in disbelief. He knew the young man's condition best. It seems you were telling the truth when you said you have become the Sky God's representative, Count Watkins said as he examined Mu-Gun. The Sky God's representative? What do you mean by that? Kayahan asked Count Watkins with a puzzled look. Argon said that when he was on the brink of death, he received a divine revelation from the Sky God and was chosen as their representative, which is the reason behind his miraculous recovery, Count Watkins explained. Is that the truth? Franchel asked in disbelief. How else would I have survived and recovered this quickly from the brink of death? Mu-Gun shrugged. You said the Sky God would give you some of his strength. Have you received it? Count Watkins asked. Yes. The Almighty Sky God blessed me, Mu-Gun said. How strong are you now? Can you stop the Wolfgons? Jardam asked. They will no longer be a threat. Really? Yes. I don't know how much power you obtained, Lord Argon, but we must not underestimate the Wolfgons, Schwartz warned, speaking from experience since he had already faced one before. Showing it to you in person will make things easier to understand. Mu-Gun awakened the Thunder God Chi within him and exuded a way of golden thunder chi. He then concentrated it on his right hand, forming a huge thunderbolt sword. Schwartz's eyes widened in astonishment. Aura Blade? Count Watkins and the others also appeared to be amazed. Ho, I did not expect you to use Aura Blade. That is a pleasant surprise. That is not just any Aura Blade. Despite not holding anything, he managed to create an Aura Blade that contains the properties of lightning. Such a feat is simply impossible unless you have become a Grand Master, Schwartz explained with excitement. Grand Masters were known as the Ultimate Knights, equal to the Supreme Realm Masters of Central Plains Murim. Even the Pamir Empire, the strongest nation within the Avalon continent, only had 5 of them, while the Pantheon Kingdom only had 1. Considering how valuable they were, it was only natural for Schwartz to be excited when he found out that Mu-Gun had become one. If you have really become a Grand Master, Lord Argon, then we no longer have to worry about the Wolfgons, Jardam said in delight. Grand Masters were ultimate weapons that could serve as an entire strategy in itself, considering each one could dominate an entire battlefield. Only another Grand Master could stop them. Despite how powerful the Wolfgons were, against a Grand Master, they were no more than a mouse in the mercy of a cat. Jardam, who ceaselessly racked his brains to find a way to stop the Wolfgons this coming evening, felt so relieved. How many forces do we have left? Mu-Gun asked Jardam. We have 12 Golden Lion Knights and 3,000 troops left in the Venetia army. We cannot stop the Wolfgons without you, Lord Argon, Jardam reported. Has the kingdom not sent support yet? Rather than sending support, they are conscripting knights and soldiers from the other fiefdoms to strengthen the royal capital's defense instead, Jardam said, clearly displeased. I see. For now, let's focus on stopping the Wolfgons tonight. Your Chevalier armor was destroyed, and we do not have any spare available. Will you be fine, Nov, L, B /JNN. A Chevalier armor was armor powered by a huge monster's mana heart. Wearing it not only dramatically increased muscle strength and agility but also strengthened its wearer's aura using the mana in the monster's heart. Simply put, it made its wearer exert greater power than their original stage. It does not matter, Mu-Gun nonchalantly replied. It would be nice to have a Chevalier armor, but he did not really need it. He was more interested in mana hearts, which had the same effect as the beast cores of divine beasts. Considering the Avalon continent was flooded with huge monsters, he et his hands on as many mana hearts as he wanted. He was even already planning to increase his internal energy reserves by absorbing the Wolfgons. Mu-Gun already had more than enough internal energy and could even absorb the energy in nature at any time since he had already unlocked his 3 Dandians. Against humans or monsters, it was almost impossible for him to run out of internal energy. However, he came to this world to deal with the demon god. To accomplish that, he had to increase his internal energy reserves as much as possible. Although that would not guarantee his success, it was the only thing he could do right now. What about the Golden Lion Order and the Venetia army? Kayahan asked. The Golden Lion Order will fight alongside Lord Argon, Schwartz answered without second thoughts. You do not have to do that. I am more than enough to stop them. I have no doubts that you can stop the Wolfgons on your own, Lord Argon, but it is still better to be safe than sorry. Please let the Golden Lion Knights join you in battle. Witnessing your power will also be of great help to them now that you have reached the rank of Grand Master. I agree, Count Watkins said, supporting Schwartz. Understood, Mu-Gun acquiesced. Jardam checked the time. It will be dark soon. The Wolfkin would continue their invasion as soon as night fell. They had to move now if they wanted to stop them. Let us make haste, then. Mu-Gun got up from his seat. Schwartz followed after him. Be careful. Don't worry. After reassuring Count Watkins, Mu-Gun left the office with Schwartz. He headed to the northern wall of the Venetia castle, which was guarded by the soldiers of the Venetia army, each clearly nervous but still holding their respective positions. He wanted them to retreat but ultimately decided to leave them be, showing them how he would slaughter the Wolfgons should eliminate their fear. Mu-Gun climbed the northern wall and stood at its center, finding the Golden Lion Knights sitting atop it and resting. He could see the determination on their faces. They knew that they could not stop the Wolfgons on their own, but they were prepared to die trying anyway. Even if they failed to stop the monster invasion, they would at least die knowing their fear never made them run away. Although pleased with their spirit to stand their ground in the face of certain death, Mu-Gun still examined the Golden Lion Knights' skills. They are roughly at the peak realm. Not bad. Based on the standards of this world, these knights would be some of the strongest in the expert rank. However, they were not strong enough to have a great strategic effect and would have to train and improve further if they wanted to defeat the monsters under the demon god's control. Mu-Gun could use the Thunder God Enlightenment spell to strengthen the Golden Lion Order, but he decided to observe them a bit more for now. Lord Argon? Weren't you one of the Golden Lion Knights trailed off? They were all clearly surprised to see him in good condition. Fortunately, God blessed him and healed him from his injuries, Schwartz explained. Anyway, Lord Argon will be stopping the Wolfgon's invasion tonight. Flustered, the Golden Lion Knights asked, "What? How?" Their reaction was only natural. After all, Mu-Gun no, Argon was barely at the intermediate expert stage. Stopping the Wolfgons with his skills alone was impossible, considering those monsters were ranked intermediate experts. The Wolfgons just put him on death's door just yesterday. Hence, the knights were understandably shocked. Schwartz's expression hardened when he saw the eyes of the knights under his command being filled with perplexity. Concerned that Baek Mu-Gun would be offended, he turned to him to check on him. Contrary to his expectations, however, Mu-Gun appeared to be calm. He did not even look offended. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but I hope you wait until you have seen it for yourselves." Mu-Gun shrugged. "You will realize that I am serious the moment I stop the Wolfgons. The knights failed to recognize your skills because their standards are low, Lord Argon. I hope you find it in your generous heart to forgive them." Mu-Gun shook his head. "It would have been weirder if they believed me despite not having proven anything to them yet. The knight's reaction is natural, so there is nothing to forgive. It did not offend me in the slightest." "That is a relief." Schwartz looked as if the tension had left his shoulders. The Golden Lion Order found it strange to see their captain appear so intimidated. Captain Schwartz only cared about one's ability. Regardless of how high someone's status was, he would not even look at them if they were less capable than him. The fact that he was walking on eggshells around Mu-Gun evidenced the young man's ability. However, up until yesterday, Mu-Gun's skills were worse than the knight's. How could they believe that he had grown so strong in just a day that their captain began to acknowledge him? Despite their skepticism, though, they knew Schwartz was not faking his attitude toward Mu-Gun. Hence, they began to expect Mu-Gun to really stop the Wolfgons. Soon, the setting sun disappeared from the horizon and darkness engulfed their surroundings. The Wolfgons' howls echoed in the distance. "Awoo!" As the ground rumbled, Mu-Gun walked over to the outermost part of the castle wall. Even without the Thunder God's heavenly eyes, he could still see the Wolfgons running toward them under the cover of darkness. Although over 10,000 descended from the Patagon mountain range, the ones in front of them only numbered roughly 3,000 because they had divided themselves into 3 packs. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Watching the Wolfgons rush to the wall and get within 200 feet of him, Mu-Gun stretched his arm into the air. He then sent a wave of Thunder God Chi into the sky and executed the heavenly thunderstorm burst. 1,000 thunderbolt swords rained down, the golden light they emitted pushing out the darkness enveloping the area. The Wolfgons instinctively twisted away to avoid the volley as the sky was dyed in brilliant gold, but the swords also changed trajectories and locked in on their targets. The thunderbolt swords soon pierced through the Wolfgons and released waves of lightning, engulfing them in golden lightning as they crumbled to the ground. The Golden Lion Order was astonished. They had never seen or heard such an attack before. Considering not even a master rank knight could unleash such an offensive, one would have to be at least a grand master to match that power. If so, then that could only mean Mu-Gun had become one. The Golden Lion Knights could finally understand what Schwartz meant. It made them wonder how Mu-Gun, who was only a stellar expert last night, could become a Grand Master overnight, but all that mattered right now was that the Wolfgon was no longer a threat. As long as Mu-Gun was around, those monsters could never destroy Venetia Castle. Awoo! As 1,000 Wolfgons fell to Mu-Gun's heavenly thunderstorm burst, the rest of the pack burst into a fit of rage. Furious, their charge hastened. However, instead of sticking to their dense formation, they scattered and zigzagged, seemingly realizing that huddling close to each other would make them easy targets. Mu-Gun chuckled as he jumped down from the 50-foot-high castle walls. Shocked beyond belief, the knights hastily stuck their heads out the edge to see if he was still alive only to witness him extending his right hand forward. A golden beam poured out from his palm, forming a thunderbolt sword that was a little over 30 feet long. With the sword in hand, he flew toward the Wolfgons. The Wolfgons howled as they pounced on Mu-Gun, who wasted no time swinging his weapon. Executing the 100 moonlight transformations, he filled the space in front of him with golden moonlight chi, beheading the monsters charging toward him. At the same time, some Wolfgons went past Mu-Gun. From how they behaved, it seemed those at the center planned to attack him while the others headed straight for the castle. Mu-Gun could not help but find it preposterous. Smiling, he extended his hands to the side and launched Thunder God Chi. After turning into dozens of thunderbolt swords, they stabbed into the Wolfgons trying to get past him, sending them crashing to the ground. With his attention momentarily taken away, the Wolfgons in front of him jumped at him. Nevertheless, instead of avoiding them, Mu-Gun met them head-on. He covered himself in Thunder God Chi and thrust it into those attempting to attack him. Unable to withstand the impact and the electrocution, the Wolfgons' hearts stopped beating as they were blasted away. After annihilating the Wolfgons in the center of the battlefield, Mu-Gun conjured 100 thunderbolt swords and sent them chasing after the others. The Wolfgons displayed agility unbefitting of their huge bodies as they tried to dodge, but the weapons hunting them down changed directions and trajectories just as swiftly. As Ego Swords won, the Thunderbolt swords moved freely and attacked according to Mu-Gun's will. Moreover, when he gained divinity, they not only began to harbor a part of his will but also obtained unbending power, making them unstoppable. Realizing that evasion was futile, the Wolfgons tried to block the attacks instead. However, the Thunderbolt sword's unforgiving power easily shattered their fangs and claws. The swords pushed into the Wolfgon's mouths, splitting their heads apart and severing their legs. After killing their targets, they went on to slaughter the other Wolfgons. In less than 8 minutes, the monsters were reduced to 1/10 of their army. Now painfully aware that they could never beat Mu-Gun, the 300 surviving Wolfgons lost their will to fight and began to run away. You are free to attack whenever you want, but only I can decide when you get to leave. Mu-Gun sent dozens of Thunderbolt swords after the fleeing Wolfgons. While discharging waves of thunder chi, the swords pierced the monsters' heads one after another. The Wolfgons stumbled forward, massacred in an instant. Wah! Glory to Lord Argon! Glory to Venetia! When the last Wolfgon was killed, the Golden Lion Order and Venetia army, who were all watching the fight from atop the castle walls, cheered with great joy. Mu-Gun raised his hand in response. He then approached one of the fallen Wolfgons and reached out to it. Splitting its chest in half, he grabbed the mana stone inside. It was about the size of a fist and had roughly 1 gapja worth of energy in it. Considering a set of Chevalier armor needed at least 10 gapjas, making just one would require 10 of this. The performance of a Chevalier armor depended on the capacity and number of mana hearts used to make it, with the best ones being made with just 1 mana heart that had the largest capacity. However, that did not mean that the Wolfgon's mana hearts were worthless. The larger the capacity of a mana heart, the more power it possessed. Hence, to get one, they would have to kill a much stronger monster than the Wolfgons, which were already difficult to hunt for most people. That was why most Chevalier armors were made either with the Wolfgon's mana hearts or the Sibylians, which were just slightly more powerful monsters. That made the Wolfgon's mana hearts very precious. From the annihilation Mu-Gun just committed, House Venetia could get their hands on over 3,000 mana hearts and craft them into 300 Chevalier armors. If they sold those, they would make 300,000 gold in this world's currency. Given that the annual budget of House Venetia was 10,000 gold, 300,000 gold was a huge amount. Saving Venetia from the Wolfgon's invasion and even helping them gain a tremendous profit were such tremendous achievements that he could use them to solidify his claim to the throne of House Venetia. However, he had no intention of becoming the Count's successor. Once Mu-Gun had completed his duty as an incarnation and returned to the Central Plains, it would be difficult for him to fill such a high position. The best he could do was not take it at all. He could decide on this at a later date, though. For now, he had to prioritize harvesting the mana hearts. After instructing Schwartz to collect the Wolfgon's mana hearts, Mu-Gun returned to the Venetia castle. Perhaps because the news had already spread, Count Watkins came out to greet him with his 2 older brothers, head wizard Alkane, and strategist Jardum. Well done. I heard that you defeated 3,000 Wolfgons alone, which I must say is quite an amazing feat. You saved all of us. All of Venetia will regard you as a hero. Count Watkins embraced Mu-Gun and showered him with praises. Good job. Kayahan and Franchel also praised Mu-Gun by tapping him on the shoulder. Venetia is safe now, but the Wolfgon's threat is not gone yet, Mu-Gun said. Are you going to help the other fiefdoms? Count Watkins asked. We are all citizens of Pantheon, so isn't it only natural for us to save them? Mu-Gun replied. You are right. Then I will be leaving at dawn. Do as you please, Count Watkins replied, finding no reason to object. Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to go back to my residence and get some rest. As you wish. Rest well. Thank you. I will be taking my leave now. Mu-Gun bid everyone farewell and headed to Argon's residence. 1 swords that can be moved according to will. The next day, Baek Mu-Gun prepared for his journey to Count Stonia's fief, which was near Venetia's. When he headed out of his residence afterward, he found the Golden Lion Order lined up and waiting for him. Greetings, Lord Argon. Schwartz put his hand on his chest and bowed. Please raise your head. Thank you. As instructed, Schwartz and the Golden Lion Knights straightened up. The Golden Lion Knights looked at Mu-Gun like he was their idol. Witnessing his formidable power last night seemed to have made them admire him. Feeling weighed down by the knights' gazes, Mu-Gun cleared his throat and asked Schwartz, why are you all here? Please allow us to come with you, my lord. You want to join me, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes. Please let us help you. I appreciate how you feel, but I honestly do not need your help. On the contrary, you all will only hinder me on my journey, Mu-Gun bluntly replied. We are well aware that we are not strong enough, but as a knight tasked to protect the kingdom and its citizens, it would be a dereliction of duty to do nothing. We want to avenge our brothers that the Wolfgons killed, so please allow us to join you. Schwartz looked determined to do whatever it took to go with Mu-Gun. I cannot guarantee your safety when my battle against the Wolfgons starts, Mu-Gun warned. We are all knights. We protect ourselves, not rely on others to protect us. That's why even if you do not keep us safe, we will not resent you at all, so you shouldn't resent yourself either, Lord Argon. Do you all feel the same? Yes, my lord, the knights answered in unison. Have you gotten father's permission? I have. Fine. Come with me. Thank you. We will depart right away. Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order headed to the central hall of the Venetia castle, where a portal was installed. The Pantheon kingdom had 4 counts serving under the king, each one occupying a cardinal direction of the royal capital to serve as its final stronghold. It had Count Venetia's fief to its north and Count Stonia's to its west. Even with horses, it would take more than 5 days of non-stop traveling to reach Count Stonia's territory. At the speed the Wolfgons were advancing, their invasion in the south would likely begin tonight. If Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order arrived later than that, they would have problems stopping the monsters. If they traveled on horseback, the fief would already be gone by the time they arrived. They were not worried at all, however. After all, they had a portal that allowed them to freely move to and from its starting and target coordinates. It worked the same way as the dimensional door that Mu-Gun used to cross over from the Central Plains to Avalon. Portals connected the 4 fiefdoms surrounding the royal capital, allowing them to immediately reach any of them whenever needed. However, the portals required mana hearts, considerable magic knowledge, and at least a 5th circle mage to operate it properly. That was why House Venetia put head wizard Alkane in charge of it. Ready? Yes. Since the portal had to be simultaneously operated from both ends for it to open, Alkane used communication magic to request cooperation with the head wizard of House Stonia, who willingly agreed. Open the portal now, Alkane told the head wizard of House Stonia. Understood. Alkane activated the mana heart installed in it, opening a blue oval-shaped door that would teleport them to Stonia Castle. Let's go. Mu-Gun entered, and the Golden Lion Order followed suit. As they exited the portal on the other end, they found House Stonia's head wizard, Richie Haymond, waiting for them. Welcome, Richie politely greeted Mu-Gun. Despite being a head wizard, he was still ranked lower than Mu-Gun, who was the son of a count. Nice to meet you. I hate to cut our greetings short, but I would like to have an audience with His Excellency, Mu-Gun replied. They are actually already waiting for you. Please follow me. House Venetia promised to stop the Wolfgons when they asked House Stonia to open the portal. House Stonia naturally did not believe them at first since House Venetia's forces were not much better than theirs. They were not strong enough to pose a threat to the monster invasion. However, when Count Wacken swore on his nobility, House Stonia decided to accept his support with an open mind. They had nothing to lose anyway. They would have outright refused if House Venetia made unreasonable demands in exchange for their support, but they did not ask for anything in return. Mu-Gun followed Richie to the Count's office as the Golden Lion Order was guided to the guest hall. As soon as they arrived, Richie announced Mu-Gun's presence. When they were granted permission to enter, Mu-Gun followed Richie inside. Count Henrik Rosenberg Stonia, his eldest son and heir Isaac Rosenberg Stonia, and Harold Kushna, commander of House Stonia's Crimson Rose Order, were inside the room. They all seemed to have high expectations of their land's future savior. Hence, when their eyes turned to Mu-Gun, they felt beyond disappointed and despondent. Mu-Gun easily read the emotions behind their expressions. I, Argon Leonia Venetia of House Venetia, greet your excellency, Mu-Gun greeted Count Stonia politely. Are you the savior Count Wacken spoke of? Count Henrik asked. That is correct. Can you really save Stonia from the Wolfgons? Yes. This is ridiculous. How are we supposed to believe that an advanced expert can stop 3,000 Wolfgons? Isaac asked as he was dumbfounded at the situation. Venetia and Stonia had frequent exchanges as neighboring fiefdoms, which was how Argon and Isaac got to know each other quite well. Isaac was 5 years older than Argon and possessed so much talent that he was regarded as the greatest talent of the Pantheon Kingdom. Perhaps that was why he had a big sense of superiority and tended to ignore those less talented than him. Even the way Isaac spoke just now was filled with disregard for Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun had already met countless people like him, however, so he was not really offended. He only found him pathetic for bragging about his talent and ability like a frog in a well. Instead of wasting our time talking, I'll just demonstrate my power. Mu-Gun shrugged. He then created a golden thunderbolt sword on his right hand. Isaac's eyes widened. The intense energy the sword emitted reminded him of an aura blade. Impossible? How can you manifest an aura blade? Isaac's voice trembled, unable to believe reality. God granted me this power along with a divine revelation to save not only the Pantheon Kingdom but all of Avalon from the monsters, Mu-Gun said. You received the power from God? Isaac asked, bewildered. How else do you think would I have gotten this strong? Why did God choose to give you their power? Isaac could not bring himself to acknowledge that Argon, who was less talented than him, had received the power of God. Who knows? I would not dare put words in God's mouth. I just follow their commands as their representative, Mu-Gun nonchalantly replied. I take it you can stop the Wolfgons' invasion, then? Count Henrik asked. I killed all the Wolfgons that tried to harm House Venetia last night. I left not a single one alive. Those invading your territory will suffer the same fate. Count Henrik nodded. As the head of House Stonia, I would like to begin by expressing my sincerest gratitude for your kindness, which has compelled you to come all the way here to save us from the Wolfgons' threat. If we can help you in any way, please do not hesitate to tell me. We will support you with everything at our disposal. I do not really require anything. However, the battle would be much easier if the Crimson Rose Order fought with us, Mu-Gun requested. That goes without saying, isn't that right, Harold? Count Henrik asked Harold, the commander of the Crimson Rose Order. Of course, Your Excellency. The Crimson Rose Order will put our lives on the line to protect Stonia, Harold replied, resolve in his voice. Do you need anything else? I would like to get some rest before the Wolfgons' invasion begins. I see. Isaac. Guide Lord Argon to the guest hall and see to it that he gets some rest. Make sure he does not feel any discomfort during his stay with us. Understood. Isaac heeded Count Henrik's orders with a dissatisfied expression. Come with me. I will take you to the guest hall. Then, I will take my leave now. Mu-Gun bid the Count farewell, then followed Isaac to the guest hall, where the Golden Lion Order was already waiting. Isaac did not say anything to Mu-Gun as they walked, feeling furious and unfairly treated because God chose Mu-Gun instead of not him. Mu-Gun easily guessed what Isaac was thinking. He thought of picking on him by pretending not to know, but there was no need to cause any strife. Hence, he simply followed him in silence. We're here. Make yourself comfortable, Isaac said, then immediately left. Mu-Gun chuckled at his childish behavior. He entered the guest hall. The Golden Lion Knights who had already gotten themselves comfortable got up as soon as they saw Mu-Gun and greeted him courteously. It's fine. Please relax. Mu-Gun waved his hands, asking them to be at ease. Schwartz approached Mu-Gun. How was your meeting with Count Stonia? It went well. The Crimson Rose Order will be joining us on the battlefield tonight. For now, just get some rest. Understood. Also, Sir Schwartz 1, I would like to speak to you in private. In private? Yes. This way, please. Understood. Mu-Gun and Schwartz entered a room in the guest hall. One Mu-Gun is referring to Schwartz formally, calling him Sir as he is a knight. Sir Schwartz, what do you think is a knight's most important virtue? Baek Mu-Gun asked Schwartz, who was standing across from him. Schwartz thought about it for a moment. That would be our faith in God and our loyalty, valor, and servitude to our Lord. I see. Mu-Gun smiled bitterly. Were you expecting a different answer, my lord? I just think a knight's greatest virtue is their willingness to fight for justice and world peace. Are you saying that we should raise our sword for the sake of the world, not for God or our Lord? Not at all. You may do all that, but you should also be prepared to defend the world itself. If you have to choose between those three, would you prefer to fight for the world? Yes. As God's representative, my duty to protect Avalon takes precedence over keeping Venetia and the kingdom safe. Now, let me ask you another question. Would you like to join me, Sir Schwartz? Mu-Gun asked. Are you telling me to betray Count Watkins and swear allegiance to you, Lord Argon? Schwartz showed a hint of displeasure. I am not telling you to betray father, but there is something more important than him or Venetia. I am merely asking you to help me protect it. Saving Avalon also means saving Pantheon and Venetia, which means you will still ultimately be serving father. What are you trying to save Avalon from, my lord? Schwartz asked. The demon god. What? God has told me that the demon god has descended somewhere in Avalon. The Wolfgons and other monsters' sudden invasion are likely part of the demon god's schemes. Would that not put Avalon at risk of being destroyed? Schwartz asked skeptically. God granted me the strength to prevent that from happening. As their representative, I will do my best to stop the demon god. I hope you and the Golden Lion Order join me, Sir Schwartz. If I could do as I please, I would choose to fight the demon god with you, but I and the Golden Lion Order lack strength. If you possess enough power, will you join me? Mu-Gun confirmed. Definitely. Gaining such power overnight is impossible, though. It isn't. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I can grant you that strength. Are you telling the truth? Schwartz couldn't hide his excitement. If you make an oath on your honor as a knight to do your best to save Avalon from the demon god, I will immediately give you the power you need, Mu-Gun firmly said. Schwartz's eyes shook. The temptation was irresistible, especially since he was already faithfully attending to the conditions as a knight. Just like Mu-Gun said, he did not have to betray Count Watkins. There was no reason to hesitate. I swear on my honor as a knight that I will devote my all to save Avalon from the demon god, Schwartz promised. If you break your oath and use the power I granted you for evil, you will have to pay the price of your crimes with your life, Sir Schwartz, Mu-Gun warned. That will never happen. I trust you. It is time to uphold my end of the deal, then. Right now? Yes. I will inject my aura into you and use it to expand your mana circuit and unlock your second mana core, which will make you undergo body change. Mu-Gun explained, describing the process using terms commonly used in Avalon. The martial arts system between Murim and Avalon had pretty similar aspects. Mana could be likened to chi, mana circuit to blood vessels, mana core to danshan, and body change to metamorphosis. However, while the Central Plains martial arts were focused on internal energy, Avalon's combat arts 1 were focused on external energy. Hence, Avalon's average internal qigong was relatively lower than the Central Plains. The Knight Orders and Royalties had unique mana circulation methods that were equal to the Central Plains' internal energy cultivation methods in earlier ranks. However, they paled in comparison to the Ascension Realm ones. Likewise, the Golden Lion Knight's mana circulation method could only take them as far as the advanced expert rank. Hence, while helping them become a master using the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, Mu-Gun planned to reconstruct their mana circulation method as well. The demon god was not alone. They had the Wolfgons, which were an immediate threat to House Stonia, under their control along with other monsters. Since Mu-Gun could not take them all down alone, he had to get people who could help him. Recruiting the Golden Lion Order was just the first step in that plan. Isn't body change something only master rank knights can achieve? Schwartz asked in surprise. Yes. Shouldn't you at least be that strong to fight against the demon god's followers? Mu-Gun nonchalantly replied. Can I really reach it that quickly? Schwartz still seemed skeptical. Sir Schwartz? Yes, my lord. Trust me. Understood. From this moment forward, I will put my absolute trust in you and leave myself in your care, Schwartz said, having steeled his resolve. Mu-Gun sat in a lotus position. Then sit with your legs crossed like mine. As instructed, Schwartz mimicked him. I will begin teaching you a new mana circulation method, which I will use to help you achieve body change. Make sure you remember and start training with it. Understood? Good. Let's begin. Mu-Gun put his right hand on top of Schwartz's head and his left hand on Schwartz's back. Using his hands as circulators, he then made the Thunder God Chi flow into him. Schwartz flinched due to the huge amount of Thunder God Chi entering him. However, he soon calmed down the disturbance in him and entrusted himself to the Chi. Make sure to remember the path and sequence that my mana is taking. Mu-Gun slowly guided the Thunder God Chi according to the scriptures of the Vermilion Fire Sect's internal energy cultivation method, the 9 revolving fire art. He planned to pass it down to the Golden Lion Order along with the 9 sky-shaking fire blades, judging that those martial arts were the most suitable for them based on the mana circulation method and sword techniques that they were using. The Vermilion Fire Sect was one of the most well-known clans in Murim until the Hellblood Demon Sect annihilated them. Their Ascension Realm secret techniques were highly ranked in Murim and were as complex and profound as they were powerful. Likewise, their cultivation method was also complicated, deep, and on a completely different level from the mana circulation method that the Golden Lion Order was learning. It would have been difficult to pass the 9 revolving fire art down to them using normal means. Fortunately, the path that the Thunder God Enlightenment spell paved directly into their body allowed them to easily pick it up. Schwartz flinched every time the Thunder God Chi bore through his blocked blood vessels. He initially suspected that things had gone awry because of the shock he felt, but the refreshing sensation that surged over him right after blew his silent doubts away. Now that his mind was clear, he focused on the pathway that the Thunder God Chi was taking, which was completely different from the mana circulation method that he knew. His mana circulation method focused on connecting his mana cores to the mana circuit in his arms and legs. On the other hand, the mana currently moving inside him prioritized unclogging all the mana circuits all over his body, allowing them to expand. This was one of the requirements needed to become a master. I can reach it. As his mana circuits continued to expand, Schwartz's expectations also rose. Following the 9 revolving fire arts scriptures, Mu-Gun unclogged his blood vessels and did 108 circulation cycles. The process imprinted the 9 revolving fire arts cultivation method on him and changed his mana's property to fire. The more circulation cycle was done, the more his mana increased. Schwartz could feel his body changing. His mana, which used to flow like a stream, was now flowing like a huge waterfall. However, Mu-Gun was not done yet. This will be painful, but trust me and hold on. After telepathically warning Schwartz, Mu-Gun began to use Schwartz's turbulent mana to break through the life and death gateway. The pain made Schwartz tremble profusely. He felt as if lightning was constantly striking his head. Nevertheless, when fear swept over him, his belief in Mu-Gun allowed him to hold it all in. Mu-Gun condensed Schwartz's mana and strengthened it by coating it with the Thunder God Chi. It cracked the wall 2 of the life and death gateway on the second collision and finally broke through on the third. The moment the gateway opened, the 9 fire chi, which the 9 revolving fire art had refined, soared up from his head and enveloped him like a protective layer. Entering the floating samadhi state, Schwartz rose about 3 inches from the floor and sucked in the surrounding energy, creating what looked like a vortex with him at the center. The 9 fire chi surrounding him gradually inflated in size. After absorbing as much fire energy as it could, it all seeped into his head and quickly filled the mana core in his lower abdomen. It then made its way to his heart, unlocking the second mana core and filling it to the brim. Finally, Schwartz underwent body change. His skeletal structure began to twist and realign, reconstructing it. His muscles and skin then underwent the same process. Soon, his body achieved the perfect form for martial arts and overflowed with volcano-like energy. Schwartz could instinctively feel that he had become a master rank knight. He could not believe it. Overwhelmed, he knelt in front of Mu-Gun. Thank you. I will never forget the grace that you have given me, Lord Argon. I will do everything in my power to help you and defeat the demon god. Please stand up. Mu-Gun helped Schwartz up. If you want to face the Wolfgons tonight, you will have to adapt to your newly gained strength. I will try to adapt as much as I can until the Wolfgons invade. I would also like to ask you a favor. Please tell me, Schwartz readily answered. I intend to give the same power to the Golden Lion Knights as well, not just you. I hope you can help me properly convey my intentions to them. Understood. I am certain that they will be willing to follow your will, Lord Argon. I will leave it to you, then. Schwartz bid him farewell and left the room. Mu-Gun remained inside, waiting for Schwartz to persuade the Golden Lion Knights with full confidence that they would agree. It was the Knights' glorious duty to protect Avalon from the demon god. Considering accepting his proposal would give them master rank power in return as well, they had no reason to object unless they feared dying in battle. Mu-Gun would not force anyone who had such thoughts. An hour later, Schwartz came back in and informed Mu-Gun that the Golden Lion Knights had decided to join Mu-Gun's cause. One, using combat arts when referring to Avalon to not confuse it with the Central Plains Murim's martial arts. 2. This is more like an imaginary wall. Mu-Gun wanted to raise the Golden Lion Knight's rank before the Wolfgons' invasion began, but he did not have time to use the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on all of them. Given the time constraints, he could only help 2 people at most. Hence, Mu-Gun made Schwartz choose the 2 people he trusted the most. At a loss, Schwartz ended up choosing Jillian Claudia and Guilford Gwendolo. The two were some of his most cherished subordinates, which served as proof that they had excellent skills. Above all, they had a strong sense of loyalty and righteousness. Mu-Gun used the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on Jillian, then Guilford. Like Schwartz, reaching the rank of master deeply moved them. Hence, they too vowed to do their best to fight the demon god. By the time they were done, the sun was already setting. At nightfall, the Wolfgons would begin their attack. After eating the dinner House Stonia prepared for them, Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order headed to Stonia Castle's outer wall, where 100 Crimson Rose Knights and 5,000 Stonia army troops were standing in formation with determined looks. Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Knight Order went to the center of the outer wall, where they had all gathered. "Welcome," Harold greeted. Isaac stood next to him, while Count Henrik could not be seen anywhere. He probably stayed behind in the castle, making preparations to escape at a moment's notice in case the situation went awry. "Stonia's knights and troops have extraordinary resolve," Mu-Gun commented after seeing their expressions. He was not just spouting formalities. Rather, he truly meant it. "Our men's fighting spirit are always burning," Isaac replied with a prideful look. "You cannot win against Wolfgons with just determination, though. It's best to order the troops to withdraw. You're only bringing the knights to battle?" Isaac sounded displeased. If the Stonia army withdrew, the Crimson Rose Order would suffer more casualties. Isaac would willingly sacrifice their troops' lives if it meant reducing the damages their knights would sustain. Hence, he found it difficult to agree with Mu-Gun. "Your army is not strong enough to face the Wolfgons. If you send them to battle, they will die before they can even do anything. You can certainly sacrifice them to divert the monster's attention and make your knights attack through the gaps, effectively increasing the chances of their offensive working. However, doing that to them betrays their hearts and willingness to put their lives on the line for Stonia. Ahem. Deploying the men increases our chances of winning, even if just by a small margin," Isaac refuted. "We will emerge victorious even with just the knight orders," Mu-Gun firmly said. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. "How are you so sure about that? Although I cannot see the future, I believe in my and the Golden Lion Order's skills. What about your knights? Don't tell me you can only fight if you use your infantry as meat shields?" Mu-Gun sarcastically asked, making Isaac's expression harden. "With all due respect, Lord Argon, please allow me to explain everything to you in Lord Isaac's stead. First of all, the Stonia army is not as weak as you think. Lord Isaac is ordering our men to join the battle because he believes in their abilities, not because he wants to use them as sacrificial lambs," Harold said. "Nevertheless, only the Crimson Rose Order will be joining us in our fight against the Wolfgons. Even without our infantry's interference, they have enough power to defeat those monsters." Impressive. Mu-Gun was amazed by how Harold justified Isaac's orders and flaunted the Crimson Rose Knight's pride with a single speech. Just like Schwartz before he underwent the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, Harold was an advanced expert. His skills itself were not bad. "I am well aware of the Crimson Rose Knight's capabilities. If the Golden Lion and Crimson Rose Orders join forces, we will easily overpower the Wolfgons," Mu-Gun flattered. Looking pleased, Harold asked, "How do you plan to deal with those overgrown wolves, though? Should we fight them within the walls or meet them outside?" "Naturally, we will fight them within the walls," Isaac answered. "No, we will meet them outside." "What? Why? Fighting them inside widens the area we have to defend. Moreover, they will cause huge damage if even just one manages to get past us and cross over to the inner walls. It would be better to go outside, divert their attention to us, and annihilate them." "What do we do if they surround us?" "Then we just have to make sure that we don't get surrounded," Mu-Gun nonchalantly replied. "Do you think it's going to be that easy? They have over 3,000 Wolfgons, and we only have a little over 100 people. How do you expect us to avoid such a scenario? If I make sure that the Wolfgons cannot surround us, will you feel at ease?" Mu-Gun replied, slightly annoyed. "You have too much confidence. I simply possess that much power." Mu-Gun's prompt reply distorted Isaac's expression. Creating an aura blade out of thin air was impossible for anyone except those who had reached the rank of Grand Master. Mu-Gun's aura blade was not just an ordinary one either. It possessed lightning properties. If Mu-Gun, a Grand Master, said that he could do it, then that was all they had to know. Isaac could not help but feel so irritated to witness someone he used to think of as nothing but a trifling existence becoming a Grand Master and God's representative. If God chose him and gave him the power of a Grand Master instead of Mu-Gun, the more he thought about it, the angrier and more mistreated he felt. It was as if Mu-Gun had stolen something that belonged to him, which he could not bear. However, all he could do was put up with it. Not only could he not vent his anger on Mu-Gun, but he also absolutely needed his power to protect Stonia from the Wolfgons. Mu-Gun could guess what Isaac was thinking through his expression. The more he looked at him, the more his desire to help Stonia weakened. However, he was not here for Isaac. He was here to save the numerous citizens of Stonia. "Light up the walls?" Harold instructed the soldiers as the night fell. The soldiers lit the torches set up all over the walls, and Richie led a few mages and cast a huge light ball under the sky, brightening up their surroundings. After a while, they heard tremors from the land that the light ball's illumination could not reach. Mu-Gun activated the Thunder God's heavenly eyes and identified a pack of Wolfgons charging toward the castle. Their numbers seemed to be around the same as the pack that attacked Venetia. The energy they were exuding didn't differ much either. "I will be going on ahead," Mu-Gun flew forward, turned into a stream of lightning, and disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a commotion broke out among the Wolfgons. He unleashed waves of golden lightning as soon as he reappeared, signaling the start of his massacre. His surprise attack rendered them helpless. When the other Wolfgons tried to attack Mu-Gun, he instantly disappeared without a trace again. Soon after, he appeared elsewhere and used golden lightning to kill dozens more Wolfgons. Mu-Gun darted in and out of the pack, unleashing lightning each time he appeared. Some of the Wolfgons slumped down, their heads smashed. The Wolfkin who appeared to be their leader let out a violent howl, making the others ignore Mu-Gun and focus on making their way to the castle. Since they could not defeat him even if they clung to him anyway, they planned to just lay waste to the castle instead. What a cunning animal. Now aware of how crafty the Wolfgon's leader was, Mu-Gun decided to kill the bastard first. He turned into a stream of lightning again and appeared above his target. Greatly startled, the Wolfkin leader twisted its body as it ran, trying to slice Mu-Gun apart with its claws. Though astonished by its outstanding ability to adapt, Mu-Gun just extended his hand toward it and struck back using the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike. The collision ripped the Wolfkin leader's paw off, causing its blood to spurt out. With the shock disrupting its balance, it fell to the ground and rolled a couple distance away. Mu-Gun immediately created a thunderbolt sword and stabbed the Wolfkin leader in the head, causing it to explode. Its huge body spun several times before lifelessly skidding to a stop. Having taken out his target, Mu-Gun turned to the rest of the Wolfkin pack. Before he knew it, they had already narrowed their distance to the castle down to about 100 feet. Wearing Chevalier armor, the Golden Lion and Crimson Rose Knights all marched out of the walls like huge steel giants. Chevalier armor was different from the common armor. Rather than armor, it would be more appropriate to call it a weapon that a human could ride. They boasted a height of 12 Chiak 1, which was twice the height of the knights they rode. Using subspace magic, a high-tier magic spell, those huge armors were usually stored in items like rings or necklaces, allowing the knights to summon them whenever needed. With their abilities dramatically improved, the Golden Lion Knights and Crimson Rose Knights, who were advanced experts and distinguished experts, displayed power equivalent to distinguished expert and stellar expert ranks. 4 distinguished experts were enough to defeat one Wolfkin, while stellar experts could slay a Wolfkin alone. However, the Wolfgons outnumbered the 2 Knight Orders far too much. Although Mu-Gun managed to kill many of the monsters in a short time, over 2,500 of them remained. At this rate, the Wolfgons would soon surround them and deal massive casualties. For the sake of keeping true to the confident remark he told Isaac moments ago, Mu-Gun refused to just let that happen. He immediately made 1,000 thunderbolt swords rain down from the sky through the heavenly thunderstorm burst, each one piercing through the Wolfgons' heads and bodies. The swords then electrocuted them as they fell to the ground. After annihilating 1,000 Wolfgons, Mu-Gun used the same technique again. Having already witnessed it before, the Wolfgons quickly evaded as soon as they saw the swords falling from above. However, as if the swords could see them, the swords changed trajectories as well and chased after them. Taken aback, they tried to defend themselves using their fangs and claws instead, but their resistance proved useless. The golden thunderbolt swords easily shattered their defenses, stabbed through them, and released golden lightning that fried their brains and ruptured their hearts. With only 500 Wolfgons left, Mu-Gun sent just 10 thunderbolt swords flying toward the remaining enemies instead of using the heavenly thunderstorm burst again. Through sword chi link, Mu-Gun used them to break through the monsters' defenses and smash their heads one after another. Meanwhile, the 2 Knight Orders clashed with the surviving Wolfgons. 3 knights from the Golden Lion Knight Order Schwartz, Jellian, and Guilford charged at the Wolfgons with a swiftness akin to arrows. Their remarkable speed defied the massive size of their knight armor. The knight armor was primarily adorned with magic circles designed to diminish its weight while concurrently enhancing strength and speed. Thanks to this enchantment, the wearer of the knight armor could move significantly faster than their natural pace. Nevertheless, the agility exhibited by the 3 knights far exceeded the expected performance of the knight armor. This remarkable enhancement manifested as they advanced to the master stage. The Wolfgons found themselves momentarily confounded by the rapid movements of the knights. In the blink of an eye, the trio seamlessly penetrated the Wolfkin group, synchronizing their strikes with knight swords enhanced by a flame aura blade, as if their actions had been prearranged. A knight sword, tailored to the dimensions of the knight armor, featured an embedded mana heart. This unique design allowed the knight sword to amplify the wielder's mana, enabling the release of a more potent aura. The flame aura blade, extending twice the length of the knight sword, targeted the Wolfkin's neck and drove into it. It was a move too swift to evade, and the Wolfgons responded by swinging their long claws, charged with aura, in an attempt to intercept the flame aura blade. The flame aura blade swiftly enveloped the Wolfkin's aura, triggering an explosion of flames. The fiery aura persisted, rapidly spreading to the Wolfkin's front paw. The Wolfgons released a howl, expressing their agony as their paw burned. Schwartz and the 2 other knights acted swiftly, slashing their swords at the Wolfkin's neck. Overwhelmed by pain, the Wolfgons were unable to evade the onslaught, collapsing to the ground with their heads severed. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Using this as a launching point, the 3 knights proceeded to ruthlessly dispatch the Wolfgons. Undeterred, they swung the flame aura blade, causing the Wolfgons to crumble en masse, their bodies consumed by flames. Apart from the trio, the remaining Golden Lion Knights and Crimson Rose Knights formed groups of fours, initiating confrontations with the Wolfgons. Succumbing to the Knights' coordinated assaults, the Wolfgons fell in rapid succession. Contrary to Isaac's apprehension, the Wolfgons refrained from encircling and attacking them. The strategic placement of the three Master Stage Knights, drawing the Wolfcan's attention, played a part in redirecting the attacks toward them. Additionally, Mu-Gun played a pivotal role in thinning out the Wolfcan group with the Thunderbolt swords, preventing them from encircling the Knights. Meanwhile, Isaac was left speechless in the wake of the formidable combat skills exhibited by Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Knights. Specifically, witnessing Mu-Gun unleash the heavenly thunderstorm burst compelled Isaac to concede that Mu-Gun was undeniably God's proxy. Isaac set aside all his resentment in the face of Mu-Gun's overpowering might. Mu-Gun had transcended the boundaries of mere humanity. It proved futile to harbor jealousy and envy. Isaac opted to acknowledge this reality, understanding that being hostile toward Mu-Gun would serve neither him nor the Stonia fiefdom. Recognizing Mu-Gun as an insurmountable opponent, Isaac decided it was wiser to be friends. Primary among the reasons Isaac felt compelled to align with Mu-Gun was the exceptional skills exhibited by Schwartz and the other two knights. Their combat prowess clearly surpassed the expert stage, reaching the level of master stage. It was noteworthy that, not long ago, they were merely expert stage knights, yet seemingly overnight, they had ascended to the ranks of master stage knights. Isaac suspected Mu-Gun's involvement in this sudden rise in prowess. He began to nurture the hope that Mu-Gun could aid him in reaching the master stage as well. Willing to humble himself before Mu-Gun for this cause, Isaac temporarily set aside such thoughts. The immediate priority was to vanquish the Wolfgan group. Isaac concentrated on coordinating with the Crimson Rose Knights to assail the Wolfgons, clearing his mind of any extraneous considerations. With the Wolfgan numbers diminished to a level manageable by the Knights of the two orders, Mu-Gun ceased wielding the Thunderbolt sword and observed the ongoing battle. The sight of knights clad in knight armor and wielding knight swords dealing with the Wolfgons was indeed impressive. The knight armor and knight sword elevated the wearer's stage to a higher level. What stood out was that the knight armor donned by the two knight orders was surprisingly of the lowest rank of its kind, C-class knight armor. Knight armors were broadly categorized into C-class, E-class, and F-class, based on their size and performance. Generally, C-class had 12 Chioks, E-class had 18 Chioks, and F-class had 20 Chioks. Additionally, it was widely acknowledged that E-class knight armors performed 5 times better than C-class, and correspondingly, F-class knight armors outperformed E-class knight armors by 10 times. Typically, the knight armor class worn correlated with the knight's rank, where expert stage knights wore C-class, master stage knights wore E-class, and grandmaster knights wore F-class. However, these criteria were not rigidly fixed. While C-class knight armors were relatively easy to mass-produce, the production of E-class and F-class knight armors posed significant challenges. Even the Pamir Empire, acknowledged as the mightiest nation in the Avalon continent, possessed merely 3 F-class knight armors and 40 E-class knight armors. Given that the quantity of C-class knight armors surpassed thousands, the scarcity of E-class and F-class knight armors suggested their exceptional value. Due to the scarcity of E-class and F-class knight armors, there were instances where master stage knights settled for C-class, and grand master knights made do with E-class. However, in Mu-Gun's case, the significance of a knight armor was minimal. While it offered utility against sizable monsters, he encountered no particular issues even without one. Regardless, neither the Venetian nor the Stonia fiefdom possessed any E-class knight armor. This did not imply that Mu-Gun harbored no inclination to wear knight armor. Given the chance, he entertained the idea of donning an F-class knight armor. Considering Mu-Gun's martial prowess upon reaching the mythic realm, wearing an F-class knight armor might not yield a substantial impact. Regardless, even with Mu-Gun ceasing his attacks, the two knight orders managed to eliminate the Wolfgons without much difficulty. Finally, the battle ended as the last remaining Wolfgan were killed. Wah! Long live Stonia! The soldiers of the Stonia Army Corps, observing the battle from the outer castle's fortress, erupted in jubilation upon confirming their victory. Likewise, the Golden Lion Knight Order and the Crimson Rose Knight Order rejoiced in their triumph. Most heartening of all, not a single knight from the two knight orders was lost. The knights acknowledged that Mu-Gun played a pivotal role in their ability to overcome the Wolfgons without a single casualty. They were awestruck by Mu-Gun's overwhelming might, gazing at him in reverence. Mu-Gun approached Harold and Isaac, sensing their gaze upon him like an idol. "Thank you for your hard work. I believe it's not fitting for young Lord Argon to express such sentiments. Without your invaluable contributions, we wouldn't have achieved victory without incurring any losses. In fact, the Wolfcan's fangs and claws might have torn apart the Stonia fiefdom. It is solely due to young Lord Argon that we stand triumphant, ensuring the safety and well-being of the Stonia fiefdom. As one of Stonia's citizens, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you." Harold conveyed his sincere thanks to Mu-Gun. "As the successor of the Stonia house, I also extend my heartfelt gratitude. I cannot determine when, but I am committed to repaying your kindness and will never forget your benevolence." Isaac bowed to Mu-Gun, expressing his deep appreciation. "I'm pleased to have been of assistance to the Stonia fiefdom. Additionally, I look forward to continued collaboration and support between the Venetia and Stonia fiefdoms. That is only natural. We, too, aspire to stand together, regarding the Venetia fiefdom as our staunchest ally." We will spare no effort in working towards that goal, Isaac responded. Why don't we leave the cleanup here to the soldiers and move to the inner castle? The Count will probably be waiting for us. Let's do that. Young Lord Argon, let's go together. Even if it's too late to host a banquet, shouldn't we have a toast to celebrate our victory? With all due respect, now is not the time to have a toast. Pantheon has yet to escape the threat of the Wolfgons. We should move to eliminate the remaining threats instead of celebrating. Ahem, my thoughts fell short. The Stonia fiefdom will also do everything in our power to put an end to the Wolfgons' threat, Isaac said embarrassingly. Thank you. For now, I think it would be better to confirm the situation at the Edensia fiefdom. We will find out right away. Isaac directed Richie, the head wizard of the Count Stonia house, to assess the situation at the Edensia fiefdom. Richie promptly gathered information, while Mu-Gun, accompanied by Isaac and Harold, proceeded to the inner castle where Count Henrik awaited them. Following the briefing on their triumph to Count Henrik and engaging in conversation for a while, the head wizard Richie made his way into the grand hall of the inner castle. Did you check on the situation of the Edensia fiefdom? Count Henrik asked. I wasn't able to establish communication with the Edensia fiefdom. I think they may have been invaded by the Wolfgons. It seems like we are too late. If, as Sir Richie says, Edensia has fallen, then the next target will be the royal place. Count Henrik said with a stiffened expression. Will the royal capital be able to stop the Wolfgons? Isaac asked. At the royal capital, the most formidable Knight Order, the Golden Dragon Knight Order, and the Magic Corps are stationed. Shouldn't they be sufficient to repel the Wolfgon invasion? Harold inquired. The Golden Dragon Knight Order is led by Knight Captain Sir Walter, a Grand Master Stage Knight, and complemented by 4 Master Stage Knights. As for the Magic Corps, they boast several 6th Circle Mages and Sir Leon, a 7th Circle Mage. With such formidable forces, they should easily be able to thwart the Wolfgon invasion, Head Wizard Richie explained. Crucially, Sir Walter and the 4 Master Stage Knights are outfitted with E-Class Knight Armors. These E-Class Knight Armors enable them to exhibit power equivalent to a Grand Master. Thus, they should be more than capable of single-handedly halting the Wolfgons. The others in the hall concurred with Count Henrik's statements. Mu-Gun also aligned with this viewpoint. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. If the royal capital had dispatched Master Stage Knights beforehand, they could have eradicated the Wolfgon group much earlier. Yet, the King of Pantheon opted against dispatching Master Stage Knights as reinforcements, prioritizing his own safety and that of the royal castle. Consequently, numerous citizens of the Pantheon Kingdom lost their lives. Mu-Gun contemplated that, as a king, prioritizing the safety of the people should be a given. However, the King of Pantheon seemed to deviate from this principle. Despite a viable means to safeguard the people of the Pantheon Kingdom, he feigned ignorance, focusing solely on his personal safety. Mu-Gun harbored a disdain for the King of Pantheon. Nevertheless, it wasn't an isolated sentiment. The rulers of this world appeared indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Their concern seemed limited when it came to safeguarding their own safety, wealth, and status, even at the cost of numerous ordinary lives. Mu-Gun didn't embark on his journey to alter the political system and reshape the world. That task fell to the inhabitants of this realm. His sole focus was on thwarting the plans of the demon god. Anyone, be it a king or an emperor, who impeded this mission would find no forgiveness from Mu-Gun. However, if that wasn't the case, he had no intention of concerning himself with the affairs of this world. The immediate decision to make was whether or not he would journey to the royal capital. From his perspective, he believed that the royal capital's forces were sufficient to halt the Wolfgons. Even if he opted not to go, the outcome wouldn't likely be altered. Nevertheless, the target under assault was none other than the royal capital. As a servant of the King of Pantheon, it would be sacrilegious to remain passive and indifferent while the king faced an onslaught. However, considering my duty as a vassal, I cannot turn a blind eye when the royal capital is under siege. Regardless of whether they require assistance or not, I believe I must first head to the royal capital to demonstrate my sincerity, Mu-Gun acknowledged. Count Henrik nodded to Mu-Gun's comment. You're right. The Stonia fiefdom will deploy the Crimson Rose Knight Order to protect the King of Pantheon. Venetia's Golden Lion Knight Order will also go to the royal capital. I have a favor to ask of you regarding that. Please allow us to go to the royal capital through the Stonia fiefdom's portal. Returning from Stonia to the Venetia fiefdom and then proceeding to the royal capital would be a cumbersome journey. Opting for a direct route from the Stonia fiefdom to the royal capital was not only more time efficient but also more economical, eliminating an unnecessary intermediate step. By all means, proceed accordingly. In return, should we engage in battle at the royal capital, I trust you to ensure the safety of our Crimson Rose Knight Order. Count Henrik graciously accepted Mu-Gun's decision. I will. Then, we will proceed with consulting the royal capital's portal management bureau. Sir Richie? Understood. I will immediately establish communication and commence the discussion. Head Wizard Richie acknowledged and exited the Grand Hall. After some time, he re-entered the hall, announcing that the Portal Management Bureau had approved the portal connection. At dawn on that day, Mu-Gun, accompanied by the Golden Lion Knight Order, traversed the portal to the Pantheon Royal Palace from the Stonia Fief. Isaac and the Crimson Rose Knight Order accompanied them in this venture. Welcome. A mage from the Pantheon Kingdom, who opened the portal, greeted Mu-Gun and his party. I'm sorry to trouble you so late. Not a problem. We cannot be fussy about day or night since this is for the safety of the royal capital. The mage shook his head. Thank you for understanding. Do Sir Walter and Sir Leon know that we are coming? Of course. Actually, Sir Walter and Sir Leon are waiting for you, young Lord Argon. Me? I think they are curious about you after hearing about your contributions, young Lord Argon. I see. Then, I will guide you to the citadel within the inner walls. The mage took the lead and Mu-Gun and his party followed suit. The Pantheon royal capital comprised the inner citadel housing the royal palace, surrounded by 2 layers of fortress walls encompassing the inner citadel and the city beyond. The Golden Dragon Knight Order and the Magic Corps, recognized as the Pantheon Kingdom's most elite forces, were stationed within the citadel of the inner walls, readying themselves for the Wolfcan's assaults. Mu-Gun's group made their way to the citadel to rendezvous with Walter, the Golden Dragon Knight Captain, and Leon, the commander of the Magic Corps.N/O/Fel/B/JN.C//OM. Navigating through the meticulously laid out city, befitting a royal capital, Mu-Gun and Isaac reached the inner walls. They were led to the command building within the citadel, where Walter and Leon eagerly awaited their arrival. Master, young Lord Argon of Venetia and young Lord Isaac of Stonia have arrived. The guide mage knocked on the door and announced their arrival. Come in. The authoritative voice welcomed them to enter. The mage, in turn, opened the door and indicated for Mu-Gun and Isaac to proceed inside. Mu-Gun offered a slight bow to the mage in gratitude before entering, with Isaac following suit. Upon entering the command building, they were greeted by the sight of a Grand Master Stage Knight, 4 Master Stage Knights, a mage clad in a white robe, and a cleric adorned in a resplendent golden priest's robe, all assembled in one place. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Argon of the Venetia Fief. It's an honor to meet Sir Walter and Sir Leon, the pride of the Pantheon Kingdom. Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet Sir Helion, Sir Khalif, Sir Rhesus, Sir Henitu, and Cardinal Barius. Mu-Gun greeted them politely. I am Isaac from the Stonia Fief. I am also very honored to meet the pillars of the Pantheon Kingdom. Isaac also greeted, following Mu-Gun. Haha, looking at the two of you, the future of Pantheon is truly very bright. Especially young Lord Argon. The Golden Dragon Knight Order Captain, Walter Samuel, spoke with his eyes on Mu-Gun. You are too kind with your praises. It's not an exaggeration. You are the second Grand Master of the Pantheon Kingdom, so it is definitely not an overstatement. But have you really reached the Grand Master stage? The Vice Captain of the Golden Dragon Knight Order, Helion Cresces, looked at Mu-Gun and asked. Instead of answering, Mu-Gun extended his right hand and manifested a golden thunderbolt sword. Oh, Helion and the other Master Stage Knights exclaimed in admiration. I think this is enough as an answer. It is impossible to create an aura blade with lightning property so simply without a sword unless you are a Grand Master Stage Knight. I acknowledge that you are a Grand Master, although I'm not sure if we are qualified to do something like that. Walter acknowledged. I heard that you call yourself God's proxy. Is that true? Cardinal Barius, who was watching from the side, asked. That is correct. The almighty Sky God Upur saved me and granted me the power to ward off evil. Mu-Gun answered. The Sky God Upur was the moniker of the thunder god in this world. The Sky God Upur was one of the most powerful gods in the Avalon continent and was also renowned as the god of war. I can definitely sense the scent of God from you. It is even more evident from the lightning aura blade that you just showed us. By the way, I am worried. Throughout history, the arrival of the Sky God's proxy signified the descent of the demon god, intent on bringing about the world's destruction. Cardinal Barius expressed his concerns. In the past, the Sky God Upur's proxy had also appeared on the Avalon continent. Every time that happened, the demon god also descended without fail. However, it is also true that the Sky God's proxy eventually saved the world by defeating the demon god. Leon Villagrant, the Pantheon Kingdom's archmage, said positively. As you pointed out, the demon god will surely descend. The Sky God has appointed me as a proxy and bestowed upon me the power to stop it. It's crucial to understand that I alone cannot stop the demon god. All the nations in Avalon, including the Pantheon Kingdom, must unite their strengths and stand against the impending threat of the demon god. Aptly said. But I don't know if the nations of Avalon will willingly join forces. While Walter concurred with Mu-Gun, he harbored doubts about the possibility of unity among the nations of Avalon. These nations had engaged in numerous conflicts over the centuries, accumulating deep-seated resentments and mutual distrust. Achieving unity was a far more complex challenge than it may have sounded. If we inform the other nations of the demon god's descent, they will also be wary and prepare countermeasures, Mu-Gun said. I wonder if they will believe us. If we claim that the massive monster invasion this time is connected to the demon god, they won't be able to overlook it. Plus, if we extend a hand to the other kingdoms facing these giant creatures without any strings attached, they're likely to believe in our words. Are you sure that the movements of the huge monsters are related to the demon god? Leon asked. While there's no concrete evidence, it's certainly not a coincidence that the massive monsters unexpectedly departed from their usual habitats to target humans precisely when the arrival of the demon god had been predicted. If so, we cannot rule out the possibility of the high-ranked monsters attacking us, Walter said. The Wolfgons, responsible for the recent assault on the Pantheon Kingdom, along with the Sibylian, Witeliger, and Black Boss that targeted other realms, were among the lower-ranked colossal creatures. The vast mountain range encircling the Avalon continent harbored considerably more formidable monsters. If the colossal creatures were indeed under the sway of the demon god, it became challenging to dismiss the prospect of higher-ranked monsters launching an attack. The likelihood of that happening is quite high. If the highest-ranked monsters attack, I am worried that the damage will be colossal. One of the Golden Dragon Knights, Caliph Maximov, expressed his worries. All the nations in the Avalon continent will have to join forces to minimize the damages. After handling the Wolfkin invasion, my initial proposal will be to bring this matter to His Majesty, the King, Mu-Gun stated. In response, Leon affirmed his commitment to addressing it at a national level. We, the Sky God Church, will also do our best to ensure that the nations of Avalon can unite under the same banner. Various also pledged support from the church. Mu-Gun recognized that if the Pantheon Kingdom and the Sky God Church collaborated, other kingdoms would be more inclined to heed their words. For now, Mu-Gun chose to entrust this matter to the two of them. Also, with all due respect, may I make a suggestion? Mu-Gun spoke carefully to the figures at the command building. Speak freely. What do you think about going on the offensive first instead of waiting for the Wolfgons to attack? You want us to attack the Wolfgons first? There is no other reason, I just want to reduce the damage to the citizens living outside the royal palace. Wolfgons were inherently brutal creatures, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake and indiscriminately taking the lives of any beings that crossed their path. Numerous people resided in the city surrounding the royal castle. While evacuation orders were given in anticipation of the Wolfcans' assault, finding a truly secure place to retreat proved challenging, barring the confines of the royal palace. The issue lay in the limited capacity of the royal palace to accommodate the entire citizenry. A substantial portion of the population in the outer cities found themselves vulnerable to the Wolfcans' threat. As the creatures advanced toward the castle, these cities stood on the brink of devastation, with the imminent loss of homes for all its residents. Mu-Gun aimed to avert such extensive damages. He wouldn't have broached the topic if the associated cost was exorbitant. Given the combined strength of the Night Orders and Mu-Gun's abilities, victory seemed achievable without direct confrontation, as they strategically relied on the protection of the castle walls. Indeed, they had previously engaged in battles beyond the fortress, particularly at the Venetia and Stonia fiefs. Your concern for the people is admirable. However, we mustn't lose sight of the fact that the safety of the king holds greater importance than the lives of tens of thousands of citizens. Respecting Mu-Gun's viewpoint, Walter articulated his stance, giving precedence to the safety of the king. The other four Master Stage Knights aligned with this perspective. The Knights of Avalon held loyalty to their liege as their foremost duty, making the safety of their sovereign the paramount concern. They were prepared to sacrifice thousands or even tens of thousands of lives if it ensured their lord's survival. Mu-Gun harbored no intention of condemning their perspective, it was a deeply ingrained value for them. I believe Sir Walter is apprehensive about leaving the castle unguarded. However, viewed from another angle, if the Night Orders venture out and confront the Wolfgons, it could be a proactive measure to ensure the safety of His Majesty, the King, Mu-Gun pointed out. What do you mean by that? How does vacating the royal palace contribute to His Majesty's safety? The royal palace, housing His Majesty the King, is only a short distance beyond the capital's walls. In the unlikely event that the defense line is breached and the Wolfgons penetrate the walls, His Majesty's safety within the royal palace would be compromised. Conversely, engaging the Wolfgons at a distance from the royal capital ensures the safety of His Majesty. That's an intriguing proposition. Nevertheless, His Majesty the King would never permit us to leave the royal palace. How about this? The Golden Dragon Knight Order and the Magic Corps will stay here, safeguarding the royal capital. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Knight Order of Venetia and I will venture into battle, confronting the Wolfgan group. Wouldn't His Majesty be more amenable to that arrangement? Stonia's Crimson Rose Knight Order will join you as well, Isaac interjected, having silently observed the discussion until now. Is it really necessary to do that? Pantheon has already endured considerable damage from the Wolfgan invasion. The cities surrounding the royal capital boast the largest population in the kingdom. If these cities were to suffer from the Wolfgan assault, it could, in the worst-case scenario, threaten the very existence of Pantheon. Safeguarding the cities around the capital ultimately translates to protecting Pantheon, and by extension, ensuring the safety of His Majesty the King. What you're saying makes sense, young Lord Argon. Anyway, I don't anticipate a Wolfgan attack today. Let's keep a close eye on the situation for now, and at the break of dawn, I'll enter the royal palace and request an audience with His Majesty to seek approval for your plan, Leon affirmed, nodding in agreement with Mu-Gun's proposal. As the Archmage of the Pantheon Kingdom, Mu-Gun enjoyed the trust of King Pantheon IV. If he personally presented the agenda, Pantheon IV was unlikely to raise objections. Moreover, from Pantheon IV's perspective, Mu-Gun's proposal seemed to carry minimal risks. Understood. Dawn was approaching shortly, and the situation didn't demand an immediate decision. Mu-Gun opted to entrust the matter to Leon and await the outcome. As time passed, the first light of dawn painted the sky, prompting the knights who had been stationed on the inner walls to disperse and withdraw. Mu-Gun, along with the Golden Lion Knight Order, made their way to the palace's lodging. The Golden Lion Knights, having fought in the Stonia fief and swiftly journeyed to the royal capital, were fatigued to the point that they fell asleep upon reaching their quarters, skipping breakfast altogether. In contrast to their weariness, Mu-Gun retained his energy. After a modest breakfast, he patiently awaited an update from Leon. However, as time stretched on, there was still no news. Frustrated, Mu-Gun had no alternative but to continue waiting for the moment. Around noon, Leon sought out Mu-Gun in person. I am sorry for being late. Leon smiled bitterly. It is fine. You must have had a reason for that. Has His Majesty given his permission? Fortunately, he granted permission. Here you go. This is an authorization document stating that the Golden Lion Knight Order and the Crimson Rose Knight Order have the right to leave the royal capital at any time and engage the Wolfkin group. You are also allowed to use the capital's portal. Take it. Leon handed Mu-Gun a document. Thank you. I will make a move immediately. Having obtained the permit from Leon, Mu-Gun gathered the Golden Lion Knight Order and the Crimson Rose Knight Order. Without delay, they utilized the portal, transporting themselves directly to Velika, a city neighboring the Edensia fiefdom. Velika fell under the direct governance of King Pantheon IV, with a mayor appointed by the king overseeing its administration, rather than being under the jurisdiction of the local landlord. The Golden Lion Knight Order and Crimson Rose Knight Order, upon arriving in Velika through the portal, were received by the mayor of Velika, Powell de Leonor. Powell shuddered in fear upon learning the news of the Wolfcan's destruction of the Edensia fiefdom. Velika boasted a fortress and the Velika Knight Order, a branch of the Golden Dragon Knight Order, capable of halting enemy attacks. Nevertheless, their strength alone was insufficient to repel the Wolfcan's invasion. Powell, recognizing the imminent threat, appealed for reinforcements from the royal capital. However, Pantheon IV sternly denied his request, leaving Velika in a vulnerable position. In the face of the impending threat, the reinforcements arrived in the form of the Golden Lion Knight Order and Crimson Rose Knight Order. Initially, doubts lingered about whether a Knight Order from a Count's territory could effectively thwart the Wolfcan's invasion. However, his concerns were alleviated upon learning that Argon, the third young lord of Venetia, served as the Sky God's proxy and successfully eradicated the Wolfkin groups assaulting the Venetia and Stonia fiefdoms. Filled with gratitude, he warmly welcomed the two Knight Orders. First of all, thank you for the warm welcome. You are here to help Velika, so it is only natural for me to welcome you like this, Powell said. Have you confirmed the current location of the Wolfkin group? We checked in the morning and found that they are still at the Edensia fief. How long does it take to reach the Edensia fief from here? Mu-Gun inquired. If you travel on horseback, you should be able to reach there by nightfall if you set out now. If we're arriving at night regardless, I don't see the need to endure the challenges of making the journey, Mu-Gun remarked. While it would be preferable to engage the enemy away from Velika, given the circumstances, is it too much to hope for? Mayor Powell asked cautiously. His worry centered on the potential damage they might incur if the battle unfolded within the confines of Velika city. I had intended to engage the enemy outside the city to minimize any damage to Velika. By the way, is there a suitable location for a battle between Edensia fief and Velika? Ah, I understand. In that case, there's a long canyon area approximately 5 kilometers north of Velika. Anyone coming from Edensia would have to traverse that area. Is there perhaps a way that leads to another jurisdiction from Edensia? Despite the challenging terrain due to a mountain crossing, there is a route that leads to Venus, Powell stated. Then that means that the Wolfkin group can target Venus City. That's valid, but wouldn't it be more probable for them to target this area, given its proximity and easier accessibility compared to Venus? Mayor Powell hastily responded. You needn't worry too much, our priority will be the defense of Velika, Mu-Gun assured, discerning Powell's concerns. In return, I ask that you closely monitor the situation in Venus City. If, by any chance, the Wolfgons attack Venus City, we can respond promptly, Mu-Gun added. Understood. We will maintain an open real-time communication network and monitor the situation, Powell agreed. Thank you. Additionally, could you arrange a place for us to rest until nightfall? Of course. Mayor Powell summoned one of his subordinates to guide the Golden Lion Knights and the Crimson Rose Knights to Velika's official residence. Once settled, Mu-Gun called in 2 members of the Golden Lion Knight Order and bestowed upon them the boon of the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell. Diaz Hamos and Vilmoth Castro were the 2 knights bestowed with the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell. Mu-Gun effortlessly succeeded in applying the spell once again. Consequently, Diaz and Vilmoth unlocked their second mana hole, progressing to the master stage through the transformative process of body change. The 7 remaining knights, still awaiting their turn for the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell, could only watch with envy as Diaz and Vilmoth ascended to the master stage. However, this envy was short-lived, knowing that when their turn came, they too would receive the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell and progress to the master stage. The anticipation was palpable as they anxiously awaited their turn, yearning to reach the master stage swiftly. Mu-Gun understood their impatience, yet the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell demanded a significant amount of time. The process could only unfold for 2 or 3 individuals each day, setting a practical limit. Mu-Gun saw no need to hasten the process. At the latest, it would only take a few more days. He was facilitating their advancement to the master stage, and those who couldn't endure the brief wait were not deemed fit to receive the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell. Regardless, after bestowing the Thunder God Enlightenment Spell upon 2 more knights, Mu-Gun summoned Schwartz, the captain of the Golden Lion Knight Order. Well, I have been thinking about it, but I think it would be better for us to defend both places. Do you mean both Velika and Venus City? That's right. But how are we supposed to defend both places? The Golden Lion Knight Order and Crimson Rose Knight Order will defend the canyon that leads to Velika City, and I will go over to Venus City to defend it. I don't know if we can stop the Wolfgang group by ourselves. There are 5 Master Stage Knights here, so you all will be more than enough to stop them. A Master Stage Knight possessed the strength to handle 400 to 500 Wolfgans single-handedly. With 5 Master Stage Knights and 100 Expert Stage Knights, it wasn't an insurmountable task to thwart an onslaught of over 3,000 Wolfgans. Nevertheless, the situation carried inherent risks, given that the Master Stage Knights present were not yet fully seasoned. If equipped with E-Class Knight armor, the Master Stage Knights could dispatch the Wolfgans with greater ease. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion Knight Order only had access to C-Class Knight armors. Even so, won't it be dangerous for us alone? Without the presence of the third young lord, the knights might be significantly unsettled. Schwartz voiced his apprehension. The Golden Lion Knight Order and Crimson Rose Knight Order could confidently confront the Wolfgans despite their modest numbers because they wholeheartedly believed in Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun possessed the capability to single-handedly eradicate the Wolfgang group. Their willingness to journey to Velika City stemmed from their conviction that Mu-Gun's presence ensured safety. However, if Mu-Gun opted to move independently to safeguard Venus City, especially considering the absence of the Golden Lion Knights, the Crimson Rose Knights would likely grow uneasy. There was a high probability that they might abandon the defense of Velika City and choose to retreat. Wait. I don't necessarily have to wait for the Wolfgang group. I can just go to their location. Mu-Gun contemplated an alternative strategy. The Wolfgang group was presently at the Edency Afif. Traveling on horseback from Velika to Venus City would take a day, but if Mu-Gun fully unleashed the Thunder God's shadow, he could reach Edencia in less than 2 hours. Given the uncertainty about whether the Wolfgans would target Velika or Venus, Mu-Gun reasoned that he could eliminate the dilemma by personally locating and exterminating them. Naturally, this approach was exclusive to Mu-Gun alone, as the other knights could not move with the same speed and precision. Let's proceed with this plan. The rest of you will remain on standby here. I will head to the Edency Afif alone and confront the Wolfgang group. You want to go alone, third young lord? Schwartz asked with his eyes wide open. Why? Do you think I can't do it alone? I didn't mean it that way. It just bothers me that we're leaving everything to the third young lord, even though some of us have gained significant power, Schwartz said with a wry smile, expressing his concerns. If it were possible, I'd prefer to fight alongside you, but this is the most effective way to safeguard both Velika and Venus City. Besides, all of you will have crucial roles to play in the future, so please adhere to my instructions this time. Understood. But it will take over half a day on horseback from here to the Edency Afif. Is that okay? I'm concerned that the Wolfgang group might have already initiated their advance by the time the third young lord reaches Edencia. Guilford expressed his doubts. You don't have to worry about that. I can arrive at Edencia before sunset. Guilford nodded at Mu-Gun's words without any doubt. The sun would set in approximately 2 hours. Mu-Gun's assertion of reaching the Edency Afif before sunset might have seemed implausible if it were someone else's claim. However, with Mu-Gun, the sky god's proxy, making the claim, the narrative took on a different tone. If Mu-Gun asserted that he could achieve it, it appeared as though anything might be possible. I apologize. You generously bestowed power upon us, yet we find ourselves unable to be of any assistance. Diaz, having reached the master stage, expressed his remorse. Don't worry, I will work you to your bones from now on. Don't resent me then. Diaz chuckled at Mu-Gun's joke. Well then, I'll be back. Please be careful. Mu-Gun departed from Velika City, and the Golden Lion Knight Order saw him off as he headed to the Edency Afif. Once beyond the city limits, he harnessed all his power and unleashed the Thunder God's shadow. Consequently, he reached Edencia Castle before the sun dipped below the horizon. Edencia Castle lay in complete ruin. The surroundings were littered with gruesomely torn-apart corpses. The victims seemed to have had their insides ripped out, a grim testament to the Wolfgan's savage consumption. The horrendous sight was like a scene from hell. The Wolfgang group, responsible for the nightmarish scene, lounged and slept within the castle. Guards, Wolfgans positioned in every direction, were on alert, yet their senses failed to detect Mu-Gun. He seamlessly assimilated with nature, concealing his presence entirely. L.B/JNN. Without hesitation, Mu-Gun soared toward the location where the Wolfgang group had assembled, unleashing the heavenly thunderstorm burst. A myriad of 1,000 golden thunderbolt swords cascaded from the sky onto the unsuspecting Wolfgang group. The defenseless Wolfgang group was powerless to evade the onslaught of golden thunderbolt swords, and their heads and torsos bore the brunt of the assault. Unable to withstand the formidable force of the thunderbolt swords, the Wolfgan's massive bodies erupted in various directions. The thunderbolt swords descended upon the ground, unleashing a surge of golden lightning that enveloped the surroundings. The golden lightning, emanating from 1,000 thunderbolt swords, extended over dozens of feet. The Wolfgang group found themselves immobilized and defenseless within the tumultuous current of lightning. The lightning wave that blanketed the ground lacked the potency to instantly kill the Wolfgans. However, it proved formidable enough to immobilize their bodies. Apart from the Wolfgans whose heads and bodies detonated upon direct impact with the myriad thunderbolt swords, the remaining members of the group were stunned by the residual wave of lightning, rendering them temporarily motionless. Mu-Gun conjured 100 thunderbolt swords, propelling them toward the direction of the immobilized Wolfgans. Moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, the 100 thunderbolt swords pierced the heads of the stunned Wolfgons one after another. The Wolfgons crumpled and massé like withered straws, succumbing to the overwhelming assault. Before long, not a single Wolfgon remained standing, literal annihilation. Despite effortlessly dispatching every Wolfgon, Mu-Gun refrained from an immediate return, recognizing that there was still work to be addressed here. Mu-Gun's purpose was clear: to collect the Wolfgan's mana hearts. If accompanied by the Golden Lion Knight Order and the Crimson Rose Knight Order, he would have delegated the task to them. However, being alone at present, he had no choice but to undertake the tedious process himself. Annoying and cumbersome as it was, Mu-Gun painstakingly extracted the mana hearts from the corpses of the Wolfgons one by one. Many Wolfgons had been torn asunder by Mu-Gun's formidable assaults, rendering their corpses mangled and difficult to discern. Yet, remarkably, their mana hearts remained intact. The staggering tally of collected mana hearts exceeded 3,500. While an individual mana heart could easily fit within his fist, the challenge lay in transporting the vast quantity of 3,500 mana hearts. Fortunately, Mu-Gun possessed a method to transport them all efficiently. Mu-Gun's solution came in the form of a magic backpack, inscribed with space expansion magic and weight reduction magic. This enchanted backpack could now accommodate 10 times its original capacity, thanks to the space expansion magic, while simultaneously reducing the weight to 1/10 of its original heft through the weight reduction magic. With this magical backpack, there would still be ample space even after stowing all 3,500 Wolfgan mana hearts inside. Mu-Gun marveled at the magical advancements on the Avalon continent. While its magic prowess shone in combat, it also brought numerous conveniences to daily life. Given the chance, Mu-Gun aspired to learn the Avalon continent's magic and introduce it to the Central Plains. Though there might be some side effects, he believed the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks once magic spread to the Central Plains. The challenge lay in the fact that the magical equipment on the Avalon continent primarily relied on mana hearts for power. Even if Mu-Gun mastered magic, replicating these conveniences in the Central Plains, where mana hearts were non-existent, proved to be an insurmountable obstacle. Fully cognizant of this limitation, Mu-Gun assigned minimal significance to learning magic. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford the luxury of diverting his attention away from the imminent threat of the demon god. His priority remained on bolstering his own power for the impending confrontation. Having successfully exterminated the Wolfgan group and collected their mana hearts, Mu-Gun returned to Velika City. I am pretty damn sure this is not a joke. Mu-Gun is not someone who would joke about something like this. Sir Diaz, bro, you are doomed. Having single-handedly eradicated the Wolfgan group in the Edency Afif, Mu-Gun returned to Pantheon's royal capital with the 2 knight orders that had been on standby in Velika City. Upon learning of Mu-Gun's accomplishment in the Edency Afif, Pantheon 4 expressed great satisfaction and summoned Mu-Gun to the palace. Accompanied by Leon, the royal palace's archmage, Mu-Gun entered the palace for an audience with Pantheon 4. The palace stood as the pinnacle of splendor. Lush forests enveloped the palace from every direction, akin to a protective folding screen, while gardens adorned with diverse flowers and trees sprawled before the palace. What do you think? Leon asked. It is gorgeous, Mu-Gun answered with an unimpressed look. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You look quite calm, unlike what you just said. By nature, I prefer simple things rather than fancy things. Really? With your skills and the accomplishments you've gathered this time, securing a rather prestigious position should be within reach. You might even be considered for the Edency Afif, which has lost its owner in this recent incident, Leon remarked. With all due respect, I did not vanquish the Wolfgons to gain a particular position. Moreover, the Wolfgan threat we faced is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. As the proxy of God, I am committed to utilizing all my abilities to thwart the impending threat of the demon god, Mu-Gun declared. Your unwavering faith is truly remarkable, especially given your youth. It's evident why the Sky God chose you as its proxy. I recognize my shortcomings in many aspects. I would be immensely grateful for your guidance and assistance, Sir Leon, Mu-Gun humbly expressed. I may not be certain of how I could be of assistance to someone of your stature, having already attained the Grand Master stage. Nevertheless, if you ever find yourself in need of my support, do not hesitate to inform me. If there is anything within my capacity to do, I will gladly lend my aid, Leon declared with conviction. Thank you. Well then, let's proceed and have an audience with His Majesty. As they engaged in a brief conversation, they arrived at the throne room where Pantheon 4 presided. Mu-Gun entered alongside Leon. Within, the Golden Dragon Knight Order Captain, Sir Walter, and the 4 Master Stage Knights, along with high-ranking officials of the kingdom, stood in formation from side to side. Seated atop the highest seat of honor throne, Pantheon 4 came into view. Draped in a uniform embellished with a golden insignia and adorned with a crown, the man in his mid-40s possessed a pair of keen and discerning eyes. In his youth, Pantheon 4 had nearly lost his life in a struggle for the throne, betrayed by a trusted aide. This harrowing experience left him perpetually suspicious, temperamental, and overly fixated on his safety due to the lingering mental trauma. Despite these challenges, he exuded a dignified presence as he occupied the throne, wearing a stern expression befitting a king. Mu-Gun promptly traversed the carpet in the center of the throne room, making his way toward Pantheon 4. Observing proper decorum, he greeted the king with the courtesy befitting a loyal vassal. Argon Leonia Venatia of the Venatia fief greets the great ruler of Pantheon. Raise your head. At Pantheon IV's words, Mu-Gun heeded and raised his head. I heard that the sky god Upur made you its proxy? That is correct. If you are the proxy of God, I must accord you the respect befitting such a position, regardless of my own status. That is certainly not necessary. I am your majesty vassal before I am God's proxy. Your majesty merely needs to treat me as you would any other vassal or subject, Mu-Gun replied politely. Your efforts in thwarting the Wolfkin invasion are truly commendable. I wish to express my gratitude by rewarding you for halting the Wolfkin attacks and safeguarding Pantheon. Is there a particular reward you desire? Pantheon 4 inquired. I have no personal desire for rewards. However, I implore your majesty to devote careful attention to collaborating with the other nations of Avalon in confronting the impending threat of the demon god, Mu-Gun requested. I have been informed by Sir Leon about the imminent arrival of the demon god. However, can we be certain of its authenticity? When God appointed me as their proxy, I heard it directly. Unless God deceived me, there is no doubt that it is true. The evidence strongly suggests the descent of the demon god, considering the movements of the colossal monsters attacking other kingdoms and the Wolfgons besieging ours. Furthermore, throughout history, the appearance of God's proxy has coincided with the descent of the demon god, lending credence to the truth of the matter, Leon supplemented, providing additional context to Mu-Gun's statements. If, as you and Sir Leon have said, the demon god has indeed descended, then it is imperative for all the nations of Avalon to unite in this fight. That is correct. Despite this, I don't know if the Pamir Empire or the other kingdoms will listen to us. The Pamir Empire and the other kingdoms are likely to heed the call if the Sky God Church conveys God's will, isn't that correct? Having responded to Pantheon 4, Leon turned to Cardinal Barius, seeking the Church's cooperation. As Sir Leon articulated, our Church, in conjunction with Your Majesty the King, will communicate the will of the Sky God to the other nations and diligently work towards uniting all the nations of Avalon, Cardinal Barius affirmed with a nod. Above all, if Your Majesty dedicates yourself to rallying the nations of Avalon, your leadership will be esteemed by all in Avalon. Pantheon 4's eyes gleamed upon hearing Leon's words. An ambitious man, he aspired for Pantheon to ascend as the paramount nation in Avalon, surpassing even the Pamir Empire. Furthermore, he envisioned himself at the heart of this ascendancy. Yet, the Pantheon kingdom's power was feeble. Compounding the challenge, Pantheon 4's personal capabilities were not particularly exceptional. His ambition seemed akin to an elusive dream. However, circumstances had evolved. The Pantheon kingdom now housed Mu-Gun, the proxy of the sky god Upur. With Mu-Gun at the forefront, the Pantheon kingdom had the potential to emerge as the central nation of Avalon. To achieve this, making Mu-Gun a steadfast ally was paramount. One avenue was to bestow upon Mu-Gun a distinguished position. Yet, the most certain way to cement their association was through a strategic alliance sealed by a political marriage. Pantheon 4 had an unmarried daughter, while Mu-Gun was also single. A union between the two through marriage would ensure a more steadfast allegiance from Mu-Gun to Pantheon 4. The Council's perspective is valid. The Sky God may have chosen a citizen of the Pantheon Kingdom as its proxy with the expectation that our kingdom would spearhead the effort to vanquish the demon god. In accordance with the Sky God's will, I shall unite Avalon's forces and lead the charge against the demon god. Argon, as the proxy of the Sky God, you will stand by my side and lend your assistance. You want me to stay by your majesty's side? Yes, your majesty. I will establish the Sky Knight Order to spearhead the battle against the demon god, and I entrust you with the leadership of this order, Argon. Mu-Gun hailed from the Venatia fief, yet he hadn't secured any notable position as of now. Given the circumstances, there lingered the possibility of Mu-Gun shifting his allegiance either towards the Pamir Empire or other realms. Anticipating this potential, Pantheon 4 devised a strategy, the formation of the Sky Knight Order. This initiative aimed to assign Mu-Gun a distinct role, tethering him firmly to the Pantheon Kingdom and averting any impending shift. Mu-Gun easily discerned Pantheon 4's intentions. However, he harbored no inclination to comply with Pantheon 4's wishes. Sorry, but I cannot lead the Sky Knight Order. Mu-Gun refused without hesitation. Why not? Pantheon IV's expression stiffened as he did not expect Mu-Gun would refuse. Swiftness is paramount in halting the demon god and his followers. Being tethered to a specific Knight Order or nation would impede my ability to respond effectively to the threat posed by the demon god. Therefore, I prefer the freedom to move unrestricted, unaffiliated with any particular entity. I trust you will generously comprehend my intentions, Mu-Gun replied, disregarding Pantheon 4's stoic expression. Pantheon 4 found little satisfaction in witnessing Mu-Gun speak with confidence. It seemed as though Mu-Gun failed to acknowledge his authority entirely. If given the chance, Pantheon 4 desired nothing more than to promptly reprimand Mu-Gun for audaciously rejecting his plans. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun stood as the proxy of the Sky God. Even as a king, there were limits to what he could rashly do to Mu-Gun, who embodied the will of the Sky God. Most importantly, discord with him would yield no favorable outcomes. In the interim, fostering a cordial relationship with Mu-Gun held significant importance. Fundamentally, Mu-Gun was a citizen of the Pantheon Kingdom. Throughout history, an arm would naturally bend inward one. It was inevitable for Mu-Gun's priority to skew toward the Pantheon Kingdom, which he was from. However, this could only be achieved through a maintained friendly relationship. If Mu-Gun harbored resentment towards Pantheon 4, his sentiments toward the Pantheon kingdom would also diminish. Compelling Mu-Gun to shoulder undesired burdens would prove detrimental, whether for Pantheon 4 or the Pantheon kingdom. Initially, Pantheon 4 aimed to bestow the leadership of the Sky Knight Order upon Mu-Gun, along with the proposal of marrying Elena Brave Pantheon, his daughter. However, in light of Mu-Gun's resolute refusal to head the Sky Knight Order, Pantheon 4 chose to postpone any discussions regarding the marriage proposal. However, Pantheon 4 remained undeterred in his pursuit of the marriage between Mu-Gun and Elena. He devised an alternative approach by entrusting the marriage negotiations to Count Watkins instead of Mu-Gun. Given Count Watkins' unwavering loyalty, Pantheon 4 believed he wouldn't dare reject a marriage proposal personally extended by the king. In doing so, Count Watkins could potentially convince Mu-Gun to consider the proposal. Ahem, if that is what you want, then it can't be helped. Instead, you must never forget that you are a citizen of the Pantheon kingdom before you are God's proxy. I will keep that in mind, Your Majesty, Mu-Gun replied. So, what are your plans for the future? Pantheon 4 asked. I am informed that 3 kingdoms are currently under threat from the huge monsters, namely the Sibylian, the Witaliger, and the Blackness. For starters, I intend to help those kingdoms, Mu-Gun explained. Is there anything I can do for you? There are 2 things Your Majesty can help with. Go on, tell me. Firstly, I would appreciate it if you could give me permission to use the Interkingdom portal freely. I will gladly allow that. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. What is the second favor? I would appreciate it if you could allow the Golden Lion Knight Order of the Venetia Fief to freely operate overseas. Knight orders affiliated with the kingdom couldn't operate freely beyond its borders. This restriction was in place to prevent inadvertent conflicts that could lead to an unwanted war in foreign territories. Fine, I will allow the Golden Lion Knight Order to freely operate overseas. Pantheon 4 gave his permission without much thought. Thank you for your grace again, Your Majesty. Are those 2 the only things you need? Don't you need anything else? The 2 favors I just asked are enough, Your Majesty. Is it possible to stop the monsters only with the Golden Lion Knight Order? If you wish, I can deploy the Golden Dragon Knight Order as reinforcements. It is fine. The Golden Lion Knight Order alone is more than enough right now, I see. However, if you ever need the power of the Golden Dragon Knight Order, tell me anytime. I will willingly mobilize them. Understood, Your Majesty. Well then, you must be tired after dealing with the Wolfgons, so you may leave now. Then, I will take my leave now, Your Majesty. Mu-Gun paid his respects to Pantheon 4 and exited the throne room. Accompanied by the Golden Lion Knights, he journeyed back to Venetia Castle through the portal in the royal capital. Upon reaching Venetia Castle, Count Watkins, Kayahan, and Franchel emerged to greet him. Welcome back. Why did you go out of your way to come out here? My son is returning after achieving something monumental, so it's only fitting that I come out to welcome you. You saved the Stonia Fief and handled the Wolfgons, who posed a threat to the royal capital. Your contribution is immense. As your father, I am incredibly proud of you. You've done an exceptional job. Yes, thanks to you, the status of our Venetia Fief has been greatly increased. I am so proud and grateful as your brother. I am also so proud of you for being my younger brother. Following Count Watkins, the first young Lord Kayahan, and the second young Lord Franchel also praised Mu-Gun. You are praising me too much. Let's go inside for now, Mu-Gun said. All right, when I heard that you were coming, I ordered dinner to be prepared. Let's talk about the details of your achievements over dinner. All right. Mu-Gun followed behind Count Watkins and his 2 brothers as they entered the Venetia house. During dinner at the Venetia house, Mu-Gun shared details of his meeting with Pantheon 4 with Count Watkins and his siblings. His Majesty the King asked you to lead the Sky Knight Order, but you refused? Count Watkins asked in surprise. The reason His Majesty wished to entrust the Sky Knight Order to me is because he envisions reviving the Pantheon Kingdom through my efforts. As a loyal citizen of the Pantheon Kingdom, it is my duty to strive for its restoration to its former glory. However, bearing the responsibility as God's proxy, I am entrusted with the solemn mission of thwarting the impending threat of the demon god. Leading the Sky Knight Order in accordance with His Majesty's will would impede my ability to fulfill the divine duties bestowed upon me. That is precisely why I declined. I understand what you mean. But was His Majesty not offended? Count Watkins asked anxiously. He was worried that Pantheon 4 might be vindictive of Mu-Gun. That seemed to be the case at first, but after he heard my explanation, he understood my intentions. That's a relief. So, what are you going to do now? Count Watkins asked. As God's proxy, I want to help the kingdoms threatened by the other huge monsters. I have a favor to ask you in this regard, Father. What is it? Please give me permission to take the Golden Lion Knight Order with me. That is out of the question. If you take the Golden Lion Knight Order with you, who will protect the fiefdom? Even before Count Watkins could answer, Franchel expressed his objection. Kayahan, what do you think? Watkins glanced at Franchel, who suddenly interrupted, and turned to ask Kayahan. I think it would be good to send them with Argon. Kayahan pondered for a moment and replied. What is your reason for that? If our Venetia's Golden Lion Knight Order spearheads the effort against the demon god's threat, it will significantly enhance the standing of the Venetia Fief. Furthermore, contrary to Franchel's concerns, the safety of the Venetia Fief won't be compromised even in the absence of the Golden Lion Knights. Who would dare to pose a threat to Venetia when Argon, God's proxy, is aligned with us? Kayahan clarified his reasoning. What Kayahan said is true. I will allow you to take the Golden Lion Knight Order, Argon. Thank you. When will you leave for the other kingdoms? I will depart right after we finish dinner, Mu-Gun answered. If you want to go to another kingdom, you will need to get permission from the Royal Capital's Portal Management Bureau. Did you already settle that issue? Yes. I have already obtained permission from His Majesty the King. I was also granted permission for the Golden Lion Knight Order to operate overseas. Is there anything else I can do for you? Count Watkins asked. Letting me take the Golden Lion Knight Order is more than enough help. All right then, continue with your meal. After dinner with his family, Mu-Gun returned to the royal capital with the Golden Lion Knight Order. This is an old Korean proverb. It means that all humans, whether they like it or not, tend to take care of their own kind before strangers. The Pamir Empire stood at the heart of the Avalon continent, encircled by 6 kingdoms of varying sizes. Among these, the Pantheon Kingdom held the 3rd position in both territory and military strength among the 6 kingdoms. Conversely, the Pamir Empire wielded ample power to subdue the 6 kingdoms at will. Yet, there were 2 reasons why the Pamir Empire refrained from absorbing the 6 kingdoms and allowed them to remain independent. The first reason was the potential for the 6 kingdoms to form alliances and unite against the Pamir Empire. Despite the empire's considerable might, confronting 6 kingdoms simultaneously would pose a formidable challenge. The second reason was the presence of formidable monsters residing in the 4 major mountain ranges encircling the Avalon continent. The Patagon Mountain Range in the north, the Logan Mountain Range in the south, the Anders Mountain Range in the east, and the Alfna Mountain Range in the west were home to colossal creatures that posed a significant threat to human settlements. Conquering all 6 kingdoms would compel the Pamir Empire to confront the looming threat of colossal monsters directly. This perspective posed a significant burden from the standpoint of the Pamir Empire. Consequently, they opted to leave the 6 kingdoms untouched, strategically employing them as shields against potential monster attacks. Presently, 4 kingdoms faced the ongoing threat of colossal monsters: Thibelian in the Logan Mountain Range, the Wittelliger in the Anders Mountain Range, and the Black Boss in the Alfna Mountain Range. In contrast, the Pamir Empire remained untouched by such dangers. Certainly, if the 4 kingdoms, acting as shields, were to fall, the Pamir Empire could face imminent danger. Nevertheless, the empire had ample time to make necessary preparations. Moreover, they would find it easier to confront the colossal monsters, considering the significant damages inflicted upon the creatures by the 4 kingdoms. Hence, the Pamir Empire chose to uphold the existing state of affairs without absorbing the 6 kingdoms. In any event, 4 kingdoms faced imminent peril from the colossal monsters this time. These included the Valencia Kingdom, situated along the northern border of the Logan Mountain Range, the Delphi Nia Kingdom, and the Albion Kingdom, sharing borders with the Anders Mountain Range in the east, along with the Craius Kingdom neighboring the Alfna Mountain Range in the west. Mu-Gun resolved to aid the Craius Kingdom first among the 4 imperiled realms. Though there wasn't a specific rationale, the Craius Kingdom's predicament appeared the most severe. Before departing the royal capital of the Pantheon Kingdom, Mu-Gun met with the kingdom's head wizard, Leon, and the captain of the Golden Dragon Knight Order, Walter. I think there is a Master Stage Knight in the Golden Lion Knight Order. Can I ask how it happened? Walter asked. As a Grand Master, it didn't prove challenging for him to discern that Schwartz and 4 other knights had attained the status of Master Stage Knights. The revelation was striking, considering that a Count's Knight Order boasted a total of 5 Master Stage Knights. This exceeded the count of masters in the kingdom's own Knight Order, the Golden Dragon Knight Order, which only had 4 despite its elevated status. Noteworthy was the absence of any Master Stage Knight in the Golden Lion Knight Order until just recently. Consequently, the sudden emergence of the 5 Master Stage Knights was highly likely related to Mu-Gun, the proxy of God. I helped them to reach a higher stage. Mu-Gun responded without concealing anything. He understood that attempting a poorly crafted lie wouldn't sway Walter. Are you speaking the truth? Did you really help them reach the Master Stage? Walter asked in disbelief. To be exact, it was made possible through the power that the Sky God granted me. Is that power infinite? As much as it is infinite, I am not able to recklessly use it at my discretion. What do you mean by that? Do you have to get permission or something? That's right. I can only use that power on the ones that the Sky God approves of. Certainly, what Mu-Gun had just conveyed was a lie. If he wished, he could invoke the Thunder God Enlightenment spell whenever he pleased. Mu-Gun chose to deceive Walter because it was apparent that if he disclosed his capability to employ the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on anyone, the Golden Dragon Knight Order would likely make a similar demand. Naturally, Mu-Gun could utilize the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on the Golden Dragon Knights if the need arose. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun harbored no inclination to indiscriminately divulge his power. It remained reserved exclusively for those committed to combating the demon god and individuals whom Mu-Gun deemed trustworthy. Is that really the case? Walter once again asked in disbelief. The Sky God, Upur, only sanctions the use of power to halt the demon god's threat. Should you be steadfast in shouldering arms in the battle against the demon god, the Sky God will grant permission for you to wield such power. Is that so? But this is really impeccable timing. Only the Golden Lion Knight Order's knights were chosen by the Sky God and gained more power. Isn't it because the Sky God wants to distinguish those who are close to me first? Mu-Gun answered without being taken aback. If that's the case, then the opportunity may also come to the Golden Dragon Knight Order. Indeed, it goes without saying. Should there be knights genuinely willing to confront the demon god and engage in battle for the sake of the Avalon continent, God will gladly bestow his power upon them. Let's wait and see. Walter remained skeptical, yet he refrained from further probing questions. Persisting in questioning Mu-Gun, who asserted the divine nature of his abilities, might risk veering into blasphemy against God if handled improperly. Could you tell me the type of knight armor worn by the Golden Lion Knight Order? Leon, who was quietly listening to the conversation between Mu-Gun and Walter, asked once Walter was done with his questions. They are wearing the PC-2 models. Each nation in Avalon manufactured its own knight armor, featuring unique production technologies that naturally resulted in variations in performance. As a formidable nation on the Avalon continent, the Pamir Empire boasted the most exceptional production capabilities. Conversely, among the remaining 6 kingdoms, there were no significant disparities. The Pantheon Kingdom also engaged in the manufacturing and production of their own knight armor. The knight armor models crafted within the Pantheon Kingdom were all designated with names starting with the initial P, symbolizing Pantheon. The subsequent letter following the P represented the knight armor class, while the number denoted the generation. The PC-2 model could be interpreted as a C-class second-generation model manufactured in Pantheon. In their pursuit of becoming a significant producing nation, the PC-2 served as a mass-produced model in the Pantheon Kingdom, widely utilized by the majority of their knight orders. For the Golden Dragon Knight Order, their armament included the PC-3, a third-generation model. As expected, it exhibited superior performance compared to the PC-2 model. Seems like it is a subpar model for Master Stage Knights to wear. You are right, but that is because we cannot get our hands on a higher-ranked model. That's why we are thinking of prioritizing the Golden Lion Knight Order for the allocation of the newly produced PE-3 models this time around. The PE-3 models? Mu-Gun asked in surprise. The PE-3 model stood as the latest advancement in the Pantheon Kingdom, exclusively worn by the Golden Dragon Knight Order Captain Walter and the 4 Master Stage Knights within the organization. Naturally, we aren't giving it for free. In exchange for providing the PE-3 models, we have a condition. What is it? The mana hearts. What do you mean by that? I've heard that you acquired thousands of mana hearts by annihilating the Wolfgons this time. Furthermore, going forward, the mana hearts obtained from eradicating monsters will be substantial. Naturally, we're not expecting you to provide these mana hearts for free. We are prepared to offer a fair compensation, whether in the form of knight armors or gold coins, for the mana hearts. Mu-Gun contemplated Leon's proposal. It wasn't a bad offer. He didn't currently have a specific use for a large quantity of mana hearts. It seemed far more advantageous to exchange the mana hearts for knight armors. Acquiring E-class knight armors promptly could significantly augment the battle capabilities of the Golden Lion Knights. L.B//JNN. Is it perhaps also possible to produce F-class knight armors? Mu-Gun inquired with the hope of securing a supply of knight armors of a higher class, if feasible. Theoretically, it is possible. However, to power the F-class knight armor, the mana heart of a dragon, the strongest creature of the Middle Realm, is needed. The production of an F-class knight armor hinged on technological capabilities, with obtaining a dragon's mana heart proving to be the most challenging aspect. Does that mean that it would be possible if I got my hands on a dragon's mana heart? If you can obtain it, we will produce an F-class knight armor one way or another. Is it perhaps possible to create a knight armor higher than F-class? According to legend, an S-class knight armor once existed. However, with the current technology, it is impossible to produce an S-class knight armor. Does that include the Pamir Empire? It is impossible even for the Pamir Empire. Above all, it is impossible to procure a mana heart that could be fitted in an S-class knight armor. In theory, the production of an S-class knight armor required a mana heart from a being possessing power equivalent to the god stage. Obtaining a mana heart from a god stage entity was practically impossible unless such an existence willingly parted with it. I see. Then, do you accept our offer? His Majesty the King must have already approved this, right? Mu-Gun asked to reconfirm. Of course. All right. As you said, I will supply the kingdom with the mana hearts I obtained from the monsters. Good thinking. Then, as promised, we will provide you with the PE-3 model knight armor. Leon reached into his inner pocket and retrieved 5 rings, handing them over to Mu-Gun. Take it, Leon said. Mu-Gun accepted the 5 rings. Adorned with blue-colored jewels known as space stones, these rings were designed to store the knight armor in a subspace. Upon summoning, the knight armor would be automatically equipped onto the wearer. Aside from this, I would like to get additional PE-3 model knight armors. Would that be possible? E-class knight armors require the mana heart of a high-ranked monster like a drake or a wyvern. If you manage to secure one, we can manufacture additional knight armors. However, supplying you with all the E-class we produce might prove challenging, Leon explained. Then, how many can you provide? We will be able to provide half of our production output at most, Leon said. Understood. I will bring over the mana heart of a high-ranked monster as soon as I get my hands on it. Also, these are the Wolfgon's mana hearts, which I obtained this time. Mu-Gun handed over a magic pouch containing 5,000 Wolfgon's mana hearts. Given that Mu-Gun had dissected around 10,000 mana hearts from the Wolfgons, he presented half of them to Leon. Mu-Gun allocated the remaining 5,000 mana hearts to Count Watkins, intending for them to serve as funds for the restoration of the Venetia fief and the reorganization of the Knight Order. We will use it well. Then, let's leave it at that and move to the central portal. Leon stood up after storing away the Wolfgon's mana hearts. I wish you Godspeed, Walter said to Mu-Gun, who also got up following Leon. Mu-Gun bowed and took his leave of Walter before making his way to the Royal Capital's Portal Management Bureau alongside Leon. The Golden Lion Knight Order awaited at the central portal of the Bureau. After Mu-Gun joined them, they traversed to the Kraus Kingdom through a portal facilitated by Leon. Upon their arrival at the royal capital of the Kraus Kingdom through the portal, Camilla Blake, the court magician of the Kraus Kingdom, and the Knights of the Crimson Dragon Knight Order were standing by, ready to receive them. Mu-Gun's attention was immediately captivated by Camilla, a sorceress clad in a white robe. Despite being rumored to be over 40, her appearance suggested she was in her early 20s. Beyond her age, her extraordinary beauty was undeniable. Mu-Gun was instantly captivated by her beauty. While her inherent attractiveness played a role, a significant part of the allure was attributed to the charm magic she wielded. That is pretty rude. Does the Kraus Kingdom welcome those who come to help them in this manner? Mu-Gun easily freed himself from Camilla's charm magic and spoke in an unpleasant tone. I apologize if I caused any offense. My intentions were solely to test you with magic to ensure that you truly are God's proxy, young lord. Please understand. Camilla swiftly bowed her head, offering an immediate apology. So, did you confirm if I was God's proxy? Yes. It is difficult even for a Grand Master to escape the effect of the charm magic that I unfolded. However, seeing that you so easily freed yourself from it, you are without a doubt God's proxy. Mu-Gun looked baffled at Camilla's response. That is an absurd standard. So, if I was trapped by that charm magic, does that mean I would automatically not be God's proxy? No. It would be difficult to conclude that you are not God's proxy just because you were caught in my charm magic. However, I would be able to confirm that you are not strong enough to solve the dangers of our Kraus Kingdom. Are there any other tests other than your charm magic? No, it is more than enough. What do you think, Sir Filford? Camilla asked a sturdy middle-aged man standing on one side. He was Filford Excelsior, the Knight Captain of the Crimson Dragon Knight Order, Kraus Kingdom's most formidable Knight Order and their sole Grand Master Stage Knight. Can you prove that you are God's proxy through the sword? Filford asked Mu-Gun. Filford had been attentively observing Mu-Gun since his arrival. However, he couldn't fathom Mu-Gun's capabilities at all. The mere fact that he, a Grand Master, struggled to comprehend Mu-Gun's abilities indicated that Mu-Gun surpassed him in strength. While the idea of Mu-Gun being God's proxy seemed plausible, Filford couldn't bring himself to admit it. This reluctance prompted him to decide to check the truth for himself. If you want, I will gladly show you. Mu-Gun readily accepted. It would be troublesome to do so here, so let's move to another location. Mu-Gun accompanied Filford to a training hall where they could engage in swordplay. The Golden Lion Knight Order, the Crimson Dragon Knight Order, and Camilla all followed the two of them to the training hall. Mu-Gun and Filford stood face to face in the training hall. For safety purposes, it was reinforced with various magics. You're not carrying a sword. Filford looked displeased. I have one within me, so pay it no heed. Let us begin, Mu-Gun replied, catching Filford's interest. He seemed to be hinting at the ego sword, an aura blade that could be materialized using will alone. It was one of the telltale techniques that set Grand Masters apart from Masters, but not all Grand Masters could use it at will. Mu-Gun coming unarmed evidenced how skillful he was with the technique. After all, it meant he did not need an actual sword for it to form around. Curious about how amazing his ego sword would be, Filford announced, well then, let's begin. Mu-Gun nodded. Their sparring began. Taking the initiative, Filford rushed toward Mu-Gun and thrust his sword, sending a blue aura storming and sweeping over his target. Mu-Gun manifested a thunderbolt sword and used the celestial moonlight sword in retaliation. Imbued with thunder chi, the golden moonlight chi engulfed the area in front of him and clashed with Filford's aura storm. Easily torn to shreds, the blue aura storm exploded. Filford's expression stiffened as he swung his sword again, launching a stronger and larger aura storm that appeared capable of filling the entire room. It lashed toward Mu-Gun, seemingly putting him in a dangerous situation where he could be torn to pieces as soon as he was caught in it. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun looked unbothered. He calmly unleashed the 100 golden lightning wheel wave, enveloping himself with a wave of energy shaped like a huge wheel. The blue aura storm collided against it, resulting in a powerful blast. The aura storm struck the golden wheel countless times, but the latter remained unscathed. When the storm subsided, the wheel split into 100 thunderbolt swords and shot toward Filford. Filford's eyes widened in surprise, but he still managed to swing his sword in defense, enveloping him with an aura storm and blocking Mu-Gun's offense. However, the thunderbolt swords easily penetrated through his defenses. Filford shut his eyes tightly upon seeing the thunderbolt swords penetrating through his aura storm, believing that they would soon pierce through him. However, he did not feel anything. When he opened his eyes, he saw the thunderbolt swords hovering around him. It seemed Mu-Gun had commanded them to stop the moment they got through his defenses. The thunderbolt swords surrounding him unleashed waves of lightning, the sight of which gave him goosebumps. Even a Grand Master would find it extremely difficult to manifest 100 ego swords alone, yet Mu-Gun did not just easily accomplish such a feat, he also controlled them so perfectly that it was as if they were a part of him. Realizing that Mu-Gun was beyond his league, Filford was convinced that Mu-Gun had become God's representative. As far as he knew, Mu-Gun no, Argon was only 23 years old. Even a genius could not advance to his current stage at such a tender age. Unless God granted him power, his strength was inexplicable. Do you need more proof? No, I believe you. Now, please release the swords. All right. Mu-Gun shrugged and did as requested. Camilla, who was watching the spar, approached Mu-Gun. That was truly magnificent. It was my first time witnessing Sir Filford so helpless in combat. You truly are different. I believe I have proven myself enough as God's representative. What's next? I apologize for making you go through such a discourteous procedure to confirm your identity instead of thanking and bowing to you for helping our country first. However, this matter put the fate of our nation at stake. We had to be certain. Blindly trusting you could have put us in a predicament if we turned out to be wrong, Lord Argon. Do not worry. I understand why you had to go to such lengths. That aside, how is the situation now? Things are not looking good. More than 5,000 black bosses have devastated our fiefdom and are now advancing toward our royal capital. At their current speed, they will likely reach it in 3 days, Camilla briefed. Have you prepared countermeasures? We were planning to take advantage of the water properties and duke it out in the royal capital. Now that you are here, however, taking a more aggressive approach is our best option. Naturally, that is only if you agree to it, Lord Argon. Let us head out now, then. We should not waste any more time. You want to leave now? Are there any reasons why we cannot? We have to get permission from His Majesty first. We will wait. How about you join us for an audience with His Majesty instead? I will formally pay respect after annihilating the Black Boss. There is something I must do before heading to battle. All right, I will leave you to it. Camilla headed to the royal palace to meet the Craeus Kingdom's king, Lavio Caribbean Craeus. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun asked Filford for permission to use the training hall for a while. Filford granted his request and left shortly after. Why are we staying at the training hall? Schwartz asked. I have something for you and the other master rank knights, Captain. What is it? Chevalier armor. You mean? Yes. I am going to give you all E-class Chevalier armor. Are you being serious? Aren't those only worn by the Golden Dragon Order's captain and master rank knights? Schwartz asked in disbelief. I put in some effort. Grinning, Mu-Gun took out a ring from his magic pouch. Here. Is it really okay for us to take this? Schwartz reluctantly asked. If you don't want to, I can just give it to someone else. No? When Mu-Gun tried to pull his hand back, Schwartz quickly reached out and took the ring. You don't need me to tell you how to bring out the Chevalier armor, do you? Of course not. Mu-Gun also handed Jillian, Guilford, Diaz, and Vilmoth a ring each. Can we try it out? Test it out as much as you like. Schwartz was the first to wear the ring and summon a Chevalier armor. Summoning the armor was fairly simple. One simply had to inject a certain amount of mana into the ring's spatial stone. Taking a deep breath to calm his nervousness and excitement, Schwartz poured mana into the ring's space stone, which then emitted and enveloped him with a blue light. Metal soon clanked as a Chevalier armor mounted over him. The impressive and majestic armor was more than 5 meters tall and boasted a heavy build, which was evidenced by the thick outer armor that maximized its defensive capabilities. Fortunately, the various magic circles inscribed into it kept Schwartz as fast and agile as before he put it on. The magic circles inscribed on a Chevalier armor differed from nation to nation and were important factors in determining its performance. What the Pantheon Kingdom's Chevalier armor lacked in defense they made up with excellent speed and unconstrained maneuverability. After moving around with the armor, Schwartz unsheathed the Chevalier sword hanging by its waist and unleashed his aura. With his mana amplified, a flame aura began to soar around the knight sword. Schwartz swung the sword while maintaining the flame aura. Schwartz sent out a long beam of flame aura with a swing of his sword, making him look as if he was the manifestation of fire itself. His valor right now gave off the impression that he could slaughter the black bosses. Chevalier armors were also imbued with a lethal move known as Mana Breath, an offensive magic similar to a dragon's breath. Using it would shoot out the mana from the mana heart embedded in the Chevalier armor. An E-class Chevalier armor's Mana Breath was powerful enough to knock down a Grand Master. However, since it was designed to act as a last resort, using it depleted the mana inside the mana heart, rendering the Chevalier armor inoperable. After Schwartz, the 4 master rank knights tested their armor as well. Experiencing its outstanding performance, which far surpassed the ones they had worn in the past, made it hard for them to hide the joy they felt. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The other Golden Lion Knights looked at Schwartz and the 4 masters with envy. After reaching the master rank through the Thunder God Enlightenment spell ahead of the others, they now received an E-class Chevalier armor. The other knights could not help but find it unfair. The rest of you, please don't be too disappointed. You will also soon reach the master stage and obtain an E-class Chevalier armor, Mu-Gun, who easily read their thoughts through their expressions, reassured them. The knights were relieved. To them, Mu-Gun's words were essentially God's words. If he said that it would come, then it would. Hence, they calmed themselves down and waited for their turn. Are you not going to wear a Chevalier armor, Lord Argon? Schwartz asked. I do not have much use for E-class Chevalier armors anymore. I would have considered it if we had an F-class Chevalier armor, though. Anyway, please do not feel burdened while using them. Understood. Schwartz was immediately convinced. Wearing such low-level armor would certainly be meaningless, considering Mu-Gun's capabilities. They had finished testing out their new equipment when Camilla and Filford returned to the training hall together. How did it go? Mu-Gun asked. His Majesty has given us permission. Great. Let us depart at once. As you wish. Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order followed Camilla to the Crayus Kingdom's portal and immediately teleported to Basque City, which was under threat of the Black Boss's invasion. Philford and the Crimson Dragon Order accompanied them. When they arrived, Hamilton Travis, Basque City's mayor, welcomed them in person. Welcome. I am Hamilton Travis, the one in charge of Basque City. It is an honor to serve you, Sir Philford and Lady Camilla I, Hamilton warmly greeted. We will have to skip the formalities due to the direness of the situation, but at least allow me to introduce Lord Argon, the representative of the Sky God Upur. He will be fighting the Black Boss with us, Camilla said. Did you just say the Sky God's representative? Hamilton looked at Camilla with surprise. Yes, Sir Philford, and I have thoroughly checked his identity. There is no reason to doubt him. It is an honor to meet you, Hamilton greeted Mu-Gun. The honor is mine, Mu-Gun returned. We do not have to worry about the Black Bosses anymore now that you three are here. How far have they advanced? Philford asked. They are about only an hour away now. If you arrived a little later, our beloved city would have likely already been reduced to ashes. Considering they are already that close, it appears we will have to head out immediately, Mu-Gun commented. Philford nodded. I apologize for all this trouble. We cannot even grant you the rest that you deserve. I can still do that once we wipe out the Black Bosses anyway. Philford chuckled in response. Shall we go, then? Camilla said. Mu-Gun and Philford nodded. Wasting not even a moment, they immediately marched out of Basque City's castle gate and made their way to the Black Bosses. The Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order followed closely behind them. In the olden days, women could also be called Sir as a form of respect. Black Bosses were large monsters that resembled a bear. Their front paws had terrifying destructive power and were covered in thick scales that even aura blades found difficult to pierce through, and their claws could release an aura that was as strong as an expert rank knight's. However, their strongest weapon was their charge. Coated with a strong magic force field that not even aura could penetrate, stopping them on their tracks was difficult even for master rank knights. Expert rank knights would struggle even if they had chevalier armor. We should prioritize deterring the Black Boss's charge, Mu-Gun commented. Agreed. If they manage to destroy our formation, we would likely find ourselves in deep trouble, Philford commented. How about we position the masters up front and have the experts attack through the gaps? We only have 8 master rank knights. I doubt they can stop the Black Bosses by themselves. I know. That's why Sir Philford, Lady Camilla, and I will be the ones stopping their initial charge. That is a good idea. Considering they heavily outnumber us, it would be no exaggeration to say that it is up to you 2 Grand Masters to stop the Black Bosses, Camilla said. That applies to you as well, does it not, Lady Camilla? Mu-Gun asked. Compared to you two, I am a nobody. What? You do not pale in comparison to a Grand Master, so please don't say that, Philford replied. Camilla smiled. You praise me too much. I will do my best not to fall behind. I would like to launch the preliminary attack alone, Mu-Gun volunteered. Why? Do you have another strategy in mind? Philford asked. I will break the Black Boss's formation.n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. How do you plan to do that? It would be easier to see it for yourself, Mu-Gun replied, stopping Philford from asking any more questions. The two then briefed the Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order about the operation. Although they called it an operation, there was nothing special about it. Eager to defeat the Black Bosses, Schwartz and the 4 other masters grew restless. They could not wait to use their newly obtained chevalier armor in combat. It did not take long for their wishes to come true. A group of 5-meter Black Bosses approached from the distance, creating quite a daunting sight. With each step they took, the towering beasts made the ground shake. With the monsters only 300 feet away, Mu-Gun immediately took to the skies and spread a wave of golden lightning. As soon as they closed the distance to just 100 feet, he unleashed the heavenly thunderstorm burst. 1,000 thunderbolt swords poured down from the sky and onto the Black Bosses. Choosing not to stop their charge, the monsters covered themselves with magic force fields, thinking those would be enough to stop the incoming projectiles. Contrary to Black Boss's expectations, however, the thunderbolt swords were far beyond what their defenses could block. The swords easily tore through the force fields, pierced through the towering Black Bosses, and blew them up. Monster blood and flesh scattered everywhere. The swords then fired waves of thunder in all directions, sweeping through the Black Bosses that managed to avoid them earlier. The attack temporarily paralyzed the monsters' legs, the sudden change in speed sending them twisting and tumbling forward. With just one heavenly thunderstorm burst, Mu-Gun had effectively massacred 1,000 Black Bosses and paralyzed hundreds more. That was truly amazing. Are all Grand Masters that strong? Camilla asked, clearly in shock. Not even a Grand Master can pull off something like that, Philford answered. You mean Lord Argon has reached an even higher rank? Although it is unprecedented, he may have already reached the God Master stage. Do you really think so? Considering he is God's representative, it is not entirely impossible. If Lord Argon has really become a God Master, then we are going to have huge problems once the demon god's threat has been eliminated. No one will be able to stop him, Camilla replied, thinking that Pantheon would reign supreme over Avalon after they stopped the demon god. The Sky God granted him power to prevent the demon god's threat. They will likely reclaim it once he has done his mission, Philford replied. Either way, this is not the time to talk about this. Let us focus on stopping the black bosses for now. Good call. Camilla nodded and began to cast gravity press, a seventh circle magic that could increase the gravitational force in an area, putting immense pressure on anyone inside. If she used all her mana, she could increase the gravity in a 30-meter wide area tenfold, which would be enough to crush even master rank knights. Upon noticing that Camilla had begun casting a spell, Filford summoned his E-class Chevalier armor and unsheathed his Chevalier sword. He then flew toward the black bosses at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, he formed an aura blade around his weapon, creating an aura storm so huge it seemed capable of engulfing everything. As the aura storm swept past the left flank of the black bosses formation, the black bosses crouched down and crossed their two front paws, creating magic force fields. Their resistance proved futile, however. The storm lifted the massive monsters into the air and tore them apart, flinging their pieces all over the area. Having no plans to let up, Filford sent forth more aura storms, brutally tearing apart the black bosses within range. At the same time, Camilla attacked the black boss's right flank with gravity press, having finished its incantation. Unable to withstand the immense pressure it caused, the spell easily crushed all the monsters that entered its area of effect. The three slaughtered around 2,000 black bosses in total. The sight they left behind served as a testament to how powerful Grand Masters and Archmages were. Over 3,000 black bosses remained, for too many for the Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order to handle themselves. Hence, Mu-Gun used the Heavenly Thunderstorm Burst again, killing 1,000 and paralyzing hundreds more. As Filford's aura storms continued to lay waste to the black boss's left flank, Camilla cast gravity press again, crushing hundreds of black bosses. Soon, only 1,000 were left, which was still quite a lot, but nothing two knight orders could not handle. Having been waiting for this moment, Schwartz and the four other masters put on their Chevalier armor and rushed toward the monsters. The Crimson Dragon Order's master rank knights followed suit, wearing Chevalier armor that looked completely different from the Golden Lion Knights. Emphasizing different traits, the Golden Lion Knights' Chevalier armor had a sleek shape since they focused on speed and agility, while the Crimson Dragon Knights had a relatively bulky one because they focused on solidifying their defenses. Since their effectiveness varied depending on the situation and the knights' abilities, it was hard to determine which was better. However, the Crimson Knight Order's Chevalier armor was more effective in stopping the Black Boss's charge. With the expert knights following closely behind them, the Master Rank Knights rushed into the middle of the Black Boss's formation and launched a barrage of attacks, the auras sweeping through them like waves. The Black Bosses leading the charge were flung back and sent crashing against those behind them. The Master Rank Knights could not hold them all off, however. Those out of their range quickly rushed toward their flanks. Their aggressive charge and the magic force field covering them created quite a daunting sight. In response, the Master Rank Knights quickly split off into two groups and bombarded the Black Bosses flanking them with aura. The attacks blasted the monsters away and tangled them up with each other. As the Master Rank Knights blocked and broke the formation of the monsters rushing head-on, the Expert Knights ran forward and attacked the Black Bosses rolling on the ground. Dozens of Black Bosses tried to get up and raise their front paws to defend themselves. Considering that the thick scales around their paws could deflect even aura blades, Expert Rank Knights could never pierce through their defenses even if they were wearing Chevalier armor. However, many knights were attacking the monsters. Even if their paws were impregnable, they were not big enough to completely cover them. Aiming for undefended parts, the knight's aura penetrated the Black Bosses' hearts and heads. Having killed their targets, the Expert Rank Knights retreated instead of being greedy to achieve more. The Black Bosses in the back chased after them, but the Master Rank Knights stopped them with aura. After the Master Rank Knights broke the Black Bosses' formation, the Expert Knights quickly headed to the front and finished off the monsters. It was a simple offensive tactic that heavily relied on the Master Rank Knights but brought impeccable results. If they failed to stop the charge or break their formation, the results could have been different. The Black Bosses did not just blindly rush in either. Planning to leave the Master Rank Knights behind and take down the Expert Rank Knights in the back, they used their brains to inform the others and hit areas that the Master Rank Knights could not defend. However, the Black Bosses failed to take into account Mu-Gun and Filford. The two closely monitored the situation, eliminating anything that tried to slip past the Master Rank Knights. Their presence on the battlefield allowed the Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order to launch a powerful offense without worrying about enemies coming from their rear. The Knights' orderly attacks quickly reduced the Black Bosses' numbers, eventually wiping them out. The Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order hugged each other and basked in the joy of their triumph. They suffered less than 20 casualties compared to the enemy's 5,000. Thanks to Mu-Gun, their long battle resulted in a perfect victory. Mu-Gun and Filford stood face to face in the training hall. For safety purposes, it was reinforced with various magics. You're not carrying a sword. Filford looked displeased. I have one within me, so pay it no heed. Let us begin, Mu-Gun replied, catching Filford's interest. He seemed to be hinting at the Ego Sword, an aura blade that could be materialized using will alone. It was one of the telltale techniques that set Grand Masters apart from Masters, but not all Grand Masters could use it at will. Mu-Gun coming unarmed evidenced how skillful he was with the technique. After all, it meant he did not need an actual sword for it to form around. Curious about how amazing his Ego Sword would be, Filford announced, well then, let's begin. Mu-Gun nodded. Their sparring began. Taking the initiative, Filford rushed toward Mu-Gun and thrust his sword, sending a blue aura storming and sweeping over his target. Mu-Gun manifested a thunderbolt sword and used the celestial moonlight sword in retaliation. Imbued with thunder chi, the golden moonlight chi engulfed the area in front of him and clashed with Filford's aura storm. Easily torn to shreds, the blue aura storm exploded. Filford's expression stiffened as he swung his sword again, launching a stronger and larger aura storm that appeared capable of filling the entire room. It lashed toward Mu-Gun, seemingly putting him in a dangerous situation where he could be torn to pieces as soon as he was caught in it. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun looked unbothered. He calmly unleashed the 100 golden lightning wheel wave, enveloping himself with a wave of energy shaped like a huge wheel. The blue aura storm collided against it, resulting in a powerful blast. The aura storm struck the golden wheel countless times, but the latter remained unscathed. When the storm subsided, the wheel split into 100 thunderbolt swords and shot toward Filford. Filford's eyes widened in surprise, but he still managed to swing his sword in defense, enveloping him with an aura storm and blocking Mu-Gun's offense. However, the thunderbolt swords easily penetrated through his defenses. Filford shut his eyes tightly upon seeing the thunderbolt swords penetrating through his aura storm, believing that they would soon pierce through him. However, he did not feel anything. When he opened his eyes, he saw the thunderbolt swords hovering around him. It seemed Mu-Gun had commanded them to stop the moment they got through his defenses. The thunderbolt swords surrounding him unleashed waves of lightning, the sight of which gave him goosebumps. Even a Grand Master would find it extremely difficult to manifest 100 ego swords alone. Yet Mu-Gun did not just easily accomplish such a feat, he also controlled them so perfectly that it was as if they were a part of him. Realizing that Mu-Gun was beyond his league, Filford was convinced that Mu-Gun had become God's representative. As far as he knew, Mu-Gun no Argon was only 23 years old. Even a genius could not advance to his current stage at such a tender age. Unless God granted him power, his strength was inexplicable. Do you need more proof? No, I believe you. Now, please release the swords. All right. Mu-Gun shrugged and did as requested. Camilla, who was watching the spar, approached Mu-Gun. That was truly magnificent. It was my first time witnessing Sir Filford so helpless in combat. You truly are different. I believe I have proven myself enough as God's representative. What's next? I apologize for making you go through such a discourteous procedure to confirm your identity instead of thanking and bowing to you for helping our country first. However, this matter put the fate of our nation at stake. We had to be certain. Blindly trusting you could have put us in a predicament if we turned out to be wrong, Lord Argon. Do not worry. I understand why you had to go to such lengths. That aside, how is the situation now? Things are not looking good. More than 5,000 black bosses have devastated our fiefdom and are now advancing toward our royal capital. At their current speed, they will likely reach it in 3 days, Camilla briefed. Have you prepared countermeasures? We were planning to take advantage of the water properties and duke it out in the royal capital. Now that you are here, however, taking a more aggressive approach is our best option. Naturally, that is only if you agree to it, Lord Argon. Let us head out now, then. We should not waste any more time. You want to leave now? Are there any reasons why we cannot? We have to get permission from His Majesty first. We will wait. How about you join us for an audience with His Majesty instead? I will formally pay respect after annihilating the Black Boss. There is something I must do before heading to battle. All right. I will leave you to it. Camilla headed to the royal palace to meet the Craeus Kingdom's king, Lavio Caribbean Craeus. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun asked Filford for permission to use the training hall for a while. Filford granted his request and left shortly after. Why are we staying at the training hall? Schwartz asked. I have something for you and the other master rank knights, Captain. What is it? Chevalier armor. You mean? Yes. I am going to give you all E-class Chevalier armor. Are you being serious? Aren't those only worn by the Golden Dragon Order's captain and master rank knights? Schwartz asked in disbelief. I put in some effort. Grinning, Mu-Gun took out a ring from his magic pouch. Here. Is it really okay for us to take this? Schwartz reluctantly asked. If you don't want to, I can just give it to someone else. No? When Mu-Gun tried to pull his hand back, Schwartz quickly reached out and took the ring. You don't need me to tell you how to bring out the Chevalier armor, do you? Of course not. Mu-Gun also handed Jillian, Guilford, Diaz, and Vilmoth a ring each. Can we try it out? Test it out as much as you like. Schwartz was the first to wear the ring and summon a Chevalier armor. Summoning the armor was fairly simple. One simply had to inject a certain amount of mana into the ring's spatial stone. Taking a deep breath to calm his nervousness and excitement, Schwartz poured mana into the ring's space stone, which then emitted and enveloped him with a blue light. Metal soon clanked as a Chevalier armor mounted over him. The impressive and majestic armor was more than 5 meters tall and boasted a heavy build, which was evidenced by the thick outer armor that maximized its defensive capabilities. Fortunately, the various magic circles inscribed into it kept Schwartz as fast and agile as before he put it on. The magic circles inscribed on a Chevalier armor differed from nation to nation and were important factors in determining its performance. What the Pantheon Kingdom's Chevalier armor lacked in defense they made up with excellent speed and unconstrained maneuverability. After moving around with the armor, Schwartz unsheathed the Chevalier sword hanging by its waist and unleashed his aura. With his mana amplified, a flame aura began to soar around the knight sword. Schwartz swung the sword while maintaining the flame aura. Schwartz sent out a long beam of flame aura with a swing of his sword, making him look as if he was the manifestation of fire itself. His valor right now gave off the impression that he could slaughter the black bosses. Chevalier armors were also imbued with a lethal move known as mana breath, an offensive magic similar to a dragon's breath. Using it would shoot out the mana from the mana heart embedded in the Chevalier armor. An E-class Chevalier armor's mana breath was powerful enough to knock down a Grand Master. However, since it was designed to act as a last resort, using it depleted the mana inside the mana heart, rendering the Chevalier armor inoperable. L.B//JNN. After Schwartz, the 4 Master rank knights tested their armor as well. Experiencing its outstanding performance, which far surpassed the ones they had worn in the past, made it hard for them to hide the joy they felt. The other Golden Lion Knights looked at Schwartz and the 4 Masters with envy. After reaching the Master rank through the Thunder God Enlightenment spell ahead of the others, they now received an E-class Chevalier armor. The other knights could not help but find it unfair. The rest of you, please don't be too disappointed. You will also soon reach the Master stage and obtain an E-class Chevalier armor. Mu-Gun, who easily read their thoughts through their expressions, reassured them. The knights were relieved. To them, Mu-Gun's words were essentially God's words. If he said that it would come, then it would. Hence, they calmed themselves down and waited for their turn. Are you not going to wear a Chevalier armor, Lord Argon? Schwartz asked. I do not have much use for E-class Chevalier armors anymore. I would have considered it if we had an F-class Chevalier armor, though. Anyway, please do not feel burdened while using them. Understood. Schwartz was immediately convinced. Wearing such low-level armor would certainly be meaningless, considering Mu-Gun's capabilities. They had finished testing out their new equipment when Camilla and Philford returned to the training hall together. How did it go? Mu-Gun asked. His Majesty has given us permission. Great. Let us depart at once. As you wish. Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order followed Camilla to the Kraus Kingdom's portal and immediately teleported to Basque City, which was under threat of the Black Boss's invasion. Philford and the Crimson Dragon Order accompanied them. When they arrived, Hamilton Travis, Basque City's mayor, welcomed them in person. Welcome. I am Hamilton Travis, the one in charge of Basque City. It is an honor to serve you, Sir Philford and Lady Camilla I, Hamilton warmly greeted. We will have to skip the formalities due to the direness of the situation, but at least allow me to introduce Lord Argon, the representative of the Sky God Upur. He will be fighting the Black Boss with us, Camilla said. Did you just say the Sky God's representative? Hamilton looked at Camilla with surprise. Yes, Sir Philford and I have thoroughly checked his identity. There is no reason to doubt him. It is an honor to meet you, Hamilton greeted Mu-Gun. The honor is mine, Mu-Gun returned. We do not have to worry about the Black Bosses anymore now that you three are here. How far have they advanced? Philford asked. They are about only an hour away now. If you arrived a little later, our beloved city would have likely already been reduced to ashes. Considering they are already that close, it appears we will have to head out immediately, Mu-Gun commented. Philford nodded. I apologize for all this trouble. We cannot even grant you the rest that you deserve. I can still do that once we wipe out the Black Bosses anyway. Philford chuckled in response. Shall we go, then? Camilla said. Mu-Gun and Philford nodded. Wasting not even a moment, they immediately marched out of Basque City's castle gate and made their way to the Black Bosses. The Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order followed closely behind them. In the olden days, women could also be called Sir as a form of respect. Black Bosses were large monsters that resembled a bear. Their front paws had terrifying destructive power and were covered in thick scales that even aura blades found difficult to pierce through, and their claws could release an aura that was as strong as an expert rank knight's. However, their strongest weapon was their charge. Coated with a strong magic force field that not even aura could penetrate, stopping them on their tracks was difficult even for master rank knights. Expert rank knights would struggle even if they had Chevalier armor. We should prioritize deterring the Black Boss's charge. Mu-Gun commented. Agreed. If they manage to destroy our formation, we would likely find ourselves in deep trouble, Philford commented. How about we position the masters up front and have the experts attack through the gaps? We only have 8 master rank knights. I doubt they can stop the Black Bosses by themselves. I know. That's why Sir Philford, Lady Camilla, and I will be the ones stopping their initial charge. That is a good idea. Considering they heavily outnumber us, it would be no exaggeration to say that it is up to you 2 Grand Masters to stop the Black Bosses, Camilla said. That applies to you as well, does it not, Lady Camilla? Mu-Gun asked. Compared to you two, I am a nobody. What? You do not pale in comparison to a Grand Master, so please don't say that, Philford replied. Camilla smiled. You praise me too much. I will do my best not to fall behind. I would like to launch the preliminary attack alone, Mu-Gun volunteered. Why? Do you have another strategy in mind? Philford asked. I will break the Black Boss's formation. How do you plan to do that? It would be easier to see it for yourself, Mu-Gun replied, stopping Philford from asking any more questions. The two then briefed the Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order about the operation. Although they called it an operation, there was nothing special about it. Eager to defeat the Black Bosses, Schwartz and the 4 other masters grew restless. They could not wait to use their newly obtained Chevalier armor in combat. It did not take long for their wishes to come true. A group of 5-meter black bosses approached from the distance, creating quite a daunting sight. With each step they took, the towering beasts made the ground shake. With the monsters only 300 feet away, Mu-Gun immediately took to the skies and spread a wave of golden lightning. As soon as they closed the distance to just 100 feet, he unleashed the heavenly thunderstorm burst. 1,000 thunderbolt swords poured down from the sky and onto the black bosses. Choosing not to stop their charge, the monsters covered themselves with magic force fields, thinking those would be enough to stop the incoming projectiles. Contrary to Black Boss's expectations, however, the thunderbolt swords were far beyond what their defenses could block. The swords easily tore through the force fields, pierced through the towering black bosses, and blew them up. Monster blood and flesh scattered everywhere. The swords then fired waves of thunder in all directions, sweeping through the black bosses that managed to avoid them earlier. The attack temporarily paralyzed the monsters' legs, the sudden change in speed sending them twisting and tumbling forward. With just one heavenly thunderstorm burst, Mu-Gun had effectively massacred 1,000 black bosses and paralyzed hundreds more. That was truly amazing. Are all Grand Masters that strong? Camilla asked, clearly in shock. Not even a Grand Master can pull off something like that, Philford answered. You mean Lord Argon has reached an even higher rank? Although it is unprecedented, he may have already reached the God Master stage. Do you really think so? Nov. L.B//JNN. Considering he is God's representative, it is not entirely impossible. If Lord Argon has really become a God Master, then we are going to have huge problems once the demon god's threat has been eliminated. No one will be able to stop him, Camilla replied, thinking that Pantheon would reign supreme over Avalon after they stopped the demon god. The Sky God granted him power to prevent the demon god's threat. They will likely reclaim it once he has done his mission, Philford replied. Either way, this is not the time to talk about this. Let us focus on stopping the black bosses for now. Good call. Camilla nodded and began to cast Gravity Press, a 7th circle magic that could increase the gravitational force in an area, putting immense pressure on anyone inside. If she used all her mana, she could increase the gravity in a 30-meter wide area tenfold, which would be enough to crush even Master Rank Knights. Upon noticing that Camilla had begun casting a spell, Philford summoned his E-class Chevalier armor and unsheathed his Chevalier sword. He then flew toward the black bosses at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, he formed an aura blade around his weapon, creating an aura storm so huge it seemed capable of engulfing everything. As the aura storm swept past the left flank of the black bosses formation, the black bosses crouched down and crossed their 2 front paws, creating magic force fields. Their resistance proved futile, however. The storm lifted the massive monsters into the air and tore them apart, flinging their pieces all over the area. Having no plans to let up, Philford sent forth more aura storms, brutally tearing apart the black bosses within range. At the same time, Camilla attacked the black boss's right flank with Gravity Press, having finished its incantation. Unable to withstand the immense pressure it caused, the spell easily crushed all the monsters that entered its area of effect. The 3 slaughtered around 2,000 black bosses in total. The sight they left behind served as a testament to how powerful Grand Masters and Archmages were. Over 3,000 black bosses remained, for too many for the Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order to handle themselves. Hence, Mu-Gun used the Heavenly Thunderstorm burst again, killing 1,000 and paralyzing hundreds more. As Philford's aura storms continued to lay waste to the black boss's left flank, Camilla cast Gravity Press again, crushing hundreds of black bosses. Soon, only 1,000 were left, which was still quite a lot, but nothing 2 Knight Orders could not handle. Having been waiting for this moment, Schwartz and the 4 other masters put on their Chevalier armor and rushed toward the monsters. The Crimson Dragon Order's Master Rank Knights followed suit, wearing Chevalier armor that looked completely different from the Golden Lion Knights. Emphasizing different traits, the Golden Lion Knights' Chevalier armor had a sleek shape since they focused on speed and agility, while the Crimson Dragon Knights had a relatively bulky one because they focused on solidifying their defenses. Since their effectiveness varied depending on the situation and the Knights' abilities, it was hard to determine which was better. However, the Crimson Knight Order's Chevalier armor was more effective in stopping the Black Boss's charge. With the Expert Knights following closely behind them, the Master Rank Knights rushed into the middle of the Black Boss's formation and launched a barrage of attacks, the auras sweeping through them like waves. The Black Bosses leading the charge were flung back and sent crashing against those behind them. The Master Rank Knights could not hold them all off, however. Those out of their range quickly rushed toward their flanks. Their aggressive charge and the magic force field covering them created quite a daunting sight. In response, the Master Rank Knights quickly split off into 2 groups and bombarded the Black Bosses flanking them with aura. The attacks blasted the monsters away and tangled them up with each other. As the Master Rank Knights blocked and broke the formation of the monsters rushing head-on, the Expert Knights ran forward and attacked the Black Bosses rolling on the ground. Dozens of Black Bosses tried to get up and raise their front paws to defend themselves. Considering that the thick scales around their paws could deflect even aura blades, Expert Rank Knights could never pierce through their defenses even if they were wearing Chevalier armor. However, many knights were attacking the monsters. Even if their paws were impregnable, they were not big enough to completely cover them. Aiming for undefended parts, the knight's aura penetrated the Black Bosses' hearts and heads. Having killed their targets, the Expert Rank Knights retreated instead of being greedy to achieve more. The black bosses in the back chased after them, but the Master Rank Knights stopped them with aura. After the Master Rank Knights broke the black bosses' formation, the expert knights quickly headed to the front and finished off the monsters. It was a simple offensive tactic that heavily relied on the Master Rank Knights but brought impeccable results. If they failed to stop the charge or break their formation, the results could have been different. The black bosses did not just blindly rush in either. Planning to leave the Master Rank Knights behind and take down the Expert Rank Knights in the back, they used their brains to inform the others and hit areas that the Master Rank Knights could not defend. However, the black bosses failed to take into account Mu-Gun and Filford. The two closely monitored the situation, eliminating anything that tried to slip past the Master Rank Knights. Their presence on the battlefield allowed the Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order to launch a powerful offense without worrying about enemies coming from their rear. The Knights' orderly attacks quickly reduced the black bosses' numbers, eventually wiping them out. The Golden Lion Order and Crimson Dragon Order hugged each other and basked in the joy of their triumph. They suffered less than 20 casualties compared to the enemy's 5,000. Thanks to Mu-Gun, their long battle resulted in a perfect victory. On behalf of the Crayus Kingdom's many citizens, I would like to thank you, Lord Argon. Because of you, we defeated the black bosses with almost no casualties. Filford respectfully bowed at Mu-Gun. I just did what was right. God's representative truly is different. If you don't mind, I would like to have a drink with you tonight. Camilla gazed at Mu-Gun seductively, finding him very charming. Not only was Argon extremely good-looking, but he was also young and strong. Moreover, being God's representative set him apart from others. Camilla was quite open to sleeping with men. If she liked someone and their feelings were mutual, she would be more than willing to sleep with them. Many of those she had slept with were young men like Mu-Gun or Argon in this case. The 20-year age gap was not a hindrance to her at all. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Mu-Gun smirked when he noticed the temptation in Camilla's eyes. Camilla was very beautiful and looked so young that her age didn't seem to match. Most men would find it hard to resist her allure. For a brief moment, Mu-Gun found himself considering the thought of making love to her, but he shook his head just as quickly. Her feelings were nothing but a primal desire. It had nothing to do with love. Mu-Gun came here to carry out his mission as an incarnation, not to satiate his lust. More importantly, Dan Seil-Young and Namgang Hyuna were waiting for him back in the Central Plains. They were probably worried sick. I will just settle with accepting your feelings. The Crayus Kingdom is not the only place under the monster's threat, Mu-Gun answered. You're planning to go to another kingdom? As God's representative, I will run wherever the demon god's threat is. Although you truly are amazing, Lord Argon, even you would find it difficult to stop the demon god alone, Filford said. That goes without saying. All the nations of Avalon will have to join forces to stop the demon god. Speaking of which, I would like you two to make efforts in convincing the Crayus Kingdom to join the Anti-Demon God Alliance. The Anti-Demon God Alliance? Camilla asked. As its name suggests, it is an alliance created to stop the demon god, Mu-Gun explained. The Pantheon Kingdom will lead it. When the time comes, I hope the Crayus Kingdom joins us. I see what you are trying to do, but we do not have the authority to make decisions like that. The best I can do is convince His Majesty about why the Anti-Demon God Alliance is necessary. Thank you. I am not sure if the Pamir Empire will view the Anti-Demon God Alliance in good light. Is it because the Pantheon Kingdom will be leading it instead of them? Mu-Gun asked. Yes. A citizen of the Pantheon Kingdom becoming the Sky God's representative will probably incur their ire, Camilla answered. They will also likely worry that the Pantheon Kingdom would gain supremacy over Avalon. They might even try to harm you. There is a chance they will try to recruit you as well, Filford added. Camilla nodded in agreement. It is certainly possible. What do you think, Lord Argon? If the Pamir Empire tries to bring you to their side, will you accept their offer? The only one I serve is Upur, the Sky God, Mu-Gun answered. Does that mean you will not serve the Pantheon Kingdom either? Camilla stared at Mu-Gun with a surprised look. My mission is to protect Avalon from the demon god. I am not obliged to give any nation supremacy over the Avalon continent. Judging from your expression, you do not seem to be lying, which is quite a relief for us. It would have been very troublesome if you led the Pantheon Kingdom to supremacy over Avalon. As I have already mentioned, supremacy over Avalon is not important right now. If we cannot stop the demon god, then forget supremacy. Avalon itself will be wiped off the planet. Everyone should set aside their affiliations and join forces. Listening to you makes me feel ashamed for focusing on the Crayus Kingdom instead of the bigger picture. If you would have me, I would like to use this opportunity to join you in your great cause, Filford requested. Mu-Gun's eyes widened. Camilla also looked surprised. Sir Filford? Does that mean you are vacating your position as our Knight Order's captain? Camilla frantically asked. Yes. Until we have put an end to the threat of the demon god, I will be a Knight of Avalon, not of the Crayus Kingdom. His Majesty will never allow this. Then I will lay everything I have on the line to become a free knight. In principle, a knight belonging to a nation could never change their affiliation due to their pledge of allegiance. However, they were allowed to live as a free knight who did not belong anywhere for as long as they gave up everything they received in return for their loyalty. Why are you willing to go that far? Camilla asked. Protecting Avalon is the same as protecting the Crayus Kingdom. To fight the demon god, we should not be half-hearted or restrained to any affiliation. Our sole focus should be on our battle against them. Hence, for the time being, I want to keep the Crayus kingdom out of my mind. Camilla was speechless. Filford seemed so determined that he gave no room for persuasion. Hence, she decided to respect his wishes. As she backed away after giving up on persuading Filford, Mu-Gun answered to Filford's request. As Camilla backed off, Mu-Gun answered Filford's request. Your determination is truly great, Sir Filford. It would be an honor to have you by my side. I am the one who should be honored. After all, I have now become one of the knights who protects Avalon with you, God's representative. The history of Avalon will praise your noble spirit, Sir Filford. Avalon's history? Huh? I am looking forward to it. Filford grinned. Mu-Gun smiled in response. Filford, the greatest knight of the Crayus kingdom, had become his companion. However, that was not all. We wish to go with you, Captain. Please give us your permission. The Crimson Dragon Order's master rank knights requested to join Filford as well. Filford disapproved of it. If they too left their post, the Crayus kingdom would be weakened far too much. They had to stay behind and protect their nation. No, I want you to stay here and protect the kingdom. We cannot allow the Crayus kingdom to weaken so much that it would fall after doing our best to protect Avalon. Understood. In your stead, Captain, we will protect the kingdom with our lives. The three heeded Filford's instructions. Do you find it a pity that I did not accept them? Filford asked. No. Although protecting Avalon should be our priority, the Crayus kingdom's safety is also important. Thank you for understanding. Are we heading to the next kingdom immediately? Yes. It is our best course of action. The more we delay, the more damage there will be. I understand. Let me seek an audience with His Majesty and convey my intentions to him first. Please wait a moment. I will be waiting at the portal, ready to head out as soon as you are done, Mu-Gun said. He then turned to Camilla. Will that be all right? What is the point of asking when you have already made a promise to each other? Camilla asked, baffled. Let's go. I will have everything prepared so you can teleport as soon as Sir Filford arrives. Thank you. I will be right over after meeting His Majesty. Filford headed to the palace to seek an audience with the king. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun, Camille, and the Golden Lion Order headed to the portal. Filford returned from the palace 2 hours later. Undaunted by the repeated persuasion and pleas of King Crayus III, it seemed he was granted permission to take a leave of absence from his position as the Crimson Dragon Order's captain, allowing him to move freely. After he joined up with Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order, they waited for another 2 hours before they could cross over to the Delphi-Nia kingdom. It was one of the two kingdoms neighboring the Anders mountain range, which was to the east of the continent. After hearing that Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order had wiped out the monsters that invaded the Pantheon and Crayus kingdoms, the Delphi-Nia kingdom immediately opened and connected their portal to Crayus kingdoms to allow them passage. The Wittelagers, the monsters terrorizing the Delphi-Nia kingdom, advanced from 4 different directions, laying waste to several fiefs and effectively surrounding the kingdom's royal capital. They were just right around the corner now. They numbered slightly over 1,000, which was quite small compared to the Wolfgons and Black Bosses, but they were far stronger. Alone, a Wittelager could take down 10 Wolfgons or 5 Black Bosses, which meant 1,000 were comparable to 5,000 Black Bosses or 10,000 Wolfgons. The Wittelager Alphas were even more dangerous. Their special ability, the Howl of Madness, doubled the strength of the forces they commanded for 5 minutes. However, after that, it rapidly depleted their stamina and rendered them unable to fight for the next 10 minutes. Even so, it still served as the Wittelager's most powerful weapon. After all they had to do was annihilate their enemies before they suffered from the ability's fatal flaw. The Wittelagers were already so powerful as it was that only distinguished experts and higher-ranked knights stood a chance against them. With their combat power doubled, it would take at least a master-rank knight to deal with them. Although the solution seemed simple, Avalon had less than 100 master-rank knights. Except for the Pamir Empire, no other nation was capable of defeating the Wittelagers under the effect of the Howl of Madness. The Delphi-Nia kingdom was no different. Their forces paled in comparison to the incoming threat. Hence, all they could do was tremble in fear as the monsters' invasion destroyed their lands and surrounded them. In the midst of that, Mu-Gun, who identified himself as God's representative, volunteered to support them. They were taken aback at first, but when they heard the news that Mu-Gun and the Golden Lion Order had wiped out the Wolfgons and Black Bosses, the Delphi-Nia kingdom allowed their entry. As Mu-Gun, Filford, and the Golden Lion Order entered the Delphi-Nia kingdom, Blue Dragon Order Captain Denyon Lamartia, Head Wizard Fissur Alcantor, and the Uperchich's Cardinal Janzak del Marzio came out to greet them. Fissur, who was wearing a blue robe, respectfully greeted Mu-Gun and his party. Well met. I am Fissur Alcantor, a court wizard of the Delphi-Nia kingdom. On behalf of His Majesty, I welcome you to our nation. Before we proceed, I would like to express my unbounded gratitude for volunteering to save Delphi-Nia. It surprises me that such high-ranking people have come out to welcome us. I am Argon Leoniavinatia, the representative of Sky God Upur, Mu-Gun replied. The man next to me is I believe it would be better for him to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I am Filford Excelsior. The captain of the Crayus Kingdom's Crimson Dragon Order? Denison asked. He had quite a huge frame and a greatsword hanging on his back. Yes. I have momentarily left my position to help Lord Argon protect Avalon from the demon god, Filford replied. So it is true that the demon god has descended, after all. How else can we explain the current behavior of the Wittelagers and other monsters of Avalon's great mountains? Considering Sky God Upur has personally told Lord Argon about it, it cannot be anything but the undeniable truth. Everyone's eyes turned to Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun nodded. It is as you heard. The demon god has descended. Cardinal Janzak, who was wearing a golden priest robe, sharply gazed at Mu-Gun. The esteemed Sky God Upur directly informed you of this? Has the Upur Church not received any revelation yet? Mu-Gun asked. The saintess who should be receiving the words of the holy Upur passed and returned to our God's embrace not long ago. Unfortunately, she did not appoint a successor beforehand, leaving us incapable of receiving their revelations. I see. That explains things. To answer your question, Sky God Upur has indeed given me a revelation that the demon god has descended and that I am to eliminate the threat as God's representative. They also granted me a small amount of power. Surely you can feel that energy emanating from me, Cardinal Janzak. Janzak carefully examined Mu-Gun's energy. I can certainly feel their presence within you. You truly are God's representative. The holy energy Janzak sensed in Mu-Gun was so powerful that the holy energy of the Upurchich's guardians, the Golden Thunder Order's paladins, whom Upur blessed with power, severely paled in comparison. Even their 12 Grand Masters seemed to be nothing more than a firefly in the face of the sun. It served as evidence that he was Upur's representative. Thank you for believing in me, Mu-Gun said. It is unfortunate that our church does not have a saintess right now. Otherwise, she would have already received a revelation about you and that we should spare no effort in helping you. With the saintess position vacant, we cannot take action. I hope you understand. I do, but I also hope that the church chooses a new saintess as soon as possible. It would be best to re-establish divine communication with Upur. Thank you. Mu-Gun turned to Denyon and Fasur. Can you brief me on the current situation? They are standing by in groups outside the capital, probably waiting until nightfall, Fasur replied. Are they all in one place? No, they have split their army into 4. We can eliminate them by group, then. I'm afraid it is not that simple. Denyon shook his head. What do you mean? Mu-Gun asked. The Wittelagers are cunning bastards. If we attack any of the 4 streaks, the others will immediately invade the empty royal capital. How can you be so sure? That was what happened to one of the nearby fiefs. They attempted to take out the invading armies one by one, but the Wittelagers took that opportunity to destroy their defenseless capital. How do they learn that other streaks are under attack despite how far they are from each other? The Alpha Wittelagers can produce sound waves that can travel quite a distance. They seem to be using that to send signals to the other streaks, Fasur replied. We simply have to eliminate them all before their Alpha can use that, then. That should prevent the others from catching wind of our plans. Killing the Alpha is no easy feat. It is not impossible either. Do you have a surefire way to eliminate the Alpha Wittellager? Yes. Defeating it should stop them from using the Howl of Madness and sending signals to the other streaks. We will be able to wipe them out without the other streaks knowing. If so, we would have nothing to worry about, but Denyon still looked to be in doubt. I have tested Lord Argon's skills with my own eyes. It would be best to do as he says. Filford vouched for Mu-Gun upon noticing the look on Denyon's face. As a Grand Master and the captain of the Crayus Kingdom's Knight Order, Filford's words held considerable credibility. His validation was more than enough to eliminate Denyon's doubts. If we proceed with your plan, what will you have us do specifically? You are not planning on taking them on alone, are you? Denyon asked. How about having all our Master Rank Knights ambush the Wittelagers? I believe in your skills, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Failure to defeat the Alpha will allow it to signal the other streaks to attack the capital. If all our Master Rank Knights are out on the field, who will protect the capital in that scenario? Fasur questioned. If you're that concerned about the capital's safety, then only Sir Filford, the Golden Lion Order's Master Rank Knights, and I alone will head out, Mu-Gun said, signifying that it did not really matter if they were the only ones who fought. Isn't that too shameful on our end? I disagree. We are here to help the Delphi Nia Kingdom not because we want to be rewarded but because we have to prevent the demon god's threat. We are just doing what we are supposed to do regardless of the Delphi Nia Kingdom's intentions. I can feel your sincerity. As someone who has sworn to protect our nation, it would be disgraceful to leave this matter to you and just do nothing. Our knights will join you in the field, Denyon declared. You do not have to. Please do not go out of your way to do that. It's all right. We cannot just stand around when our kingdom is at risk. What if the capital is attacked by the other Wittellager streaks? I trust that you won't let something like that happen. I will be sure to repay your trust. Do you not need to get permission from His Majesty first, though? Mu-Gun asked. You do not have to worry about that. His Majesty has given me full authority over the capital's defense. His Majesty's has firm trust in you. I am still nothing compared to you, whom Sky God Upur trusts, Denyon responded in kind. Haha. Shall we go, then? Are you sure? I know for a fact that you came here as soon as your previous battle ended. You have not gotten any proper rest yet. I am fine. I will rest after getting rid of all the monsters. I see. Then let's head out. Mu-Gun nodded and headed out with Filford and the Golden Lion Order's Master Rank Knights. Dennison followed behind them with the Blue Dragon Order's 4 Master Rank Knights. Unlike the martial artists of the Central Plains Murim, the Avalon Continent's knights were not well versed in movement art. Grand Masters Denyon and Filford could not keep up with him, and the masters were even slower. If I knew this would happen, I would have just gone alone. Traveling with the 11 knights behind him frustrated Mu-Gun. What took them 2 hours on foot would have only taken 15 minutes if he was alone. Unable to tolerate the slow pace anymore, Mu-Gun taught the 11 knights the Central Plains Murim's movement arts. The knights initially failed to understand the unfamiliar martial arts, but Mu-Gun's detailed explanation helped them make sense of it. Their movements were awkward when they first tried it out, but they became more natural over time. Since they were all ranked master or higher, every member of their streak quickly adapted and absorbed the new martial arts. After over an hour of teaching the knights, their movement art finally stabilized to some extent, allowing them to continue their journey. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Using movement art doubled their speed. The hour it took for him to teach the knights proved worth it, considering it reduced their travel time by half. After traveling for more than an hour, Mu-Gun and his party finally reached Vilna City. At the highest point of its castle, 200 villagers had gathered. The location allowed them to monitor all directions and spot incoming enemies with ease, preventing anyone from ambushing or surprising them. Mu-Gun was in awe of the villagers' wit. Even if they had the high ground and never let their guard down, if he really wanted to conceal his presence, they would never be able to detect him. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for the 11 knights accompanying him. If Mu-Gun advanced with them, the villagers would likely spot them. Hence, Mu-Gun decided to move on his own. I will go on ahead and kill the alpha of this villager streak first. By yourself? Moving together risks the villagers noticing us. As soon as I kill their alpha, please begin our offense. The knights nodded in response. How would you know which one is the alpha? Denyon asked. One of them possesses exceptionally strong energy. Wouldn't that be their chief? Although they were quite far from the monsters, activating the Thunder God's heavenly eyes allowed Mu-Gun to detect an extraordinarily powerful villager. The villagers were like lions, their pure white manes akin to symbols of power. The cleaner and more coveted their mane, the stronger they were. The villager that Mu-Gun had singled out had an incomparably clean and charming mane. It was certainly their alpha. It has to be, Denyon agreed. I'll be back. Leaving the knights behind, Mu-Gun immediately activated the Dark Spectre stealth art to erase his presence. He became increasingly blurry until he completely disappeared. The knights' eyes widened as they watched him disappear right before their eyes. They could not even sense his energy anymore. Although they were impressed beyond belief, a sense of fear also overwhelmed them. It would never happen, but if Mu-Gun hid his presence and hunted them down, he could kill them before they could even lift a finger. With the Dark Spectre stealth art activated, Mu-Gun secretly approached the castle where the villagers had gathered. If the sky was fully dark, he would have beelined to his target. After all, the Dark Spectre stealth art would be at its peak. However, since he was in broad daylight, he had to make use of the shades as much as possible. Fortunately, the monster's nocturnal nature significantly dulled the villagers' senses during the day. Despite being on full alert, the monsters could not detect Mu-Gun, who was now a mere 100 feet away from them and an additional 50 feet away from their alpha. If he had the night to cover him, he would have already approached and assassinated the alpha villager with a single blow. Fortunately, although the daylight made it hard to get near them, he had a way to kill it from afar. Mu-Gun raised his hand and aimed at his target. He then unleashed a sword-shaped thunder god chi in front of his hand. The Thunderbolt sword, which was the size of a regular longsword, increased in size as it flew toward the alpha. In an instant, it grew to the size of 150 feet. Although surprised, the alpha still managed to defend itself by unleashing a wave of energy from its pure white mane. The strands of energy intertwined to form a thick barrier like a ball of yarn. Amid their collision's deafening explosion, the Thunderbolt sword easily shattered the barrier and pierced through and skewered the alpha. Unable to withstand the pressure building up inside, the monster soon blew up. The Thunderbolt sword, which was over 50 meters long, astonished the 11 knights watching in the distance. In one fell swoop, it decimated the alpha villager. I saw that firsthand, but I still can't believe it, Philford said in amazement. Although he knew that Mu-Gun had reached the God Master rank, the attack he used was still shocking. Took the words right out of my mouth. I thought he was a Grand Master, but now that I have seen what he's capable of, he is without a doubt a God Master, Denyon said with certainty. Why don't we save admiring Lord Argon later and deal with the threat first? Schwartz suggested. Good point. We can talk after we have gotten rid of the villagers. Philford and Denyon immediately summoned their chevalier armor. Schwartz and the other master rank knights followed suit. Together, they headed straight to the castle. Although shocked by their alpha's death, the villagers quickly regained their composure and rushed at Mu-Gun. In retaliation, Mu-Gun launched a gigantic 50-meter thunderbolt sword into the sky and dropped it on his opponents, crushing and blowing apart dozens before they could even lift a paw. Without missing even a moment, Mu-Gun turned the blade of the thunderbolt sword around and swung it in a wide arc, destroying all the buildings within the castle and the villagers in its path. The villagers retreated instead of confronting Mu-Gun's attack head-on, but it did not take long for them to realize that the other side's situation was not much better. 11 knights, all in chevalier armor, were storming right toward them. The knights assumed a wide formation as they attacked the villagers. Their aura, amplified by the chevalier sword, enveloped the area and gushed toward the monsters. The villagers instinctively realized that they could not stop the knights' offensive, but they had nowhere to retreat to now. After all, the huge thunderbolt sword was still raging behind them, unleashing waves of lightning. The Wittelagers charged toward the knights, perhaps judging that it was still better to deal with the 11 knights than Mu-Gun. Layers of magic force fields rose from their pure white fur, which seemed ill-fitted for monsters. At the same time, they retaliated by striking their opponents with their front paws. The pure white energy enveloping their paws stretched out like a whip, clashing head-on with the aura pouring in from the front. Although the knights were individually stronger, the Wittelagers had superior numbers. Nevertheless, amid the continuous explosions, the knight's aura eventually broke through the Wittelagers' defenses. Struck by the torrent of aura, the Wittelagers were blasted back. The impact made them stumble and prevented them from properly getting back up. Fortunately for them, the magic force fields surrounding them reduced the impact. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart. The 11 knights pushed forward and bombarded the Wittelagers with attacks again, giving them no time to recover from the shock. With the second wave of aura storms looming over them, the Wittelagers no longer dared to retaliate and instead focused on defense. Acting as their shield, the pure white magic force fields they had conjured protected them. The knight's aura repeatedly struck the Wittelagers' barriers, shattering them to pieces, and shot toward the monsters. The Wittelagers frantically jumped to the side to avoid the aura, but the knight's attack had such a wide range that dodging proved useless. The Wittelagers fell in droves. The knight's aura tore through their skin, which was so hard and thick that it was resistant to most aura, as if it was nothing more than a piece of paper. It then ripped apart their insides, fatally wounding and killing more than half of the Wittelagers. Those that managed to get out of harm's way or were only lightly injured immediately pounced on the knights. The energy their front paw unleashed struck the master rank knight's chevalier armor, the impact pushing them back. However, they seemed to have only sustained minimal damage. Considering the chevalier armor was capable of withstanding the aura of an expert rank knight, the Wittelagers' attacks were far from enough to pierce them. Unlike the others, Filford and Denyon easily avoided the Wittelagers' attacks. They then quickly flanked their opponents and swung their chevalier sword. Filford unleashed an aura storm, and Denyon sent out a giant wave of crescent-shaped aura. Their attacks engulfed the Wittelagers from either side, the ensuing explosion sending tremors through the castle. The monsters were left lying on the ground in the aftermath, torn apart and gasping for air. Critically wounded, the Wittelagers had difficulties getting back up. However, monsters had extremely fast regeneration by nature. They could quickly recover even from fatal injuries. Hence, when fighting with one, ensuring they had stopped breathing was essential. That was why the knights immediately approached and thrust their swords into their opponents' heads, smashing their heads to pieces. Not even the monster's amazing regenerative powers could heal them from decapitation. Nov.L.B//JNN. Finding no need to step in, Mu-Gun instead watched them from one corner and pondered about how to increase his strength. He was certainly strong enough if he was just going to fight monsters, but he would have to be 2 to 3 times more powerful to defeat the demon god. Unfortunately, he could no longer grow stronger through conventional means. To increase his strength, Mu-Gun would have to absorb divinity. Beings who had obtained divinity could absorb the divinity of other beings, allowing them to grow stronger depending on the amount they absorbed. The problem was that beings who had divinity were rare. In addition, there was no guarantee that Mu-Gun would win even if he met such a being. If they were on his side, he would not even be able to absorb their divinity. I have no other choice but to hunt dragons. Dragons, beings referred to as the strongest creatures in all of Avalon. The ancient gods who created Avalon granted the dragons divinity and ordered them to protect the continent. Heeding their orders, the dragons defended Avalon from the Hell Realm. However, after countless millennia, the ancient gods went extinct. The dragons gradually neglected their mission, and the Hell Realm dominated their spirit, driving Avalon to the brink of destruction. At that moment, Avalon's 3 holy gods, Sky God Upur, Armor God Titan, and Spirit God Vahare, sent their incarnations and saved the continent from the threat of the demon god and the dragons. Most of the dragons were exterminated for siding with the demon god and neglecting their duties as Avalon's guardians. Those who survived were confined beyond the great mountain ranges that surrounded Avalon. Trapped in the boundaries of the gods, they had been struggling to escape for thousands of years already, but they had yet to free themselves. Hence, to hunt dragons, Mu-Gun would have to travel beyond the mountain ranges. Considering the demon god was trying to destroy Avalon by brainwashing the monsters that resided in the great mountain ranges, perhaps their demonic influence could reach the dragons. If he was going to proceed with this plan, he also had to consider preemptively killing the monsters before they could descend the mountains and start hurting humans. Mu-Gun decided to defeat all the monsters attacking the kingdoms of Avalon before giving the idea some thought. He also had to figure out how to obtain the divinity of the Armor God Titan and Spirit God Vahara anyway. The Armor God Titan was the creator of the Chevalier armor that the Knights of Avalon wore. According to the legends, the Armor God Titan forged the Devil Slayer's strongest Chevalier armor for the battle against the demon god. Its wearer could allegedly use Titan's divinity, which was imbued in it, through synchronization. Acquiring it should give Mu-Gun a much stronger divinity than he currently did, which in turn would allow him to exert even more power. No one knew where it was sealed, though, which meant he had no way to obtain it. Fortunately, there was a chance for him to obtain Spirit God Vahara's divinity if he contracted with the Spirit Kings, to whom Vahara granted their divinity. However, forming a contract with them and achieving spirit harmonization was a hard feat to achieve. To form a contract with a Spirit King, Mu-Gun would first have to learn spirit arts, which were unique to a demi-human race of Avalon known as elves. They rarely taught it to humans, but Mu-Gun decided to give it a try anyway. He had to meet the elves first, though. Since they lived in the great mountain ranges, he would still have gone to the mountains even if not for the monsters. As Mu-Gun pondered about what was to come, the knights killed the last of the Witellagers. "Thank you for your hard work." Mu-Gun cheered the knights approaching him. They had removed their chevalier armor. "We only managed to wipe them out because you killed the Alpha," Denyon replied. "Sir Denyon is right. If the Alpha Witellager used the Howl of Madness, we would have struggled. We still would have had nothing to worry about, though, because we have you with us," Filford added. "We are not done yet. We are running out of time to wipe out the remaining streaks. We should leave now." The knights nodded. Not long after, they used the movement art they learned from Mu-Gun to reach the next Witellager streak, cutting down their travel time. Upon reaching Levant City, which was to the east of Delphi Nia's royal capital, Mu-Gun and his party rested and recovered the mana they exhausted by keeping their movement art active for over 2 hours. After recuperating, they attacked the Witellagers gathered in Levant City using the same tactic they used before. Mu-Gun would kill the Alpha with a golden thunderbolt sword, then the knights would annihilate the rest. After massacring the monsters that destroyed Levant City, Mu-Gun and his party headed to the next city without taking a break, where they proceeded to employ the same strategy. Not long after, the only Witellagers left were the ones occupying Lebes City, which was to the west of the royal capital. Instead of recapturing Lebes City, however, Mu-Gun and his party went back to the royal capital first. Since it was already getting dark, if they headed to Lebes City now and missed the advancing Witellagers, the royal capital would fall into danger. By the time Mu-Gun and the knights arrived, it was already dark. Fortunately, they could not see any Witellagers yet. Relieved, they focused on recovering their mana, which they had exhausted again. After midnight, hundreds of Witellagers emerged from the darkness. Mu-Gun, positioned atop the capital's wall in anticipation of their arrival, promptly triggered the Dark Spectre stealth art, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Stealthily advancing towards the Witellager group, Mu-Gun went unnoticed by the creatures even as he closed in on them. Without disturbing the Witellagers at the forefront, Mu-Gun covertly closed in on the Witellager chief positioned at the rear of the group. The Dark Spectre stealth art, executed within the darkness, was so effective that even the Witellager chief remained oblivious to Mu-Gun's approach. When he was approximately 30 feet away from the Witellagers, Mu-Gun extended his hand without hesitation. A golden surge of lightning, coalescing around Mu-Gun's hand, transformed into a colossal palm and surged toward the Witellager chief, a manifestation of the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike. The Witellager chief became aware of Mu-Gun's presence only after the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike was unleashed. Reacting swiftly, the Witellager chief propelled himself off the ground, attempting to evade the impending strike. Before he could even launch off the ground, the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike connected with the Witellager chief's head. The impact was devastating, shattering the chief's head with a single blow, and fragments of flesh scattered in all directions. Helplessly, the Witellager chief toppled to the side with its head utterly demolished. The nearby Witellagers erupted into a furious howl as they witnessed Mu-Gun slay the Witellager chief, charging at him in a fit of rage. The pure white energy extended from their front paws like whips, assaulting Mu-Gun. Rather than dodging, Mu-Gun unleashed the third technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God's Sword Art 100 Golden Lightning Wheel Wave. A ferocious golden lightning swiftly engulfed Mu-Gun. The attacks from the Witellagers vanished without a trace upon colliding with the lightning wheel surrounding Mu-Gun. Following this, Mu-Gun unleashed a barrage of thunderbolt swords. The Witellagers assailing Mu-Gun crumpled to the ground, riddled with holes from the thunderbolt swords. The surviving Witellagers recoiled momentarily, daunted by Mu-Gun's overwhelming combat prowess. However, this hesitation proved brief, and soon they unleashed a resounding howl, charging back at Mu-Gun. Most monsters, by nature, were relentless in their aggression. Even when confronted by stronger adversaries, monsters were beings that seldom retreated, persistently charging at their foes. The Witellagers remained undaunted, fully aware of Mu-Gun's strength. Choosing not to engage with them directly, Mu-Gun ascended into the air. The Witellagers leaped and swiped their front paws at Mu-Gun, but he had already soared beyond their grasp. Activating the Thunder God's aerial steps, Mu-Gun maneuvered toward the capital's walls. The Witellagers pursued him, and as they neared the walls, knights clad in knight armors entered the fray, seemingly poised for the confrontation. Mu-Gun left the remaining Witellagers to the knights and retreated within the walls, observing the ensuing battle. 200 members of the Delphi Nia Kingdom's Blue Dragon Knight Order, alongside the 11 knights above the master stage, engaged the Witellagers, pushing them into a corner. Initially resilient, the Witellagers began to succumb one by one, overwhelmed by the knights' relentless offensive. In truth, the Blue Dragon Knight Order didn't present a direct threat to the Witellagers. They struggled to contend with a single Witellager using their own capabilities. It required at least 5 knights to engage in an equal struggle with one Witellager. The success of the knights against the Witellagers was chiefly owed to the performance of those above the master stage. Notably, the Grand Masters, Filford and Denyon, played pivotal roles. With each swing of their swords, the Witellagers were felled in abundance. Even when facing multiple monsters on their own, the master stage knights succeeded in cornering the Witellagers. Their significant contributions resulted in a rapid decline in the number of Witellagers. As their numbers dwindled, the Witellagers found themselves at an increasing disadvantage. In the end, the last group of Witellagers was also eradicated. Under ordinary circumstances, defeating the Wittelagers would not have been such an easy feat. It was solely thanks to Mu-Gun's contributions that their victory came so effortlessly. The pivotal factor in their success lay in Mu-Gun's elimination of the Wittelager chiefs, thwarting their ability to unleash the Howl of Madness. Had Mu-Gun failed to dispatch the Wittelager chiefs promptly, allowing them to execute the Howl of Madness, the outcome would have been markedly different. Even in their triumph, the toll would have been more severe. Denyon, the captain of the Blue Dragon Knight Order, understood this better than anyone. As soon as the battle concluded, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Mu-Gun. "Thank you. You made it easy to defeat the Wittelagers. All of Delphi-Nia will never forget your grace, young Master Argon. If that is truly how you feel, please do your best to make sure that the Delphi-Nia kingdom joins the Anti-Demon God Alliance. Why don't you see His Majesty the King in person and express the necessity of the alliance? His Majesty will probably also want to see and thank you personally for defeating the Wittelagers. I think it would be better to postpone my audience with His Majesty until later. Although we eradicated the Wittelagers which threatened Delphi-Nia, since other kingdoms are still threatened by the monsters, I think our biggest priority would be to help them first. If that's the case, you don't have to worry about it." Fisser, Delphi-Nia's court magician, said as he listened beside them. "What do you mean by that?" "We received news that the Pamir Empire has decided to send reinforcements to the two kingdoms under threat. Is this true?" "Yes. They were also going to send reinforcements to our kingdom, but we refused because we believed in you, young Master Argon." "I see. Was there anything that the Pamir Empire demanded in exchange for their support?" "After confirming with the other two kingdoms, it seems they didn't ask for anything in particular. Perhaps their purpose for providing support is to keep you and the Pantheon Kingdom in check. They seem concerned that the Pantheon Kingdom, which will be leading the Anti-Demon Alliance with young Master Argon, God's proxy, will gain supremacy over the Avalon continent." At Fassar's words, Philford nodded in agreement. "That's correct. The Pamir Empire will probably want to lead the Anti-Demon Alliance. If so, young Master Argon would be a thorn in their side," Denyon said. "For now, things don't seem to be looking good. I think you need to be careful, young Master Argon." Denyon continued. "Are you implying that the Pamir Empire might lay their hands on young Master Argon?" Philford asked, frowning at Denyon's remarks. "The Pamir Empire doesn't tolerate anyone who challenges their authority. It'll be no different even if the person in question is God's proxy. However, we need young Master Argon, God's proxy, to stop the demon god. It will be fortunate if the Pamir Empire thinks so, but they may think that they could stop the demon god with their own power. You don't have to worry about that. Even if the Pamir Empire tries to harm me, I won't fall so easily," Mu-Gun said as if it didn't matter. "Then again, with your capabilities, even if all the Grand Masters from the Pamir Empire charge at you, that won't still guarantee them victory." Denyon, who confirmed Mu-Gun's skills in person, nodded in acknowledgement. "Still, we should be careful with knives that we can't see coming," Philford cautioned. "Of course. Then, why don't we go see His Majesty since you don't have to support the other kingdoms?" "Let's do that." Mu-Gun accepted Fassar's suggestion and followed him to the Delphi-Nia kingdom's royal capital to meet their king. Mu-Gun, accompanied by Fassar, underscored the imperative of an alliance with King Duchel Brayon Delphi-Nia of Delphi-Nia. Duchel concurred on the necessity of the anti-demon alliance. Nonetheless, he contended that for a genuine anti-demon alliance, the participation of the Pamir Empire was imperative, and for this to materialize, the Pamir Empire must spearhead the alliance. Mu-Gun shared the belief that in many respects, it would be more advantageous for the Pamir Empire to take the lead instead of the Pantheon Kingdom. The Anti-Demon Alliance's overarching goal was to halt the advance of the demon god, transcending considerations of individual national interests. Most importantly, Mu-Gun hailed from the Central Plains, despite currently inhabiting Argon's body. In reality, it was accurate to assert that he harbored no allegiance to the Pantheon Kingdom. Consequently, the leadership of the Anti-Demon Alliance or the dominance of any particular nation over the Avalon continent held little significance to him. What truly mattered was the establishment of the Anti-Demon Alliance and the collaboration of all Avalon nations in repelling the threat of the demon god. Following the discussion with Duchel, Mu-Gun recognized the necessity of engaging with the Pamir Empire to solidify the Anti-Demon Alliance. Opting to visit the Pamir Empire, he requested Fassar to open a portal connecting to the Imperial City. Complying with Mu-Gun's request, Fassar submitted a communication request to the Imperial City, specifying that the portal activation was in response to Argon, God's proxy, seeking entry. The Pamir Empire conveyed their intent to open the portal pending approval from their higher authorities. Consequently, Mu-Gun found himself in a position where he had no alternative but to await their decision. Fassar led Mu-Gun to a guest hall, a designated space for hosting foreign envoys, allowing them to rest while awaiting communication from the Pamir Empire. Philford and the Golden Lion Knight Order had already settled in the guest hall ahead of time. Upon learning of Mu-Gun's arrival, Philford promptly sought him out. "Did you have a proper audience with Delphi-Nia's king?" "Yes. Our conversation finished well.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Was he in favor of the Anti-Demon Alliance?" "He said he would join if the Pamir Empire led the alliance." "The Pamir Empire? As the strongest nation in the Avalon continent, I think an Anti-Demon Alliance without the Pamir Empire is meaningless." "You're not wrong. So, what did you decide to do?" I also think that it would be good in many ways for the Pamir Empire to lead the alliance. The Pantheon Kingdom will not like your decision though, will that be fine? As I've emphasized before, I don't stand against the demon god as a citizen of the Pantheon Kingdom. Instead, as God's proxy, I aim to thwart the demon god for the well-being of all Avalon. What holds significance to me is forging an alliance that encompasses the involvement of every Avalon nation. To achieve this, it only makes sense for the mightiest nation, the Pamir Empire, to assume leadership of the anti-demon alliance, Mu-Gun reiterated. I understand what you mean. So, what is your next course of action? The Pamir Empire will handle the monsters posing a threat to the other two kingdoms, so you won't have to worry about them. Philford asked. I intend to go to the Pamir Empire. Are you going for the sake of the anti-demon alliance? That's right. Also, I think there is a need to discuss what to do to prevent the demon god's schemes in the future, Mu-Gun mentioned. Do you have any ideas? I am wondering if we should go into the Great Mountain Range first and wipe out the monsters before they launch an attack. You want to enter the Great Mountain Ranges? It would be the icing on the cake if we could attract the elves and dwarves residing in the Great Mountain Ranges to join the anti-demon alliance. The dwarves, devoted followers of Titan, the armor god, and the elves, adherents of Vahara, the spirit god, each had their distinct beliefs. Leaning on their remarkable dexterity, the dwarves excelled in crafting superior equipment, with their pinnacle creation being the knight armor. Dwarves exhibited prowess in forging knight armor that far surpassed the capabilities of humans. Unfortunately, the interaction between humans and dwarves had been severed for hundreds of years, rendering their technological expertise inaccessible to humans. If that's the case, there is nothing to worry about. So, when are we going to the Pamir Empire? We will move as soon as the Pamir Empire approves the opening of the portal. Until then, rest comfortably. All right. You should rest up too. As Philford exited the room, Mu-Gun reclined on the bed and shut his eyes. Within the Pamir Empire's imperial palace, Emperor Burman Maximilian Pamir IV occupied the throne in the lavishly adorned throne room, resplendent in gold embellishments. Beneath him, the Pamir Empire's three Grand Masters Michael Sylvester, Raphael Henidus, and Miguel Scadilion alongside the imperial court magician Coelho Umbarat, stood on the left and right sides, respectively. The remaining two of the Pamir Empire's 5 Grand Masters were absent, assisting the Valencia Kingdom and the Albion Kingdom, both under monster invasion. God's representative has requested to come to the Imperial City? Pamir IV asked. That is correct, Coelho replied. Why? It seems he would like to discuss the Anti-Demon God Alliance. He wants to discuss the Anti-Demon God Alliance? With me? If our Pamir Empire is missing, there is no meaning to the Anti-Demon God Alliance. So, he must be trying to rope us in some way. What do you think will happen if I say that I want to become the chairman of the Anti-Demon God Alliance? Pamir IV asked. If he truly wants to save Avalon, he will have no choice but to accept it. If the King of Pantheon presides over it, it will naturally be difficult for our empire as well as the other kingdoms to accept it. In the first place, he cannot even lead the alliance as the chairman. Wouldn't the god's representative, Argon himself, try to lead the alliance, rather than Pantheon's king? Michael asked. Certainly, we cannot rule out the possibility of that. As he is God's representative, he would have the justification to do so. But even so, we cannot let him become the chairman of the alliance, can we? Of course. If His Majesty the Emperor fails to become the chairman, there is no reason for us to join the Anti-Demon God Alliance. If we refuse to join the Anti-Demon God Alliance, there could be negative public opinion about us. People may say that we turned a blind eye to the threat of the demon god. That's why we've chosen to assist Valencia and Albion this time, hoping that they will lend their support to our Pamir Empire as the leading nation in the Anti-Demon God Alliance in return for our efforts in eliminating the monsters that pose a threat to them. While there may be adverse public sentiment if we decline, aligning with Valencia and Albion can mitigate potential issues related to public opinion. Why don't we just get rid of the man known as God's representative? Raphael spoke to Pamir IV. You want to get rid of God's representative? Even if His Majesty assumes the role of the Anti-Demon God Alliance's chairman, the public's focus will be primarily on Argon, God's representative. Furthermore, should Argon play a substantial role in vanquishing the demon god, he could garner widespread worship throughout Avalon. If he ever harbors ambitions for dominance over Avalon, having earned the public's support, he could pose a significant threat to our Pamir Empire. So, what you mean to say is to eliminate him before he becomes the hero of Avalon. That is right. That is not possible. Argon is the sky god Upir's representative. If we get rid of him, we may invoke the wrath of Upir. Coelho directly refuted Raphael's opinion. The sky god Upir cannot directly intervene in the middle realm. Even if we kill their representative, they will not be able to do us any direct harm. Although they cannot harm us directly, they can punish us through the Upir Church. The sky god Upir is more interested in stopping the demon god, who has descended in Avalon, more than anything else. The Upir Church's paladin order, the Gaz Knights, will try their hardest to stop the demon god. If we help to eliminate the demon god and make some contributions, the sky god will not punish us for killing their representative. Sir Raphael, you have overlooked one thing. Miguel, who was watching Raphael and Coelho's argument, intervened and said, What is it? Raphael asked with a displeased look. Argon is the sky god's representative, and he was granted power by the sky god. Getting rid of him is not as simple as it sounds. Even if all the 5 Grand Masters jump at him, they may not be able to defeat him. Aren't you overestimating him? God's representative is an existence arranged by God to defeat the demon god. That implies that he will be very powerful. At the very least, he will not be so weak that he will be defeated by just 5 Grand Masters, as it is illogical to think that he will be able to stop the demon god with such strength. It is as Sir Miguel said. Throughout history, it has been said that the Sky God's representative demonstrated power similar to the God Master Runka, higher rank than the Grand Master rank. Coelho added to Miguel's opinion based on historical data. Since Sir Coelho has mentioned history, to add to it, all the Sky God's representative recorded in history disappeared after the war with the demon god was over. Maybe the Sky God retrieves the power given to their representative after the mission of stopping the demon god ends. I am saying this out of concern about the impact of that power over the Middle Realm. Michael pointed out an important piece of history. Do you mean it will be no different this time? Hammer 4 asked. I am not sure, but I think it is likely. Then, Argon will probably not be aiming for control over Avalon. This means there is no reason to overdo it and kill him. Hammer 4 opined. That is true, but even so, I have to become the Anti-Demon God Alliance's chairman. That is a matter of course. Whatever the outcome, I think it would be better to talk to Argon first. Okay, let's do that. Sir Coelho, open the portal so that the man known as Argon can come here. Understood. Coelho responded respectfully to Hammer IV's orders and left the throne room to carry out his orders. Upon receiving word from Fisser that the Pammer Empire had approved the portal connection, Mu-Gun, accompanied by Philford, headed to the Delphi Nia Kingdom's central portal. Ensuring that the Golden Lion Order stayed behind in Delphi Nia to recuperate, Mu-Gun was joined by Philford alone. Arriving at the central portal, Mu-Gun and Philford traversed to the Pammer Empire's Imperial City through a portal personally opened by Fisser. Hello. Welcome to the Imperial City of the Pammer Empire. The Imperial Court magician Coelho personally welcomed them upon their emergence from the central portal situated in the Pammer Empire's Imperial City. Pardon me, but may I ask who you are? I am Coelho Umbarat. I work in the Pammer Empire's Imperial Palace. Ah, you must be Sir Coelho, the only 8th Circle Archmage in the Avalon continent. I have heard a lot about your reputation. It is an honor to meet you. No matter how great an 8th Circle Archmage is, it is not comparable to the Sky God Upir's representative. I am the one who should be honored to meet God's representative. But who is the person next to you? He is Sir Philford, the Grand Master of the Kraus Kingdom. Ah, so, it's Sir Philford. I have also heard a lot about your reputation. I really wanted to meet you. It is nice to be able to meet you under these circumstances. Likewise, it's great to meet such a famous archmage as yourself, Sir Coelho. Then, since we are done with formalities, let's go to the palace together. His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for us. Guided by Coelho, Mu-Gun, and Philford made their way to the Imperial Palace. During the journey, they were treated to a panoramic sight of the Imperial City, adorned with grand and magnificent structures. Above all, the sheer size of the Imperial City was staggering. The expanse of the city stretched so far in every direction that its boundaries seemed endless, a true testament to the grandeur of the Pammer Empire. When measured against the Imperial City of the Pammer Empire, the royal capitals of both the Pantheon and Kraus kingdoms paled in comparison, akin to a firefly in the presence of the sun. As expected, the Imperial City sure is different. Philford was in awe at the sight before him. There won't be any city more beautiful and larger than our city in Avalon, Coelho said proudly. Mu-Gun and Philford found it challenging to dispute his words. Before long, the trio arrived at the Imperial Castle. Situated at the heart of the Imperial City, the Imperial Palace boasted dimensions nearly equivalent to that of a sizable city. Instead of traditional walls, the Imperial Palace was enveloped by lush forests, creating a harmonious setting with its grandeur palace and lavish garden. As one traversed the path from the dense forest to the palace, vibrant flower beds and sculptures crafted by various artists adorned the surroundings, enhancing the already splendid beauty. A colossal fountain situated at the center of the palace further contributed to the picturesque scene. The true spectacle, however, was the palace gleaming with gold embellishments. Resembling a fortress crafted entirely from gold, the palace epitomized opulence. Mu-Gun and Philford found themselves unable to tear their eyes away from this extravagant structure. Observing their awe, Coelho couldn't help but beam with pride, a subtle smile gracing his lips. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Please go in. Coelho guided the two into the palace, its interior matching the splendor of the exterior. Floors crafted from the finest marble, corridors, and ceilings adorned with vibrant decoration. It was beyond imagination how much wealth had been invested in the creation of this opulent structure. Mu-Gun and Philford couldn't help but marvel once again at the immense resources of the Pammer Empire. Coelho directed them to the reception room instead of the throne room, where Pammer 4 awaited their arrival. Please first wait here for a moment. His Majesty the Emperor will call upon you soon. Understood. Mu-Gun sensed that Pammer 4 might be strategically delaying matters to assert dominance, but he simply nodded without offering any specific comment. With Coelho departing, leaving only the two of them, Philford remarked, "It seems they are intent on displaying the Emperor's authority." Philford, too, appeared to share the notion that Pammer 4 was intentionally prolonging the meeting. You took the words right out of my mouth. Now that it has come to this, let's just rest here comfortably. Mu-Gun dismissed it and said, still, you are God's representative. But it seems like you are not offended. It is not like we have an urgent situation, so what is there to be offended about? Also, resting in such a nice room is something we can't easily experience. So, please enjoy yourself to the fullest. That is true. Filford chuckled and casually settled into a chair that exuded opulence at first glance. Following suit, Mu-Gun eased into a plush chair, allowing himself to rest comfortably. Coelho came back to the reception room 2 hours later. I apologize for the delay, His Majesty the Emperor had to attend to an urgent matter. He has requested your presence now, so let's go together, Coelho explained apologetically. Mu-Gun and Filford might have found the deliberate delay distasteful, aware that the meeting had been intentionally postponed. Yet, such tactics were commonplace in diplomacy. Without uttering much, they rose to their feet. Coelho guided them to the throne room, where Pamer IV awaited their arrival. Upon entering, they beheld Pamer IV seated on a throne embellished with gold and jewels, while knights stood in formation on either side. 13 in total, each boasting a rank above master. From Pamer IV's perspective, the knights were strategically positioned to exert pressure on Mu-Gun and Filford. Yet, Mu-Gun remained unfazed by their presence, surprising even himself. His attention shifted to Pamer IV, a man of robust stature and striking features, radiating an air of elegance. His handsome appearance had the allure to captivate attention, transcending gender boundaries. Mu-Gun's astonishment stemmed not from Pamer IV's looks but from the energy emanating from him. Surprisingly, Pamer IV held the esteemed rank of Grand Master. Observing Pamer IV, Mu-Gun comprehended why the Pamer Empire held dominion over Avalon. The knights beneath Pamer IV dared not slack, given their emperor's formidable combat prowess. Naturally, substantial investment and support played a role, but it was no mere chance that the Pamer Empire boasted 5 Grand Masters. Argon Laonia Venatia of the Pantheon Kingdom greets Your Majesty the Emperor of the Pamer Empire. Filford Excelsior of the Craeus Kingdom greets Your Majesty the Emperor of the Pamer Empire. Mu-Gun and Filford bow to greet Pamer IV respectfully. Be at ease. At Pamer IV's words, Mu-Gun and Filford stood upright. Did you say your name was Argon? Yes. I don't know if it is appropriate for you to be so polite to me as God's representative. Even though I am God's representative, I am not an existence who reigns over men. As such, there is no need for you to think differently. Then, I will treat you comfortably. I was told that you came here to discuss the Anti-Demon God Alliance. That is right. I hope that all the nations of Avalon will join the Anti-Demon God Alliance. In particular, I would like the Pamer Empire, known as the strongest nation in Avalon, to join the Anti-Demon God Alliance. Our empire will naturally do our best to protect Avalon. In return, we should be the ones leading the alliance at the highest position, befitting our dignity of an empire. If you, God's representative, officially support that, I think the other kingdoms will gladly follow too. What do you think? Pamer IV spoke without hiding his true intentions. I think it is only natural that the Pamer Empire, the strongest nation in Avalon, be the one representing Avalon. Moreover, if my support is needed, then so be it. Oh, are you speaking the truth? Pamer IV was delighted to hear Mu-Gun's reply. Yes. However, Your Majesty, if you aspire to represent the Anti-Demon God Alliance, it's imperative to exhibit a resolute commitment to fight for the entirety of Avalon, transcending the interests of the Pamer Empire, Mu-Gun advised Pamer IV. How do I show my commitment? Are you willing to sacrifice for Avalon? Naturally, I plan to do so. Then, can you deploy the Empire's knights inside the Great Mountain Ranges? Inside? The demon god aims to ravage Avalon by deploying monsters until they regain strength in the Middle Realm. Our strategy involves preemptive action. We'll venture into the Great Mountain Ranges and eliminate the monsters beforehand. This approach aims to minimize the damage inflicted upon Avalon. You are saying that we should go into the Great Mountain Range and launch a preemptive strike at the monsters. Indeed. There may be sacrifices among the knights, given the heightened strength of the monsters within the Great Mountain Range, Mu-Gun added, fixing his gaze on Pamer IV as he concluded his statement. Mu-Gun's gaze carried the unspoken question, asking Pamer IV if he could make such sacrifices for the greater good of Avalon. Pamer IV hesitated. The very foundation of the Pamer Empire might be shaken if the knights sent into the Great Mountain Ranges incurred substantial losses. Is Your Majesty perhaps greedy for status without willing to give up any sacrifices? Such insolence? Raphael shouted, unable to withhold himself at Mu-Gun's provocative question. He was ready to unsheath his sword at any moment. The other knights also revealed their anger toward Mu-Gun. Baffled by the sudden hostility directed at him, Mu-Gun chuckled. However, the amusement was fleeting. Mu-Gun ceased smiling and fixed a stern gaze upon the knights. How dare you show hostility towards God's representative? Mu-Gun unleashed the concealed energy within him, sending a formidable wave rippling through his entire being, exerting pressure on the assembled knights. Cough. The knights within the throne room appeared stifled by the immense energy Mu-Gun had unleashed, and even the Grand Masters felt its weight. Witnessing this, Pamer IV's expression hardened. The conviction settled in Mu-Gun undeniably held the rank of God Master. Had Mu-Gun not attained the status of God Master, the suppression of Grand Masters through sheer energy would have been impossible. Pamer IV briefly entertained the thought of all the knights charging at Mu-Gun, questioning whether it would be possible to defeat him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion, shaking his head. Even with his formidable abilities and the support of Coelho, an 8th Circle Archmage, Pamir IV couldn't assure victory in an assault against Mu-Gun. The realization dawned on Pamir IV about the immense stature of a god's representative. Calm down. Please forgive them, for my knights have earned their loyalty to me. Pamir IV, swallowing his pride as an emperor, offered apologies to Mu-Gun on behalf of the knights. The concession stung, but it seemed a preferable choice to having God's representative as an enemy. I will let it go this time out of respect for your majesty. But if this happens again, it will not end with words then. As Pamir IV spoke humbly, Mu-Gun ceased emitting his energy out of respect for Pamir IV's dignity. However, he made sure not to overlook the opportunity to issue a warning. We will bear that in mind. So, what is your course of action? I hope the Pamir Empire will spearhead the effort to thwart the demon god as the representative of the anti-demon god alliance. However, if you seek the status without a willingness to make sacrifices, you won't truly embody the alliance, Mu-Gun asserted. What will you do if our empire refuses to join the anti-demon god alliance? If you lack the intention to sacrifice for Avalon, your presence or absence with us won't matter. Yet, one certainty remains, should the anti-demon god alliance fail to halt the demon god, the Pamir Empire will also face its end. You're suggesting that the existence of any empire hinges on the survival of Avalon. Your observation is correct. Very well, as you propose, our empire is prepared to endure sacrifices for the greater good of Avalon. Wise choice. As promised, I will support the Pamir Empire as the representative of the anti-demon god alliance as God's representative. If you support our empire, the Pantheon Kingdom will be disappointed. Will that be okay? My mission is to protect Avalon, not to revive Pantheon. Pamir IV nodded in satisfaction at Mu-Gun's resolute words. At least, it appeared Mu-Gun had no intention of leveraging God's power exclusively for his homeland, the Pantheon Kingdom. Your sense of duty is admirable. I see why the Sky God appointed you as their representative. I will take it as a compliment. Also, I trust that you will keep your promise to deploy the Empire's knights into the great mountain ranges. The Emperor of an empire doesn't go back on his words. Don't worry, I will keep my promises. Pamir IV assured. All right. Do you have any plans later? If you are free, I am thinking of preparing a dinner banquet for you this evening. I am sorry, but I think we will have to postpone the dinner to another date. There is a lot of work to be done for the anti-demon god alliance. It can't be helped then. In return, make sure to spare some time next time we meet. Understood. Then, I shall see you again. Together with Phil Ford, Mu-Gun took his leave from Pamir IV and exited the throne room. Coelho trailed behind, accompanying the two as they departed. Are you going to leave right away? Yes, please. I think I will have to make a trip to the Pantheon Kingdom's royal capital. Then, let's go to the central portal. I will send someone separately to bring the knights resting at the guest hall. Coelho said. Thank you. Accompanied by Coelho, Mu-Gun, and Phil Ford made their way to the central portal, which served as a hub connecting to portals in the capitals of different nations. Arriving ahead of the Golden Lion Order, Mu-Gun and Phil Ford patiently awaited their companions. Meanwhile, Coelho initiated a communication request to the Pantheon Kingdom, seeking the opening of the portal. Upon receiving word that Argon and the Golden Lion Order were on their way back, the Pantheon Kingdom swiftly granted permission to open the portal. Thank you. Then, I will see you next time. Expressing gratitude to Coelho, Mu-Gun entered the portal with Phil Ford, traversing to the Pantheon Kingdom's royal capital. Without delay, he sought an audience with Pantheon IV through Leon, the court magician. Pantheon IV promptly accepted Mu-Gun's request, summoning him to the throne room. I greet your royal majesty. Be at ease. At Pantheon IV's words, Mu-Gun stood straight back up. I've been informed of your accomplishments. Thanks to your efforts, the prestige of our Pantheon Kingdom is on the ascent. I'm genuinely pleased. With this progress, there's a chance for us to assume the role of the chair nation within the Anti-Demon God Alliance. Pantheon IV made no effort to conceal his aspiration to lead the Anti-Demon God Alliance as its chairman. With all due respect, I think the Pamir Empire should become the chair nation of the Anti-Demon God Alliance. What? What do you mean by that? This is an opportunity to raise Pantheon's reputation. Pantheon IV asked wide-eyed at Mu-Gun's remarks. If the Pamir Empire chooses not to join the Anti-Demon God Alliance, the collective strength of the alliance may be significantly compromised, Mu-Gun reasoned. Don't we have you, God's representative? Despite being God's representative, I cannot accomplish everything alone. Without the support of Avalon's Grand Masters and Archmages, thwarting the Demon God becomes a formidable challenge. If the Pamir Empire, Avalon's mightiest nation, abstains from the Anti-Demon God Alliance, we forfeit half of Avalon's strength. To consolidate Avalon's forces effectively, it's ideal for the Pamir Empire to assume the role of the alliance's chair nation. That being said, can't you use your power to bring the Pamir Empire to its knees? With all due respect, I can only use the power granted to me to stop the demon god. If I use that power to dominate humans and gain supremacy over Avalon, it will incur God's wrath. Ahem, are we to continue living in constant vigilance against the Pamir Empire? Now is not the time for disputes over who holds dominion over Avalon. All the nations in Avalon must come together to thwart the demon god. Avalon's destruction is imminent if we fail to stop the demon god. Prioritizing the safeguarding of Avalon is essential if we aim for supremacy over the entire realm. I comprehend your perspective. As you rightly stated, defeating the demon god and safeguarding Avalon take precedence over who chairs the anti-demon god alliance. Let us lend our support to the Pamir Empire as the chair nation of the alliance. Thank you for making such a difficult decision for the sake of Avalon, Your Majesty. If you are truly grateful, I hope you will accept my request from your family. May I ask what Your Majesty has requested of our Venetia house? Mu-Gun asked out of curiosity. You should hear it for yourself. I hope you do not disappoint me. At Pantheon 4's rather coercive request, Mu-Gun offered a wry smile. While uncertain about the specifics of Pantheon 4's appeal, the intensity of the request suggested a challenging task. Otherwise, Pantheon 4 wouldn't have pressed the matter so forcefully. I am sorry, but I cannot give you a definite answer. For now, I will confirm what Your Majesty's request is before making a decision. While Mu-Gun held a deep respect for Pantheon 4 as the king, he harbored no inclination to bend to Pantheon 4's every whim. Mu-Gun had no intention of accepting the king's request without conditions. If the request aligned with his principles, he would consider it, otherwise, he would staunchly refuse. Ahem, it seems like my dignity as king is not enough to reach you, God's representative, huh? Pantheon 4 said with a slight look of discontent. Mu-Gun wasn't thrilled with Pantheon 4's display of royal authority, but he approached the situation with a calm understanding that kings were inherently instilled with a sense of dignity. Simultaneously, he mustered his energy and exerted a subtle pressure on Pantheon 4. As God's representative, I must wholeheartedly dedicate myself to the defense of Avalon. This commitment remains steadfast, even if it's Your Majesty making the request. If you ask for my protection in the interest of Avalon, I'll gladly comply. However, if that's not the case, I'm afraid I cannot accede to your request. I believe you grasp my stance, especially if your intentions are genuinely aligned with the well-being of Avalon, Mu-Gun stated firmly, making his position clear. Pantheon 4 appeared to be under the weight of Mu-Gun's energy, sensing it as a warning. It was a clear signal that any attempt to impose requests upon Mu-Gun based solely on the dignity of the kingship would not be tolerated, and Mu-Gun would not passively accept such imposition. Your Majesty, is there something wrong? You don't look well. Observing Pantheon 4's complexion turned pale, Mu-Gun feigned ignorance and concealed his energy. Cough, I must be tired because I overworked myself. I think I have to get some rest, so you should go back. Pantheon 4 said hurriedly as he gasped for breath. Fear flickered in Pantheon 4's eyes. Mu-Gun's strength was undeniable. If he chose, Mu-Gun could end Pantheon 4's life at any given moment. It became glaringly evident to Pantheon 4 that Mu-Gun existed beyond the realm of individuals he could easily manipulate. You are the central pillar of this nation, Your Majesty. If anything were to befall you, the entire foundation of Pantheon would tremble. Please refrain from overexertion and take good care of your royal well-being. With a calm expression on his face, Mu-Gun spoke, seemingly worried about Pantheon IV's health. Pantheon 4 was even more frightened at Mu-Gun's nonchalant attitude. Yes, I will pay more attention to myself. Then, I will take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Pantheon 4 politely, Mu-Gun left the throne room. Phew, when he left, Pantheon 4 let out a long breath. Following his audience with Pantheon 4 and departing from the throne room, Mu-Gun, accompanied by Filford and the Golden Lion Order, headed to the Venetia Fief. He intended to take a respite and employ the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on the Golden Lion Knights at the Venetia Fief, all while the Pamir Empire spearheaded the efforts of the Anti-Demon God Alliance. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Before proceeding to the Venetia Fief, Mu-Gun arranged a separate meeting with Leon. Handing over the mana hearts acquired from monster defeats, Leon couldn't conceal his delight upon inspecting their quantity. In gratitude, he promptly opened a portal directly connecting to Venetia as a token of appreciation. As he returned to the Venetia Fief through the portal, Mu-Gun went straight to see his father, Count Watkins. Welcome back. Count Watkins greeted Mu-Gun with a warm welcome. Have you been well? Were there any issues while I was gone? I have been living comfortably here, so what issues will there be? What about you? Are you hurt anywhere? Count Watkins expressed his concern. As you can see, I am fine. That is a relief to hear. But I heard that His Majesty the King requested something of you. What is it? That is, he sent Princess Elena over. Count Watkins said, looking perplexed. What? What do you mean by that? He sent Princess Elena here? Mu-Gun asked in a baffled tone. His Majesty the King sent Princess Elena to the Venetia Fief, ordering the marriage between you and Princess Elena. At the explanation of Count Watkins, Mu-Gun looked dumbfounded. Mu-Gun harbored no intentions of marrying Princess Elena. Once he completed his mission, he planned to depart from the region. Furthermore, Argon, whose body was preserved by Mu-Gun's origin spirit, had already passed away. Should Mu-Gun's origin spirit disengage from Argon's body, Argon's physical form would cease to exist. Knowing this, it would be irresponsible for Mu-Gun to entertain the idea of marrying Princess Elena. I have no intention of marrying Princess Elena. Mu-Gun made it clear to Count Watkins. His Majesty the King prepared this himself. Also, Princess Elena has already come to our fiefdom. If we send her back, it would be a disgrace to the royal family. Count Watkins said in a troubled tone. Even if so, I cannot marry Princess Elena. Mu-Gun did not change his mind even after seeing Count Watkins' troubled expression. Do you think that Princess Elena is not good enough as your partner? That's not it. I have no intention of marrying anyone, not just Princess Elena. What do you mean by that? Now is the moment for me to channel all my energy into halting the demon god as God's representative. This is not the juncture to focus on personal matters like marriage. Moreover, battling the demon god is a mission where life and death are uncertain. It feels appropriate for me to refrain from marrying anyone if I cannot assume the responsibility. How about we approach it this way? You could be engaged to Princess Elena first and proceed with the marriage after the demon god is defeated. This way, it won't bring any disgrace to the royal family, and it won't interfere with your mission. Count Watkins considered it disloyal to reject the king's marriage proposal and tried to persuade Mu-Gun one way or another. I am sorry, but I cannot do that. If it is troubling for you to refuse it, I will reject it myself. If you're not okay with it, I won't compel you. As for His Majesty and the princess, let this father of yours speak directly and seek their understanding. No, I do not want to put such a burden on you, father. I will take care of it myself. Following the conversation with Count Watkins, Mu-Gun promptly made his way to the annex where Princess Elena was lodged. The area was guarded by the knights assigned as guardians accompanying Princess Elena. I'm Argon. I am here to see the princess. Please wait a moment. The knight went inside, and he came back shortly afterward. I think you will have to wait a little while. Then, I will be back in an hour. Please convey it to the princess. Mu-Gun had no intention of waiting in front of the annex. He planned to return to his residence first and come back later. An hour later, Mu-Gun returned to the annex. With the advantage of prior notice, he entered without any delay. Upon entering, he found Elena waiting for him, adorned in a splendid outfit. Mu-Gun quickly surmised that Elena had utilized the time he spent waiting to enhance her appearance. As he laid eyes on her face for the first time, he could confirm the truth of the rumors. Elena was indeed exceptionally beautiful, her features standing out even more in her elegant attire. She is a great beauty. Mu-Gun couldn't help but be awestruck by Elena's beauty. In terms of looks alone, she surpassed Dan Seil-young or Namgang Hyuna. However, Mu-Gun concealed any hint of his admiration and greeted Elena politely. I, Argon Leoni of Venetia, greet the Princess of Pantheon. Please be at ease. I am in no place to receive such courtesy from you, God's representative. Elena hurriedly replied. I have heard about the marriage proposal to you, Princess. I have something to tell you regarding that. Upon Elena's prompt, Mu-Gun stood and cut straight to the point without any preamble. Looking at your expression, it seems like you plan to refuse to marry me, Elena said when she saw Mu-Gun's stiff expression. That is correct. I have no intention of marrying you, Princess. May I ask why? Even if I were to say so myself, I think I would be a decent bride. Princess Elena asked curiously. Elena's expression showed no signs of displeasure. She appeared genuinely curious about Mu-Gun's reasons for refusing to marry her. I don't say this lightly, you are exceptionally beautiful, Princess, and that alone could be reason enough for me to marry you. However, my reluctance stems from the uncertainty of my survival in the battle against the demon god. If we were to marry and something unfortunate were to befall me, you might become a widow overnight. I believe it's only fair for me to refrain from marriage if I cannot assume such responsibility in the first place. If I say it does not matter, then will you marry me? Are you going to marry me even if I could die in the war against the demon god? There's no certainty that you will perish in the battle against the demon god. Moreover, you are God's representative. Chosen by God, I believe you will triumph over the demon god and return as a hero to Avalon, Elena asserted with confidence. No, I will most surely die, Mu-Gun said. What do you mean? Do you mean that it is already decided that you will die? To be honest, I am already a dead man. My current existence is nothing more than God granting me some additional time. Once I fulfill my duty as God's representative, I will succumb to my original destiny and lose my life. As you mentioned, my death is predetermined. Consequently, I cannot, under any circumstances, enter into marriage with you, Princess, Mu-Gun disclosed somberly. Is what you just said true? It may be hard to believe, but it is all the truth. If, as you said, your death is already decided anyway, is there a need for you to become God's representative and suffer an arduous time fighting against the demon god? It is because there are many people in Avalon who I care about. I see. In any case, I cannot marry you for that reason, Princess. So, I think it would be better if you return to the palace. I can't reveal what you just told me, right? Of course. Then, people around the world will think that I have been rejected by you. How are you going to take responsibility for that? You are not planning to tell me to live with that humiliation, are you? Then announce to the world that you broke the marriage first because I am impotent as a man. Are you serious? My life is as good as finished anyway. Public reputation does not matter to me. But you are not impotent, are you? Elena asked, trying to sound Mu-Gun out. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Does it matter? I am just curious. It doesn't matter since we are not going to get married anyway, right? If we are not going to get married, then yes. Then, I don't see a need to answer. But I never said that I won't get married to you just yet, though. Princess Elena said with a big smile. You are not planning to actually marry me, are you? Since you have been honest, I will be honest with you too. I intend to become the king of Pantheon. I wanted to marry you because I thought you would make me king. Mu-Gun looked surprised at Elena's ambition. Why? Do you also think that women cannot become kings? No. Why would gender be important for a king's position? The important thing is the ability you possess. Mu-Gun said honestly. You are not saying it just because you stand before me, are you? No, I think there is no reason why you cannot become king should you be more apt at ruling Pantheon than the many princes. If you really think so, it means you may even help me to become king of Pantheon. Let me be clear, I have no intention of intervening in the succession battle for the position of Pantheon's king. You don't have to intervene in the succession battle. You just have to lend me your name. You want to borrow my name? If I were to marry you, I could revel in the splendor of your being God's representative. That, in itself, would greatly aid my quest for the throne. Plus, I'd secure the robust backing of House Venetia. From your perspective, there's really nothing to lose. Should I claim the throne, House Venetia stands to share in the prosperity that follows, Elena remarked with a smile. I must politely decline. I have no desire for my role as God's representative to be exploited for any other agenda. Moreover, if you genuinely possess the qualifications and capability to become the king of Pantheon, you should ascend to the throne on your own merit, without leaning on my name. Mu-Gun firmly conveyed his refusal. If you reject my proposal, I'll be entirely ousted from the succession race. My father has been pressing me to make this marriage happen. Regardless of the rationale, if we don't tie the knot, my father will be disappointed, and I'll be sidelined in the quest for the throne. Doesn't that seem unjust to me? This marriage is solely your unilateral decision, unrelated to my intentions. Consequently, it seems fitting for you to bear responsibility for the ensuing consequences, Mu-Gun asserted. Elena's expression stiffened for the first time. She realized that, regardless of her words or conditions, she wouldn't be able to sway Mu-Gun's decision. Well, it appears you won't agree to marry me, no matter what I do. That is right. Fine, let's pretend this marriage proposal never happened. Elena admitted, unable to resist. With anyone else, she might have used the influence of the royal family to press for the marriage. However, Mu-Gun was an exception. He held the position of God's representative. Moreover, Mu-Gun's formidable battle prowess was potent enough to topple the Pantheon kingdom. Forcing the authority of the royal family onto him would be akin to courting disaster. Elena felt disappointed, yet she had no alternative but to abandon her hopes of marrying Mu-Gun. Thank you for understanding. You will find it uncomfortable if I continue staying here, so I will go back to the palace as soon as preparations are done. Don't mind me and take all the time you need. Don't worry, I will manage that myself. Understood. Then, I will take my leave. Having bid farewell to Elena, Mu-Gun exited the annex. Subsequently, he relayed Elena's decision to Count Watkins before retiring to his residence for some rest. Later that evening, Elena returned to the palace through the portal. With the marriage matter settled, Mu-Gun delved into his planned efforts to enhance the ranks of the Golden Lion Knights. Mu-Gun selected 2 individuals daily and cast the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on them. The Golden Lion Order comprised 12 knights, with Schwartz serving as the knight captain. Excluding the 5 who had already undergone the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, the remaining 7 members received their empowerment within 4 days. Consequently, the newly empowered knights reached the esteemed rank of Master, akin to their predecessors. They celebrated their achievement with unbridled joy as if they held the entire world in the palms of their hands. Nonetheless, they remained mindful of their mission upon reaching the Master rank. They renewed their solemn vow to dedicate themselves entirely to the war against the demon god. One unfortunate reality lingered: those newly promoted to the Master rank couldn't receive E-class Chevalier armor. Having previously provided Leon with monsters' mana hearts, Mu-Gun requested the additional production of E-class Chevalier armors. However, the production of these armors required mana hearts from high-ranked monsters. It posed a challenge to craft an E-class Chevalier armor before embarking on the hunt for such monsters in the expansive mountain ranges. Mu-Gun elucidated the circumstances to the newly promoted Master rank knights, requesting their patience until they could obtain the mana hearts from high-ranked monsters. The recently appointed masters expressed no grievances, understanding the delay in receiving their E-class Chevalier armors. While receiving an E-class Chevalier armor would have been welcomed, the newly promoted masters considered reaching the Master rank through the Thunder God Enlightenment spell as more than sufficient. Meanwhile, Philford, the Grand Master of the Kraus Kingdom, was utterly astonished to discover that the Golden Lion Knights had ascended to the rank of Masters overnight. To be able to turn expert rank knights into Master rank knights overnight, you are truly amazing. It is an authority that the Sky God has granted me. Then, you mean that not only the Golden Lion Knights, but the other knights can also receive the same treatment? Yes. However, the power of the Sky God cannot be used for personal reasons. The Golden Lion Knights pledged their lives to stop the demon god. That was why they were able to receive the Sky God's authority. Does that mean that other knights can receive the Sky God's authority if they also swear to put their lives on the line to stop the demon god? It seems like you are saying that with the Crimson Dragon Knights in mind. Honestly, if possible, I would like that to happen. The Crimson Dragon Knights are all ready to give up their lives to stop the demon god, and to protect Avalon. Considering your proposal, I'll afford them an opportunity. Relay to the knights that we're embarking on a mission to eliminate high-ranked monsters in the Great Mountain Ranges. Those who willingly partake in this endeavor will be bestowed with the authority of the Sky God. However, regarding the Sky God's authority, maintain silence and allow them to volunteer of their own accord. That means you will only choose those who are truly willing to risk their lives to protect Avalon, Philford said. That is correct. Understood, let's do it that way then. Once again, the Sky God's authority must never be leaked to them in advance. I assure you that I won't. Filford then made his way back to the Kraus kingdom. A few days later, he returned to the Pantheon kingdom accompanied by 17 knights. During Filford's absence in the Kraus kingdom, Mu-Gun headed to Pantheon's royal capital. Upon arrival, he sought an audience with Pantheon 4. After sending Elena back, "Why do you seek an audience with me?" Pantheon 4 inquired, expressing his disapproval. "As I've emphasized before, my sole focus must be on thwarting the demon god. Private matters such as marriage demand time I can't spare. Halting the demon god is synonymous with safeguarding Avalon, and by extension, it equates to protecting Pantheon. Therefore, everything I'm engaged in is for the greater good of Pantheon. I trust you'll comprehend this with a generous heart, Your Majesty." At Mu-Gun's polite words, Pantheon 4 no longer nitpicked on it. "Fine, I will no longer mention that matter. Thank you, Your Majesty. So, why did you ask to see me today?" "I came to seek an audience with you because I have a favor to ask you regarding stopping the demon god, Your Majesty." "What kind of request is it?" "I intend to go into the Patagon mountain range soon and wipe out the high-ranked monsters." "You want to enter the Patagon mountain range?" "Yes. However, I hope to receive reinforcements from the Golden Dragon Knights, as the Golden Lion Knights and I alone are not enough." "The Golden Dragon Knights? If I deploy them to the Patagon mountain range, who will protect the capital?" "In the event of establishing the Anti-Demon God Alliance, all nations in Avalon will sign a non-aggression treaty, alleviating concerns about external invasions. Naturally, the monsters won't emerge from the Patagon mountain range to assail the kingdom. Even without the Golden Dragon Order, there will be no imminent threat to the royal capital," Mu-Gun reassured. "However, if the Golden Dragon Knights venture into the Patagon mountain range and incur substantial losses, the power of the Pantheon kingdom will be diminished accordingly. Have you considered deploying knights from the other fiefdoms instead of relying on the Golden Dragon Order? With all due respect, do you feel the same way as His Majesty too, Sir Walter?" Mu-Gun asked Walter Samuel, the Golden Dragon Order's knight captain, who was also present in the throne room. "Your Majesty?" As young Lord Argon said, "I think it would be better for the Golden Dragon Knights to participate in the cleanup operation of the monsters in the Patagon mountain range." "What? The monsters in the Patagon mountain range wield formidable power. Even for the Golden Dragon Order, the strongest knight order in the Pantheon kingdom, they would pose a significant challenge. Attempting to eradicate them with knights from other fiefdoms would be nearly impossible. Moreover, excluding the Golden Dragon Knights and compelling others to take part might breed discontent among the fief lords. As I have already said, if the Golden Dragon Order suffers losses, the Pantheon kingdom's power will also be weakened. I beg your pardon, but the Golden Dragon Order exists not to be protected like flowers in a greenhouse, rather, they exist to protect Pantheon. The Golden Dragon Knights are prepared to take any risks to protect Pantheon and Avalon. So, please allow the Golden Dragon Order to participate," Walter said firmly. "What do you think, Sir Leon?" Instead of making the decision, Pantheon 4 sought Leon's opinion. "I share Sir Walter's sentiments as well. Considering the historical precedent when the demon god descended, the monster's invasion is unlikely to cease with just this occurrence. Furthermore, in the next onslaught, Pantheon will face high-ranked monsters more formidable than the Wolfgons. If that transpires, the Pantheon kingdom will endure far greater losses than this time. It would be advantageous for us to proactively enter the Patagon mountain range and eliminate the monsters before such a scenario unfolds. Given the formidable power of the monsters in the Patagon mountain range, the Golden Dragon Order, Pantheon's most potent knight order, must be involved," Leon articulated. "Is that so? If that is what everyone thinks, I will allow the Golden Dragon Order to participate," Pantheon 4 ordered. "Thank you for your resolute decision, Your Majesty." Mu-Gun expressed gratitude to Pantheon 4. "However, given that the matters regarding the Anti-Demon God Alliance are being discussed, I wonder if it is fine for us to move arbitrarily," Pantheon 4 opined. "You needn't be concerned about that. I've already conferred with Emperor Pamir IV during my recent visit to the Pamir Empire. Once the Anti-Demon God Alliance is established, there will be a coordinated operation to eliminate monsters in the expansive mountain ranges encircling Avalon. The Pamir Empire will serve as the central hub for this operation, and the assault on the Patagon mountain range is an integral part of this broader plan. So, it was already planned all along. I was merely following what you and Emperor Pamir IV had decided," Pantheon 4 said with dissatisfaction. "The decision to assault the Patagon mountain range wasn't made in my capacity as a vassal of the Pantheon kingdom but as God's representative. Additionally, I sought the support of the Golden Dragon Order in my role as God's representative. Your Majesty, I hold great respect for you as the King of Pantheon. However, fulfilling the mission bestowed by the Sky God takes precedence over the authority of a king. I trust you'll keep that in mind." Mu-Gun harbored displeasure toward Pantheon 4, who wielded his authority merely because he held the title of king. If circumstances allowed, Mu-Gun wished he could assert control over Pantheon 4 and steer everything according to his own preferences. However, Mu-Gun restrained himself from acting solely based on personal preferences. He acknowledged that he was not a native of Avalon but rather an individual destined to return to his original world after vanquishing the demon god. It seemed prudent for him to refrain from taking actions that might alter the fate of those who would remain in this world after his departure. Mu-Gun recognized the need for particular caution in matters that could impact royal authority or the territorial integrity of the continent. Despite his dislike for Pantheon 4's attitude, Mu-Gun exerted effort to overlook it. Nevertheless, if Pantheon 4 posed a direct threat, Mu-Gun would not hesitate to take decisive action without mercy. I know how heavy the mission and hardship you are shouldering as God's representative. I fully understand, so don't worry. Thank you. But are you planning to bring everyone in the Golden Dragon Order? Pantheon 4 asked. I had intended to inform you. The forthcoming monster cleanup operation entails substantial risk to their lives. I'm inclined to include only those who willingly choose to participate rather than enforcing their involvement. Hence, I'll be recruiting volunteers solely from the Golden Dragon Order, Mu-Gun explained. What if no one volunteers? If it is the Golden Dragon Order, which the Pantheon Kingdom is so proud of, something like that will never happen. As you rightly point out, the Golden Dragon Order, symbolizing the Pantheon Kingdom, possesses a commendable sense of duty. I find myself intrigued as well. I wonder how many from the Golden Dragon Knights will step forward. What are your thoughts, Sir Walter? Pantheon 4 inquired with interest, turning to Walter for his opinion. I believe at least 50 people will volunteer, Walter replied. The Golden Dragon Order had about 200 members. 50 would be a quarter of their total number. Isn't 50 people too little? Pantheon 4 said, seemingly unimpressed. I think that's the minimum number of people. The actual number of volunteers will be higher. Of course it should. You should explain this cleanup operation to the Golden Dragon Knights and ask for volunteers who are willing to enter the Patagon Mountain Range, Sir Walter. Pantheon 4 commanded. I will carry out your orders right away. Walter exited the throne room following Pantheon 4's directives. Immediately afterward, he gathered the Golden Dragon Knights and briefed them on the impending monster cleanup operation. After detailing the mission, he sought to ascertain the number of volunteers willing to partake in the assault on the Patagon Mountain Range. In the aftermath, a total of 72 knights declared their intent to participate in the monster cleanup operation in the Patagon Mountain Range. Notably, among the volunteers were 4 master rank knights. Walter emphasized the perilous nature of entering the Patagon Mountain Range, warning the volunteers that survival was uncertain. Even after this cautionary message, all 72 volunteers remained resolute in their decision. Consequently, Walter resolved to venture into the Patagon Mountain Range with the entire group. He refrained from addressing the knights who opted not to volunteer for the monster cleanup operation, leaving their choices unremarked. Yet, Walter couldn't conceal his disappointment. In his view, a knight ought to be unwaveringly loyal to their king and prepared to sacrifice their lives in the service of protecting the world. Those who declined to join the operation seemed to prioritize personal safety over the fundamental duty of a knight. While Walter wasn't pleased with their attitude, he recognized the impracticality of coercion, as Mu-Gun had emphasized. After tallying the number of individuals committed to entering the Patagon Mountain Range, Walter promptly reported the details to Pantheon 4. Pantheon 4, too, expressed his disappointment at the fewer-than-expected number of volunteers, momentarily forgetting his earlier decision to withhold the Golden Dragon Knights for the safety of the royal capital. Mu-Gun, who was present, also took note of the number of volunteers. Unlike Pantheon 4, Mu-Gun did not express disappointment. Recognizing that the Golden Dragon Knights were primarily in the advanced or distinguished expert rank, he understood the challenges they would face against the formidable high-ranked monsters in the Patagon Mountain Range. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Indeed, the quantity of participating knights was not the foremost concern. The critical factor lay in choosing individuals willing to risk their lives to safeguard Avalon. Moreover, with Walter, the Grand Master, and the 4 Master Knights representing over 90% of the Golden Dragon Order's strength joining the operation, the actual number of participants became less significant. Following discussions with Walter, they settled on entering the Patagon Mountain Range in 10 days. Subsequently, Mu-Gun returned to Venetia. As the appointed day arrived, the Golden Dragon Knights assembled at the Evelyn fiefdom, situated adjacent to the Patagon Mountain Range. While Mu-Gun made preparations for the Patagon Mountain Range expedition in Venetia, the Pamir Empire dispatched envoys to the 6 kingdoms. Their mission was to relay information about the impending threat of the demon god and propose the establishment of the anti-demon god alliance. Convincing the 6 kingdoms of the demon god's descent solely through words would be challenging. However, the widespread invasion of monsters and the emergence of God's representative provided crucial evidence supporting the imminent arrival of the demon god. The 6 kingdoms harbored no doubt regarding the descent of the demon god and unanimously acknowledged the necessity of an anti-demon god alliance. Consequently, they concurred to convene a summit in the imperial city of the Pamir Empire, per the Pamir Empire's proposal. Subsequently, the emperor of the Pamir Empire, Pamir IV, along with the kings of the 6 kingdoms, convened in a summit. They reached a consensus to establish the anti-demon god alliance, designating Emperor Pamir IV as its chairman. Negotiations might have proven challenging if the Pantheon Kingdom, affiliated with Argon, had attempted to take the lead. However, given the prior agreement with Mu-Gun, Pantheon IV backed Pamir IV as the chairman of the Anti-Demon God Alliance. Upon assuming the role of chairman for the Anti-Demon God Alliance, Pamir IV proposed his plan to the kings of the 6 kingdoms. His proposal entailed launching an operation to eradicate the monsters within the 4 great mountain ranges encircling Avalon. Except for Pantheon 4, the kings of the other 5 kingdoms expressed disagreement with Pamir IV's proposal. In response, Pamir 4 elaborated on the rationale behind entering the 4 mountain ranges to eliminate the monsters. He assured that the Pamir Empire would deploy its most elite knights, including Grand Masters and Masters, as reinforcements for the operation. As the Pamir Empire emphasized its unwavering commitment to the monster cleanup operation in the 4 mountain ranges, the initially resistant kings of the 5 kingdoms began to reconsider their stance. Initially, they harbored suspicions that the Pamir Empire sought to leverage its position as the chairman of the Anti-Demon God Alliance to impose the cleanup operation on the 6 kingdoms. Concerns arose that the Pamir Empire aimed to weaken the power of the other kingdoms, potentially intending to dominate the entire Avalon continent in the future. Upon learning that the Pamir Empire was committing its finest forces to the operation, the kings of the 6 kingdoms discerned that their initial suspicions were unfounded. It became apparent that the Pamir Empire was genuinely taking a proactive stance to safeguard Avalon. Consequently, the kings of the 6 kingdoms embraced Pamir IV's proposal and resolved to deploy their elite forces for the monster cleanup operation in the 4 great mountain ranges. The United Anti-Demon God Alliance, having reached a unanimous decision, turned their attention to the distribution of their forces. To commence, the Pantheon Kingdom volunteered to lead the efforts in the Patagon mountain range. Acknowledging the magnitude of the task at hand, the Pantheon Kingdom recognized that attacking the Patagon mountain range alone was beyond their current capabilities. Yet, the Pantheon Kingdom possessed the formidable presence of Mu-Gun, the god's representative. The other kingdoms couldn't help but harbor envy toward the Pantheon Kingdom, given their affiliation with God's representative. Pantheon 4, sensing the envy in the gazes of the other kings, felt a certain satisfaction at the recognition of his kingdom's unique advantage. With God's representative leading the way, the Pantheon Kingdom took on the responsibility of attacking the Patagon mountain range. Simultaneously, the Pamir Empire opted to tackle the Logan mountain range in the south and the Anders mountain range in the east. However, recognizing the magnitude of the task, they enlisted the Valencia Kingdom to join the assault on the Logan mountain range and the Albion Kingdom to collaborate in the attack on the Anders mountain range. In the conclusive arrangement, the 3 kingdoms, including the Kraus Kingdom, joined forces to confront the Alfna mountain range collectively. Having solidified the Anti-Demon God Alliance and settled on the strategy to attack the 4 mountain ranges, the representatives of the 7 nations departed for their respective homes to commence preparations. In the interim, Mu-Gun convened with the Crimson Dragon Knights accompanying Philford. 17 in number, these knights had committed to forsake their homeland and dedicate themselves entirely to combating the demon god, all in the name of safeguarding Avalon. Mu-Gun scrutinized each Crimson Dragon Knight individually. He harbored concerns that Philford might have divulged information about the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, potentially influencing their decision to join. However, judging by the determination reflected in their gazes and facial expressions, it appeared that this was not the case. Sir Philford may have already confirmed it with you guys, but let me ask you all again. Are you all willing to put the protection of Avalon first, regardless of anything else? Yes. Will you be able to confront any risks without hesitation to stop the demon god? Mu-Gun continued asking. We are determined to die if need be, the knights shouted in response. We will gladly give up our lives. They continued answering without hesitation. Great. I will put my trust in the determination you have shown me. Mu-Gun decided to bestow the Thunder God Enlightenment spell upon the 17 knights. Following this, he intended to unite the 12 Golden Lion Knights and the 17 Crimson Dragon Knights to establish the Avalon Order, with Philford appointed as the Knight Captain. Mu-Gun expressed his intention to form the Avalon Order to Philford. The Avalon Order? Yes, it is a knight order with a singular mission to safeguard Avalon, transcending national or knight order affiliations. The Avalon Order's primary objective is to vanquish the demon god. Once the demon god is eradicated, the Avalon Order will be promptly disbanded, and each member will return to their original affiliations. Indeed, the Golden Lion Knights and the Crimson Dragon Knights hail from diverse affiliations and nations. Uniting them under the banner of the Avalon Order provides a solid foundation for enhanced cohesion and collaboration. Philford responded positively to establishing the Avalon Order. Then, do you agree? Yes, let's do that. Then, will you be the captain of the Avalon Order? No, I would like for you to take the lead, Sir Philford. You want me to lead? How could I be the Avalon Order's captain when you are with us? Even if we consider skills alone, it is only fitting for you to be the captain. While confronting the demon god, there will be numerous occasions where I'll need to operate independently of the Avalon Order. Moreover, despite being God's representative, I lack the practical leadership experience to effectively lead the Avalon Order. I believe it would be in the Order's best interest for Sir Philford to assume the role of captain rather than myself. Setting aside the Crimson Dragon Knights, I'm uncertain whether the Golden Lion Knights will readily accept me as their captain. Mu-Gun reassured, there isn't a knight on the Avalon continent unfamiliar with your expertise and capabilities. The Golden Lion Knights, too, will undoubtedly trust and follow you, Sir Philford. If you say it so confidently, then, even if I may not be entirely deserving, I will wholeheartedly lead the Order with sincerity. Thank you. But is it possible to grant the Sky God's authority to the knights I brought with me? Starting tomorrow, every member of the Avalon Order will receive the Sky God's authority. I will begin by bestowing the Sky God's authority upon the knights you have brought with you. If, through the Sky God's authority, they attain the master rank, the Avalon Order will earnestly strive to repay your generosity, Filford expressed, displaying satisfaction at Mu-Gun's words. While temporarily setting aside his duties to the Kraus Kingdom and the Crimson Dragon Order for the cause of safeguarding Avalon from the demon god, Filford's loyalty to his homeland and Knight Order remained unwavering. The potential elevation of the 17 knights under his command to the rank of Master Knights could indeed propel the Kraus Kingdom and the Crimson Dragon Order forward, contingent upon their survival in the impending battle against the demon god. I do not doubt that you and the Avalon Order will spare no efforts in the war against the demon god. I won't disappoint you. By the way, once the knights you bring attain the master rank, you will need suitable chevalier armor for them. Have you considered that? Mu-Gun inquired. I wish I could furnish E-class chevalier armor for the knights upon achieving the rank of master, but given the current state of chevalier armor production technology in the Kraus Kingdom, that might prove challenging. Do you happen to have a solution? The Pantheon Kingdom is also in a similar situation. Considering the current circumstances, producing E-class chevalier armor is a formidable challenge for the Six Kingdoms, excluding the Pamir Empire. Although the only option to equip the Avalon Order is to import them from the Pamir Empire, even with the anti-demon god alliance in place, convincing them to part with their E-class chevalier armors might prove difficult, Filford acknowledged with a smile. Still, there is nothing to lose, so let's try requesting the Pamir Empire. Mu-Gun decided to meet the Pamir Empire's emperor to ask for it. Acknowledging Filford's observation that the Pamir Empire might decline their request for chevalier armors, Mu-Gun, nevertheless, found it worth pursuing. After concluding his meeting with Filford, Mu-Gun summoned the Golden Lion Knights. Immersed in training to acclimate to their newly attained master rank through the Thunder God Enlightenment spell, the Golden Lion Knights eagerly responded to Mu-Gun's call. May I know what you called us for? Schwartz, the Golden Lion Order's Knight Captain, asked. I've gathered you all here to share some information and also to give you something. Please, go ahead. I have decided to establish a Knight Order that will stand alongside me in the battle against the demon god. This order shall be known as the Avalon Order, and I am extending an invitation for each of you to become a member. Then, what will happen to the Golden Lion Order? The Avalon Order is only temporary and will be dissolved promptly upon the demon god's eradication. After its disbandment, each of you is free to once again wield your swords in service of the Venatia fief, just as you were originally as members of the Golden Lion Order. Will you act as the Avalon Order's captain? No, Sir Filford of the Kraus Kingdom will assume the role of captain. Additionally, the Crimson Dragon Knights, who have joined Sir Filford in the fight against the demon god, will also be integral members of the Avalon Order. Will the knights brought by Sir Filford receive the Sky God's authority too? Yes. With all due respect, if the Kraus Kingdom's knights receive the Sky God's authority, wouldn't it be detrimental to the Pantheon Kingdom in the future? That question is quite disappointing. Have you forgotten why I granted you all the Sky God's authority? At Mu-Gun's response, Schwartz looked embarrassed. I beg your pardon. I forgot that we should prioritize protecting Avalon instead of the Venatia fief or the Pantheon Kingdom. It's inconsequential which kingdom or knight order they hail from. What matters is their willingness to combat the demon god for the sake of Avalon. These individuals have resolved to sacrifice their lives for Avalon, and they are fully deserving of receiving the Sky God's authority. That was thoughtless of me. From now on, I will think and act only for Avalon, regardless of nation or knight order. I believe that you will. But you said that you had something to give us. What is it? Schwartz asked with anticipation. It's a sword technique. A sword technique? It's a sword technique that complements the mana circulation method I've instructed you on. By employing this sword technique in conjunction with the mana circulation method, you will be capable of exhibiting a significantly more potent form of swordsmanship than your current proficiency allows, Mu-Gun elucidated. If you teach us, we will do our best to learn it. We will do our best to learn it dash. In unison, Schwartz and the knights erupted in enthusiastic shouts, their faces adorned with uncontainable anticipation. Over time, they had come to recognize the remarkable effectiveness of Mu-Gun's mana circulation method. Now, with the promise of an accompanying sword technique, their expectations soared to new heights. Let's strike while the iron is hot. I will teach you from today onwards. From today? Why? Is there a reason why I cannot? No, it's just that I like the sound of that very much, Schwartz said. Then, let's get started right away. Amused by Schwartz's reaction, Mu-Gun proceeded to instruct Schwartz and the knights in the intricacies of the 9 sky-shaking fire blades technique. Asterisk. The Yupur Church's apostolic jurisdiction, dedicated to serving the sky god Yupur, awaited with anticipation the appointment of a new saintess. The selection of the saintess, who would directly commune with the sky god Yupur, was a decision to be made solely by Yupur. The chosen saintess, designated by Yupur, would validate her qualification by emanating a golden surge of lightning that enveloped her entire body. The apostolic jurisdiction harbored a sense of anxiety as the appointment of a new saintess remained pending, despite a considerable period passing since the departure of the previous saintess. The unease intensified given the mounting turmoil in Avalon, marked by the arrival of the demon god and the emergence of the sky god's representative. In the face of the potential descent of the demon god, the Yupur Church needed to take proactive measures. However, lacking any indication of Yupur's divine revelation, they refrained from hasty actions. The urgent need for a saintess persisted, as only through this selection could they hope to receive Yupur's divine guidance. the Pope and cardinals of the apostolic jurisdiction engaged in daily prayers, fervently seeking the intervention of the sky god. Possibly owing to the efficacy of their prayers, a saintess selected by Upur emerged after a prolonged wait. Maria Hermione. A devoted nun within the Upur Church, Maria was renowned for her tireless efforts in aiding the impoverished and tending to the ailing. She epitomized the true essence of a saintess, having been chosen by Upur during her compassionate service to the sick. Maria's body, enveloped in a radiant wave of golden lightning, exuded an undeniable sanctity. Having received Upur's divine revelation, she promptly made her way to the apostolic jurisdiction. Upon witnessing the unmistakable golden wave of lightning emanating from her, the apostolic jurisdiction duly recognized her as the new saintess. Subsequently, Maria conveyed Upur's revelation to the Pope of the apostolic jurisdiction. Help Argon Leonia Venetia, the sky god's representative, to eradicate the demon god and save Avalon. The Upur Church shall spare no efforts in helping the sky god's representative. Without conflicting with the dual revelations conveyed by Upur, the Pope swiftly initiated measures to aid Argon. Summoning both the paladins and priests of the Upur Church, he promptly dispatched them to Venetia, Argon's location, accompanied by the newly appointed saintess. Upon receiving word of the Upur Church's dispatch, Mu-Gun promptly made his way to the portal management office in the Venetia fief. Coinciding with his arrival, members of the Upur Church, including paladins and priests, materialized through the portal, marking their arrival in Venetia.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The Upur Church sent a contingent of 25 individuals to Venetia. This group consisted of 12 paladins, 12 priests, and Saintess Maria. Mu-Gun keenly sensed the energy of the thunder god within them, with the 12 paladins standing out for their robust energy, all holding the esteemed rank of Grand Master. In contrast, the priests emanated a more subtle presence of the thunder god's energy. Yet, their significance should not be underestimated. Through fervent prayers, they could harness the authority of the sky god Upur. Additionally, the potency of this authority was directly proportional to the depth of their faith in the sky god Upur. Mu-Gun directed his gaze toward a woman whose appearance differed markedly from the robust paladins and priests. In an instant, he recognized her as the newly appointed saintess. In her early 20s, she possessed an ethereal quality that transcended mere physical beauty. While not overtly stunning, an ineffable sense of holiness radiated from her countenance. Welcome, those of the Upur Church. From the looks of it, you must have come after receiving the esteemed Upur's revelation. Mu-Gun started. Yes, indeed. I am Maria Hermione, the saintess devoted to the revered Upur. I have arrived to extend assistance to you, young Lord Argon, or rather, God's representative following a divine revelation. That is most welcome news. I had intended to launch an assault on the monsters in the Patagon mountain range in the coming days. Your presence, along with the Upur Church's paladins and priests, would undoubtedly prove invaluable in our expedition. You are going to attack the Patagon mountain range? Given the apparent descent of the demon god, it's reasonable to assume that the monsters in the 4 great mountain ranges comprise the demon god's army. Our strategy involves venturing into the mountain range preemptively, eradicating the monsters before they launch invasions into the nations of Avalon, Mu-Gun elucidated. I see. If you have decided so, our church will faithfully follow your lead, for that is the will of the esteemed Upur. Maria voiced no objections to Mu-Gun's plan. While there was nothing inherently flawed in his strategy, her primary intention was to wholeheartedly endorse Mu-Gun's efforts following Upur's divine revelation. Thank you. Also, I have a favor to ask of you regarding the expedition on the 4 great mountain ranges. Please go ahead. It seems prudent to dispatch the Upur Church's paladins and priests to each of the 4 mountain ranges. While having all your members assist in our assault on the Patagon mountain range would undoubtedly expedite our campaign, it appears that our forces might be overly abundant for that particular operation. It might be more advantageous, for several reasons, to lend aid to the other 3 mountain ranges by distributing your forces, Mu-Gun suggested, contemplating the most effective utilization of resources. What does the paladin captain and high priest think? Maria asked the paladin order's captain, Luther Carvaldo, and Carlson Robusta, the high priest leading the other priests. Well, as young Lord Argon said, if their forces are already strong enough, it would be better to split our forces. I feel the same way as Captain Luther, Carlson said in agreement. Then, let's do as young Lord Argon says. Divide our Chich's forces and support the other places together. You two will be in charge of dividing up our forces. Understood. Luther and Carlson nodded. Then, allow me to lead you to where you are going to stay during your time here. Once their conversation came to a brief conclusion, Mu-Gun personally guided the Upur Church's members to their accommodations. Luther and Carlson of the Upur Church strategically organized the Paladin Order and the Priest Clergy into 4 groups through discussions. Each group, consisting of 3 paladins and priests, was evenly distributed to provide support to one of the 4 great mountain ranges. The paladin captain, Luther, and the high priest, Carlson, opted to bolster the expedition on the Alfna mountain range, considering it the most vulnerable among the 4. Simultaneously, the nations overseeing the other 3 mountain ranges received additional support from the Upur Church. With the formidable forces of the Paladin Order and the priest clergy from the Upur Church, their contribution proved substantial, rivaling even the might of the Pamir Empire. Their support significantly enhanced the chances of success in the expedition across the 4 great mountain ranges. The day arrived for the assault on the Patagon mountain range. Accompanied by the members of the Avalon Order and the Upper Church, Mu-Gun made his way to the Evelyn Fief, adjacent to the Patagon mountain range. The Golden Dragon Order from the Pantheon Kingdom had already arrived and awaited Mu-Gun's presence. Sir Walter, leading the Golden Dragon Order, widened his eyes in surprise as he noticed the knights accompanying Mu-Gun. While the Golden Lion Order and the Upper Church's Paladin Order were notable, it was the presence of the Crayus Kingdom's Crimson Dragon Order that caught his attention. What happened? They look like the Crayus Kingdom's Crimson Dragon Order. Why have you come with them? As you said, they are the Crayus Kingdom's Crimson Dragon Knights. However, they have come as members of the Avalon Order, not the Crimson Dragon Order. The Avalon Order? As its name suggests, it is a knight order formed to protect Avalon from the evil hands of the demon god. That means it has no relation with the Crayus Kingdom or the Crimson Dragon Order. Then.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes. The Avalon Order is an organization united under the determination to protect Avalon from the demon god, and it transcends other nations or knight orders. If my eyes do not fail me, they all seem to be at the master rank. Did you perhaps grant them the Sky God's authority? That is right. Are you in your right mind? How could you grant the Sky God's authority to the Crayus Kingdom's knights when they are not even from the Pantheon Kingdom? Walter asked in disbelief. Mu-Gun's expression stiffened at his interrogative speech. You must have forgotten what I said a while ago. They are not here as knights of the Crayus Kingdom. They are here as the Knights of Avalon, who will carry out the mission given by the Sky God. There is nothing strange about them gaining power from the Sky God's authority. Walter flinched momentarily at Mu-Gun's resolute words but quickly composed himself, standing tall. He spoke, ahem, the Golden Dragon Knights are equally committed to safeguarding Avalon from the demon god. Therefore, shouldn't they also receive the Sky God's authority? If they set aside their responsibilities as a Golden Dragon Order member and commit to safeguarding Avalon under the Avalon Order, the Sky God will willingly bestow upon them its power. Are you telling us to leave the Golden Dragon Order? It is only until we eradicate the demon god. The Avalon Order will be disbanded as soon as the demon god is defeated. Then, the Avalon Order's knights will return to their respective nations and knight orders. That means we have to perform our duties as a member of the Avalon Order until then. Yes, while serving as Avalon Knights, they must release their allegiance to the Pantheon Kingdom and the Golden Dragon Order from their thoughts. It is imperative that they refrain from acting solely for the advantage of either the Pantheon Kingdom or the Golden Dragon Order. Strict adherence to the commands of Sir Filford, captain of the Avalon Order, is an absolute requirement. This is not a compulsion, the choice rests with the Golden Dragon Knights. If they prefer, they can continue as members of the Golden Dragon Order, just as they are now. Even if the Golden Dragon Knights want to be part of the Avalon Order, His Majesty will never allow it. It all hinges on the Knights' determination. Luck isn't bestowed effortlessly, it's something earned. If they seek the authority of the Sky God, they must exhibit a level of determination that aligns with such a privilege. I won't be the one deciding. As you mentioned, it appears to be a choice for the Golden Dragon Knights to make on their own. I'll let them decide for themselves. Do as you wish. Additionally, we'll be heading to the Patagon mountain range tomorrow, so please prepare accordingly for our journey. We will do so. Following the conversation with Walter, Mu-Gun sought refuge alongside the Avalon Knights and members of the Upper Church. The Wolfgons had ravaged the Evelyn Fief as their initial target, leaving the entire territory in ruins and scarce options for shelter. Despite the challenges, Mu-Gun's group managed to locate a building in reasonably good condition and took a much-needed rest there. Resting against a building's wall, Mu-Gun turned his head, sensing a presence from the side. He observed Maria standing there. Can I sit down for a while? If you'd like to. Maria bowed slightly and took a seat as Mu-Gun gestured with an okay sign for her to join him. Do you have something to tell me? Mu-Gun asked. I simply wish to sit by your side. While you are chosen by the esteemed Upper, young Lord Argon, I realize I know little about you. When Maria expressed her interest, Mu-Gun smirked and said, I will respectfully decline if you are asking out of personal interest. You are greatly mistaken. I am a nun who serves God. Even if Upper chose you, I have no interest in you as a woman. That's a relief to hear. Still, it kind of hurts my pride. Don't get me wrong. I am not declining because I hate you, Saintess. Really? I would have declined any other woman. Since you are clarifying it to that extent, I will kindly understand it. Maria said with a timid smile. Mu-Gun also chuckled, perhaps because he was not offended by her response. So, how did you get chosen by Upper? Was that what you were curious about? Indeed. Honestly, within the Upper Church, numerous individuals are highly qualified to be chosen by Upper. There's no need to search extensively. The Upper Order's paladins are more than capable of becoming the esteemed Upper's representative. Their faith in Upper will also be much greater than mine. That's right. So I am curious why they chose you as their representative. Do they need any special reason? They just chose the person most likely to eradicate the demon god. And they would have also chosen a person willing to spare no efforts to fulfill the duty imparted on them. Maria added another reason to Mu-Gun's response. Mu-Gun smiled wryly at her words. The reality diverged from Maria's perceptions. It wasn't that he cared nothing for wealth and honor and was solely committed to fulfilling his duties as God's representative to save the world. The ability to dedicate himself as an incarnation stemmed from having a place to return to. He was trying his best to return safely and promptly to the Central Plains, where his beloved family awaited. The thunder god likely recognized this, perhaps explaining why they chose Mu-Gun as an incarnation and dispatched him to Avalon. But are you confident that we can eradicate the demon god? Maria asked. We must proceed with it, regardless of the cost. However, it's evident that accomplishing it will be challenging with the current extent of our power. Are you venturing into the Patagon mountain range to acquire strength to confront the demon god? Why do you think so? I've heard that dragons are restricted within the god's boundaries beyond the 4 great mountain ranges. Are you attempting to harness the power of those dragons to enhance your own strength? As you've pointed out, dealing with the demon god is challenging with my current strength, so I need to enhance it somehow. At the moment, my plan is to absorb the divinity of the dragons. Naturally, it won't be a straightforward task. If you want to absorb their divinity, you will have to take their lives. Of course. I wonder if that's the best choice? Couldn't it be possible to form an alliance with the dragons and collectively combat the demon god? I wonder if the dragons will be willing to do that. The dragons had their minds dominated by the demon god in the past, leading them to forsake their duty of protection and attempt to destroy Avalon. As a consequence, they were sealed within God's boundaries. If the dragons are remorseful for their past transgressions, it might be worth giving them an opportunity to redeem themselves. If, as you suggested, the dragons are willing to acknowledge their errors and combat the demon god, they should indeed be considered for a second chance. Yet, considering the dragons were confined within God's boundaries for thousands of years, their thoughts remain uncertain. They could harbor resentment towards the gods for their imprisonment, possibly plotting revenge. Indeed, the dragons' thoughts are uncertain, so it's crucial to prioritize understanding their stance. I express this concern because I worry that you may already perceive them as adversaries. I hope my words haven't caused offense. Not at all. I will take your advice into consideration. Thank you for understanding. Then, please rest up. Maria stood up and returned to her initial position. Mu-Gun contemplated Maria's words, realizing he had unwittingly deemed the dragons as enemies. Fearing potential allegiance with the demon god, he believed it necessary to eliminate any future sources of trouble. If the dragons genuinely reflect on their sins and are eager to combat the demon god for Avalon's protection, it might be worthwhile to stand alongside them. Despite uncertainties about his authority to decide the dragon's fate, Mu-Gun opted to afford them an opportunity. Walter, the Golden Dragon Order's captain, gave the knights participating in the Patagon Mountain Range expedition an explanation of the Avalon Order, and allowed them to decide for themselves whether to become a member of the Avalon Order or not. However, he did not tell them that they could become a Master Knight with the Sky God's authority if they joined the Avalon Order. This was because of Mu-Gun's request, as he wanted someone who truly desired to defend Avalon, and not because of the Sky God's authority. Of course, for the Pantheon Kingdom and the Golden Dragon Order, it was beneficial for as many knights as possible to join the Avalon Order, knowing that they could reach the Master rank, since that would mean the Pantheon Kingdom would gain that many more Master Knights. Despite this, Walter did not do that. Aligning with Mu-Gun's viewpoint that only knights prepared to sacrifice their lives for Avalon without expecting personal gain deserved the Sky God's authority, Walter sought to have the Golden Dragon Knights demonstrate their commitment. The outcome was that all 72 participating Golden Dragon Knights expressed their desire to join the Avalon Order. Walter informed Mu-Gun of the decision. Surprised by the outcome, Mu-Gun hadn't anticipated that every knight would opt to join the Avalon Order. With all due respect, did you perhaps reveal anything about the Sky God's authority? Absolutely not. I swear with my honor as a knight that I did not say a word. All right. I am sorry for suspecting you. It's fine. I would have done the same. As promised, I will accept them to the Avalon Order and grant them the Sky God's authority. But what about you and the 4 Master Knights? Mu-Gun asked. We will join the Avalon Order too. Will that be fine? His Majesty will understand if he knows our true intentions. Putting aside His Majesty's understanding, you will have to be under the command of Sir Filford. The important thing is to protect Avalon. It doesn't matter who the captain is. It makes me feel more comfortable hearing that. Thank you. Also, I sincerely welcome you and the Golden Dragon Knights. If I could, I would have loved to hold a welcoming banquet, but given the situation, let's defer that to another time. In exchange, make sure you really hold one. Understood. By the way, when do we depart for the Patagon Mountain Range? The supply chain has been completed and we are all currently standing by. Let's depart in an hour. Okay, I will prepare knowing that. Walter nodded and left. An hour later, the knights and members of the Upper Church assembled on the path leading to the Patagon Mountain Range. Mu-Gun relayed the news to the current members of the Avalon Order, sharing that the Golden Dragon Knights had joined their ranks. The Avalon Order warmly embraced their new companions with applause and cheers. Before venturing into the Patagon Mountain Range, Mu-Gun, announcing the Golden Dragon Knights' inclusion, delivered a brief speech to all the knights. It served as a kind of ceremony preceding the impending conflict. From this moment onward, we'll enter the Patagon Mountain Range and eradicate the monsters aligned with the demon god. These creatures within the range are formidable adversaries, and that may entail some sacrifices. Yet, our sacrifices will secure the safety of countless lives in Avalon. For the sake of our beloved people and Avalon, we'll face these monsters with courage. With unwavering effort, we can triumph over even the mightiest adversaries. Additionally, the omnipotent Sky God Upur will bless us from the shadows, as always. Let us all protect Avalon with courage and sacrifice. Wah, dash. Protect Avalon? Defeat the monsters? Eradicate the demon god? The Avalon Knights erupted in cheers following Mu-Gun's speech. With a brief address, Mu-Gun took the lead, stepping into the Patagon mountain range. The Avalon Knights and members of the Upper Church trailed behind, ready to embark on the journey. The Patagon mountain range, recognized as the northern apex of Avalon, stood out as the most rugged among the 4 mountain ranges. Despite its challenging terrain, the Patagon mountain range harbored a wealth of precious herbs, perhaps flourishing due to its rugged nature. Navigating the treacherous terrain and contending with an array of predators and monsters made herb foraging in the Patagon mountain range a perilous endeavor, bordering on a life-threatening pursuit. The annual toll of herb foragers who lost their lives in this region exceeded thousands, underscoring the substantial risk involved. Despite the evident dangers, individuals from impoverished backgrounds were compelled to brave the Patagon mountain range, lured by the prospect of substantial earnings through herb collection. Conversely, some ventured into the Patagon mountain range for different motives, among them, Mu-Gun and his companions. Led by Mu-Gun, the Avalon Order, along with the Upper Church's paladins and priests, ascended the Patagon mountain range with unwavering determination. Though steep and rugged, these challenges posed no significant obstacles for the group, all of whom possessed remarkable skills. While the ascent proved somewhat challenging for the physically less robust Upper Church's priests, it did not impede their progress to a considerable extent. 2 days into their journey into the Patagon mountain range, no monsters revealed themselves to Mu-Gun and his party. The area they traversed had once been the territory of the Wolfgons, who were eradicated after their invasion of the Pantheon Kingdom. Consequently, the Wolfgon territory stood vacant, devoid of any monsters that might have posed a threat to Mu-Gun's party. It wasn't until 3 days later that Mu-Gun's party encountered monsters for the first time. Everyone, stop. Leading the way, Mu-Gun halted the group's progression as he detected a distant presence. Examining the source more closely, he observed around 40 entities rapidly approaching. Judging by the energy emanating from them, they appeared to be on par with the stellar expert rank in terms of strength. Monsters are approaching. Everyone, get ready for battle. Are you able to identify what kind of monster it is? It is hard to identify them, but they're close to the stellar expert rank. I think there are a little over 40 incoming. If their energy is similar to the stellar expert rank, they might be Traggles. A Traggle, a colossal monster, boasted a chimpanzee's body coupled with a lizard's head, reaching an imposing size of 10 meters in adulthood. Its entire physique comprised robust muscles akin to rock. Dealing with these monsters proved exceptionally challenging, given their potent fists capable of shattering enormous rocks in a single blow, coupled with remarkable agility and tails capable of unleashing formidable flames. If they are Trangles, dealing with them using our expert knights and the Upper Church's priests will be challenging. It might be more effective for knights above the master rank to take the forefront, with expert knights and priests mobilized as support based on the situation, suggested Philford, the captain of the Avalon Order. I think that is a good idea. One of the Upper Church's paladins, Gylfian Gudjonsson, agreed with Philford. Walter also nodded in agreement. Then, let's do that. Let the expert knights and priests move to the rear. Sir Walter and Sir Gylfian will work together to intercept the Traggles and prevent them from reaching the expert knights and priests. Understood. Right away. The expert knights and priests of the Upper Church stepped backward, with Walter and Gylfian positioned at the forefront, as if forming a protective barrier. Subsequently, the remaining knights adorned themselves in chevalier armor, gearing up for the imminent monster onslaught, presumed to be Traggles. The Upper Church's paladins also donned chevalier armors, distinguished by their golden hue, symbolizing Upper. Beyond their imposing appearance, these armors exuded a palpable sense of holiness. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun stood amidst the knights, without wearing chevalier armor. Despite this, Mu-Gun's presence far surpassed that of the armored knights. He focused on monitoring the energies of the Traggles. The herd, initially moving as a collective, abruptly split into various groups once they approached within 50 meters of range. As 20 Traggles advanced head-on, the remaining 24 Traggles diverged to the left and right sides, executing a strategic maneuver. Mu-Gun discerned that the Traggle herd intended to launch a simultaneous assault from the front and both sides. I can see 2 groups of Traggles branching off to both sides. ITHRY appear to be aiming for our flanks, so be prepared. Mu-Gun swiftly issued instructions to the Avalon Order. The Golden Lion Order's knights, under Swartz's lead, shifted to the left, while the Crimson Dragon Order's knights tackled the right flank. As they divided their forces to both flanks, only Mu-Gun, Philford, and the 2 paladins remained at the forefront, facing a total of 20 Traggles advancing from the front. Yet, there was no consideration that the enemy might breach the front line. The 4 men positioned at the front were all Grand Master Knights. In reality, even a single one of them would suffice to halt the Traggles. You need not intervene, simply observe. We can manage a situation of this magnitude. In response to Paladin Rude Garcia's statement, Mu-Gun nodded and took a step back. Aligning with Rude's assessment, Mu-Gun believed that the 3 of them were more than capable of halting the monsters advancing from the front. Amidst the preparations, the Traggles emerged from the front. 20 of them, swinging down from colossal trees, leapt toward Philford and the 2 paladins. In response, Philford promptly wielded his knight's sword, creating an aura storm that enveloped 10 Traggles. These Traggles thrust their massive fists toward the aura storm, unleashing a red energy that materialized into the shape of a colossal fist. The collision with the aura storm ensued. The Traggles, descending with a thunderous roar, became ensnared in the aura storm and were forcefully propelled a considerable distance backward. The red aura they had unleashed shattered upon collision with the aura storm. The two paladins swung their knight swords at the approaching Traggles. A golden surge of lightning emanated from the paladins' weapons, manifesting 5 thunderbolt swords, each spanning over 3 meters in size, unleashed consecutively. Mu-Gun's eyes widened in surprise at the impressive display. The 5 lightning volley, N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. Mu-Gun recognized with certainty that the technique executed by the two paladins was the second technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God's Sword Art 5 Lightning Volley. This revelation led Mu-Gun to deduce that the Upper Church's paladins were well versed in the Heavenly Descent Thunder God's Sword Art. The potency exhibited by this sword art in Avalon mirrored its effectiveness elsewhere. The successive release of Thunderbolt swords penetrated the heads and chests of the Traggles before they could react. Struck by the Thunderbolt swords, the Traggles were engulfed in lightning and descended headfirst to the ground. The colossal impact of the falling Traggles caused a momentary tremor in the earth. The 3 Grand Masters swiftly decimated the 20 Traggles attacking from the front. Simultaneously, the Avalon Knights engaged the Traggle groups on both flanks. While not reaching the level of the Grand Masters, the Avalon Knights were still Master Knights. Moreover, their superior numbers allowed them to confront the Traggles individually, defeating them with relative ease. Ultimately, the herd of over 40 Traggles was swiftly eradicated. It wasn't that the Traggles were weak, rather, Mu-Gun's party exhibited exceptional power. After effortlessly defeating the Traggle herd, Mu-Gun's party dissected the Traggles, extracting their mana hearts, before continuing their expedition. Subsequently, groups of Traggles incessantly launched attacks against Mu-Gun's party. However, the outcome remained consistent each time Traggle groups couldn't execute a successful assault and were annihilated. Even the Traggle King, the leader of the Traggle species, was no exception. Despite its formidable attacks causing earthquakes with every swing of its colossal front paw, it succumbed in an instant to the Paladin's 10 thunderous tornado strikes. Having obliterated the entire Traggle species, Mu-Gun's party delved deeper into the mountain range. Soon, they encountered a new type of monster serpents. These creatures appeared peculiar, featuring a head and torso made of bone, followed by the body of a snake. These serpents measured nearly 20 meters in length, boasting bodies enveloped in scales tougher than steel. Their bony torsos sported 8 arms, 4 on each side. The serpents attacked with their agile 8 arms, each armed with a sharp spear-like tip. Additionally, they wielded their colossal tails, exceeding 10 meters in length, to either crush opponents or constrict them to death. The most alarming aspect was the petrify ability possessed by the serpents. Directly gazing into the red light emitted from the serpent's eyes rendered individuals petrified, immobilized, and unable to move. The potency of their petrify ability was such that even Master Knights would struggle to escape its grasp. If the serpents could apply their petrify ability to multiple targets, it would indeed be a truly formidable capability. However, the serpent's petrify ability was limited to a single opponent. Once they employed the petrify ability on one individual, they couldn't use it on another until releasing the ability. Notably, the serpent's petrify ability proved ineffective against Grand Masters. Mu-Gun's party didn't encounter significant challenges even when facing the serpents. The scenario might have been different if they were swarmed by hundreds of serpents simultaneously, but the typical group size did not surpass 10. The Grand Masters, Philford, and Walter, along with the 3 paladins, confronted the serpent group at the forefront with ease. The Master Knights didn't merely observe from the sidelines. They directed their assaults at the serpents, whose strength had been sapped by the Grand Masters, and emerged victorious. Conversely, Mu-Gun refrained from intervening and simply observed. The expert knights and the Upper Church's priests shared the same position, with the expert knights feeling frustrated about their limited skills, leaving them no option but to watch. The knights were eager to face the monsters even at the cost of their lives. Yet, Mu-Gun prohibited it. He didn't want to risk losing the knights needlessly, recognizing their determination to defend Avalon and their resolve to combat the demon god. Nevertheless, he had no intention of letting them remain mere bystanders. Throughout the Patagon Mountain Range expedition, Mu-Gun consecutively employed the Thunder God Enlightenment spell on them. Successively, the knights from the Golden Dragon Order attained the master rank, enabling their active participation in the battle against monsters. Nonetheless, their numbers remained limited, as a majority of the knights were still ineligible for battle until undergoing the Thunder God Enlightenment spell. While the Upper Church's priests refrained from direct engagement in the battle, they were not idle spectators. Utilizing the Sky God's authority, they provided support to the paladins. The Upper Church's priests wielded 2 authorities, the Sky God's Blessing and the Sky God's Judgment. The Sky God's Blessing bolstered defensive capabilities by enveloping the paladin's body in a golden shield of lightning. On the other hand, the Sky God's Judgment heightened the paladin's offensive prowess. The paladins, already in the Grand Master rank, showcased even greater strength with the buffs bestowed by the priests. Saintess Maria, abstaining from direct involvement in the battle, also wielded the Sky God's authority. Her specific authority, the Sky God's Grace, held the ability to heal any injury. However, her power remained unused as none of the paladins suffered injuries, thanks to their overwhelming strength. Continuing their conquest after the Traggles, Mu-Gun's party vanquished the serpents and ventured further into the vast expanse of the Patagon Mountain Range. 15 days had elapsed since the initiation of Mu-Gun's party into the expansive mountain range, covering only a fraction of its overall magnitude. The monsters encountered thus far, Traggles and serpents, merely belonged to the intermediate ranked category. The formidable high-ranked monsters reigning over the Patagon mountain range had yet to make their presence known. Maintaining vigilance, Mu-Gun's party pressed on, delving further into the heart of the mountain range. 3 days after the chief of the serpent species was vanquished, the surroundings remained devoid of monsters, creating an eerie calm. Mu-Gun's party harbored a strong premonition that a high-ranked monster would imminently emerge. High-ranked monsters possessed the strength to effortlessly dispatch master-rank knights, and it was accurate to assert that the Patagon mountain range expedition would authentically commence upon confronting these formidable adversaries. Consequently, Mu-Gun's party remained on high alert, never letting their guard waver. Groar dash! Amidst the silence, a colossal roar echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Mu-Gun sensed an inkling that the originator of this roar was indeed a high-ranked monster. Substantiating this intuition, the energy emanating from a distance mirrored the potency of a Grand Master Knight. Groar dash! As if responding to the first roar, roars resonated simultaneously from all sides. High-ranked monsters usually decide on a territory and dominate it by themselves. Moreover, it did not invade the territory of other monsters, nor did they have any interaction with others. Contrary to the conventional understanding, the present circumstances deviated from the norm. The monsters, presumed by Mu-Gun's party to be high-ranked, communicated with one another through roars that appeared to resonate far beyond the confines of the mountain range. It seems like the high-ranked monsters are going to be joining forces. Mu-Gun's words elicited a tense reaction from the Grand Masters. The high-ranked monsters exhibited energy levels akin to a Grand Master, coupled with formidable strength derived from their colossal bodies, resilient skin capable of deflecting an aura blade, and even a regenerative ability capable of instantly healing wounds. Consequently, handling such creatures proved challenging even for a Grand Master. If there were more, it would have been a formidable challenge. Mu-Gun acknowledged that facing multiple high-ranked monsters would not be a straightforward battle. Swiftly assessing the energies of the approaching monsters, he discerned 5 distinct sources converging from different directions. With a total of 5 Grand Masters in Mu-Gun's party and 6 individuals, including Mu-Gun himself, possessing the capability to contend with a high-ranked monster individually, they readied themselves for the impending encounter. Facing an onslaught from 5 high-ranked monsters, Mu-Gun's party possessed sufficient numbers to counter the impending threat. Yet, as experience often taught, danger had a tendency to strike when least expected. 5 monsters are closing in, so Sir Philford, Sir Walter, and the 3 paladins should each engage one. As you hold them at bay, I'll focus on eliminating them. The 5 Grand Masters nodded in agreement with Mu-Gun's directives. The earth quivered more profoundly amidst a chorus of roars. Subsequently, colossal trees toppled from all 5 directions, enveloping the surroundings in a dense cloud of dust. Mu-Gun invoked the thunder god's aerial steps, ascending into the sky. From this vantage point, he surveyed the approaching 5 monsters. The approaching monsters were revealed to be 2-legged creatures with wolf-like heads, adorned with 2 formidable horns protruding from their foreheads. Towering over 30 meters, their muscular frames exuded an imposing presence. A black mane adorned their napes, and a robust carapace shielded their backs. Additionally, their 5-meter-long tails were adorned with blade-like bone splinters. These formidable creatures were called behemoths, ranking among the most potent monsters within the Patagon mountain range. Do you see what kind of monster it is? They're behemoths. It won't be easy if 5 behemoths are advancing. Although it won't be easy, we are more than enough to defeat them. They are 100 meters away. Get ready, everyone! Following Mu-Gun's commands, the 5 Grand Masters adorned themselves in chevalier armor, advancing toward the approaching behemoths. Swinging their knight swords, they confronted the colossal creatures, which crushed every tree in their path with their immense bodies. Unleashing the aura blade, the 5 Grand Masters executed a sweeping strike against the behemoths. The colossal creatures defensively interposed their arms, absorbing the impact and causing a recoil. Nevertheless, both arms emerged unscathed, devoid of any discernible damage from the encounter with the aura blade. Enraged, the behemoths roared in fury, likely incensed by the clash with the aura blade. They retaliated by unleashing a flurry of fists towards the knights. Swiftly sidestepping the colossal fists, the 5 knights countered by swinging their knight swords at the behemoth's sides. The ensuing aura blades, once again unleashed, penetrated the flanks of the enraged creatures. The behemoths, far from passive recipients of the onslaught, retaliated with their tail, wielding its blade-like bone splinters. While the knights' continued assaults could potentially inflict some damage, they were not exempt from harm. Struck by the behemoth's formidable tails, the knights found themselves in a disadvantaged position. Recognizing the imminent threat, the knights shifted their focus to parrying the incoming tail rather than persisting with their offensive maneuvers. The clash between the knights' knight swords and the behemoth's tails resulted in a powerful explosion, propelling the knights backward over a considerable distance. Despite donning E-class chevalier armor, their defense was finite, struggling to contend with the overwhelming power of the towering 30-meter behemoths. Despite their adept defense against the behemoth's tails, the knights found themselves forcefully propelled backward due to the colossal creature's overwhelming size and power. Seizing the opportunity, the behemoths, with destructive might commensurate with their stature, swung their fists anew. This time, a formidable trail of fire enveloped the behemoth's fists, hurtling towards the 5 knights. Filford swiftly conjured an aura storm, halting the advance of the behemoth's fiery fists in their tracks simultaneously. Walter erected a formidable barrier by layering numerous aura blades, effectively thwarting the fiery assault. Meanwhile, the trio of paladins opted for a collective technique, employing the 100 golden lightning wheel wave to counter the behemoth's relentless attack. The paladins expertly conjured a massive golden wheel around their chevalier armor, successfully intercepting the behemoth's formidable fist. Despite the behemoth's relentless assault, the powerful fiery punches were repelled by the colossal golden wheel, propelling the monsters backward. Swiftly adapting to the situation, the golden wheel seamlessly metamorphosed into thunderbolt swords, hurtling towards the behemoths with lightning speed. Startled by the unexpected turn of events, the behemoths swiftly repositioned themselves. The golden thunderbolt swords, having failed to penetrate the behemoth's resilient carapaces, rebounded harmlessly. Undeterred, the behemoths retaliated by swinging their formidable tails at the 3 paladins. Evading the onslaught with nimble footwork, the paladins promptly counterattacked, releasing a barrage of golden thunderbolt swords aimed at the colossal monsters. Identifying a potential vulnerability, Mu-Gun decided to support Walter, recognizing the formidable defense of the behemoths. It was evident that neither the Grand Master's aura blades nor the paladins' thunderbolt swords could easily breach the behemoth's robust defenses. Mu-Gun, armed with divine power, summoned 100 thunderbolt swords, each exceeding 6 meters in length. Commanding this formidable arsenal, he directed the thunderbolt swords toward the behemoth that had now turned its attention to him. A swarm of 100 thunderbolt swords zipped toward the behemoth, crackling with lightning. The creature's eyes widened in sheer surprise, fully aware of the peril of Mu-Gun's assault. Responding to Mu-Gun's attack, the behemoth harnessed every ounce of its magical energy, widening its monstrous maw. A colossal flame erupted, cascading over the approaching thunderbolt swords. This was Breath, the mightiest offensive move that a high-ranked monster could unleash. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. As Mu-Gun observed the flame breath engulfing the thunderbolt swords, he remained unfazed. In an unexpected twist, it was the behemoth that found itself taken aback. The creature had believed that unleashing the flame breath at its maximum power would be sufficient to thwart the thunderbolt swords. However, defying its anticipation, the thunderbolt sword sliced through the fiery onslaught like a determined salmon navigating upstream against a turbulent current, hurtling relentlessly toward the behemoth. Caught off guard, the behemoth's gaping mouth met the relentless thrust of the thunderbolt sword, piercing through and emerging from its thick nape. Yet, that wasn't the end of it. The remaining thunderbolt swords found their mark all across the behemoth's massive form. The assault went beyond mere penetration. The thunderbolt swords unleashed a torrent of lightning that seared the creature's inner body to a crisp. Despite the behemoth's formidable defense, it succumbed and toppled to its side, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught any longer. The ground quivered as though an earthquake had struck when the behemoth crumbled to the earth. However, the ordeal was far from its conclusion. The regenerative prowess of a high-ranked monster exceeded all expectations. These creatures possessed the extraordinary ability to revive themselves even in the face of life-threatening injuries. Dealing with them required a thorough and decisive approach. Mu-Gun conjured a colossal thunderbolt sword, a fusion of 100 smaller ones. With a determined thrust, he drove the massive weapon toward the fallen head of the behemoth. The gargantuan thunderbolt sword obliterated the behemoth's head, slamming it forcefully into the ground. A solitary twitch rippled through the colossal creature before it succumbed to lifelessness. Satisfied that all signs of life had dissipated, Mu-Gun shifted his focus to the next target. Even a behemoth, previously locked in a fierce battle with a Grand Master, proved defenseless against Mu-Gun's God Master assault. The golden thunderbolt sword, wielded by Mu-Gun, effortlessly pierced the massive body of the behemoth. In swift succession, another thunderbolt sword materialized, delivering a single, decisive blow to shatter the creature's head. Employing this method, all 5 behemoths crumpled, their heads obliterated in an instant. The 5 Grand Masters, engaged with the behemoths, stood in awe of Mu-Gun's staggering might. Among them, the 3 paladins were particularly struck by the extraordinary level of Mu-Gun's thunderbolt swords, surpassing their own abilities. They wholeheartedly recognized him as the representative of the sky god Upur. Having vanquished the behemoths, Mu-Gun meticulously dissected their chests, extracting the coveted mana hearts. True to their high-ranked nature, the behemoth's mana hearts harbored vast reservoirs of mana. With the energy encapsulated within a behemoth's mana heart, an ordinary individual could ascend instantly to the master rank. Contemplating the idea, Mu-Gun pondered the prospect of nourishing the 5 Grand Masters with these mana hearts. Absorbing the potent energy held within the mana hearts could propel them to even greater heights. In preparation for the Patagon Mountain Range expedition and the impending confrontation with the demon god, the imperative was clear they needed to grow stronger. While Mu-Gun initially contemplated utilizing the behemoth's mana hearts for crafting E-class chevalier armors, the priority shifted to enhancing the strength of the 5 Grand Masters. The prospect of acquiring additional mana hearts from high-ranked monsters in the future rendered this decision more pragmatic. With the mana hearts secured, Mu-Gun summoned the 5 Grand Masters and proposed that they ingest a behemoth's mana heart to augment their mana. Feasting on a monster's mana heart comes at a cost. Accumulates a demonic nature within you. Moreover, the mana heart of a high-ranked monster may lead to a loss of humanity, cautioned Rude Garcia, the paladin. You don't have to worry about that. I will remove the mana heart's demonic nature. How? Rude asked in disbelief. Upir's lightning contains a powerful purification energy. By using Upir's lightning, the mana heart's demonic nature can be removed. Mu-Gun explained. Then, there is no reason not to consume the mana heart. But will it be fine for us to consume the mana heart which we had difficulty getting our hands on? With a behemoth's mana heart, we would be able to produce an E-class Chevalier armor. Mu-Gun shook his head at Filford's remarks. Wouldn't it be worth it if it means the 5 of you grow stronger and can capture more high-ranked monsters? Then, that settles it. I leave it in your hands. Mu-Gun promptly presented the mana hearts and skillfully utilized Thunder God Chi to purge any trace of demonic nature before distributing one to each of the 5 Grand Masters. In a generous gesture, he extended the same process to the mana hearts of the intermediate ranked monsters, passing them to the Master Knights. Observing the Grand Master's advantageous position, the Master Knights, initially envious, couldn't contain their joy as they promptly consumed the intermediate ranked mana hearts. The mana hearts of both high-ranked and intermediate-ranked monsters held an immense reservoir of energy, a formidable challenge to absorb. It was no simple feat. Mishandling the energy within the mana heart could lead to a perilous rampage, even risking one's life. Safely assimilating the mana heart's energy required a meticulous mana circulation technique on par with the Ascension Realm. The Grand Masters already wielded an Ascension Realm mana circulation method, granting them an advantage in absorbing the mana heart's energy. Additionally, those who ascended to Master Knights through the Thunder God Enlightenment spell faced no issues assimilating the mana heart's potency. Having recently cultivated the 9 revolving fire art under Mu-Gun's guidance, they smoothly absorbed the mana heart's energy. The outcome was a substantial surge in their mana reserves. While an immediate rise in their ranks might not occur, the heightened mana reserves promised an enhanced battle prowess. When Mu-Gun confirmed that they had each fully absorbed the mana heart's energy, they began to move again. Rather than linearly ascending the Patagon mountain range, Mu-Gun's party opted for a zigzag course, strategically navigating the entire range. They had a clear objective: eradicate the widely dispersed monsters inhabiting the mountains. The behemoth population within the Patagon mountain range numbered just over 100. Mu-Gun's party traversed the mountain range, systematically vanquishing all the behemoths in their path. Empowered by the augmented mana reserves from consuming the mana hearts, the knights demonstrated their newfound ability to hunt behemoths independently, no longer solely reliant on Mu-Gun's assistance. With a Grand Master leading the charge alongside 6 or 7 masters, defeating the behemoths proved to be a manageable task. Despite some Master Knights sustaining injuries from the behemoth's onslaught, Saintess Maria swiftly administered healing with Upir's authority. However, the damage inflicted on their Chevalier armor remained a lingering concern. While the armor possessed an autonomous restoration magic circle capable of self-repairing minor damage, it proved ineffective against extensive damage. Several knights found themselves incapacitated, unable to utilize their Chevalier armor due to severe damage inflicted by the behemoth's onslaught. The cost of annihilating the behemoths came at a steep price, with more than 20 Chevalier armors rendered unusable in the process. While facing intermediate-ranked monsters might be feasible without Chevalier armor, tackling high-ranked monsters proved challenging. Mu-Gun, being as exceptional as he was, could confront behemoths without relying on armor. However, for Master Knights, a Chevalier armor was indispensable in dealing with high-ranked monsters. The destruction of their Chevalier armor left them incapable of joining the ongoing battle. More than 20 Master Knights have lost their Chevalier armor, and we can't predict how many more will be destroyed as we press forward. I believe it's time to implement preventive measures, Walter reported. How about we let the Master Knights wear the Chevalier armors of the Expert Knights? The Paladin, Rude, opined. That is a good idea. Considering the Expert Knights won't be immediately joining the battle, there's no urgency for them to use their Chevalier armor. Gilfian, another Paladin, concurred. I find that approach a bit unfair to the Expert Knights. They too harbor the desire to partake in the battle. While it may be presently beyond their capabilities, reaching the Master rank with the Sky God's authority could empower them sufficiently. If we ask them to surrender their Chevalier armor merely because they can't immediately engage, it would be akin to depriving them of the chance to contribute in the future, Filford countered. Honestly, that is true, but isn't it a shame for our Master Knights in the current situation? In terms of efficiency, having the Expert Knights relinquish their Chevalier armor might be the most practical course, Rude said dauntlessly.n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Then there would be no reason for the Expert Knights to be part of the expedition squad. Even if they attain the Master rank eventually, without Chevalier armors, they won't be able to contribute in battle, Filford countered. Walter expressed a new opinion. Then how about this? Let's send the Expert Knights away from the battlefield here and ask them to bring over extra Chevalier armor. Rude rejoiced and supported Walter's opinion. That is a good idea. They won't be of help to us at the moment anyway. Rather than that, it would be more meaningful to ask them to bring over extra Chevalier armors. Saintess Maria pointed out, but I wonder if there will be any extra Chevalier armors lying around. You don't have to worry about that. Each nation has Chevalier armors in their reserves in the case of emergency, Walter replied. As Walter said, each nation had a reserve of Chevalier armors in their storage, ranging from C-class to E-class. However, the E-class Chevalier armors only featured completed outer shells, lacking the crucial component an embedded mana heart. The reason for this stemmed from the difficulty in obtaining the essential high-ranked monster's mana heart required to power an E-class Chevalier armor. Despite the absence of mana hearts, each nation proactively manufactured E-class Chevalier armors, anticipating the possibility of embedding them once a high-ranked monster's mana heart was secured. In the Pantheon Kingdom alone, over 10 E-class Chevalier armors were stockpiled in their reserves, all awaiting the crucial mana heart component. I agree with Sir Walter's suggestion. Let's dispatch around 20 individuals to transport the monster's mana hearts we've collected thus far. Excellent plan. By sending back the behemoth's mana hearts we've gathered, we can potentially energize several dozen E-class Chevalier armors, Philford remarked delightedly. The majority of Master Knights were currently equipped with C-class Chevalier armors. Transitioning to E-class Chevalier armors would make them significantly more powerful. Then, if there are no objections, let's do that, Mu-Gun decided. Approximately 20 expert knights from the Golden Dragon Order were chosen and sent to the Evelyn Fief. Those departing for Evelyn surrendered their Chevalier armors to the Master Knights who had lost theirs battling the behemoths. After this exchange, the departing knights set out, allowing the remaining forces to resume the expedition and swiftly eliminate monsters without delay. Mu-Gun's group traversed the behemoth's territory, transitioning into the domain of the drakes. These drakes were wingless, flightless dragons around half the size of ordinary dragons. Nonetheless, they possessed formidable bodies, easily surpassing 30 meters in size despite their reduced stature compared to actual dragons. A drake's entire body was covered in a hide as hard as dragon scales, incredibly robust to the point that even a Grand Master's aura blade struggled to penetrate it easily. The drake's offensive techniques were straightforward, primarily relying on its powerful tail and the claws on its forelegs to display power comparable to that of an aura blade. Alternatively, it could unleash a formidable breath attack through its mouth. Despite relying on a straightforward attack pattern, the drake species showcased unparalleled combat prowess among high-ranked monsters. Even at their colossal size, they had remarkable speed and agility that set them apart. Their swift, nearly imperceptible movements during their attacks posed a formidable challenge even for Grand Masters. The drakes remained formidable adversaries even at a considerable distance, as they could launch powerful breath attacks with precision. Most significantly, every strike from a drake proved lethal. The slash of a drake's claw would often rend the formidable plates of the E-class Chevalier armor like paper, and the strike of a drake's tail would crush the armor. Fortunately, the territory of the drakes was so wide that it was unlikely that multiple drakes would attack at the same time, unlike what had happened in the behemoth's territory. No matter how powerful a drake was, it would not be able to defeat 5 Grand Masters. Moreover, the presence of Mu-Gun, a God Master, further diminished the threat posed by the drakes to his party. Still, they did not let their guard down. Mu-Gun's party had to actively search the mountain range to locate the drakes, as they were rarely seen. Drakes are extremely sensitive to anyone intruding into their territory, so they appear quickly when an intruder appears. Am I mistaken? Asked Walter in puzzlement. They had thoroughly searched the drake's territory, but the monsters were nowhere to be found. I think they probably sensed danger, Philford replied. Are you implying that they figured out the strength of our forces and are avoiding us? If that is not the case, there is no way that the drakes, which are sensitive to their territory, have yet to appear. Are you perhaps trying to call for the other drakes just like the behemoths? The paladin Gilfian said, unable to get rid of the ominous feeling he was getting. Then it will become a tough fight. Do you know how many drakes are inhabiting the Patagon mountain range? The paladin Rude asked Mu-Gun and Walter. I am not sure, but I think there will be about 20 of them, Walter replied. The population of drakes, as Walter had mentioned, was an estimate provided by the Pantheon Kingdom. The estimation relied on the territorial expanse of the drakes. After gaining control of the drakes' territory, the Pantheon Kingdom assessed the number of drakes residing in the Patagon mountain range based on that territory. They concluded that there were approximately 20 drakes in the region. Even if so, there's no way 20 drakes will attack simultaneously, right? Walter frowned at Gilfian. Why do you keep saying such ominous things? The drakes' territory is so wide. Not all of them will move together. I am not saying ominous things. It's just that when we're planning a strategy, we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Thus, we have to prepare for a situation where all the drakes within the Patagon mountain range attack us at the same time, Gilfian said as if he were teaching a student. Well, I have no idea why we should prepare for a completely impossible situation, Walter responded sarcastically, clearly disliking Gilfian's tone. This time around, Gilfian's expression stiffened. If they were left by themselves, it was highly possible a conflict would spark between the two. Mu-Gun immediately mediated. Both of you, please calm down. Arguing over something trivial won't lead to anything positive. Despite our diverse origins and affiliations, we've joined forces with a shared determination to safeguard Avalon. Our ideas and methods may differ, but we shouldn't let that lead to quarrels. We're united in our fight for the same purpose, so let's strive to understand one another and find common ground. You're right. It is my fault for making Sir Walter uncomfortable by making negative remarks over and over again, although it was not on purpose. I will pay more attention to it in the future, so please calm your anger, Sir Walter. Ahem, I too, must have been too sensitive about this. I apologize. After Gilfian apologized to Walter, Walter admitted his mistake and apologized too. Mu-Gun smiled at them. By the way, it is certainly suspicious that the drakes have yet to appear. I think we need to check it out, Rude said. How do you plan to do that? Saintess Maria asked. Rude turned to Mu-Gun. I think you have a way, right? I will try looking for them, Mu-Gun said. Do you have a method to do so? It is nothing special. I will just have to move my body a little bit. What? What do you mean by that? Are you perhaps going to find out by going personally? Rude asked. That's right. Originally, the Sky God possessed the power to traverse the entire Avalon continent in a single day. While my abilities may not match that extent, I can mimic it to some degree. Then, it won't be difficult for you to search through the Patagon mountain range to find the drakes. If they are not in hiding, it won't be too difficult, Mu-Gun said. Then it would have been nice if you had done that right from the beginning. I didn't know that the drakes wouldn't show up. Well, although it's late, isn't it more important to focus on the fact that there is a way to find them? Mu-Gun replied with a big smile. Maria laughed in a baffled manner at Mu-Gun's crafty reply. Then, everyone, please wait here. I will go and take a look around, Mu-Gun said. He ascended into the sky, leaving behind the Avalon Order and the members of the Upper Church. Then, he transformed into a stream of lightning, swiftly vanishing from their view. Mu-Gun activated the Thunder God's shadow, scanning the expansive region surrounding the Patagon mountain range. His movement speed was so exceptional that he could complete a circuit around the Patagon mountain range in the blink of an eye. Mu-Gun was able to survey the mountain range while moving at such incredible speeds because he possessed the Thunder God's heavenly eyes. Having attained divinity, Mu-Gun's Thunder God's heavenly eyes possessed the same ability as a divine eye. Thus, Mu-Gun was able to take a close look inside the mountain range through the Thunder God's heavenly eyes while moving at lightning speed. While swiftly scouring the mountain range for drakes, something caught Mu-Gun's attention. Halting the Thunder God's shadow, he focused on the situation deep within the mountains. He found the drakes he sought, not just one but a cluster of over 10 of them. Yet, that wasn't the main point of his discovery. The drakes were assaulting some people who were inside a protective barrier of colossal tree trunks. Mu-Gun observed the species engaged in combat against the drake group within the fortress. They exhibited beautiful features, closely resembling humans in appearance. The distinctive feature setting them apart from humans was their long, pointed ears. Mu-Gun swiftly discerned their identity. They were Elvis arrays cherished by the forest and spirits. The elves dwelled in the heart of the 4 mountain ranges, far beyond the grasp of humans. Among their sanctuaries was the Valley of the Wind, nestled deep within the Patagon mountain range. Here, Nervidum, the Wind Spirit King and one of the 5 Spirit Kings born from the Spirit God, lay in slumber within the tranquil confines of the Valley of the Wind. The majority of Wind Elves, devoted followers of Spirit King Nervidum, formed contracts with spirits of the wind. While a few elves entered pacts with fire, ice, earth, and tree spirits, their numbers were scarce. Empowered by these spirits, the Wind Elves thrived in the challenging terrain of the Patagon mountain range, teeming with monsters, yet faced little hardship. Monsters refrained from recklessly attacking the dwelling places of the elves, knowing the formidable power wielded by these spirit-endowed beings. The Wind Elves had enjoyed a relatively secure existence, rarely troubled by monster assaults. Yet, a sudden shift occurred. Recently, monsters started organizing and launching coordinated attacks on their home, the Valley of the Wind. Initially, intermediate-ranked monsters invaded. In a swift response, the Wind Elves, harnessing the power of their spirits, successfully defeated and repelled them. This time, a formidable threat emerged in the form of drakes, high-ranked monsters charging at the elves. Not just one, but a group of over 10 drakes descended upon them. Despite the overwhelming number, the Wind Elves remained composed in the face of this invasion, concentrating on their defense. Creating a barricade from tree trunks skillfully arranged by the aid of tree spirits, the elves effectively held back the advancing drakes. They countered the onslaught by launching arrows infused with the potent energy of the wind spirits against the formidable creatures. The arrows whirled through the air, finding their mark as they pierced the drakes attempting to breach the tree trunk defenses. Despite the formidable strength of the wind arrows, comparable to the aura blades wielded by human knights, their impact was somewhat blunted by the drakes' resilient scales. The drakes, letting out bewildered roars, lashed out with their front paws, slashing through the tree trunk walls. Their razor-sharp claws tore the walls apart, as they attempted to force their massive bodies through the gaps. However, before the breach could occur, the tree trunks swiftly entwined once more, sealing the gaps that had formed in the walls. Suddenly, the very ground beneath the drakes surged upward, enveloping them in assault unleashed by the elves in covenant with both tree and earth spirits. However, with a forceful strike onto the ground, the drakes shattered the attempt to engulf them, dispersing the rising earth. The formidable might of the drakes overwhelmed the earth spirits, compelling them to retreat to the spirit world in shock. Scaling the tree trunk walls, the wind elves harnessed the power of the wind spirits to conjure a massive storm. A swirling tempest engulfed the drakes, thwarting their attempts to assail the walls anew. The windstorm swallowed the drakes whole, lifting their colossal bodies, and coiling them into the spiraling currents as they ascended into the sky. In an instant, the windstorm, which had elevated the drakes into the sky, forcefully drove them back down to the ground. Caught within the tempest's grasp, the drakes plummeted simultaneously, triggering a violent explosion upon impact. The ground, upon receiving the descending drakes, fractured as though shaken by an earthquake, forming a crater more than 10 meters deep. The force of plummeting from a height of tens of meters was powerful enough to shatter megalith stones. Astonishingly, the drakes, despite the impact, effortlessly rose from the recessed ground. While their massive bodies swayed slightly, indicating a minor effect from the fall, it seemed to have little impact on their overall resilience. N/O/bell/B/jn.C//OM. Observing the drakes effortlessly rise, seemingly unscathed, the wind elves conjured another windstorm. However, wary of repetition, they didn't remain passive. Simultaneously, the drakes opened their mouths and unleashed a torrent of flame breath. The windstorm weakened, faltering against the penetrating force of the flame breaths. The fiery onslaught easily subdued the once formidable windstorm, piercing through the tree trunk walls. To compound matters, red flames climbed the walls, igniting the entire barricade. The once stalwart tree trunk wall, like an iron fortress guarding the Valley of the Wind, succumbed swiftly to the blaze, crumbling as it was consumed by fire. Despite the efforts of the elves who had formed alliances with tree spirits, the encroaching flames left them powerless. The drakes, their bodies ablaze, forcefully broke through the disintegrating walls and breached the Valley of the Wind. Suddenly, a colossal wind sphere hurtled towards the drakes from the depths of the Valley of the Wind. Struck by the forceful impact, the drakes were pushed backward, colliding with the blazing remnants of the tree trunk walls. Emerging from the valley's heart, where the wind sphere originated, 13 elves soared through the air with grace, descending before the drakes like ethereal gusts. The group of 13 comprised high elves, the pinnacle of power within the elven community. In human terms, these high elves held a noble status among their kind, endowed with inherently superior abilities compared to ordinary elves. Their exceptional spiritual prowess enabled them to form contracts with the highest-ranked spirits, a feat beyond the reach of regular elves. What set them apart further was their ability to channel greater power through harmonizing with the spirits, rather than merely utilizing their power in a straightforward manner. The display of their might was apparent in how effortlessly they had sent the drakes flying moments ago. Despite this, it became clear that their attacks alone were insufficient to defeat the drakes. The formidable creatures, momentarily trapped amidst the blazing remnants of the tree trunk walls, swiftly regained their footing. Upon seeing the drakes rise once more, the high elves acknowledged the need for a heightened response. Harmonizing with the wind spirits, a colossal wind enveloped their forms. In a manifestation of ethereal blue light, the wind spirits surrounded the high elves like a protective armor. The wind armor, spanning over 10 meters, adorned the bodies of the high elves. The wind armor materialized as a swirling tempest, its rapid motion beyond the discernment of the naked eye. Possessing strong deflection capabilities and inherent crushing power, the wind armor had the ability to swiftly repel or obliterate any incoming attack. Furthermore, each of the high elves wielded 2 wind swords, enhancing their offensive capabilities. Crafted from the concentrated aggregation of wind, swirling at the speed of light, the wind swords exuded a potent and destructive force. As the high elves donned the wind armor and brandished the wind swords through their harmonization with the spirits, their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the chevalier armor adorned by human knights. The drakes soared towards the high elves. Undaunted, the high elves, resolute in their stance, advanced towards the approaching drakes. Then began the fierce clash between the high elves and the formidable drakes. At the cliff's edge, overlooking the Valley of the Wind, Mu-Gun observed the unfolding battle. Initially compelled to intervene upon witnessing the collapse of the tree trunk barricade, he reconsidered as the high elves entered the fray. After gauging their energy levels, Mu-Gun concluded that his assistance was unnecessary for the moment, and continued to vigilantly watch over the unfolding conflict. The high elves resisted the drakes' advances with unwavering resolve. The drakes, utilizing their formidable claws and tails, sought to corner the high elves. Their aggressive and agile maneuvers, a surprising contrast to their massive size, posed a challenge even for seasoned Grand Masters to evade. Nevertheless, the high elves embodied the very essence of the wind. The drakes' assaults proved futile against the high elves' ethereal movements reminiscent of the wind itself. Evading wasn't the sole strategy for the high elves. They exploited every opening created by the drakes' attacks. Swiftly wielding their wind swords in the spaces between each assault, the high elves struck with precision. The drakes, unable to evade these calculated strikes, sustained injuries with each piercing thrust and swing of the wind swords. Despite the strength of the high elves' assaults, their wind swords, crafted by the wind spirits, fell short of inflicting fatal damage on the drakes. The blades, though powerful, struggled to penetrate the drakes' resilient scales and the protective magical field enveloping them. Nonetheless, it wasn't that the drakes emerged unscathed. With every slash of the wind swords, the drakes absorbed a substantial amount of damage, leaving them visibly affected by the relentless attacks. However, due to the unique regenerative capabilities of high-ranked monsters, the drakes swiftly recuperated from their injuries. It became evident that the high elves required a more potent attack to overcome the regenerative prowess of the drakes. The real problem was that the wind swords materialized by the wind spirits represented the height of the high elves' offensive capabilities. While the high elves remained composed in the face of the drakes' onslaught, the challenge lay in their struggle to defeat the formidable creatures. In this deadlock, victory or defeat seemed to be determined by endurance, and the advantage tilted in favor of the drakes. The mana heart within the drakes contained a substantial reservoir of magical energy, ensuring that they wouldn't easily exhaust their magical power. On the contrary, despite the exceptional spiritual power wielded by the high elves, there existed a discernible limitation. Moreover, engaging in spirit harmonization accelerated the depletion of their spiritual energy. In a prolonged battle, the High Elves faced the looming possibility of exhausting their power before the Drakes did. Indeed, with the passage of time, the wind armors adorning the High Elves slowly diminished in strength and size. Their spiritual power dwindled to a point where sustaining the original size of the armor became challenging. Moreover, the once seamless movements of the High Elves began to exhibit a subtle tremor as they evaded the relentless assaults from the Drakes. To the untrained eye, these subtle changes might have gone unnoticed, but Mu-Gun, with his keen perception, observed them keenly. Furthermore, as some of the comparatively less powerful High Elves found themselves in precarious situations, losing ground against the Drakes, Mu-Gun decided to intervene to aid the High Elf facing the most challenging circumstances. Alicia Bernhard, a crucial figure among the 13 High Elves supporting the Wind Elves, found herself increasingly pressed by the relentless assaults of the Drakes. With her spiritual power diminishing, the once unwavering spirit harmonization began to falter. Gradually slowing down, Alicia struggled to evade the Drakes' attacks effectively. Compelled to resort to blocking the Drakes' assaults, Alicia found her weakening power insufficient to withstand the destructive force of the Drakes. Each attempt to block their attacks resulted in her being forcefully propelled backward. The cumulative damage inflicted upon her intensified with each successive blow. As time wore on, Alicia's movements dwindled further, making it increasingly difficult to intercept the relentless onslaught of the Drakes. Shielding herself from the Drake's front paw, the impact propelled her to the side. The Drake, undeterred, followed up with a forceful tail whip, generating an intense sound. Alicia, her focus wavering, faced a daunting challenge. Having already strained to block the previous attacks, the approaching tail proved difficult to halt. With the diminishing wind armor now reduced to a mere 5 meters, Alicia braced herself to endure the impending assault. Bracing herself for the imminent impact, Alicia clenched her teeth and shut her eyes just as the Drake's tail closed in. Subsequently, an explosion resounded. However, an odd sensation enveloped her. Surprisingly, Alicia sensed neither shock nor pain coursing through her body, a scenario which was impossible if struck by the Drake's tail. Fueled by curiosity, she quickly opened her eyes to investigate. A figure bathed in a burst of golden lightning materialized before her, positioned as a barrier between Alicia and the oncoming Drake, effortlessly halting its tail with a single hand. Before Alicia could fully comprehend the situation, the figure swiftly took action. Closing the distance with remarkable speed, the figure extended a hand toward the Drake, which was in the midst of swinging its front paw. The golden lightning, forming into a colossal palm, clashed with the Drake's front paw. The creature's formidable claws possessed enough power to shred the wind armor, crafted by the highest-ranked wind spirits, in a single slash. Observing this, Alicia anticipated that the lightning palm emanating from the mysterious figure's hands would succumb to the Drake's claws. Contrary to her expectations, however, the golden palm not only resisted being torn apart but went on to shatter the Drake's claws, crushing its front paws in the process. Roaring in agony, the Drake, now with broken claws and front paws, unleashed a mighty flame breath. The searing flame surged forth, aimed at the individual wielding the golden lightning. Concern etched across Alicia's face as she pondered the man's fate in the face of the impending inferno. Her worry proved unnecessary. A golden sword materialized in the hands of the man enveloped in the golden lightning. Swiftly expanding, the thunderbolt sword thrust towards the oncoming flame breath. Upon the sword's contact with the fiery onslaught, the flame breath split in two, dispersing to either side. The thunderbolt sword's momentum did not wane. Following the division of the flame breath, it extended ceaselessly, piercing through the Drake's open mouth and emerging from the creature's nape. Despite the agonizing pain from the thunderbolt sword impaling its nape, the Drake clung to its will to attack. With unwavering determination, it swung its tail towards Mu-Gun. Rather than attempting to block the incoming tail, Mu-Gun lifted the thunderbolt sword, still embedded in the Drake's nape, into the sky. As Mu-Gun raised the thunderbolt sword, the Drake's head was cleanly cleaved in two, suspended in the air. The colossal body of the Drake, now devoid of strength, crumpled to the side as its head was instantly divided. The tail that had swung at Mu-Gun also dropped weakly to the ground. Despite the remarkable regenerative powers of a Drake, survival proved impossible once its head had been completely severed. Alicia gazed at Mu-Gun with admiration, marveling at his effortless defeat of the same Drake that had earlier cornered her. The mysterious human's sudden appearance and decisive intervention left Alicia curious about his identity and the extraordinary abilities he displayed in her rescue. Mu-Gun, focused on the immediate threat, displayed little interest in Alicia. His priority was clear: to eliminate the remaining Drakes, still numbering over 10. Without acknowledging Alicia, he swiftly redirected his attention towards the other looming threats. Observing this, Alicia regarded Mu-Gun with a perplexed expression. Though seemingly overlooked, she harbored no offense, understanding that their primary objective was to deal with the Drakes. Mu-Gun conjured a thunderbolt sword, continuously expanding in both size and length, and launched an assault against the Drakes. Even the attacks from the High Elves, infused with the might of the highest-ranked wind spirits, struggled to breach the formidable defense of the Drakes. However, Mu-Gun's thunderbolt sword proved unparalleled, effortlessly piercing through the Drake's resilient scales and magical force field. One by one, the Drakes succumbed to Mu-Gun's onslaught, their heads punctured by the relentless strikes of the thunderbolt sword. Sensing the impending threat posed by Mu-Gun, the remaining Drakes abandoned their engagements with the High Elves and converged on him. In unison, they launched a coordinated attack against Mu-Gun. As the drakes unleashed flame breaths from all directions, Mu-Gun responded by emanating a wave of golden thunder chi around his body. The thunder chi coalesced into layers, enveloping Mu-Gun in a shield. Known as the Golden Thunder God Star, this martial art comprised 9 layers, forming the most robust protective Vajra chi. The technique was a fusion of the iron blood Vajra body cultivation and the 9-layered thunder wall from the flying golden shield. The flame breaths collided with the Golden Thunder God Star with tremendous force. Yet, the Golden Thunder God Star proved to be more resilient. The flame breaths were repelled by the robust defense, scattering in all directions. The drakes, taken aback, found themselves confounded by Mu-Gun's ability to withstand their potent flame breaths. In an instant, Mu-Gun vanished from their view, prompting the drakes to frantically scan their surroundings. To their surprise, Mu-Gun was now suspended 10 meters above the ground, surrounded by dozens of rapidly materializing thunderbolt swords. As the count reached 100 swords, Mu-Gun unleashed them simultaneously upon the drakes below. As the drakes hastily unleashed flame breaths to counter the thunderbolt swords, Mu-Gun showcased his remarkable control. Swiftly evading the oncoming flames, he deftly manipulated the thunderbolt swords, directing them to pierce the seemingly impervious bodies of the drakes with ease. Not only that, but the thunderbolt swords, having penetrated their robust scales, remained embedded in their bodies, tearing through flesh. The organs within were shredded, and the muscles and nerves severed by the lightning discharged from the thunderbolt swords. With their insides utterly ravaged, the drakes slumped weakly onto their sides. Despite the extraordinary regenerative powers of drakes, the extent of the damage inflicted left them incapable of recovery, as it was fundamentally impossible to regenerate when their insides were utterly obliterated. Unconvinced by the defeated state of the drakes, Mu-Gun summoned 8 thunderbolt swords, each exceeding 10 meters in length. With precise strikes, he drove the thunderbolt swords into the heads of the incapacitated drakes, reducing their once formidable heads to a state resembling crushed tofu. Satisfied that the drakes were completely defeated, Mu-Gun released his thunder god chi and gracefully descended back to the ground. The Wind Elves, along with the High Elves, regarded him with admiration. The eldest among the Wind Elves addressed Mu-Gun with a question, "Are you the representative of the Sky God Upur?" "That's right," Mu-Gun promptly replied. "As expected. I am Frau's Eleanor, chief of the Wind Elves. It is an honor to meet the Sky God Upur's representative. On behalf of the Wind Elves, I would like to extend my gratitude to you. Thank you for protecting our tribe from the drakes. Thanks to you, we were able to avoid the disaster of extinction." Fraus, the chief of the Wind Elves, expressed his gratitude with a bow towards Mu-Gun. The other elves behind him also bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude towards Mu-Gun. "Please, lift your heads. As the representative of the Sky God Upur, it is my duty to assist the elves, who serve the spirit god Vahara. There's no need for such formality. Thank you. By the way, given that the Sky God Upur has dispatched a representative, it suggests that the demon god has descended." "That is correct. Has there been no oracle from the spirit god Vahara?" "I don't have information about other tribes, but among our own, we have not received any guidance. To be honest, none among us is deemed worthy enough to directly hear the words of the almighty spirit god Vahara," Fraus admitted with a bitter expression. Avalon comprised 4 elf tribes, each venerating one of the 4 spirit kings. These spirit kings were entities created by the spirit god Vahara, who had bestowed upon them a portion of their essence. Each of the 4 elf tribes fervently awaited the moment when they would be chosen by the spirit king they worshipped. Yet, being chosen by a spirit king was no simple matter. Only elves deemed worthy and qualified had the chance to be selected. The Wind Elves, for instance, had not experienced the favor of the Wind Spirit King for centuries. Without being chosen by their respective spirit kings, it remained impossible for them to establish a direct connection with the greater being, the spirit god Vahara. "I see. But how did you know our tribe was in danger?" Fraus asked. "I did not arrive here with prior knowledge of the danger your tribe faced. Rather, I was looking for the drakes when I happened to see them attacking your tribe. You must have come in here to wipe out the monsters." Fraus came to a conjecture. "Yes, and there is also a matter I require assistance with from the elves." "From us? With all due respect, I would like to form a spirit contract." "You wish to form a spirit contract?" Fraus asked in surprise. "To be honest, given my current strength, facing a fully powered demon god would prove challenging. So, if I am deemed worthy, I would like to seek the assistance of the Spirit King's power." "The power of the Spirit King?" Fraus exclaimed in shock, expressing incredulity at the idea of forming a contract with a Spirit King, suggesting it appeared to be a far-fetched aspiration. Even for the elves, contracting with a Spirit King was not an easily granted privilege. Fraus, reflecting on this reality, found the notion of a human contracting with a Spirit King to be absurd and improbable. "Of course, I know it is not an easy task. But still, shouldn't I try everything I can? Very well, I will assist you in participating in the spirit contract ritual. However, it would be best not to expect too much." In gratitude for Mu-Gun's heroic intervention, Fraus resolved to conduct a spirit contract ritual. Realistically, he harbored no expectation that the Wind Spirit King would choose Mu-Gun. At most, Fraus considered it a stroke of luck if Mu-Gun could successfully contract with a high-ranked spirit. "Thank you." Mu-Gun, fully aware of the limited possibilities, was already grateful for the opportunity to partake in a spirit contract ritual. "We need time to prepare the spirit contract ritual. I am fine even if it takes a few days," Mu-Gun said. We don't need that long, just one day will be enough. Then, there is enough time for me to go find my companions. You came with a party, huh? I will come back after letting them know that I am safe. Alright, do what you have to do. Meanwhile, I will prepare for the spirit contract ritual. Understood. Following the conversation with Fraus, Mu-Gun proceeded to the location where members of the Avalon Order and the Upper Church awaited him. Concerns had grown among them due to Mu-Gun's prolonged absence, and their relief was palpable upon his safe return. Mu-Gun conveyed the news of successfully vanquishing the drakes that threatened the elf tribe. In return for his heroic act, the elves had graciously agreed to conduct a spirit contract ritual for him. He requested the party's patience, asking them to await the completion of the ritual. Following the update to the party, Mu-Gun returned to the Valley of the Wind. Upon his arrival, he found the High Elf Alicia patiently waiting for him. You're back already. I am Alicia Bernhard. Thank you for saving me from the drakes. I think you have already thanked me, no? Mu-Gun recalled. That was on behalf of the entire tribe. Now I am personally thanking you. Alright. You're welcome then. Mu-Gun replied with a big smile. But are you not going to tell me your name? I am Argon Leonia of Venatia. Mu-Gun introduced himself. I was surprised. I never expected that there would be anyone as amazing as you among the humans, Argon. But that doesn't mean I am looking down on humans, so please don't get me wrong. You may not know, but there are many humans as strong as you, Alicia. Without having to look far, among the party that came with me to the Patagon mountain range, there are 5 people as strong as you. Humans are that strong? The sky god Upur did not make a human their representative for no reason. Humans may be weaker than the elves, but in exchange, they are beings who have infinite possibilities. Infinite possibilities, huh? That's an envious thing to hear. The elves could only enhance their strength through spirit contracts. However, to form such contracts, they had to be chosen by the spirits. The potency of the elves' abilities relied on both their innate bloodline and the rank of the spirits with which they formed contracts. In contrast to elves, who could only grow strong through the selection of spirits, humans could strengthen themselves through dedicated efforts. Alicia harbored a sense of envy towards humans, recognizing their ability to grow stronger based on their individual endeavors. Furthermore, the Wind Elves' situation was disheartening, having gone without the favor of the Wind Spirit King for several centuries. But if I manage to contract the Wind Spirit King, what will happen to its relationship with the Wind Elves? Do you think you can contract with the Wind Spirit King? Alicia asked seriously. Still, shouldn't I have some expectations? That won't happen, but if you really contract the Wind Spirit King, the Wind Elves must obey your words, Argon. By that, you mean absolute obedience? Yes. If you are chosen by the Wind Spirit King, your words are the Wind Spirit King's words. Therefore, our tribe, who worship the Wind Spirit King, cannot refute your words. Alicia explained. But don't worry too much. Even if I am contracted with the Wind Spirit King, I will not make any inappropriate request to the Wind Elves. Mu-Gun reassured Alicia. I am not worried at all. No matter how great of a human being you are, you can't be contracted to the Wind Spirit King. Is it because I am a human? N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//om. Yes, just as the sky god Upur chose a human as their representative over elves, the Spirit Kings will undoubtedly select elves as their partners instead of humans, Alicia said confidently. We will wait and see in due time. Despite Alicia's affirmation, Mu-Gun clung to the hope of forming a contract with the Wind Spirit King. The looming presence of the demon god fueled his determination. Considering that the Thunder God was already aware of the demon god's arrival, it followed that the Spirit God and the Spirit Kings in their service were also cognizant of the impending threat. Nevertheless, the absence of any contracted elves among the Spirit Kings hinted at a lack of qualified candidates. In Mu-Gun's estimation, the Spirit Kings would undoubtedly take action to thwart the demon god. To achieve this, they would need to establish a contract with a being in Avalon. Should no eligible elves be found, they might seek alternatives to contract with other beings in their efforts to counter the impending threat posed by the demon god. With this reasoning, Mu-Gun held on to the belief that, despite not being an elf, he might still be able to contract with a Spirit King. While there was no certainty that Mu-Gun himself would be the contractor, the prospect was not entirely out of reach. Let's wait and see. There's still time before the ritual is ready, so let me guide you to a place where you can rest for now, Alicia suggested. It's an honor to be guided by a high elf herself, Mu-Gun said. I am only doing this special favor because it is for none other than you since you saved my life, Argon. Alicia shrugged and guided Mu-Gun inside the Valley of the Wind. The Valley of the Wind was surrounded by towering green trees, their branches adorned with houses crafted from woven tree vini, a collection of tree houses that served as the abode for the Wind Elves. Mu-Gun was led to a tree house next to Alicia's house. My house is next door, so call me if you need something. For starters, I'm hungry. Could you get me something to eat? Mu-Gun requested. Will fruits and nuts do? That'd be more than enough. Wait a moment. Alicia went to her house and brought back a wooden basket full of fruits and nuts. This is a staple food for us, but I don't know if it will suit a human's taste buds. I think it's going to be delicious. Mu-Gun took out a red fruit in the wooden basket and took a bite. A sour and sweet taste of the pulp filled his mouth. It's delicious. I've never had a fruit like this before. It's only available in the mountain range here, but even us elves find it difficult to forage for it, Alicia said. That's very precious. Thanks to you, my taste buds are in for a luxurious treat. I'm glad you like it. Help yourself to it. You won't glare at me for eating it all later, right? That won't happen, so don't worry and eat. Thank you for the meal. Then, I will get going. Mu-Gun started eating the fruits and nuts after Alicia had returned to her neighboring house. The fruits and nuts she had brought over were all delicious. After eating his fill, Mu-Gun rested comfortably in the tree house. It's been almost a month since I came here. Mu-Gun lay on a bed made of wood vines and counted the days since he crossed over to Avalon. In the context of Central Plains time, merely an hour had elapsed. The slower passage of time in Avalon afforded Mu-Gun a more leisurely approach in his mission to confront and eliminate the demon god. While Mu-Gun harbored a strong desire to swiftly fulfill his duties and reunite with his loved ones in the Central Plains, the task of eradicating the demon god demanded a meticulous and cautious approach. Rushing into this formidable challenge could lead to defeat, rendering any hope of returning to the Central Plains indefinitely futile. So, Mu-Gun recognized the necessity of patiently augmenting his power and proceeding with calculated steps to ensure the successful vanquishing of the demon god. A day after Mu-Gun's arrival in the Valley of the Wind, Frows, the chief of the Wind Elves, summoned him. All the necessary arrangements for the spirit contract ritual had been finalized. Accompanying Alicia, Mu-Gun ventured into the heart of the Valley of the Wind, where Frows and 6 high elves awaited. At their designated location, a vast hexagonal magic circle adorned the ground. Positioned at each vertex of the magic circle, a staff adorned with a spirit stone was firmly embedded. Alicia explained that this intricate setup constituted a spirit summoning array designed to unveil the portal to the spirit realm. How will the spirit contract ritual be done? Mu-Gun asked Frows. As we open the portal to the spirit realm and you declare your intent to form a contract with a spirit, the spirits will examine you. If one among them chooses you, then you can forge a contract. However, if no spirit selects you, becoming a contractor will be unattainable, Alicia explained. If I had known this, I would have performed a purification beforehand. Don't worry. The spirits look at what's on the inside, not outside. Looking at the elves, I don't think that's the case. All the elves are handsome and beautiful. Stop being cheeky and get ready for the ritual. If I were to give you a piece of advice, an earnest heart is most important in order to sign a contract with a spirit. So, let the spirits feel your desperation. Frows advised. I will keep that in mind. If you are ready, go stand in the middle of the spirit summoning array. Following Frows' instructions, Mu-Gun stood at the center of the magic circle. Then, we will proceed with the ritual. Having conveyed this to Mu-Gun, Frows proceeded to place his hand on the staff lodged in one of the vertices of the magic circle. Simultaneously, the other 5 vertices saw the high elves, venerable members of the wind elves, following suit and resting their hands upon the corresponding staffs. The 6 high elves channeled their spiritual energy into the staffs. As the spirit stones on the staffs emitted a radiant glow, infusing the spirit summoning array with energy, intricate patterns within the array became luminous. A vibrant wave of blue light ascended into the sky. Through the activated spirit summoning array, the portal to the spirit realm unfurled, establishing a connection between the middle realm and the spirit realm. Sensing a powerful force emanating from the spirit realm's gateway, Mu-Gun extended his consciousness into that ethereal domain. There, he engaged in communication with the spirits using the language of the gods. I am the sky god Upir's representative, and I am tasked with the mission to eradicate the demon god, which has descended on this land. However, I hold too little power to do so. As such, I would like to ask for help from the supreme beings within the spirit realm. The spirit god Vahara had once eradicated the demon god with the sky god Upir. If you have inherited the spirit god Vahara's will and are willing to eradicate the demon god with me, I dare to hope that you will manifest before me. Mu-Gun fervently addressed the spirits in the spirit realm, driven by a profound resolve. Despite his earnest efforts, there was no response. As expected, is it not working? Just when disappointment began to settle within Mu-Gun, an immense energy surged forth from the spirit realm. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind materialized before him, reaching towering heights. Within moments, the swirling vortex transformed into a colossal figure bearing a humanoid semblance. Upon laying eyes on the colossal figure, a wind giant enveloped in a ferocious storm, Mu-Gun immediately recognized it as Nervidum, the Wind Spirit King. The divinity emanating from Nervidum far surpassed Mu-Gun's own. Nervidum spoke in disappointment. I was looking forward to it because you said you are the sky god's representative, but you're weaker than I thought. However, my determination to eradicate the demon god is stronger than anyone else. That, I admit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me like this. Then, would you sign a contract with me? There is no one among the wind elves who can handle my power, so I have no choice but to sign a contract with you. But the foundation of my energy is thunder chi, so is it possible for us to sign a contract? Nervidum spoke pridefully. There is nothing freer than the wind in this world. The wind can go anywhere, and it can get along with anyone. It is no different with thunder chi. Mu-Gun's primary concern lay in the foundation of his energy thunder chi. The 4 energies associated with the spirit kings, created by the spirit god, were confined to fire, ice, earth, and wind. Mu-Gun was worried about the possibility of signing a contract with a spirit king whose energy differed from the thunder. As such, he was relieved when he heard Nervidum's answer. How do we sign a contract? Nervidum offered a contract without explaining it. I, Nervidum, want to sign a contract with the human, Baek Mu-Gun, according to the ancient pledge. Does the human, Baek Mu-Gun, want a contract with me, Nervidum? I do, Mu-Gun answered without hesitation. Both parties desire the contract, so the old pledge has been established. The ancient pledge will remain in effect until its existence is extinguished. Is this all? That's all. If you need me, call me with your will. As long as you exist, I will show myself wherever you are. I have a question. What is it? I don't have any spiritual powers, unlike the elves. So, is it possible for me to summon a spirit king? You brought up something crucial in a hurry. Anyway, to answer your question, it doesn't matter whether you have spiritual power or not. Your energy contains the divinity of the sky god Yupur. Your energy is much more effective than spiritual power. I see, I understand. Then, please go back for now. I will call you if I need your help, Nervidum. Alright. Just as it materialized, Nervidum transformed back into a whirlwind, vanishing into the spirit realm. Shortly thereafter, the gateway to the spirit realm sealed shut, and the radiant blue light emitted by the spirit summoning array faded away. How could a human sign a contract with the great Nervidum? The high elves, who had activated the spirit summoning array, gazed at Mu-Gun in disbelief. They had witnessed Mu-Gun becoming the contractor for the wind spirit king Nervidum. This was the very Nervidum who had eluded them for centuries, despite the desperate pleas of the elves. Nevertheless, Nervidum not only responded to a human's summons but also entered into a contract with that human. Frows and the high elves found it hard to digest the present circumstances. Regardless of their acceptance, the undeniable truth stood: Mu-Gun had forged an unalterable contract with the wind spirit king. At the same time, Mu-Gun, positioned at the heart of the magic circle, noticed the high elves casting a complex gaze in his direction. He understood how they felt. From their perspective, witnessing a human enter into a contract with the wind spirit king was both exasperating and seemingly unjust. Yet, this was a result of Nervidum's own decisions. If blame needed a target, it rested solely on them for falling short of satisfying Nervidum. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun harbored gratitude toward them. Expressing his gratitude, Mu-Gun thanked the high elves for activating the spirit summoning array, saying n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I appreciate it. Thanks to all of you, I managed to forge a contract with the formidable wind spirit king, Nervidum. I would like to acknowledge it, but there must be a good reason why the great Nervidum chose you. Frows, the chief of the wind elves, said with a bitter smile. The mighty Nervidum selected me because it desires to join forces in vanquishing the demon god. As you're aware, the spirit god Vahara once expended their utmost efforts alongside the sky god Yupur to eliminate the demon god. It stands to reason that the illustrious Nervidum, born of the spirit god Vahara, shares a similar determination to confront and defeat the demon god. How does this resonate with the wind elves, devout worshippers of the wind spirit king Nervidum? We, the wind elves, will also do our best to defeat the demon god. In response to Frow's reply, Mu-Gun respectfully requested. Then, can I dare ask you all to fight the demon god with me? We will gladly do so. Frows accepted Mu-Gun's request without a moment of hesitation. The other high elves didn't object to Frow's answer, indicating that they were on the same page. It was only natural for the wind elves to follow the wind spirit king Nervidum. Thank you. The great Nervidum will be pleased with the decision of the wind elves. What should we do now? Frows asked. First of all, would you please wipe out the monsters in the Patagon mountain range with me? We shall. Instead, only the high elves, who can summon the highest ranked spirits, will participate. The elves who can only use spirits ranking lower than that will not be of much help anyway. That's what I wanted. Well then, please join up with my party as soon as you are ready. I will get the high elves to prepare right away, Frows said firmly. Frows took charge, rallying the high elves with the prowess to summon the highest ranked spirits. An hour elapsed, and 13 high elves, the mightiest among the wind elves, departed from the Valley of the Wind, accompanying Mu-Gun. Among them was Alicia, walking side by side with Mu-Gun. Her eyes gleamed with admiration as they rested on Mu-Gun. She had developed a certain fondness for him, especially after he rescued her from danger. However, this fondness escalated when Mu-Gun became the contractor for the wind spirit king, Nervidum. In Alicia's eyes, Mu-Gun now appeared even more impressive than any other elf. Alongside this admiration, a fervent desire emerged within her to claim Mu-Gun as her own. Originally, elves were creatures devoid of intense emotions and possessive desires, and Alicia was no exception. However, a transformative shift unfolded when she crossed paths with the near-perfect being known as Baek Mu-Gun. Alicia had been openly observing Mu-Gun for a while, and a wry smile crept across Mu-Gun's face upon realizing it. He discerned Alicia's romantic interest in him, but he harbored no intention of reciprocating her feelings. It was only fair for him not to initiate a relationship for which he couldn't assume responsibility. Alicia, I will leave Avalon as soon as I eradicate the demon god, so don't be interested in me. You're leaving Avalon? Alicia asked, not denying that she was interested in Mu-Gun. I can't go into the details, but that is the truth. Then, I will be interested in you until you leave Avalon. You're not going to say no to that too, are you? Alicia said. In the current circumstances, our primary focus must be on the crucial mission of eliminating the demon god. There's no room to divert our attention elsewhere. It's merely an excuse. We won't be engaged in continuous combat against the demon god 24 hours a day. We still need to eat, sleep, and rest during our mission to eradicate the demon god. So, why shouldn't love between a man and a woman be permitted? Alicia questioned, unconvinced. Mu-Gun fell momentarily silent. Despite Alicia's perspective that fostering affection during the mission was acceptable, he couldn't give in to her wishes. Ahem, the important thing is that I don't think of you that way, Alicia. No way. It doesn't make sense that you are not attracted to an elf as beautiful as me. Humans go crazy over the beauty of an elf, Alicia said with a look of disbelief. Mu-Gun found himself momentarily stunned as Alicia confidently flaunted her beauty. However, given her remarkable looks, such self-assurance seemed entirely justified. In fact, when Mu-Gun gazed upon Alicia's face, he couldn't help but be impressed, almost as if he were beholding a work of art. Yet, this admiration didn't translate into romantic feelings. Perhaps her perfection made it challenging for him to be drawn to her in a romantic sense. Not every human behaves that way. Most importantly, there's already a woman in my heart, and I have no intention of entertaining the thought of another woman above her. So, please, let go of your interest in me, Alicia. If you say it that way, it makes me even greedier, Alicia said provocatively. That will only hurt your heart. Even so, I don't plan on giving up. If I give up without even trying, I will definitely regret it later. A wry smile played on Mu-Gun's lips in response to Alicia's words. He understood that, regardless of his statements, rejecting her attention had become a futile endeavor. Given the circumstances, he had no alternative but to fortify his defenses against her advances and create some distance until Alicia restrained herself. Accompanied by 13 high elves, Mu-Gun made his way to the meeting point where members of the Avalon Order and the Upper Church had assembled. The presence of the high elves surprised the members, unaware that Mu-Gun had met with the Wind Elves, let alone expecting them to accompany him. Allow me to introduce everyone. These are the high elves, leaders of the Wind Elves. Starting today, they will be joining our ranks. Does that mean they will participate in the war against the demon god? Philford asked. That's right. That's great. It would be a great help if the high elves, known to be the strongest among the elves, joined us. The members of the Avalon Order and the Upper Church extended a warm welcome to the high elves, met with reciprocated smiles. Meanwhile, as the high elves aligned with their cause, the expert knights returned from their mission to the Evelyn Fief. Returning with a valuable haul, the expert knights brought 10 E-class Chevalier armors and 30 C-class Chevalier armors. Mu-Gun methodically distributed the E-class Chevalier armors based on skill levels, and the Avalon knights didn't voice any objections. They didn't dare question God's representative's judgment. Equipped with the newly acquired Chevalier armors, Mu-Gun's party embarked on the quest to locate the remaining drakes. The task of searching for the drakes was delegated to the High Elves. The High Elves harnessed the power of the wind spirits, summoning hundreds of intermediate-ranked spirits simultaneously. They instructed them to scour the Patagon mountain range. The wind spirits possessed the ability to share their consciousness with their summoners regardless of distance. With the wind spirits actively scouting, the High Elves would receive immediate updates upon detecting the drakes. This allowed Mu-Gun's party to search without having to constantly move, offering a comfortable and efficient approach. Thanks to the High Elves, they quickly located the drakes. The challenge lay in the considerable distance between Mu-Gun's party and the drakes, requiring several hours of travel for the entire group. However, with Mu-Gun and the High Elves focusing their efforts, they could cover the distance to the drakes in a matter of minutes. Mu-Gun communicated his plan to the Avalon Knights and the members of the Upper Church, indicating his intent to join the High Elves in confronting and defeating the drakes. Unsurprisingly, they raised objections, expressing their determination to fight alongside him. However, when Mu-Gun pointed out that it would take too long to travel, they were forced to accept it. Considering the additional drakes awaiting confrontation, it was impractical to locate and defeat them individually. The urgency to swiftly eradicate the monsters heightened, given the uncertainty of what tricks the demon god might employ using the monsters. Ultimately, the members of the Avalon Order and the Upper Church remained behind, while Mu-Gun and the High Elves proceeded. In a matter of minutes, utilizing the Thunder God's shadow and the united power of the High Elves and their wind spirits, Mu-Gun and the Elves arrived at the location of the drakes. The High Elves wasted no time and launched a direct assault on the drakes. With their coordinated attacks, the drakes succumbed swiftly. Commencing with this success, Mu-Gun and the High Elves systematically defeated each of the drakes pinpointed by the wind spirits. Having slaughtered 8 drakes in this manner, the immediate vicinity was now devoid of any more. Following the eradication of the drakes, Mu-Gun's group advanced toward the territory of the wyverns, acknowledged as the most formidable monsters in the Patagon mountain range. Wyverns, often dubbed little dragons, possessed a combination of feature-recent alligator's mouth, bat-like wings, hawk's claws, and a tail with a pointed arrowhead. They were approximately the same size as drakes. L.B//JNN. Wyverns stood as the mightiest beings in Avalon, excluding the dragons confined within God's boundary beyond the Patagon mountain range. Their strength paralleled that of drakes, but wyverns possessed a distinct advantage: wings, a feature absent in drakes. The freedom of flight endowed wyverns with a significantly enhanced ability to exert power compared to their wingless counterparts. The aerial prowess of a wyvern, coupled with its ability to unleash potent breath attacks, rendered it unparalleled. Facing a wyvern, adversaries found themselves restricted to defensive measures, attempting to block the creature's breath assaults from the high sky where counterattacks were futile. Inevitably, most opponents succumb to exhaustion, leading to their eventual defeat. To defeat the wyverns, we have to first neutralize its supremacy over the sky. Paladin Rude offered his opinion. Everyone is well aware of that. The problem is how we can make that happen. Walter spoke in a rather aggressive tone. If we use the wind spirits, we could challenge and seize control of the wyverns' dominance in the sky, Mu-Gun replied. Utilizing the wind spirits, we can ground the wyverns and neutralize their flight capabilities, Walter said delightedly. Wyverns, however, wield the strength of a Grand Master. Seizing their sky dominance won't be a simple task, even with the highest-ranked spirits in play. While mobilizing a substantial number of spirits could theoretically achieve this, the challenge lies in the fact that wyverns reside in groups. Faced with at least 10 wyverns, it will prove challenging for the High Elves alone to ground them, Paladin Gilfian cautioned. You needn't be concerned about that. Perhaps you're not aware, but Argon has forged a contract with the Wind Spirit King, Alicia reassured. Is it true? Gilfian asked Mu-Gun in surprise. Indeed. As Alicia mentioned, with the assistance of the Wind Spirit King Nervidum, it is possible to strip the wyvern herd of their aerial dominance, Mu-Gun affirmed. In that case, we have nothing to worry about. By the way, that's truly remarkable. I'm amazed that you managed to form a contract with the Wind Spirit King while also serving as the Sky God Upur's representative, Walter expressed, his face reflecting genuine admiration. I'm not the remarkable one. If anything, I lack the power needed to combat the demon god, and it is out of the Wind Spirit King's kindness that I received such assistance, Mu-Gun humbly stated. Nevertheless, the Wind Spirit King entered into a contract with you due to the potential it sees. Additionally, only specific entities among the elves have the privilege to form a contract with the Wind Spirit King. The Wind Spirit King choosing you, a human, is indicative of your extraordinary nature. You are flattering me too much. Nonetheless, regardless of my abilities, I cannot confront the demon god alone. So, I implore all of you to assist me until the very end. Mu-Gun replied firmly. We will gladly do so. Don't worry. We will fight for Avalon until the end. The Upur Church will also help young Lord Argon until the day we eradicate the demon god according to the almighty Upur's will. We elves, too, shall share your fate, one who has forged a pact with the Wind Spirit King. Thank you all. Well then, let's go deal with the wyverns. Mu-Gun said thankfully. Subsequently, they embarked on the quest to locate the wyverns. Once again, they employed the assistance of the wind spirits for this. The wyvern's habitat was located atop the highest peak of the Patagon mountain range. Nestled on a precarious mountain summit, reaching the wyvern's habitat proved challenging, not only for the ordinary individual but also for expert knights. Mu-Gun made the difficult decision to leave the expert knights behind. Even if they managed to ascend the mountain and reach the wyvern's habitat, their presence would not contribute positively. Recognizing that their involvement would likely impede the battle against the wyverns, the expert knights, understanding Mu-Gun's rationale, abided by his decision and remained at the base of the mountain. While a few may have questioned the need to bring the expert knights if they were to be excluded from the upcoming battle, Mu-Gun had been consistently applying the Thunder God Enlightenment spell to both expert and master knights since their entry into the Patagon mountain range. This ongoing empowerment rendered the inclusion of expert knights a valuable aspect of the expedition. With the expert knights staying behind, only the high elves and knights ranked above master ascended to the wyvern's habitat on the mountain's summit. The mountain peaks of the Patagon mountain range were so rugged and steep that human access was basically impossible. Nevertheless, for the knights above the master rank, who had attained a superhuman state, navigating the treacherous terrain posed no significant challenge. Mu-Gun's party ascended the mountain without hesitation. Upon reaching the summit, a resounding thunderous roar echoed in the distance. On the far horizon, a massive herd of wyverns soared swiftly through the sky. The herd comprised 13 wyverns, and upon spotting Mu-Gun's party, they promptly unleashed a torrent of flame breath from their gaping mouths. The fiery onslaught surged past Mu-Gun's party, who were ascending the mountain peak. The challenging terrain made it difficult for the Avalon Knights and Upur Church's paladins to put on their chevalier armor. Wearing a chevalier armor was essential to shield against the flame breath. Mu-Gun quickly looked over to the high elves. After summoning the wind spirits, they conjured a formidable whirlwind to intercept the flame breaths unleashed by the wyverns. Initially, the high elves appeared capable of fending for themselves. However, the concern lay with the Avalon Knights and Upur Church's paladins. Acting swiftly, Mu-Gun positioned himself in front of them, summoning the Thunder God Chi with utmost intensity and unleashing the power of the Golden Thunder God Star. A radiant surge of golden lightning enveloped Mu-Gun, creating a colossal 9-layered barrier that extended protectively over both the Avalon Knights and the Upur Church's paladins. Then, the wyvern's flame breaths poured onto the barrier. Upon Mu-Gun's Golden Thunder God Star, stretching so wide it draped the entire mountain peak, the flame breath from the wyvern horde erupted, creating a resounding thunderous blast. Deflecting and scattering flame breaths in every direction, the Golden Thunder God Star stood impervious. Following the defensive act, Mu-Gun transformed Thunder Chi into numerous Thunderbolt swords, unleashing them into the sky. Hundreds of Golden Thunderbolt swords cascaded down toward the wyverns, prompting the creatures to swiftly ascend and evade the incoming onslaught. Yet, the Thunderbolt swords altered their trajectory, pursuing the wyverns with uncanny precision. Flustered by the relentless pursuit, the wyvern squirmed in an attempt to elude the Thunderbolt sword's grasp. Despite their efforts, the swords persisted, following Mu-Gun's unwavering command and maintaining their pursuit of the evading wyverns. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Simultaneously, the High Elves, invoking wind spirits to counter the flame breaths, employed these spirits in an offensive against the wyverns. The most potent wind spirits, under the High Elves' command, sought to ensnare the wyverns by conjuring a formidable whirlpool. However, the wyverns were not passive in their response. With nimble maneuvers, the wyverns skillfully evaded the whirlwind and descended, slashing their sharp claws directly at the High Elves. The red aura emanating from the wyverns' claws made contact with the High Elves. In a swift reaction, the elves hastily summoned wind spirits to dodge the impending danger. Gracefully ascending into the sky, the High Elves maneuvered with an ethereal fluidity, effortlessly eluding the wyverns' assaults. United with their wind spirits, the High Elves engaged the wyverns while suspended in the air. Harnessing the wind's power, they soared through the skies, launching spheres and swirls of wind in a coordinated effort to assail the wyverns. Emitting a powerful windstorm from wings equal to their body size, the wyverns effectively obstructed the wind spirits. Subsequently, they unleashed a formidable wave of flame breath, posing a direct threat to the High Elves. As the conflict unfolded, the wyverns' relentless onslaught began to force the High Elves into a defensive retreat. While Mu-Gun engaged the wyverns with a thunderbolt sword, vigilant observation extended to the High Elves' predicament. Despite their retreat, the immediate emergence of a critical threat seemed improbable. Additionally, the Master Knights ascended the mountain peak, completing the donning of their chevalier armors. While lacking the ability to fly, these armors boasted offensive magic imbued within, allowing them to merge mana and release it akin to a breath. Adorned in chevalier armor, the knights lent support to the High Elves with their mana breath. Remarkably, without explicit orders from Mu-Gun, the knights directed their mana breath towards the wyverns in the sky. Emanating from the mountain's summit, the mana breaths targeted the wyvern horde assaulting the High Elves. Caught off guard, the wyverns hastily ascended to avoid the impending mana breaths. Swiftly employing wind spirits, the High Elves began attacking the wyverns' wings. Hastening their ascent, the wyverns found themselves unable to evade, ensnared in the whirlwind stirred by the wind spirits. Disoriented and off balance, the wyverns rapidly descended, landing unceremoniously on the mountain peak. Attempting to recover their balance, the wyverns ascended again, yet the High Elves seized the fleeting chance. The wind spirits persistently disrupted the wyverns, hindering them from spreading their wings. Ultimately, the wyverns succumbed to the interference, unable to sustain flight and crashing into the mountain peak. As the wyverns crashed down, an explosion resonated. Ordinarily, a fall from 10 meters would wreak havoc on their bodies, but these wyverns remained unbroken even after descending from dozens of meters. However, this resilience didn't imply they emerged unscathed from the ordeal. The wyverns' wings suffered complete distortion upon crashing, and they roared in pain. As the Avalon Knights and the Uperchich's paladins swiftly advanced, they wasted no time in unleashing their aura blades collectively upon the incapacitated wyverns. Deprived of strength after the fall and wing damage, the wyverns couldn't resist the knights' assault. Numerous aura blades converged on the wyverns' colossal bodies, causing a significant stagger accompanied by explosive sounds. However, the knights' blades were thwarted by the wyverns' scales, proving impervious to penetration. Persisting in their assault, the knights relentlessly swung their aura blades at the wyverns, undeterred by the initial defense. A barrage of aura blades struck the wyverns' bodies, causing a gradual breakdown in their formidable defense. The magic force field shattered first, followed by the cracking of their once impervious scales. With the magic force field gone and scales shattered, the wyverns' exposed skin proved vulnerable to the unyielding assault of the knights' aura blades. The colossal bodies of the wyverns succumbed to the blades, resulting in blood splattering. Unrelenting, the knights persisted in their onslaught, hacking the wyverns into literal pieces until they collapsed onto the ground. Yet, satisfaction eluded the knights, their assault persisted until they successfully crushed the wyverns' heads. As the knights concentrated on the fallen wyverns atop the mountain peak, Mu-Gun confronted 5 wyverns single-handedly. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun remained remarkably composed while contending with 5 wyverns. With apparent ease, he casually launched a couple of thunderbolt swords, fending off the wyverns' attacks effortlessly, rendering them unable to lay a hand on him. In their attempts to shake off the thunderbolt swords and mount a counterattack, the wyverns found themselves thwarted at every turn. The thunderbolt swords moved like an intricate web, closing off any potential attacking paths for the wyverns. Frustrated, the wyverns shifted focus to neutralizing the thunderbolt swords, recognizing it as the next feasible course of action. Yet, even this proved to be an arduous endeavor. The wyverns sought to deflect the thunderbolt swords by whipping up a windstorm with their massive wings, only to find their efforts in vain. Opting for a more direct approach, they attempted to shatter the thunderbolt swords with their razor-sharp claws, only to have their own paws nearly severed in the process. Ultimately, the efforts of the wyverns were reduced to darting from one spot to another in a bid to escape the relentless pursuit of the thunderbolt swords. Interestingly, Mu-Gun possessed a swift solution to vanquish the wyverns outright. A mere summoning of the Wind Spirit King held the potential to tear the wyverns asunder in an instant. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking that route. The mere involvement of the High Elves in the conflict proved sufficient to dispatch the wyverns, eliminating the necessity to summon the Wind Spirit King. Capitalizing on the wyverns' distraction from evading thunderbolt swords, the High Elves directed their wind spirits towards the fleeing creatures. The wind spirits conjured a powerful whirlwind, promptly shattering the wyvern's wings. Once again, the wyverns lost their balance in the air and began to plunge in the same manner as before. Subsequently, a multitude of thunderbolt swords surged forward like arrows aimed at the incapacitated wyverns. Deprived of functional wings, the wyverns found themselves compelled to face the oncoming onslaught of thunderbolt swords from all directions. The thunderbolt swords effortlessly pierced through the wyverns' scales and magic force field, lodging deep within their bodies. Subsequently, a potent surge of lightning was unleashed inside the wyverns. The entire bodies of the wyverns were immobilized by the electrical onslaught, leading to their unceremonious descent onto the mountain peak, devoid of any ability to defend. The mountain peak trembled violently, teetering on the verge of collapse. The wyverns resembled tattered mops, bearing the brunt of a colossal impact. Despite their ravaged state, the wyverns persisted, breathing raggedly and clinging tenaciously to life. Their regenerative abilities proved formidable. Unhesitatingly, Mu-Gun drove a thunderbolt sword into their heads, swiftly ending any lingering threat to ensure their demise. The wyverns' heads were instantly obliterated by the thunderbolt swords, sealing their fate. With the wyvern horde eradicated, Mu-Gun's party embarked on dissecting the creatures to extract their mana hearts. Following a brief respite, they set out towards the next mountain peak. The wyverns had claimed multiple peaks within the Patagon mountain range as their territory. The mountain peak targeted in their recent assault was merely one among the numerous territories the wyverns occupied. Over 10 mountain peaks served as the wyverns' dwelling places. Mu-Gun's party, resolute in their mission, aimed to thoroughly eliminate the wyvern hordes across the entirety of the Patagon mountain range, leaving no remnants behind. But I wonder how things are going in the other mountain ranges, said Walter curiously. Dealing with high-ranked monsters would pose a formidable challenge, even with the collective prowess of all the Grand Masters in the Pamir Empire. Without young Lord Argon and the assistance of the High Elves, tackling drakes and wyverns would have been a difficult task, with the potential for significant damage on our part. Philford conveyed a somewhat pessimistic perspective. Undoubtedly, without young Lord Argon and the High Elves, we wouldn't have dared to launch an assault on the wyverns. It's plausible that teams at other mountain ranges opted to abandon the attempt to attack the wyverns and withdrew. Walter concurred with a nod. Elves are living in other mountain ranges too. If they help, it won't be impossible to wipe out the wyverns, said Frows, the High Elves' chief. But I don't know if the secluded elves will join forces with humans. Paladin Rude was skeptical, citing the tendency of the elves. The elves of the other mountain ranges will fight the monsters, just like we did. Their desire to fight against the demon god will be the same, said Frows confidently. Well, we can only hope so for now, but seeing the drakes attacking the elves in droves, they seem to be influenced by the demon god. The wyverns won't be moving in large hordes too, will they? Paladin Gilfian said, feeling an ominous foreboding. Why do you persist in uttering unfortunate things, both now and before? Aren't you aware that words are like seeds? Said Walter in annoyance. I think the seed has already taken root. Philford pointed to a spot in the sky. From there, a wyvern horde, seemingly in the hundreds, was seen flying toward them. When Gilfian saw the wyverns filling up the sky, he opened his mouth wide. Oh my god, why'd you have to jinx it? Walter shot a resentful glare at Gilfian. Philford stopped Walter and shouted. Now is not the time to argue about that. Everyone, prepare for battle. All Avalon Knights, wear your Chevalier armors? At Philford's command, the Avalon Knights equipped their Chevalier armors. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun and the High Elves also discovered the wyvern horde flying over the sky. Alicia, who stuck close to Mu-Gun and did not leave his side, said when she saw the wyvern horde, it seems they came determined. It's actually for the better. We don't have to look for them from mountain to mountain, we just have to wipe them all out at once. Are you confident? You must have forgotten who I am contracted to. Mu-Gun grinned and said. Then, he immediately summoned the Wind Spirit King Nervidum. You summoned me faster than expected. Nervidum soon emerged, his upper body resembling a giant, while his lower half consisted of a swirling vortex. It's because the situation doesn't look good. At Mu-Gun's words, Nervidum looked over to the sky on the other side. That's about 100 wyverns. Can you break all their wings? That's a piece of cake. Confidently, Nervidum responded and swiftly moved towards the area where the wyvern horde soared. Extending its hand, numerous colossal whirlwinds materialized above the wyvern horde, descending sharply onto their wings. These immense whirlwinds tapered to a point, resembling spears. Spinning at the speed of light, their impact had the potential to shred the wyvern's wings. In response, the wyverns hastily scattered, attempting to evade the sudden whirlwind that materialized out of nowhere. Those positioned at the horde's edges managed a quick escape, but those concentrated in the center couldn't avoid the sharp whirlwind. It struck their wings with spear-like precision.